I am Luoikon, the reluctant administrator of a dying world and the only one standing between two realms and utter annihilation. The good news? I inherited an apocalypse. Sounds like a joke, right? But it's real. I became the administrator of a broken world, a place where the skies burn, the oceans boil, and the remnants of civilization cling to survival like rats in the ruins. I have power, just not enough of it. The bad news? This apocalypse isn't staying put. In 1 year, it's breaking through into the real world. 1 year. And guess what? My authority as administrator is about as useful as a screen door on a spaceship. I can't stop it. Not alone. But I'm not alone. Not anymore. I've got players. Oh, you think I'm talking about gamers? Think bigger. Think hungrier. These are the kind of people who see a world-ending disaster and say, challenge accepted. They're ruthless, brilliant, and absolutely insane. And I've tricked them into coming here. Every last one of them. It's time for the world to see the power of players. I declared, my voice echoing across the desolate wasteland. They arrived in droves, armed to the teeth with ingenuity, creativity, and a sheer refusal to lose. They built fortresses out of scrap metal, turned zombie hordes into energy farms, and weaponized the apocalypse itself. They didn't just survive, they thrived. But this isn't just about saving their world. It's about saving mine. Because if they can't stop the apocalypse here, it's coming for Earth. And if it does, there won't be anything left to save. So, I watch them. I guide them. I manipulate them. Every decision, every battle, every desperate gamble, it's all part of the plan. They think they're playing a game. They don't realize they're the pawns in a war for existence itself. I am Luoikon, the puppet master of the apocalypse. And with these players by my side, or, more accurately, dancing on my strings, I will tear this world apart and rebuild it, piece by piece. The clock is ticking. The stakes are unimaginable. And the players? They're just getting started. Let the games begin. Hello, this is your express delivery. Please sign for it. I stared at the unexpected package in confusion, but under the courier's urging, I scribbled my name on the form. When I asked who sent it, the courier just smiled and said he didn't know. I carried the heavy box home and opened it, revealing a strange, pyramid-shaped device. It was sleek and silver-white, unlike anything I'd ever seen. What is this? I muttered, scratching my head. I couldn't remember ordering anything like this online. Had I won some kind of prize? But surely I'd remember that. After some fumbling, I found a button on the device that looked like a power switch. I pressed it, only to realize I hadn't plugged it in. Just as I was about to laugh at my own stupidity, the pyramid lit up. Golden light flooded the room, and the device broke apart into countless tiny cubes, floating in midair. What the hell? I gaped at the scene, completely stunned. I'd never seen anything so surreal in my life. Am I about to have some kind of adventure? Am I actually the protagonist of a story, and my protagonist Halo is just 20 years late? As I wondered if my life was about to take a dramatic turn, a crisp electronic voice echoed in my ears. Server initialization successful. Selected planet is being digitized, digitization successful. Binding administrator, administrator binding successful. Updating server version, what is all this? Why don't I understand any of it? I muttered, still staring at the floating cubes. I reached out to touch one, and suddenly, a flood of instructions filled my mind. It took me a long time to process everything, and when I finally came to my senses, I looked at the device, no, the server, with a mix of awe and horror. This wasn't just a device. It was a server beyond human comprehension. Its purpose was to replace the current world with a different one. And according to the information I'd received, the peaceful world I lived in Yanhuan was about to be replaced by a post-apocalyptic world overrun by zombies. The update was scheduled to happen in 1 year. So, in 1 year, I'll be living in a zombie-infested wasteland? Panic surged through me as I desperately searched for a way to stop it. I couldn't accept that my world was about to be destroyed. The version update is happening because the previous administrator set a fixed program. As an apprentice administrator, I can't change it directly. There are only two ways to stop the update. The first is to attack the version. If the progress reaches over 90%, the update will be invalidated. The second is to gain the highest authority over the server and modify it, but that requires making progress in attacking the version first. In other words, no matter what, I have to start with the first option. I can't just sit back and wait for the update to happen. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. Panicking wouldn't solve anything. I placed my hands on the server, and with a soft ding, a screen appeared, displaying my personal information. Administrator, Luoi Kong Authority, Apprentice Administrator, 0%. Abilities, extract or enhance version items. Cannot modify version content. Resources, energy coins, 500, the instructions were clear enough. As an apprentice administrator, my only abilities were to extract or enhance items from the version world. Extracting items to the real world cost fewer energy coins, while enhancing them cost more. Energy coins were earned by making progress in attacking the version or through updates. They were the currency of the server, required for all administrator abilities. Let's give it a try. I closed my eyes and focused on an item. The server glowed with golden light, and with a soft ding, a sleek, futuristic bulletproof vest appeared beside me. Success! I exclaimed, picking up the vest. This wasn't an ordinary bulletproof vest. It was from the zombie-infested version world, made of some unknown material. It was thin, lightweight, and could absorb the impact of bullets, storing the energy for later use. Unless someone shot me point blank with an automatic rifle, I'd be safe. I put on the vest, marveling at how comfortable it felt, even in the summer heat. This is amazing, I muttered, checking the energy coin cost. It had only taken 0.05 energy coins to create the vest. With 500 coins to start, I had plenty to work with. Next, I grabbed a kitchen knife from the kitchen and prepared to enter the zombie world. I found the transmission interface on the server and pressed the button. In an instant, I was standing in a ruined city. Towering trees grew through the cracked pavement, and vines crawled up the sides of crumbling skyscrapers. A massive spaceship, broken in half, lay embedded in one of the buildings like a fallen whale. The streets were overgrown with moss, and rusted train tracks hinted at the city's former glory. This had once been an advanced civilization. Now, it was a wasteland. As I took in the eerie scene, a sharp, guttural roar echoed through the ruins. Ah! A horde of zombies surged toward me, their dry, withered bodies moving with unnatural speed. The sheer number of them was overwhelming, a sea of rotting flesh and gnashing teeth. Several zombies were almost on me. My face paled, and I frantically pressed the return button. A flash of white light, and I was back in my living room. I collapsed onto the sofa, my heart racing. That was terrifying. Those zombies came running as soon as they smelled me. The sheer scale of the zombie world made me realize how impossible it would be to conquer it alone. I need help, I muttered, glancing at my computer. As an administrator, I didn't have the authority to modify the zombie world, but I could bring others into it. This wasn't just my fight, it was a crisis that concerned the entire world. With a plan forming in my mind, I turned on the computer. Hello, this is your express delivery. Please sign for it. I stared at the unexpected package in confusion, but under the courier's urging, I scribbled my name on the form. When I asked who sent it, the courier just smiled and said he didn't know. I carried the heavy box home and opened it, revealing a strange, pyramid-shaped device. It was sleek and silver-white, unlike anything I'd ever seen. What is this? I muttered, scratching my head. I couldn't remember ordering anything like this online. Had I won some kind of prize? But surely I'd remember that. After some fumbling, I found a button on the device that looked like a power switch. I pressed it, only to realize I hadn't plugged it in. Just as I was about to laugh at my own stupidity, the pyramid lit up. Golden light flooded the room, and the device broke apart into countless tiny cubes, floating in midair. What the hell? I gaped at the scene, completely stunned. I'd never seen anything so surreal in my life. Am I about to have some kind of adventure? Am I actually the protagonist of a story, and my protagonist Halo is just 20 years late? As I wondered if my life was about to take a dramatic turn, a crisp electronic voice echoed in my ears. Server initialization successful. Selected planet is being digitized, digitization successful. Binding administrator binding successful. Updating server version, what is all this? Why don't I understand any of it? I muttered, still staring at the floating cubes. I reached out to touch one, and suddenly, a flood of instructions filled my mind. It took me a long time to process everything, and when I finally came to my senses, I looked at the device, the server, with a mix of awe and horror. This wasn't just a device. It was a server beyond human comprehension. Its purpose was to replace the current world with a different one. And according to the information I'd received, the peaceful world I lived in Yanhuan was about to be replaced by a post-apocalyptic world overrun by zombies. The update was scheduled to happen in 1 year. So, in 1 year, I'll be living in a zombie-infested wasteland? Panic surged through me as I desperately searched for a way to stop it. I couldn't accept that my world was about to be destroyed. The version update is happening because the previous administrator set a fixed program. As an apprentice administrator, I can't change it directly. There are only 2 ways to stop the update. The first is to attack the version. If the progress reaches over 90%, the update will be invalidated. The second is to gain the highest authority over the server and modify it, but that requires making progress in attacking the version first. In other words, no matter what, I have to start with the first option. I can't just sit back and wait for the update to happen. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. Panicking wouldn't solve anything. I placed my hands on the server, and with a soft ding, a screen appeared, displaying my personal information. Administrator, Luo Kong Authority, Apprentice Administrator, 0%. Abilities, extract or enhance version items. Cannot modify version content. Resources, energy coins, 500, the instructions were clear enough. As an apprentice administrator, my only abilities were to extract or enhance items from the version world. Extracting items to the real world cost fewer energy coins, while enhancing them cost more. Energy coins were earned by making progress in attacking the version or through updates. They were the currency of the server, required for all administrator abilities. Let's give it a try. I closed my eyes and focused on an item. The server glowed with golden light, and with a soft ding, a sleek, futuristic bulletproof vest appeared beside me. Success! I exclaimed, picking up the vest. This wasn't an ordinary bulletproof vest. It was from the zombie-infested version world, made of some unknown material. It was thin, lightweight, and could absorb the impact of bullets, storing the energy for later use. Unless someone shot me point blank with an automatic rifle, I'd be safe. I put on the vest, marveling at how comfortable it felt, even in the summer heat. This is amazing, I muttered, checking the energy coin cost. It had only taken 0.05 energy coins to create the vest. With 500 coins to start, I had plenty to work with. Next, I grabbed a kitchen knife from the kitchen and prepared to enter the zombie world. I found the transmission interface on the server and pressed the button. In an instant, I was standing in a ruined city. Towering trees grew through the cracked pavement, and vines crawled up the sides of crumbling skyscrapers. A massive spaceship, broken in half, lay embedded in one of the buildings like a fallen whale. The streets were overgrown with moss, and rusted train tracks hinted at the city's former glory. This had once been an advanced civilization. Now, it was a wasteland. As I took in the eerie scene, a sharp, guttural roar echoed through the ruins. Ah! A horde of zombies surged toward me, their dry, withered bodies moving with unnatural speed. The sheer number of them was overwhelming, a sea of rotting flesh and gnashing teeth. Several zombies were almost on me. My face paled, and I frantically pressed the return button. A flash of white light, and I was back in my living room. I collapsed onto the sofa, my heart racing. That was terrifying. Those zombies came running as soon as they smelled me. The sheer scale of the zombie world made me realize how impossible it would be to conquer it alone. I need help, I muttered, glancing at my computer. As an administrator, I didn't have the authority to modify the zombie world, but I could bring others into it. This wasn't just my fight, it was a crisis that concerned the entire world. With a plan forming in my mind, I turned on the computer. Do you believe there are 100% real virtual reality games in the world? I was playing the single-player game Resident Evil when suddenly a GG pop-up appeared on the computer screen. My hand, which had been steady on the gun, shook, and the bullet meant for the zombies veered off course. In that split second, the zombies pounced, and I was bitten to death. What the hell? I glared at the pop-up, ready to close it immediately. But then I noticed the intricate Doomsday-style design on the interface, and my hand froze. This looks pretty impressive. Is this some new single-player game? Curiosity got the better of me, and I clicked OK. The pop-up instantly expanded, filling the entire screen. A simple website took over my desktop. The UI and layout felt like something from a private server. There was nothing on the page except for a few stunning screenshots cycling through. Is this a web game? Or are these screenshots from a movie? I was baffled by the simplicity of the site. I expected it to be basic, but not this basic. The screenshots were displayed prominently in the center, but there was no registration link, no game info, no guides, not even a hint of gameplay. The only text repeated endlessly: the world's first real virtual game is about to launch. Even if you're trying to lure people in, you could at least put in some effort. Add a backstory or something. I couldn't help but complain. I stared at the screenshots, trying to figure out if they were from some foreign blockbuster, but nothing came to mind. After scrutinizing the entire site, I found only one option: an application button with a reservation number box above it. The reservation number showed 0, which oddly made me feel like the site wasn't entirely fraudulent. At least it wasn't pretending to have 99,000 reservations like some shady virtual queues. Tisk, calling this a virtual world? It's just the same old webgame trick. Probably full of viruses or Trojans. I rolled my eyes. I'd seen it all before: clickbait promises of legendary swords or rewards for logging in. But using virtual reality as a gimmick? That was new. Still, I couldn't help being a little curious. Virtual reality games in this day and age? Too good to be true. I was about to close the page when I noticed the reservation number change from 0 to 1. My hand hesitated over the close button. Someone actually reserved a spot? I guess it wouldn't hurt to click it? Almost as if guided by some unseen force, I clicked the application button. Ding! Application successful. You are the second player to apply. Please wait patiently for the test launch. What did I just do? Do I actually believe this technology exists? I chuckled, closed the page, and went back to playing Resident Evil. There are always a few curious players like me. When Luo Wikong checked the reservation list, he was surprised. He'd expected most people to dismiss the pop-up, but here we were, 12 reservations. He studied the list, gaining a better understanding of the board gamers on Yanhuang Star. This decision to summon players was a cautious one. After all, conquering the version and saving the zombie world required careful selection. The last thing he needed was a few troublemakers ruining everything. With server permissions, he could pull players from anywhere in the world. His initial concern had been how to get them into the game, but once he realized the server could handle global delivery, that worry vanished. By creating a mobile terminal linked to the server, he could extract players' physiological data and generate fictional avatars in the game world. If a character died, it might have a minor impact on the real world, though what that impact was, even Luo Wikong didn't know. After setting everything up, Luo Wikong felt more confident. Before launching the pop-up, he'd asked the system to filter players based on their social habits and interests. Survival enthusiasts and FPS fans were his top picks. He started by inviting the first 15 applicants and used energy coins to create 15 mobile devices for them. Watching nearly a third of his energy coins disappear, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Improving items consumed a lot of energy, so he decided not to pull in more players for now. The Doomsday World was still a year away. He had time, but not much. After dinner, I was about to head out for a walk when a message popped up on my phone. "Congratulations, Mr. Su. You've been invited to the closed beta test of survival. Please provide your ID number and address to receive your exclusive equipment." I smirked. What kind of scam is this now? I was about to delete the message, but then I remembered the virtual reality game I'd applied for earlier. My finger hovered over the delete button before pulling away. This looks legit? I stared at the message, skeptical but intrigued. Maybe I'll fill it out. It's free, after all. I clicked the link and entered my ID and address on the application page. Probably a scam. What am I even doing? It's definitely a scam, Wang Feng muttered to himself in his university dorm. He hesitated, then filled out the application form. His roommate glanced at the simple website and tried to talk him out of it. Virtual reality games? If they existed, society would have changed by now. This is just a ploy to steal your info. Wang Feng shrugged. It's just my ID and address. What's the worst that could happen? Up to you, his roommate sighed, shaking his head as he walked away. Wang Feng stared at the game's official website. A 24-hour countdown ticked away, and below it was a newly updated image, a young man in exoskeleton armor, rifle in hand, gazing at the wreckage of a space battleship. Beneath the image, bold slogans flashed: "Find the dawn in the darkness. Embrace a new life in despair. Human courage is the noblest hymn. To be alive is the greatest hope." As a seasoned single-player gamer, Wang Feng felt a thrill of excitement, even if he doubted the game's authenticity. He'd searched for similar images online but found nothing as polished. Even if the actual game was only a fraction as good as the promo, he'd be willing to pay for it. I wonder what the official site will reveal in 24 hours, he thought, anticipation bubbling up despite his skepticism. Wang Feng. Your package. I was confused when I heard the courier call my name. I hadn't ordered anything online recently, so why was there a package for me? After taking the square cardboard box from the courier, I headed back to the dormitory. Wang Xiao, what did you buy this time? Looks like a box. Not an appliance, is it? My roommates joked as I set the box on the table and cut it open with a knife. Inside was something that looked like a motorcycle helmet, but bulkier. It was silver-white, resembling a tactical helmet from a sci-fi movie. I stared at it, completely baffled. Did you buy a helmet? This thing looks pretty futuristic. Where'd you get it? I might want one too. Not sure, I said, shaking my head as I checked the shipping label. It only had my phone number and address, no sender information. I lifted the helmet out of the box and found a piece of paper underneath. It was an invitation letter. You will fight for the survival of humanity and face a world of doom. Suddenly, it hit me. This had to be related to the game I'd signed up for yesterday. I hadn't expected the so-called game equipment to arrive so quickly, overnight, no less. Curious, I put the helmet on. My vision went completely dark. Just as I was about to take it off, a faint light appeared, followed by a flickering image and distorted sounds. ZZ run. This place has fallen. ZZ zombies. All zombies. The sounds were faint, barely audible over the quiet hum of my roommates studying. Damn! There's a screen inside this thing? I exclaimed, pulling the helmet off. Is full helmet VR a thing now? VR with a built-in screen? How much did that cost? Let me see. My roommates crowded around, curious. One of them put the helmet on but saw nothing but darkness. There's nothing here. No screen. Wang Xiao, did you get scammed online? You should file a complaint. Seeing that they couldn't see the countdown I'd spotted, I didn't explain. I just stashed the helmet in a safe place and went online to check if anyone else had experienced the same thing. After scrolling through a few forums, I found someone who had. Sanmiao Kaitai Brothers. Has anyone heard of the game Survival? They sent me this thing today. Photos, first reply, front row. Second reply, never heard of it. Probably a scam. Third reply, is this VR? Why does it look like a helmet? Fourth reply, don't fall for some marketing gimmick. This looks fake. Most of the replies were skeptical. I clicked on the poster's profile and sent him a private message. Wang Bulixing, bro, did you get this thing too? He replied quickly. Sanmiao Kaitai, yeah. I saw a website yesterday, filled in my info, and got this today. Wang Bulixing, where are you from? Sanmiao Kaitai, Northeast. You? Wang Bulixing, Southwest. Did yours arrive overnight too? Sanmiao Kaitai, yep. Got the package this morning. I was stunned. The distance between us was huge, yet we'd both received the package at the same time. This company's got something going on, I muttered, feeling a growing sense of anticipation for the game. By evening, I was lying in bed with the helmet on. It wasn't stuffy like I'd expected, it felt surprisingly comfortable. I watched the countdown, silently counting along. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The countdown hit 0, and the darkness was replaced by a burst of light. A human figure appeared in front of me. Please create your personal image. As a seasoned gamer, I knew this was character creation. While I was a little disappointed I couldn't make my character look bizarre, I still tried to make him as handsome as possible. Once my character was ready, a stat window popped up. Strength, 6 plus life, 100 plus stamina, 100 plus spirit, 6 plus agility, 6 plus unallocated points, 5 remembering the game's doomsday setting, I dumped my points into agility to make myself faster. After confirming, I felt a sudden sensation of falling, like I was bungee jumping. The blurry scene around me sharpened, and I was hit with a wave of shock. Endless ruins stretched before me, and a sea of zombies surged like a black tide. They spotted me instantly and charged. Ah! I jolted upright, my eyes wide as I looked around. I was in a spacious but dilapidated room. The walls glowed faintly, and strange protrusions on a platform emitted a dim blue light. I felt wet, as if soaked in some thick liquid. A cold breeze made me shiver. The horrifying scene I'd just seen felt like a nightmare, but the shock was all too real. The stench of something fishy hit me, and I covered my nose, trying to crawl out of the green liquid. Fuck! This is insane! A shout echoed through the room. I turned to see a dozen naked people standing up, looking just as confused as I was. Who are you? Did you pre-order this game too? 15 of us stared at each other, all talking at once. This game is unreal. The graphics. The feel. Even the smell. Is this really VR? Am I dreaming, or has the world gone crazy? I pinched my arm hard. The pain confirmed this wasn't a dream. I can't believe this is real. This is next-level sci-fi stuff. I could die happy after playing this, one guy said, his face lit up with excitement. Wait, why are all the players here male? What a waste. Seriously? You're thinking about that now? Just saying, it's a shame we can't choose female characters. Hey, how do we even log out? Is this one of those games where you're stuck until you die? Someone asked. As we all debated, the door to the hall creaked open. A young man armed with weapons walked in calmly. Is he a player? Looks like an NPC. Can we attack him? Is he hostile? Are you stupid? He's probably the tutorial guide or something. Luoikon looked at us, his expression a mix of amusement and exasperation. He'd expected us to be noisy, but he hadn't anticipated someone actually considering attacking him. Wouldn't this let them know that the administrator is actually just a regular guy with some extra power? Ah, forget it. I shouldn't overthink it. They're here to save the world, after all. I walked up to the players and clapped my hands loudly to get their attention. Now that you're all awake, I need to tell you something important. The players immediately quieted down, standing up and staring at me curiously. They seemed surprised that the NPC spoke such standard Mandarin. Probably thought I was some kind of tutorial guide. The world has ended. This place is overrun with zombies. Our mission is to drive them out and restore peace. I paused, letting the weight of my words sink in. And I kept my explanation brief, just enough to give them a sense of purpose. Even though the opening plot was simple, the players, experiencing virtual reality for the first time, were visibly excited. The idea of saving the world gave them a natural sense of mission. Your only task right now is to survive in this cruel world. I left them with clothes, bulletproof vests, and some basic weapons, then taught them how to access the system interface. After that, I couldn't wait to leave. Using the server to monitor them from a distance, I didn't feel too guilty about my hands-off approach. It's just a closed beta test, after all. A few rough edges are expected. Besides, players can't really die here, so what's there to worry about? If you can't even survive, forget about saving the world, I muttered to myself, lying on the sofa while keeping an eye on the players through the pyramid-shaped host. Even though I'm technically no different from them, I have administrator privileges, which sets me apart. All I need to do is hand out rewards like a typical NPC. Through studying my admin privileges, I discovered that the hosts I created with energy coins are channels connecting to that world. The couriers who delivered the helmets were virtual characters generated by the system, meaning even if the players tried to track me down, they'd find nothing. After all, this kind of technology is far beyond anything Yanhuang Star has ever seen. It's practically unbelievable. I thought back to that world. When I first arrived, I saw the wreckage of a space battleship, which suggested its technological level was centuries ahead of ours. If I don't conquer that world, the same fate could befall ours. Imagine a world overrun by zombies, even with advanced technology. Unless everyone turned into zombies instantly, leaving no chance to fight back. The so-called version update might be a death sentence for that world if we don't stop it. System, are there any survivors in that zombie world? I asked, hoping to confirm my suspicions. If there were no survivors, it would mean the humans there were wiped out in an instant. Insufficient administrator authority, the mechanical voice replied, making me frown. Is that zombie world the future of our world? I already had a rough idea, but I needed confirmation. That world and ours are separate, but if we don't act, its fate could become ours. Insufficient administrator authority. Fine. What's the small impact that happens if a player dies? I asked, sensing something ominous about that phrase. Insufficient administrator privileges. Alright. So unless I level up my privileges, you're not telling me anything, I muttered, realizing I'd need to upgrade my authority to uncover the truth. Right now, my privileges are limited to retrieving items from that world or making minor improvements. Beyond that, I can only influence the players directly. Ding! The primary shelter has been built. Reward, 100 energy coins. Primary shelter? I turned to the virtual screen projecting the players' world. They'd cleared out a supermarket and were fortifying it, turning it into a base. Not bad for a first step. They're faster than I expected. But saving that world with just these guys? Unlikely. If it's just ordinary zombies, it's manageable. But if there are mutations, I stared at the screen, watching the zombie horde swarm the supermarket. If powerful zombies emerged, clearing the world within a year would be a monumental task. The players have an upgrade system, which suggests my fears might be justified. If there were no powerful enemies, the players would eventually mow down ordinary zombies like grass. As night fell, the zombies became more active, drawn to the living. The players held their ground, using fortifications and melee weapons to fend off the horde. They seemed to treat it all like a game, their excitement undimmed even in the face of a zombie tide. I'm already level 7. Keep pushing, this is all experience. I'm out of stamina. Cover me while I recover. Got it. Hold the line. They fought efficiently, conserving bullets and relying on traps. But then, a roar echoed from the darkness. Be careful. Fall back. The players reacted quickly, but one wasn't fast enough. A scarlet, barbed tongue shot out from the shadows, piercing his chest and having his health bar in an instant. Help! Before he could finish, the tongue yanked him into the darkness. Dead? I frowned, watching through the admin system. So, there are special zombies. But what I'm more curious about is the small impact on the real world when a player dies. System, can you monitor the dead player's condition in the real world? Ding. Insufficient authority. Still not enough? I sighed. Even as an administrator, my powers are limited. To unlock the full potential, I'll need to conquer the zombie world first. For now, I turned my attention back to the players in the supermarket. After losing one of their own, they were clearly shaken. No longer conserving bullets, they focused on suppressing the zombies and blocking the monster's spawning point. Crystallization, the player is dead. Accompanied by the cold prompt of the system, the gaming helmet on the head was taken off, revealing a slightly tired and haggard face under the helmet. I died accidentally. It looks like I can't enter again. I don't know what the resurrection mechanism is. The boy tried to enter the game again, but failed. He clearly remembered that he was killed by a long tongue. The monster was dragged into the group of corpses, and then nothing happened. I don't know if it was a psychological effect, but the young man felt that his body was very tired after he died in that virtual world. It felt like he had spent 3 days and nights to replace someone else's liver. Obviously, not long had passed in that world. At this time, a little red on the bed sheet attracted the boy's attention, and that little red was bloodstains. The young man frowned, reached out and touched his nose, and then looked at his hand after touching his nose. What he saw was that his hand was full of blood. This kind of game has exceeded the scope of VR, and has even reached an unimaginable level of technology in this world, at least involving brain technology. This may be a side effect of dying in that world. Go to the hospital for a checkup. Faced with this in this situation, the young man can be considered calm. After all, he also knows the level of technology in this era. Even if this virtual technology is used in the medical industry, I am afraid it can promote great progress in Yanhuang star medicine. It is precisely because of this that the young man becomes more and more curious about what kind of guy, or power, the person who created all this is. Ho ho ho, a bloody zombie with a long tongue roared unwillingly under the siege of the players, and then its head was cut off with a knife. As everyone jointly eliminated the evolved zombie, everyone was promoted to a level. I didn't expect that this monster could actually climb the wall and rush in from the second floor window. Fortunately, we have a large number of people. A strong man sat on the ground panting with a steel knife that had been cut with a curled blade. It seems that even if everyone joins forces to deal with this zombie, they will be exhausted. If there are fewer people, they will all overturn. We have already sacrificed a companion, and we don't know if he can be resurrected, or everyone only has one chance. No matter what, we have to be extremely careful next. At least we are not facing just ordinary zombies. A man with glasses adjusted his tie. This office worker, who looked like a civilized man on the surface, had just fought in a fight, which impressed everyone deeply. Perhaps this is his truest side in this world. After experiencing a life-and-death fight, even though a companion had been sacrificed before, they still did not feel fear, and they even felt very excited, because in their opinion this was just a game. What is this? Viral crystals? Type 1 virus crystals category, props introduction. The concentrated virus essence in the body of a virus organism can greatly strengthen the body's physical fitness after absorption, but there is an 80% chance of failure in death. The appearance of the virus crystal immediately attracted everyone's attention. As the perspective was cast on the red crystal, the system immediately fed back the news to everyone. There is only one crystal, and there is more than one person here. Even if this is just a game, it is common for people to kill people and seize treasures because of props in the game. The atmosphere became silent for a moment, and the roars of the zombies outside seemed particularly clear in the darkness. Significantly strengthening physical fitness means having strong strength in this virtual world, although there is an 80% chance of failure. If you give this to me, I can improve weapons for all of you. At this time, a voice came, and everyone turned their heads and saw Luo Wukong appearing in the darkness. Ding! The task of submitting virus crystals has been triggered. At the same time, a prompt for a task sounded in the minds of all players. Of course, this was a task issued for them by Luo Wukong using his administrator rights. Luo Wukong needs this crystal because he can bring things from this world to the real world. When he saw the red crystal, Luo Wukong had an idea in his mind. Because they met Luo Wukong when they first arrived in this world, these guys regarded Luo Wukong as an NPC. In fact, strictly speaking, Luo Wukong is not an NPC, but a player like them. However, my authority is slightly higher than theirs. Of course, there is a big gap between Luo Wukong's appearance at this moment and the real world. After all, Luo Wukong doesn't want anyone to find him in the real world. When they first met, Luo Wukong didn't show his true appearance. Face them, but use administrator rights to fake a look. For the current Luo Wukong, improving equipment does not cost many energy coins. On the contrary, if the red virus crystal can really be brought to the real world, it means that Luo Wukong will have power beyond ordinary people in the real world. The players present looked at each other and chose to accept this task. After all, for them, one crystal was not enough, and there was also the possibility of failure. Okay. We'll give it to you. Luo Wukong nodded, then took out a piece of cloth to wrap it, and then put it into his pocket. Although it could also be put into the system backpack, Luo Wukong didn't want to expose this in front of them. After all, it was not NPC. As the crystal was received by Luo Wukong, the reminder of the task completion came to everyone's mind, and at the same time, those players lined up to take out their blank weapons for Luo Wukong to improve. Because the weapons were relatively low level, every time an administrator's authority was used to improve a weapon, add attributes, and increase the quality by 1, it only consumed 1 energy coin, which was completely insignificant for Luo Wukong. Come on. Work hard. If you build this place better, maybe more players will join in, and similarly, you will get exclusive title rewards. Luo Wukong knew that his current administrator authority was insufficient and there was nothing he could give to these players, but Luo Wukong had a lot of ways to let his players work for him. Titles were something that Luo Wukong could give out casually. Although they did not come with any attributes, they were enough for these big guys to work hard. After all, they were exclusive titles, and they could be more powerful in the future when there were more people. In those Krypton Gold games, there were also many people who spent a lot of money on a title. Just as Luo Wukong expected, when they heard that there was an exclusive title reward, most of the guys' eyes were shining, and only a few people could remain calm. Ding! Do you want to spend 50 energy coins to bring the selected items to the real world? Yes. White light flashed before his eyes, and when Luo Wukong opened his eyes, he had left the zombie world and returned to the living room. Back. So system, do you have a way to increase the probability of type I virus crystal strengthening to 100%? Luo Wukong asked his administrator system. After all, Luo Wukong himself didn't want to take risks. There were as many as 80% chance of failure. If you fail, you will not only die, but you may also become a zombie. The enhancement probability is determined based on each person's body. If it fits perfectly, the natural probability is 100%. It can be said that the enhancement probability is determined from the beginning. Through analysis, it is determined that the host's success rate is about 50%. Administrator system. The sound of the machine came, and although the 50% success rate was much higher than the 20% success rate, Luo Wukong was still worried. Not to mention that success and failure were equally divided. Even if the success rate was 99%, Luo Wukong was still afraid. Luo Wukong took out the Type 1 virus crystal from his pocket and untied the cloth on it. He did not dare to use it for the time being, and for this world, this insignificant red crystal was equally dangerous. After all, it was but the essence of the virus may cause a serious zombie crisis if you are not careful. Boom! 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 Luo Ikong. Pay the rent. I know you are in there. Fuck. Hearing the impatient knock on the door and the roar of the irritable landlord outside, Luo Ikong's hands shook in fright, and the red crystal fell from his hand. Luo Ikong instinctively stretched out his hand to hold it. But Luo Ikong forgot one thing: the red crystal cannot be directly touched. A heartbreaking pain came from the palm of his hand, and a large number of spikes from the red crystal penetrated Luo Ikong's palm directly. The crystals continued to shrink and merged into Luo Ikong's body through the pierced hand. If fails, take me away from this world. It was difficult to make a sound from his throat, even a scream, but Luo Ikong still issued the final command to the system with his vague voice. Luo Ikong cannot let the zombie virus come to this world. Even if he fails in the end, Luo Ikong hopes that it will not bring disaster to the world. Maybe this is the kindness of an ordinary person. After all, this is also where Luo Ikong lives. His consciousness gradually blurred, and a large number of memory fragments that did not belong to him poured into his brain, and those memories were all the memories of the original owner of the crystal. There was a roar in the sky, and Luo Ikong saw a behemoth breaking through the clouds and landing over a city. Then a beam of light fell from the behemoth. In an instant, the entire city was covered in light. Why? Why? Is it because we are inferior human beings? A man knelt on the ground and saw with his own eyes that the city where his relatives lived was covered by that light. It was clear that this memory did not belong to him, but Luo Ikong could feel it: the man's pain of losing everything, and his resentment against the things in heaven. This is the remaining memory of that world. The human civilization in that world was destroyed by a higher civilization, and the zombies may have been brought by that higher civilization. The tens of billions of human lives in the entire world may be just ants to that civilization. This is not good news for Luo Ikong. If he fails to stop all this in a year, doesn't it mean that advanced civilization will come to him? This world? Luo Ikong felt a little more pressure, which meant that he was facing more than just zombies. The memory picture shattered in front of Luo Ikong, and white light enveloped Luo Ikong. At that moment, all the fatigue in his body disappeared without a trace. Feeling a little cold, Luo Ikong opened his eyes and found that he was still lying on the floor in the living room. Since he woke up now, it meant that Luo Ikong survived. Luo Ikong took out his cell phone and looked at it, and found that 2 hours had passed. It was clear that Luo Ikong only felt that he had been unconscious for a few minutes. The sound of breaking glass came from his hands, and Luo Ikong found that the screen of his mobile phone was already covered with cracks. The mobile phone that was still usable just now had a black screen and was scrapped. My cell phone. Luo Ikong felt a pain in his heart. Looking at the deformed mobile phone in his hand, it seemed that there was no possibility of rescue. Putting away the sadness of losing his mobile phone, Luo Ikong turned around and picked up a water glass, and the glass water glass broke directly in Luo Ikong's hands. This power does not belong to me, but the red crystal. Luo Ikong immediately realized that this might be the power brought by the strengthening of the crystal, but this power is also very dangerous if you are not familiar with it. It seems that you have to get familiar with power first. Luo Ikong looked out the window, a little curious in his heart. After all, the crystal strengthened not only power. If he experiments with his power in the real world, he will definitely attract others' attention, so Luo Ikong plans to go to the zombie world to experiment. Anyway, the humans in that world are already extinct. The light flashed, and when Luo Ikong opened his eyes, he had already arrived at the middle of a crossroads. As Luo Ikong arrived, all the zombies around him rushed toward Luo Ikong. Ho ho ho! The zombies were very fast, and black shadows flew towards Luo Ikong like chicken blood. I don't know if it was because the world was still at night, so these zombies looked more ferocious than during the day. In the eyes of normal people, the speed of these zombies is extremely fast. In addition, it is pitch dark. Even if Luo Ikong pulls the players who work for him here, it is a dead end. After all, Luo Ikong is now at a crossroads. There is no terrain or shelter that can be used. In addition, it is impossible to see at night, and low-level players have almost no chance of survival. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading. Those players who work for Luoyikong can rely on the supermarket as a shelter to continuously consume and resist the zombies. At the same time, they can cooperate with each other to eliminate the zombies one by one and upgrade them, so as to gain strength from the upgrade and stick to the supermarket. They will only become stronger and it will be easier to kill zombies. But Luoyikong is alone, and he is directly facing all the zombies at the crossroads. The difference between him and the players is that after the enhancement of crystals, Luoyikong's physical fitness has surpassed all the players in the supermarket. Using supermarkets for defense, killing zombies and upgrading to become stronger, that is the advantage of those players, while Luoyikong's advantage is the virus crystal. At this moment, Luoyikong can see the zombies flying in the dark clearly because his body has been strengthened by crystals. Not only can the night not affect Luoyikong, but the speed of those zombies is not as fast as he imagined. Bang! Luoyikong picked up a stone on the ground and threw it at a zombie. The stone flew out like a cannonball and hit a zombie's face directly. Then the stone exploded directly, and the zombie's head exploded together. The night makes the zombie's speed and strength gain a certain degree of enhancement, but the defense does not change at all. Ding! Kill one ordinary zombie and get 100 experience. Ding! The player has been upgraded. Upgrade? Luoyikong suddenly remembered that he was the first player to come to this world, and he should be the first player to be correct, so it is natural to upgrade. Luoyikong was shocked by the power of destroying a zombie with one stone. Even he did not expect that a piece of virus crystal could actually bring about such an increase. Thinking of coming to this world for the first time and being able to redeem items from this world, Luoyikong quickly opened the administrator system to check and found that the Type 1 virus crystal was actually worth 5,000 energy coins, and the Type 2 virus crystal was even more expensive. Energy coins. This is a huge profit. It's much better than that rubbish mass-produced body armor that only costs 0.05 energy coins. Roar! A zombie rushed towards Luoyikong and bit him, and the latter raised his fist, and hit the zombie's head directly with an unskilled punch. Luoyikong did not restrain himself from the power of this punch, causing the zombie's head to explode like a watermelon. Fuck! It stinks! Luoyikong felt nauseated, but facing the zombies coming from all directions, Luoyikong had to fight. This time Luoyikong wanted to challenge the limits of his strengthened body, so he wanted to face these zombies with his bare hands. Finally spent the night, I'm exhausted. In the supermarket, Su Ming sat on the ground, panting. After a night of fighting, they finally managed to hold on to this primary shelter, and he also succeeded. Reach level 10. As for everyone else, they all looked tired. When the sunlight shone in through the gaps between the wooden boards of the window sills, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone also began to throw the corpses of zombies out of the supermarket for burning. Now that they had occupied the best supply spot, they did not have to worry about supplies. Their main job is to build this shelter and keep it. 5 days in this world are equivalent to 1 day in the real world. They have enough time. As the first batch of players, they are also ready to play the role of pioneer players. It's strange to say that the zombie attack was extremely fierce in the first half of the night. In the second half of the night, the zombies seemed to be attracted by something, but they defended very easily. The man with glasses changed out of his suit full of zombie blood and looked at the zombie body outside the supermarket, said that they went completely crazy before, but it was strange to think about it after it was over. Maybe we have almost exhausted the number of zombies in the first half of the night. Maybe it was because of the novice village. There was only one troublesome evolved zombie, which we jointly killed, and there were only ordinary zombies behind it. The strong man said while using the cart, he said while dragging the corpse of the zombie. But having said that, this kind of game is really fun. It's so real. Thinking of the scene of last night's cooperation in fighting against the zombie horde, some guys were still not satisfied even though they were a little tired. After all, this game was too real. At the same time, at a crossroads not far from the supermarket, a hill of corpses stood in the middle of the crossroads. The air was filled with the smell of blood and decay, attracting a large number of carrion crows. A zombie was wandering under the mountain of corpses. Suddenly he saw something crawling out of the mountain of corpses. Then the zombie burst out and rushed up to the mountain of corpses at an alarming speed. Ga. 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 The crows were alarmed and flew up together, forming a large black screen. The zombie opened its bloody mouth filled with maggots and bit into the target on the mountain of corpses. Suddenly a strong hand grabbed the zombie's head, and then the sound of the skull cracking was heard, and the head was crushed to pieces. Ding! The player has been upgraded. Luoikong, Manager, not fully activated, level, 15 life, 76/1500 physical strength, 5/1500 strength, 19 spirit, 6 agility, 21 resistance, 18 unassigned attribute points, 70 skills, none talents, virus resistance, have certain resistance to viruses, night vision. Luoikong gasped, looked at his attributes, and then added all 40 attribute points to speed, and the remaining 30 points to strength, spirit, and resistance. Even Luoikong didn't expect that his initial attributes after absorbing the virus crystals would be so explosive. You have to know that he killed all night and rose to level 15, but he didn't even add any attribute points. Now that he has added them all, his attributes are even more explosive. Now Luoikong can be sure that except for the mental bonus, the virus crystal has completely improved other aspects. Not only is the physical fitness extremely strong, it also has reaction speed and night vision energy that surpass ordinary people, and because of the virus the crystal is the essence of the virus. After fusion with Luoikong, ordinary zombie viruses can no longer even infect Luoikong. So I killed so many people. Looking at the mountain of corpses below, there were at least thousands of these zombies. Although they were all ordinary zombies, the visual impact was still very shocking. As an administrator, can I bring the power I gained from this world to the real world? Luoikong asked his administrator system. If this kind of strength could be brought to the real world, it would be very shocking. Well, with such a powerful strength of 1 against 1,000, he will definitely be the strongest person in the Yanhuang Starshu Empire. Only with complete administrator rights can you do this. Now you can only bring the power obtained from the virus crystal to the real world. The system's mechanical prompts replied to Luoikong, without any emotion in the voice. That's not bad. Luoikong smiled. Although he couldn't inherit 100% of the combat power of this world, he would get everything here one day after obtaining full administrator privileges. And even if he only temporarily inherited the power of the virus crystal and brought it to the real world, Luoikong could fight against thousands of zombies alone. After all, Luoikong killed thousands of ordinary zombies in one night in this world with the power of the virus crystal alone. Okay. Return now. As soon as Luoikong finished speaking, white light enveloped Luoikong. When he opened his eyes, he had returned to the real world, and it was already dawn. Because of the automatic switch when returning to the real world, the clothes on his body were all clean clothes, and his whole body was clean. He didn't look like he had been fighting zombies all night. A night of fighting gave Luoikong a general understanding of his own power. Not only did he know where his limit was, but he had also mastered this power, so he wouldn't crush his phone again. Luoikong. Luoikong. You haven't paid the rent yet. I know you're in there. Get out now. Knock, knock, knock. The violent knock on the door came, and Luoikong was immediately startled. It's over, my wallet is empty. Luoikong looked at his empty wallet. After paying the rent, he was completely penniless. I don't know how many days a person can survive without eating. Ding! Upgrade the primary shelter to the intermediate shelter and get 1,000 energy coins as a reward. The system prompt sounded, and Luoikong quickly opened the projection screen of that world and found that the original supermarket shelter had been welded with a layer of iron. This construction speed was beyond Luoikong's expectations. It seems that these guys are working hard. These 1,000 energy coins should be able to recruit some people. Luoikong smiled lightly. One connected device costs 10 energy coins, so this time he can directly recruit 100 people. Luoikong looked out the window and thought for a moment, then a light flashed in his hand, and there was an extra helmet. Luoikong has arrived outside the third hospital of the Shu Empire in Yanhuang Star. He has been to this hospital several times, so he knows the monitoring location very well. After perfectly avoiding the surveillance camera's perspective, Luo Wikong jumped over the 3-meter-high wall with a slight leap. With Luo Wikong's current physical fitness, jumping over the wall is as easy as jumping over a step. With such strong physical fitness, I am afraid that others may not be able to achieve this level after 20 years of hard training. At this time, 2 beams of bright light came from the park ahead. Luo Wikong quickly jumped into the flower bed and lay down. The source of the 2 beams of bright light was the 2 patrolling security guards. Fortunately, Luo Wikong was fast enough, so the security guard did not find Luo Wikong. Young man, you made the right choice. Work as a security guard directly after graduation and avoid 40 years of detours. Yes. How nice it would be to just lie flat on your back. The old security guard patted the young security guard next to him on the shoulder and smiled. The 2 of them were chatting happily as if they had known each other for years. They did not notice Luo Wikong hiding in the flower bed at all until they walked further and further away. It wasn't until the 2 left that Luo Wikong rushed out of the flower bed and rushed towards the inpatient department. Because he usually went to this hospital to see a doctor, Luo Wikong was familiar with the terrain and monitoring positions. There was only the sound of howling wind, and with the dark moon and high wind, even someone could only see a black shadow flashing past. Boom! Quickly rushing to the downstairs of the hospital, Luo Wikong jumped up and jumped onto the external chassis of the air conditioner on the 2nd floor. There was a muffled sound, which scared Luo Wikong. Luo Wikong looked down and saw that the chassis was dented. Fortunately, the muffled sound did not attract anyone's attention. Taking a deep breath, Luo Wikong jumped up and jumped to the 3rd floor. Darkness. Everything in front of her is always darkness. No one can understand the despair and pain of facing darkness forever. This pain has begun when she was 6 years old. She has been imprisoned in this dark cell since she was 6 years old, and only in that dream can she imagine herself as a complete person. I'm starving to death. You should have no problem with eating and drinking for free. A casual voice woke the girl up. For her, who had a very light sleep, any disturbance might wake her up. And that guy seemed to want to wake her up deliberately, eating the fruit on the table in front of her unscrupulously. Who are you? The girl asked the voice beside her. Although she couldn't see the person's appearance, the voice had a strange sense of familiarity. Judging from the sound of eating fruit, he was really very familiar. Hungry. Luo Wikong swallowed the fruit in his mouth, and then looked at the girl on the hospital bed. The girl's eyes were covered with a layer of gauze, but it could still be seen that the girl on the hospital bed was indeed a beauty. The moonlight shines into the ward through the window. Under the moonlight, the girl's skin looks as clear as jade, and her whole person looks like the most beautiful creature in the world, giving people a calm and ethereal feeling. It's a pity that the girl is blind in both eyes and her lower body is directly paralyzed. All this is due to a rare congenital disease. Before you tell me your name, should you tell me your name? My name is Luo Yiling, Luo Yiling replied calmly, with a kind of helplessness in his voice, perhaps helpless about his own fate. Luo Yiling, it seems like the name of an acquaintance of mine. Luo Wikong smiled faintly, and the young figure from his childhood could not help but appear in his mind, but if you think about it carefully, it shouldn't be such a coincidence. After all, the Luo Yiling he knew was a normal person. It's about me. What's your name? I'm a god. Luo Wikong didn't want to reveal his name. At least he controlled unimaginable secrets in this world. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Luo Wikong could only be more cautious. God, you are really good at joking. Wherever a god comes up, he would steal something to eat. Luo Yiling smiled slightly. Maybe it would be nice to have someone to talk to in these boring and dark days. Yes. Where can a god come to steal food? Luo Wikong laughed to himself, because he lived near the hospital, so he often saw this girl in a daze nearby. Luo Wikong is not a god and cannot be cold-blooded. For this Luo Wikong wants to help her, at least his current strength can help her. Meeting is fate. At least I have a strange sense of familiarity with you. Luo Wikong took out the connection helmet from the administrator system backpack, and then gently put it on Luo Yiling's head. This is, close your eyes. Although that world is not very beautiful, it can at least help you. Okay, Luo Yiling lay on the bed and began to relax her body. Although she didn't know why she believed in Luo Wikong so much, it might be that the voice gave her a sense of familiarity. Luo Wikong looked at Luo Yiling, who had entered that world, on the bed, then smiled faintly and began to eat the fruit on the table. Having administrator privileges means becoming the god of a world. Although Luo Wikong's privileges are not complete, one day he will become an existence above the world. Ordinary people with such privileges will definitely lose themselves, be high above, and think they are gods, but Luo Wikong does not want to forget his original intention as a mortal, because without this administrator privilege, he is just a mortal. He just wants the world to avoid a disaster, even if no one knows his name. Roar! Bang! Luo Wikong punched the zombie's head, and the next second the zombie's head exploded like a watermelon. That should be enough. After killing the zombies, Luo Wikong put the gold jewelry on the counter into the system backpack. Although gold has no value in this apocalyptic world, it can solve his urgent needs in his own world. Now there are 100 new players coming to the shelter. I believe that with the addition of 100 players, the progress of the shelter will definitely be faster. Luo Wikong only needs to collect energy coins in the back. So far, the players have not encountered any survivors, as if all humans on the surface of this world have been wiped out. Luo Wikong left the jewelry store, and the ground behind him was full of headless corpses of zombies. Luo Wikong now needs virus crystals, but evolved zombies are quite rare in this area. At least Luo Wikong has not encountered any. Because he has administrator privileges, Luo Wikong can view the map of the entire world. Now Luo Wikong plans to leave here and go to a more advanced area. Luo Wikong ran along the highway out of the city. At his current speed, even if the zombies found him, they would be left far behind. At present, the players are slow to conquer this world. Luo Wikong intends to explore this world as a pioneer. At least Luo Wikong knows from the memory he got from the virus crystal that if he wants to conquer this world completely, he will not only face zombies, but also things in the sky. Leaving the city, he saw a large desert. Even the highway was covered by the yellow sand. Luo Wikong didn't know how long it had been since the human extinction disaster, so that the whole world became like this. The virus not only infects humans, but is also deadly to animals and plants. Most plants cannot resist the invasion of the virus and die. As time goes by, the world begins to desertify, and no one can stop it. Walking in the desert, Luo Wikong couldn't help feeling desolate. That was the desolation after the extinction of life. The shadow blocked the scorching sun above Luo Wikong's head. Luo Wikong saw a big bird with many pustules all over its body swooping down on him. Without any hesitation, Luo Wikong immediately took out the rifle in the system backpack and fired at the swooping bird. Da-da-day. The muzzle spewed flames, and the bullets hit the bird's body, causing the abscesses on its body to burst on the spot, but even so, the bird still had no fear and did not slow down at all. It's useless. Luo Wikong was shocked. Seeing that the bird was about to rush in front of him, Luo Wikong chose to take the initiative and jumped up to punch the bird's head. But the distance of the punch was too short after all, and the bird easily dodged it. Then a pair of sharp bird claws directly pierced Luo Wikong's shoulders and grabbed Luo Wikong into the air. It's over. Return now. Luo Wikong knew that the sky was the territory of the bird. If he was taken to a high altitude, even if Luo Wikong killed the bird, he would die if he fell down. Ding. Combat state, unable to return. The cold reminder of the system instantly chilled Luo Wikong's heart. He had just left the novice village and encountered such an enemy. Moreover, Luo Wikong did not know what would happen if he, the administrator, died. Would it be declared a failure of the strategy? Luo Wikong did not dare to try, because once the strategy failed, it would be disastrous for his own world. The big bird did not kill Luo Wikong, and Luo Wikong did not continue to attack the big bird. The big bird seemed to deliberately spare Luo Wikong's life. Luo Wikong was very puzzled by this, but after being held in the air by the big bird for more than 10 minutes, Luo Wikong saw the huge bird's nest in front of him, and he understood what was going on. As he approached the bird's nest, the cry of the young bird came into Luo Wikong's ears. It was obvious that the big bird wanted to treat him as food for the young bird. In order to keep it fresh, or to let the young bird learn to fight, it spared Luoikong's life. The bird's nest is on top of a building, and half of the building has been buried in the yellow sand. In the yellow sand, Luoikong can still see some corners of the building. Boom! After arriving above the bird's nest, Luoikong was thrown down hard and fell heavily into the bird's nest. As Luoikong fell, all the young birds in the bird's nest surrounded him. Those young birds were bald all over, and some places had disgusting pustules. These young birds were as big as calves, and they opened their beaks at Luoikong, looking ferocious. Luoikong was not an administrator of this doomsday, and he never thought that he would be so aggrieved at this moment. If the administrator's authority was not fully enabled, how could he fall to this point? It is too difficult for one person to conquer this world, so Luoikong recruited a large number of players. He only needs to survive. As long as he survives and increases the number of players, one day those players will be like locusts passing through. Thinking of this, Luoikong knew that his life represented not only himself, but also the world behind him, so he had to survive. System. What will happen if I die? Luoikong asked the system. He needed an answer. If the host dies, he will return to the original world, but it will be regarded as a failure of the attack. I understand. Hearing the cold answer of the system, Luoikong also had the answer in his heart. Bang! Luoikong punched a young bird on the head, causing the bird's head to explode. Even with an injured shoulder, the power of Luoikong's punch was still amazing. Ignoring the pain in his shoulder, Luoikong rushed over and grabbed one of the young birds and choked him. The big bird on top of his head wanted to attack Luoikong, but when he saw Luoikong using the young bird as a shield, he hesitated for a moment. The big bird was a few meters in front of Luoikong and didn't dare to approach. When Luoikong returned to the game without success, he began to look for an escape route around him. Even with the administrator system, Luoikong knew that he was not a god. He was at most the existence behind the players, and his real strength was only a little stronger than those players. Exchange. Flash bomb. Luoikong immediately exchanged a flash bomb with energy coins, then bit the pull ring and pulled it, throwing it on the ground in front of him. A dazzling white light burst out, and Luoikong seized this hard-won opportunity and quickly escaped. After all, Luoikong knew that facing the big bird, he had no advantage when he was injured. Boom! The mutated big bird hit the building, shattering the tempered glass on the surface of the building. The mutated big bird rushed into the floor where Luoikong was like a sharp arrow. A large number of tables and chairs were crushed to pieces, and documents were scattered. It was like snowflakes occupying Luoikong's sight. No matter which floor Luoikong is hiding in the building, the mutated big bird can always find Luoikong's location accurately. It may be because Luoikong killed the young bird. This mutated big bird appears to be extremely violent, even somewhat desperate. Exchange. Absorption grenade. Luoikong spent energy coins to exchange for a grenade, and then pulled away the safety ring of the grenade. At this time, the big bird opened its huge beak and came to Luoikong. Go to hell! Luoikong threw the grenade in his hand, and the absorbing grenade was swallowed by the big bird and immediately absorbed into the big bird's esophagus. Boom! With a loud noise, there was an explosion at the big bird's neck. In the flames of the explosion, the head like a small car was blown away directly and hit the wall beside Luoikong. The wall was directly hit and covered with paper, full of cracks. The power of the explosion was too great, and the distance was relatively close, and the grenade used was not an ordinary grenade. Luoikong, who was affected, was also thrown away by the shock wave of the explosion, and hit the wall hard, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Ding! Kill a mutant bird and get 5,000 experience, ding! The player has been upgraded. After killing the mutated bird, Luoikong was directly promoted to a level. The aftermath of the explosion just now caused Luoikong to lose 1/3 of his health. Although he survived by chance and fought back, the pain on his body was clearly visible. Feedback was given to Luoikong. Luoikong, who was lying on the ground at this moment, had been beaten to pieces by the fragments carried by the explosion shockwave. He could feel the pain of tearing flesh and blood even if he moved his body slightly. Hiss! The severe pain made Luo Wukong couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Holding back the severe pain, Luo Wukong dragged his body and forced himself to sit up. Luo Wukong didn't know whether other players could feel 100% of the pain in this world like him. This fierce battle taught Luo Wukong a lesson. After absorbing the virus crystal, Luo Wukong was still too confident in his own strength. Everything he has now is just brought about by the administrator authority system. Luo Wukong is not a god. Since he is not a god, he cannot act recklessly in this world. It is important to realize his position. At this moment, Luo Wukong is no longer high. Look at yourself, but reposition yourself as an ordinary person. After resting for a while, Luo Wukong stood up despite the severe pain, walked to the body of the mutated bird, searched carefully, and found that there was no virus crystal. This made Luo Wukong a little disappointed. After all, this mutant bird was still much stronger than the zombies in the novice area. System. Is there any recovery potion? After hearing Luo Wukong's words, a virtual window popped up immediately, and there happened to be a biological repair potion on it, costing 10 crystal coins each. Is it so expensive? And it can only be used once in a short period of time. It can restore 35% of the injuries on the body at one time. If you want to fully recover, you can only wait for the subsequent slow recovery. Luo Wukong smiled bitterly. After all, the exchange of administrator privileges system, it is impossible to give Luo Wukong a magical medicine to bring back the dead because it only exists in this zombie world. Although he feels a little distressed, the injuries on his body are even more painful now, which will greatly affect Luo Wukong's next actions. After taking a deep breath, Luo Wukong still chose to redeem, and then a syringe appeared in Luo Wukong's hand. The syringe contained an unknown green liquid. Luo Wukong picked up the syringe and plunged it into his shoulder. As the medicine entered his body, Luo Wukong's injuries began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the pain on his body also eased a bit. Throwing the empty syringe on the ground, Luo Wukong stood up from the ground. Although it was still a little painful, it no longer affected his movements. The top priority now is to get out of here. After all, there is a bird's nest above the building. Luo Wukong is not sure whether there is only one mutant bird. Don't move! Just when Luo Wukong was about to leave the building, the cold muzzle of the gun was pressed against the back of Luo Wukong's head. There was absolutely no possibility of mistakes at such a short distance. As long as Luo Wukong acted rashly, he would definitely be shot in the head. There were still people in this world. Luo Wukong was overjoyed. If humans in this world were not completely destroyed, it would undoubtedly be good news for Luo Wukong, which would at least significantly reduce the difficulty of conquering this world. Did you come from the sky? A cold female voice came from behind, and then several heavily armed guys surrounded Luo Wukong, with the rifles in their hands locked on Luo Wukong. Heaven? No, I am a human being. Luo Wukong forced a smile. From the other party's cold voice, Luo Wukong could hear the other party's strong hostility. Of course I know you are a human. What I am asking you is, are you a human from heaven? As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Wukong heard the sound of the other party opening the safety of the rifle. He was so shocked that Luo Wukong broke into a cold sweat. Calm down. Calm down? You guys who claim to be advanced humans now want others to calm down. It's really disgusting. The signal here has been blocked, you can't contact the sky. The woman behind him smiled coldly. It seems that Luo Wukong thought she was a guy from the sky. Advanced human? What? I don't know. Stop pretending. The Spark base doesn't have your information at all, and none of the more than 30 million people matched or completely matched with you. You still say you are not from the sky. The woman raised the butt of the gun angrily, and hit Luo Wukong's head with the butt of the gun, knocking Luo Wukong to the ground. Seeing Luo Wukong fall to the ground, several fully armed guys rushed up, pressed Luo Wukong under them, and began to tie him up, apparently intending to capture Luo Wukong alive. Seeing that the other party did not intend to kill him, Luo Wukong also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he didn't die, it would be fine. As long as he didn't die, he wouldn't be considered a failure in the attack, and his world could still be saved. Those guys dragged Luoyikong away without any intention of being polite, but what surprised Luoyikong was that the elevator inside this seemingly abandoned building was actually working normally, which means that these guys came up by elevator.
What is this coming down? Luoyikong asked the leading woman.
Although the other party was wearing a gas mask and her expression could not be seen, a murderous aura suddenly came over her, causing Luoyikong to shut his mouth. The elevator leads all the way to the depths of the underground. Luoyikong stayed in the elevator for several minutes and still didn't reach the end. The weightlessness of the elevator's rapid descent made Luoyikong feel uneasy. But compared to these, what made Luoyikong feel even more uneasy was a dagger on his neck. Luoyikong didn't dare to say a word, for fear that the irritable woman would wipe his neck. Boom! There was a muffled sound, and the elevator shook. The irritable woman also put away the dagger on Luoyikong's neck. Then the elevator door opened, and what came into view was a group of heavily armed guys, even armored vehicles.
Look!
Come on, those guys have got the news and have been waiting for me here for a long time.
Is this the man from the sky? He made such a big noise at outpost number 2.
Xiao Yaya will surely get a lot of material rewards if he catches this guy.
Why don't you treat me to a drink?
A slovenly middle-aged man. The young man staggered out of the crowd and came to Luoyikong. His drunken look was incompatible with this serious scene, and the man looked as if a gust of wind could blow him down.
Roll!
The irritable woman who was escorting Luoyikong didn't waste any time and kicked the middle-aged man. The latter was kicked to the ground and rolled several times on the smooth deck before he stopped.
Then he was beaten.
Wine burp, even though the nose keeps spurting blood due to the close contact with the ground.
Belch!
Luoyikong was speechless when he saw this scene, but everyone present was already accustomed to all this. Soon 2 soldiers ran over and dragged the drunken middle-aged man down, leaving a long line on the ground.
Long bloodstains.
Take him to Dr. Harley and let the doctor find where his mark is, so that we can counterattack the city of God. I said, isn't it a little bad for you to reveal your purpose like this?
Humph. It's been 20 years.
It's been so hard to find one, so of course we won't let it go.
And do you think there's still a chance of getting out alive after entering the fire base?
God City has been searching for 20 years and still hasn't found it. You guys, the guys in the sky, must think that humans are extinct.
Then I'll show you.
The irritable woman grabbed Luoyikong's collar and dragged him to the edge of the steel platform. Looking along the woman's line of sight, what he saw was a spectacular underground city.
Thousands of lights made the dark underground. The world is like daytime. On the streets, armed mechas are maintaining the order of the streets. The people on the streets are orderly without any chaos. Everyone has their own at work. I don't feel like I'm in the end of the world at all. Is this the last fire for humans in this world? Luoyikong was still very shocked by all this. This underground miracle created by the last batch of humans has made the behemoth in the sky not find it for 20 years. They didn't even leave any extra traces on the surface for years. Luoyikong thought of the building. It seemed that he had bumped into it by mistake. That building happened to be one of the entrances to the base. The sound of his fighting attracted the attention of the underground base. In addition, he was not a member of this underground base, so he was regarded as a guy from the sky. However, from their words, Luoyikong roughly understood that the guys in the sky were not aliens, but another group of humans who were more advanced than ordinary humans. What is happening in the world today is a civil war between advanced humans and ordinary humans, and the zombie virus may have been created by advanced humans themselves in order to completely exterminate all ordinary humans. I have a question. What is the difference between advanced humans and ordinary humans? Luoyikong asked his question to the irritable woman next to him. At present, Luoyikong knows that he may be useful to them, so he should not death, so I boldly asked. The irritable woman did not answer Luoyikong, but looked at Luoyikong like an idiot. Maybe she didn't understand how Luoyikong, a person in this world, could ask such an idiotic common-sense question. There were no unnecessary words, and she didn't want to waste time with Luoyikong. She waved her hand lightly, and the 2 soldiers dragged Luoyikong down. Under the huge steel platform was a track that led directly to the depths of the firebase. Luoycong was roughly thrown into the carriage of the armed train, and then the train started and headed for the depths of the firebase. The carriage was a completely closed space, and Luoycong could not see what was going on outside. However, since he accidentally stumbled into this only underground base for mankind, Luoycong was still full of curiosity about everything here. If he wanted to conquer this world, Luoycong knew that this base might be an extremely important link. Now Luoycong already knows where this place is. As long as he gives those players a little guidance, those players who leave the novice area can find it. By then, this will be the first NPC town and the only one. Using this town as a base, players can continue to become stronger, and NPCs can also experience the player's power. Anyway, the player's system is controlled by himself. Luoycong only needs to be the person behind the player. After the player becomes stronger, under the mandatory requirements of the system, it will be difficult for those players to be second-rate players. Thinking of this, Luoycong's mouth tilted slightly, revealing a smile. "Why are you laughing?" The soldiers next to him felt a little unhappy when they saw the mean smile on Luoycong's face. After all, in Luoycong's eyes, he was just a bastard from the sky. Seeing the soldier raise the butt of his gun, Luoycong quickly shut up. After all, he didn't want to be beaten again. If Luoycong wanted to conquer this world, he must not be an enemy of this spark base. After all, they had a common enemy, the zombies, and those high-ranking guys in the sky. The train stopped, and Luoycong was immediately taken off the train. A group of guys in white coats had been waiting for Luoycong for a long time, and their eyes were shining when they looked at Luoycong. A young man in a white coat came out of the crowd, took out a strange instrument in his hand and scanned Luoycong, then frowned. "Broken?" The young man in a white coat looked at the instrument in his hand, then looked at Luoycong in front of him, and then scratched his head. "What's wrong?" A hoarse voice came, and Luoycong saw an old man squeezed out of the group of white coats, took the instrument from the young man and took a look. "Damn! How did you survive?" Forbidden Zone. Every resident of the Heavenly Divine City has his or her own mark number, otherwise it would be difficult to move in the Heavenly Divine City, even to open a door. In order to prevent the enemy from sneaking in, everyone in the Spark base has a mark from birth, just like in the Divine City. The mark exists in the genes and there is no possibility of hiding. The instrument shows that there is no mark, and he is just like a newborn. In other words, he is not from the sky, nor from the Spark base, so there is only one possibility, that is, he is a human on the surface. But in 20 years, the humans on the surface have been confirmed to be extinct, and even if he can survive, how did he escape the eyes of God for 20 years? And how can he survive with so many zombies and monsters? Hearing the old man's words, everyone looked at Luoycong, and his eyes were like seeing a ghost. The Eye of God of the Divine City is a monitoring and defense satellite that is spread throughout the planet's low Earth orbit. The dense Eye of God occupies the sky of the entire planet, conducts comprehensive monitoring of the ground, and acts as the eyes of the Divine City. It can be said that all changes on the planet cannot escape the eyes of the higher humans in the sky. They look down on everything from above, waiting for the zombies and ordinary humans to disappear and then return. The Fire Seed base is very cautious in every action. Even if they go out, they carry shielding devices to shield the eyes in the sky. No one will be as swaggering as Luoycong, even if the City of God is no longer on the planet. How did you survive these 20 years? Where are you from? The old man asked with a serious expression. Looking at the old man in front of him and the performance of the people around him, it seems that everyone here is centered on him. The old man pressed the remote control in his hand, and a planet projection appeared in front of Luoycong. Under the instructions of the administrator system, Luoycong determined the novice area and enlarged that area. "I'm from here, and there are many people there." Luoycong did not hide this matter, because other players always come to this Fire Seed base. "This place is. It's that place." Everyone present looked at the location pointed by Luoycong on the projection map. All of them showed a look of surprise. In Luoycong's eyes, it was just a novice area where players appeared, but in those people's eyes, that place was a forbidden area for gods. The so-called forbidden area for gods is the forbidden area divided by the Fireseed base and the heavenly god city. Although the two forces are like water and fire, they have no intention of getting involved in that forbidden area. In that area, if affected by a certain force, not only will all electronic equipment be scrapped, but the search team will also be directly infected with the virus when they enter, whether it is ordinary humans or advanced humans. No one knows what the reason is. They only know that the place represents death, just like the forbidden area divided by the gods, and even the eye of God that covers the orbit of the planet cannot spy on it. Some people say that there is the original pathogen of the zombie virus, Genesis virus, in that place. Such an area is simply a novice protection area specially prepared by this world for Luo Wukong and those players. It is not known whether it is the will of the rules of this world or the work of the previous administrator. Luo Wukong does not know all this. At this time, Luo Wukong didn't even know that the area was such a terrible place, he just thought it was an ordinary abandoned city. No one doubted Luo Wukong's words, because the scanning instrument showed that Luo Wukong did not have the genetic imprint of the heavenly city, nor the genetic imprint of the fire base, so he could only come from the surface. The only place on the surface that could escape the eye of God could be that area. Everyone looked at Luo Wukong with a different look, the hostility and surprise in their eyes disappeared, replaced by a look of hope, a hope that humans could return to the surface. In that area, no matter whether it was the advanced humans in the sky or the ordinary humans underground, as long as they entered, they would be infected with the virus inexplicably, even if they were fully protected. Luo Wukong came out of that area, which meant that his body had antibodies to the Genesis virus, which was their hope. You should have no objection to drawing a little blood from you. No objection. Hearing that the old man believed him, Luo Wukong was relieved. Anyway, it was just a little blood drawing, and it wouldn't hurt. Okay. You two take him to draw a liter of blood first. Just make sure he doesn't die. If you draw less, it won't be enough. 1 liter. You call this a little? Luo Wukong almost fainted when he heard that he had to draw a liter of blood. He could already imagine how exhausted he would be. Even though Luo Wukong kept protesting, he was still carried away by 2 big men. After Luo Wukong was taken away, a group of researchers representing the most advanced fire base began to discuss fiercely. Everyone knew that if Luo Wukong really came from that place and had antibodies to the Genesis virus, it meant that the day for them to return to the surface and fight a decisive battle with the heavenly city would come. Dr. Halley. According to observations from Outpost Number 1, the heavenly city has left the satellite area number 341 and is moving towards the planet. A soldier trotted up to the old man named Halley and reported the news he had just received to the old man. When everyone heard the report, there was dead silence. How much time do we have? Halley asked. In fact, he was mentally prepared. The moment Luo Wukong appeared, it meant that the heavenly god city already knew the situation here. We still have 931 days. According to calculations, after 931 days, the god city will reach the low Earth orbit. But before the god city arrives, there must be an advance team. Everyone present looked unhappy. They did not expect the god city to move so quickly. They thought they had at least 10 years of preparation time. Many of these people survived the catastrophe war 20 years ago. The terrible destructive power of the huge god city is deeply rooted in everyone's heart. With the technology they have, they can't fight against the god city at all. The return of the god city means that they have to completely control this planet. Whether it is the Fireseed base or the zombies on the surface, they will face a catastrophe. If those people in the God City obtain the gene that is immune to the Genesis virus through studying Luo Wukong, then it will be a complete and irreversible disaster. You stay here for the time being. You can't go anywhere without the order of your superiors. The soldier threw the exhausted Luo Wukong on the bed, warned him and left the room. Luo Wukong raised his head weakly and took a look at his blood bar. He found that after the blood was drawn, his blood bar was directly reduced by half. If the other party drew more, he might really die. In this world, Luo Wukong experienced all his feelings 100%. I don't know if it was because of excessive blood loss. Luo Yikong felt sleepy, but still forced his slightly heavy eyelids to look at the environment of this room. In this doomsday world, this room is even too luxurious. Even Luo Yikong's room in the real world can never compare with it. All the daily necessities are available, but this room is completely closed, just to lock Luo Yikong here. Want to trap me? Return. As soon as Luo Yikong finished speaking, the light enveloped him, and then Luo Yikong disappeared in this room. The light disappeared quickly, and Luo Yikong sat on the sofa. The weakness in his body disappeared without a trace after returning to the real world, as if he was revived with full blood. It seems that those guys want to use me as a guinea pig for continuous research, but how can I be so easy to control? Luo Yikong thought of the players in the novice area. Now he has to think about increasing the number and strength of players, otherwise he will have no say after contacting the fire base. Luo Yikong is a special existence for the fire base, but his own strength is limited, so he can only become a guinea pig. Relying on others is never reliable. Luo Yikong wants to hold the power to change that world in his own hands. The players who are constantly getting stronger will be his sharpest sword. Luo Yikong originally wanted to let the players contact the fire base, but now it seems that early contact is not a good thing. Before the players have the strength that makes the fire base afraid, it is best not to have any contact. The biggest mistake of Luo Yikong and the players was to treat that world as a game, but that world is completely apocalyptic. Since it is the apocalypse, everything must be done with caution. System. Can the NPCs of that world enter the novice area where the players are? Luo Yikong asked the system. He had revealed the location of the players before, so he had to take some actions. The safe zone divided by the rules of that world cannot be entered by the forces of that world, even the stronger monsters and zombies cannot enter. The cold voice of the system came, and this cold voice made Luo Yikong relieved, because the safety of the players was guaranteed. System. Who is the highest level player now? Luo Yikong wanted to cultivate a group of top players. After all, those players are the sharp knives facing the heavenly god city in the future. It is useless to rely on oneself to become strong in that world. Now none of the players have left the novice area, and in that novice area, if you want to reach a high level, you can only do it through endless fighting. Luo Yikong wants to find the player with the most potential. Players don't have the same authority as Luo Yikong. Luo Yikong can leave the novice area directly regardless of level, but those players must be at least level 20 to leave. Luo Yiling. Luo Yikong was stunned when he saw the girl in the red dress fighting in the zombies on the screen. No, she was not wearing a red dress, but a white dress, but it was dyed red with blood. The ground around was covered with zombie corpses, which was even more outrageous than the zombies he had killed all night that day. Boom! Lightning flashed across the sky, followed by heavy rain. Blood and rain mixed together. Under the rain, Luo Yiling seemed to be in a river of blood mixed with corpses and blood. The cold and ruthless look made Luo Yikong feel frightened. Although they were in different worlds, Luo Yikong could still feel her unstoppable and uncontrollable killing. With a clang, the red samurai sword in Luo Yiling's hand fell off and fell to the ground. In Luo Yiling's eyes, this world only had blood and corpses, not a single zombie. That sword is weird. Seeing the samurai sword with a strange light in the picture, he immediately realized the problem. System, analyze that weapon for me. Ding. Weapons outside the world cannot be analyzed. Weapons outside the world? What do you mean? Luo Yikong heard that even his administrator system could not analyze it, and instantly realized that the weapon might be something beyond the administrator system's cognition. That weapon does not belong to that world, nor does it belong to this world, but to a completely unfamiliar world, so it has a blessing of a broken world rule and cannot be analyzed. However, judging from the owner's play record, the owner calls that weapon the other shore. The other shore? Luo Yikong frowned. The weapon obviously had a certain impact on the user's spirit. Luo Yikong was still frightened by Luo Yiling's appearance in the picture just now. Level 26. In such a short time, her level is much higher than mine. What kind of killings did she go through? How many zombies did she kill? Luo Yikong's expression was a little solemn, because the weapon called the other shore was beyond his system's cognition.
Luo Yikong thought of the blind girl with paralyzed lower body on the hospital bed, and immediately stood up, ran to the balcony, and then jumped down. For Luo Yikong at this moment, this height is not worth mentioning at all. Ordinary people may fall and become disabled, but Luo Yikong has been strengthened after all, and the height of the third floor is completely child's play. Bang! His legs fell heavily on the ground, and the air waves he raised rolled up the surrounding fallen leaves. Fortunately, it was night time, and no one saw Luo Yikong jumping from the third floor. He quickly ran towards the nearby hospital. Luo Yikong was very curious about the things on the other side. At the same time, Luo Yiling, as the highest level player now, has the qualifications to leave the novice protection zone. It can be said that it is not an exaggeration to call her the top player at this stage, and she has a very high training value. In addition to Luo Yiling's great use to him, Luo Yikong not only has sympathy for Luo Yiling, but also has an inexplicable sense of familiarity. This familiarity is not an illusion, as if he really knew her before. He quickly climbed over the wall of the hospital. For the next route, Luo Yikong was completely familiar with it. "Mr. God, are you here to eat and drink for free again?" Hearing the movement from the window, Luo Yiling took off her helmet and smiled. Compared with the slightly melancholy when Luo Yikong saw her for the first time, this time Luo Yiling rarely smiled. Although the world is big, Luo Yiling could not see anything before. Her completely paralyzed lower body made it impossible for her to leave the room by her own strength. She always heard others say how beautiful this world is, but she could not experience this beauty. Although the world connected by the helmet is the end of the world, it is no longer pitch black for Luo Yiling, and she is no longer bound by a bed, a room, or a hospital. Although it is the end of the world, in Luo Yiling's view, that world is much happier than the dark world she lives in. At least she can live as a healthy person. All this is thanks to the so-called God, so when she heard the movement of the window, Luo Yiling smiled for the first time. "Gods don't eat and drink for free. You performed very well in that world. I came to praise you. How about it? Are you very touched?" Luo Yikong sat down by the window and looked at the girl named Luo Yiling. The end of the world in the eyes of others might be heaven for her. No. In fact, those people also took good care of me. I just think that I must not disappoint Mr. God's expectations. But speaking of it, what does Mr. God look like? Luo Yiling looked at Luo Yikong. She was also very curious about the gods who could connect the two worlds. What does that mysterious existence look like? One day, you will see it. But let me remind you, don't die in that world, because there will be side effects on the real world. And the dead are eliminated and can't return to that world. Luo Yikong already knew that for that world, players are simply one-time existences. Once they die, there is no possibility of resurrection, and there may be some unknown impacts on themselves in the real world. Not only players, Luo Yikong will not have a second chance if he dies. Well, then in order not to waste the precious opportunity given by Mr. God, I will definitely try my best to live. Hearing that she might not be able to go to that world, Luo Yiling's expression immediately became serious. She had already lost hope for the future. Now that she finally saw hope in that world, how could she give up? After experiencing the dark loneliness, she didn't want to return to the endless darkness and loneliness. In addition, I have to ask you one thing, about the weapon you have in that world, the other side. Luo Yikong got to the point. Luo Yikong was very concerned about the strange weapon. After all, it was not a weapon from that world. The other side, does Mr. God know that weapon too? When I first saw that weapon, I only heard a voice that made me pull it up. It was a sad weapon, hated and abandoned by the owner. Like me, that child is a lonely existence. She is protecting me, and I am protecting her. When Luo Yiling talked about the weapon, she did not regard the weapon as a dead object, but as a living, emotional person. Do weapons really feel the same as people? Luo Yikong didn't understand. Even if the weapon was a little strange, it was still a dead object in Luo Yikong's eyes, and it couldn't be like a human. To Luo Yikong, all this was nothing more than Luo Yiling's self-conceit. After all, she was a lonely existence. That weapon is a little strange. What I want to ask is how you feel when you use it. Where did that weapon come from? Feeling? I don't feel anything. If I really have to say what I feel, it's when I hold the other shore. I feel afraid of nothing, as if she is protecting me. When I first met the other shore, that is, when I first went to that world, the sword stood there quietly, as if waiting for my arrival. Hearing Luo Yiling's words, Luo Yikong frowned slightly. According to Luo Yiling's words, all this seemed to be arranged by someone. His own administrator authority system, Luo Yiling's weapon, the other shore beyond the world, and the God-restricted area divided by the world rules, all these seem to be prearranged. Mr. God, when can we meet in that world? Luo Yiling suddenly asked. In Luo Yiling's heart, Luo Yikong was the one who brought her light, and she wanted to see what the person who brought light looked like. Looking at Luo Yiling's eyes covered with gauze, Luo Yikong jumped down from the window, walked in front of Luo Yiling, and smiled slightly. When you become the strongest player in that world, you will be qualified to see me. How could Luo Yikong expose his identity casually? With an administrator authority system that can affect the fate of two worlds, Luo Yikong knows what his decision can affect. No problem. But Mr. God, can you let me touch your face? Just once, Luo Yiling showed a longing look. Even though Luo Yikong couldn't see Luo Yiling's eyes because of the gauze, he could still feel her longing. Of course, no problem. Luo Yikong squatted down and put his face closer. Then the jade-like little hand touched Luo Yikong's face. The hands were slightly cold, with a unique fragrance of a young girl. In an instant, Luo Yikong seemed to have an illusion, as if he had experienced all this himself. So warm, so familiar, as if we've known each other before, Luo Yiling murmured to herself. For some reason, she always felt as if Luo Yikong, this stranger, had known her for a long time. Okay, it's time, I should go too. Luo Yikong broke free from Luo Yiling's hands, then rushed to the window and jumped down. Wait! Luo Yiling shouted to Luo Yikong, but the only response she got was the cold wind blowing in from the window. After feeling that Luo Yikong had left, Luo Yiling lay powerlessly on the bed, then clenched her fists, as if she had made up her mind, picked up the helmet beside her and put it on again. Luo Yiling wanted to become the strongest player in the world and meet that guy. Although she didn't know why she was so eager, there seemed to be a voice in her soul telling her to catch up with him, catch up with that person, because only in this way could she get an answer, she could be completely at ease. An unknown infectious disease has been discovered in Hengqiao Street, City X, Great Shu. The street has been blocked and controlled. People in City X should take protective measures when going out. According to official news, the first patient was a 19-year-old game anchor. The news was broadcast on TV. Luo Yikong frowned while watching the TV news, because Hengqiao Street was a small street with only a 19-year-old game anchor. And that guy was one of Luo Yikong's first batch of players and the first player to be killed. Luo Yikong clearly remembered that the guy was pierced through the chest by an evolved zombie and then swallowed by the zombie group. If the mysterious infectious disease was related to the death of the player, it was not good news. That means that the death of the player has a lot of impact on the real world, but may bring some terrible things from that world to this real world, such as the Genesis virus. The invasion of the real world a year later may not come instantly, but may also be a little bit of erosion of this world, until the real world also becomes the end of the world. Time is urgent. I hope it's just an ordinary infectious disease, otherwise, it will be a bit troublesome. Luo Yikong felt the pressure. If it was the so-called Genesis virus of the infectious disease world, it would be an unprecedented disaster for this world. Ding! The intermediate shelter has been upgraded to an advanced shelter, and 5,000 energy coins have been rewarded. The speed of those guys really didn't disappoint me. Next, use the 5,000 energy coins to recruit another 500 players. The more players there are, the more energy coins Luo Yikong will get, and then use the energy coins to recruit a large number of players. In this way, the cycle continues, and a large number of players will become a force that cannot be ignored in that world. Luo Yikong exchanged 5,000 energy coins for 500 connected helmets, and these helmets will be placed on the mysterious website by Luo Yikong. The administrator system will select the appropriate reservation for himself and let him become a player. Luo Yikong handed all this over to the administrator system, and he just had to be the person behind the scenes. Luo Yikong checked the progress of his administrator privileges. Because he discovered the Fireseed base, the administrator privileges were unlocked by 1%. He is still an apprentice administrator, but at least it is not 0%. It's time to seize the time to conquer that world. Luo Yikong closed his eyes, and at that moment the white light enveloped Luo Yikong. After waiting for a few seconds, when Luo Yikong opened his eyes again, he found himself in an alley. The alley was full of domestic garbage and filled with pungent smells. From time to time, groups of rats and cockroaches ran past Luo Yikong in this dark alley. Looking up, Luo Yikong saw a solid rock wall and could not see the sky at all. There is no doubt that this is still in the Fireseed base, but every time Luo Yikong landed, it was a rough area. Any place in that rough area could be Luo Yikong's landing point. But for Luo Yikong, he just had to leave the prison-like room in the Fireseed base. Luo Yikong walked towards the end of the alley. The road full of garbage made Luo Yikong pinch his nose. At this time, Luo Yikong suddenly felt as if he had stepped on something and lost his balance. Fortunately, he held the wall in time to prevent his body from coming into close contact with the smelly garbage. "Who is it? Step on my feet." An impatient voice came, and then Luo Yikong saw the bags of garbage piled up in front of him being pushed away, and a dirty man crawled out of them, holding an empty wine bottle in his hand. "It's you!" Luo Yikong and the man saw each other at the same time and recognized each other's identity. The dirty man in front of Luo Yikong was the drunkard Luo Yikong saw when he was arrested at the fire base that day. He was kicked to the ground by the fierce woman who escorted him at that time. "Everyone in the entire Spark base has been looking for you for 3 days. I didn't expect you to hide here. You are really good at hiding. How much wine can I get if I catch you?" The man threw away the empty bottle in his hand and rubbed his hands at Luo Yikong. "Even if you catch me, I can still get out." "But don't you really think you can catch me?" Luo Yikong knew that the man in front of him was just an ordinary person. It was impossible to catch him who was strengthened by the virus crystal. "That's right. I know you are very strong, otherwise the noise you made outside would not attract the attention of the Spark base. How about this? You earn supplies for me to exchange for wine, and I hide your identity for you, how about it?" The man thought carefully and proposed to Luo Yikong. He also knew that Luo Yikong, who had no mark, could not move at all in this Spark base. "You are from the Spark base, are you sure you want to do this?" Luo Yikong frowned. This dirty guy didn't look very reliable. "I know that Iduan and Dun Dun have wine. We both get what we need. You want an identity in the Spark base, and I want good wine. Aren't you afraid that I am a threat to the Spark base? Or that I am an enemy? This Spark base is the last underground shelter for mankind. As a resident of this shelter, shouldn't you be more cautious? Everyone will die eventually. What does their business have to do with me? Stop talking nonsense. This is a simulation mask and a syringe with a genetic imprinting agent. Do you want it?" When the man took out these two things from his pocket, Luo Yikong was stunned. "Does this guy carry such things with him? Do you carry such things with you?" "I customized this mask. I wear it when I do bad things to hide my identity. As for this genetic imprinting agent, I secretly took it from Bai Shuaiyue. After all, she is also in charge of this in the fire base." "Bai Shuaiyue? You should know her. She is the woman who brought you in 3 days ago. Isn't she fierce?" "Indeed." Luo Yikong nodded and agreed. "Brother, what's your name?" "My name is Luo Yikong." "Luo Yikong. Okay, just call me Lao Hui. Then will the deal between us continue? If you don't agree, I will call someone immediately, and you can't refuse at all." Lao Hui stared at Luo Yikong and smiled evilly. He knew that Luo Yikong would not refuse. "Okay, I promise you. But you have to arrange an identity for me." "Okay." The Spark base is the same as the Heavenly Divine City. The way they identify enemies is to rely on the marks in the genes, and the marks on the genes cannot be changed or hidden. Since the establishment of the spark base, the marks have been injected into everyone's genes, and this mark will be inherited forever. This genetic mark makes it almost impossible for the spark base and the heavenly divine city to have traitors and spies, because both sides can see it at a glance with just a little inspection, and the humans in the sky are extremely arrogant and will not give the underground humans a chance to survive. The syringe with the genetic mark in Lao Hui's hand is the original spark mark, but Bai Shuoyue is responsible for managing these sealed spark mark personnel, and it is unknown what means Lao Hui used to steal the mark. The fire-based black market is very powerful. I have just contacted them and arranged an identity for you on the Firebase data network. The name is still yours, but you can't show your true face. After all, that girl and those people remember what you look like. Lao Hui took a sip of the white wine in his hand, and then reminded Luo Yikong behind him. Are you so powerful? Luo Yikong frowned slightly. Is this guy who looks unreliable beside him really so powerful? Of course, I was one of the planners of the Firebase plan 20 years ago. Those guys still respect me. Lao Hui took another sip and said confidently. Then you will be beaten? Luo Yikong really couldn't imagine, if Lao Hui really had such a skill, how could he be like this now? Luo Yikong still remembered the way Lao Hui was beaten by Bai Shuoyue that day. It's hard to explain. Everyone has a story, right? Lao Hui smiled bitterly, with a look of pain on his face, as if he was extremely painful just thinking about the past. Boom boom boom. At this time, loud noises came from the sky above the spark base, breaking the silence of 20 years. Those who originally worked and lived in the spark base stopped their work in an instant, stood in place, and stared blankly at the rock wall above the spark base. What's that sound? Luo Yikong looked at Lao Hui beside him. The pedestrians on the surrounding streets stopped like statues. This abnormal situation showed that the loud noises were definitely not simple. Lao Hui did not answer Luo Yikong immediately, but raised the half-drunk white wine in his hand, and then poured the white wine on the ground. This is for all the victims who died 20 years ago. The wine was all gone. Lao Hui threw away the empty bottle in his hand, and then the serious expression on his face disappeared, and he returned to his useless appearance. The counterattack of us little ants has begun. Lao Hui smiled. He knew that the shadow of the war in the heavenly god city was about to come again, and everyone had no way out. The Spark Base planned to fight a decisive battle with the god city on the surface of the planet, but before that, they had to seize control of important areas on the surface. Counterattack? Do you want to go out? Luo Yikong reacted. Maybe for some reason, the current Spark Base did not intend to hide underground. Go out. Of course you have to go out. Who wants to stay underground all the time? But you are also lucky. You have the opportunity to work for me and buy wine. After all, this is a deal between us, and you can't refuse. Now the first step of the fire base is to control some defense facilities and important areas on the surface of the planet. It is also a time when people are needed. I will take you there now. They will definitely not refuse. In Lao Hui's eyes, he really couldn't find someone like Luo Yikong, who could earn contributions from the fire base for free and buy wine for him, and he only needed to pay a small price. In this doomsday, food is extremely precious, not to mention wine, which is a luxury. Over the years, some of Lao Hui's contribution points have been exchanged for wine, but it is still not enough. Fortunately, Luo Yikong, the savior, came. Just right, she is here. Hearing Lao Hui's words, Luo Yikong looked along Lao Hui's gaze and saw a girl wearing a black soldier combat uniform with 2 grenades hanging around her waist. In order to fight better, the girl had tied up her long hair. Perhaps because she had really experienced fighting, the girl had a heroic temperament, but also revealed a hint of coldness that kept strangers away. How does she look? Lao Hui rubbed Luo Yikong beside him and smiled with a sly look. She has an excellent temperament and looks pretty. Is she your daughter? Even Luo Yikong had to admit that she was a heroic beauty, but appearance was only skin after all. It was impossible for Luo Yikong to be moved. Compared with appearance, Luo Yikong cared more about inner feelings. For that girl, Luo Yikong just admired her, just like admiring a beautiful flower. Not a daughter, but it's almost the same. You know her, she is Bai Shuoyue who escorted you that day.
Lao Hui said calmly, not noticing that Luo Wikong's face suddenly changed, and the admiration in his eyes disappeared instantly.
Bai Shuoyue was wearing a gas mask that day, so Luo Wikong couldn't see her clearly. Now after hearing what Lao Hui said, he compared her figure and found that she was the hateful guy that day, the fierce and violent woman. Bai Shuoyue also saw Lao Hui and Luo Wikong beside her at a glance. Seeing Bai Shuoyue walking towards him quickly, Luo Wikong's expression was a little unnatural, but he still forced himself to calm down.
I've been looking for you everywhere.
Where's your communicator? Bai Shuoyue came to Lao Hui and saw that he was drunk.
He frowned slightly and was a little angry.
The communicator seems to be lost.
Sorry, Lao Hui scratched his head awkwardly.
He also saw that Bai Shuoyue's face had become a little gloomy.
You got rid of something so important?
Bai Shuoyue was about to say something, but she swallowed it back.
Let's not talk about this for now.
I have a brother here who is quite capable.
How about letting him go out with your team?
He can help out, after all, although it is safe in this base, the contribution points he gets are too little, which is not suitable for my brother. Lao Hui immediately changed the subject and pushed Luo Wikong in front of him. Recommend again, the guy you recommended last time, only had a box left when he came back. Our missions are all very dangerous, and ordinary people can't do it at all, and they may die at any time.
Let me explain first.
Bai Shuoyue looked up and down at Luo Wikong. For some reason, she always felt that the stranger was familiar. It's absolutely no problem this time, just take him to test. Besides, I have something else to do, so I'm leaving first. Lao Hui ran away immediately. After all, he couldn't stand Bai Shuoyue's temper. The Spark base is huge, and the role of each area is clearly divided. Even the smallest area plays an important role in the Spark base. In addition to the residential area, the largest area of the Spark base is the military area, where all the weapons and resistance forces of the Spark base are located. Bai Shuoyue drove an off-road vehicle and drove with Luo Wikong. Even if they entered the military area, Bai Shuoyue's identity made it completely unimpeded. Mechas and tanks were neatly arranged, ready for the upcoming war. The oppression brought by the war machines made Luo Wikong feel a little suffocated. Soon the off-road vehicle stopped in front of a training camp, and then Bai Shuoyue jumped off the car. Seeing Bai Shuoyue's arrival, all the trainees in the training camp stopped training and quickly lined up in front of Bai Shuoyue.
How is it? If you quit now, you still have a chance. These people are not light-hearted. Bai Shuoyue turned to look at Luo Wikong beside her.
In her opinion, Luo Wikong was just an ordinary person who Lao Hui pulled from nowhere. It seemed that he had never experienced the fighting on the battlefield. Seeing this scene, he would be stunned. It's really professional, but the process of human growth is to keep moving forward. How can I run away because of difficulties?
Luo Wikong smiled faintly.
He knew that if he wanted to act with Bai Shuoyue, he must get Bai Shuoyue's approval. Luo Wikong planned to sneak into the Spark base, on the one hand to improve his own strength, on the other hand to gain the trust of the Spark base, so this was also a necessary link. In the end times, only the strong can gain the respect of everyone. You are very similar to that person, full of great truths. But some things are useless just by talking.
Zhang Hanxiang.
Show him some color. Bai Shuoyue's expression suddenly became serious, and he roared, and the strong man named by Bai Shuoyue immediately stood up. Seeing the strong man, Luo Wikong also walked in front of Bai Shuoyue, and also explained that Luo Wikong had accepted the test.
Luo Wikong. Zhang Hanxiang.
Without extra words, the two of them reported their names to each other, and then the duel began. Zhang Hanxiang rushed towards Luo Wikong with a vigorous step. Because Bai Shuoyue was watching next to him, he did not dare to show any mercy. Luo Wikong knew that his body had been strengthened by the virus crystal, and ordinary people could not bear the power of his full-strength punch, so facing Zhang Hanxiang, Luo Wikong's power was restrained a little. Luo Wikong thought that Zhang Hanxiang would be knocked to the ground by his punch, but he didn't expect Zhang Hanxiang to dodge Luo Wikong's punch by turning sideways, and then grabbed Luo Wikong's punching hand with his backhand, and threw him over his shoulder.
Bang! Luo Yikong was thrown heavily to the ground, and then Zhang Hanxiang took advantage of the victory and grabbed Luo Yikong's hands behind his back and pressed him to the ground. A set of movements was smooth and flowing. How is it? Your attack didn't use any skills at all. You can't even pass this test, let alone fight with us. Bai Shuoyue looked at Luo Yikong, who was subdued by Zhang Hanxiang. In her opinion, Luo Yikong was not vulnerable at all. Really? Luo Yikong smiled faintly, and the strength of his hands began to increase. Zhang Hanxiang's face turned red, and veins on his forehead bulged. Even if he tried his best, he couldn't suppress Luo Yikong. Bang! Luo Yikong exerted force and knocked Zhang Hanxiang to the ground, then stood up from the ground. Zhang Hanxiang on the ground was also a little confused. He didn't understand why Luo Yikong's strength was so strong. His strength seemed to be just like that of a baby in front of Luo Yikong. Bai Shuoyue frowned, and she also realized that there was something strange about Luo Yikong's strength. Zhang Hanxiang got up from the ground and punched Luo Yikong again. In terms of fighting skills, Zhang Hanxiang was far superior to Luo Yikong, and Luo Yikong could not be Zhang Hanxiang's opponent. However, Luo Yikong's body was strengthened after all. Whether it was reaction ability or speed and strength, it was far superior to ordinary people. These could make up for the shortcomings of Luo Yikong's fighting skills. So fast. Zhang Hanxiang was shocked. He only saw Luo Yikong's figure flash, and then a huge force came from his abdomen, and the whole person flew out directly. Bang! Zhang Hanxiang flew out. Although Luo Yikong's punch did not hurt his life, it made Zhang Hanxiang fall to the ground and lose his fighting ability. The victory or defeat was decided by one strike. This sudden change made Bai Shuoyue stunned for a few seconds. She herself knew how terrible the power that could knock Zhang Hanxiang away was, at least far more than everyone present. But Luo Yikong didn't look very powerful. How could the power and speed that burst out in an instant be so terrible? It instantly made up for the lack of fighting skills. You two take him to the infirmary. Yes. Hearing Bai Shuoyue's order, two soldiers ran over, picked up Zhang Hanxiang on the ground, and dragged him to the infirmary. Did I pass? Luo Yikong looked at Bai Shuoyue. From her eyes, Luo Yikong knew that she was very unhappy. After all, these things were beyond her expectations. Call me captain in the future, Bai Shuoyue said coldly. Although she was very reluctant, Luo Yikong passed the test after all, so she could only let Luo Yikong join her team. Got it. Captain, seeing Bai Shuoyue's unhappy expression, Luo Yikong was secretly happy in his heart. He knew very well how Bai Shuoyue escorted him at that time. Chen Liren. Take him to training. Yes. Disband. Bai Shuoyue turned around with a gloomy face, jumped into the SUV and drove away. Luo Yikong knew that she must have gone to find Lao Hui. After all, he made her very unhappy. After Bai Shuoyue left completely, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. A young man who looked to be in his 20s came to Luo Yikong and gave him a thumbs up. Brother! I am the Deputy Captain Chen Liren. If you don't understand anything in the training in the future, you can ask me. I will also be responsible for your training. But I can see that your fighting skills are flawed, and you can only win because you have an advantage in physical fitness. Although Chen Liren is young, he has walked out of life and death after all. For Luo Yikong's problem, he also saw the problem. He also knew that if Luo Yikong met an opponent with similar physical fitness, this advantage would no longer exist. So I want to learn some fighting skills. Can you teach me? Of course there is no problem. This is my mission. Chen Liren readily agreed to Luo Yikong's request. Ding! The administrator's permission unlocking progress has reached 2%, and he has obtained the permission to copy special locations, the permission to teleport to non-special known areas, the permission to fully control the player system, and the permission to analyze skills. Ding! Get energy coin rewards. Hearing the system prompt, Luo Yikong opened his administrator system. It seemed that a large number of players had left the novice area, so the administrator's permissions had been unlocked to 2%. At the same time, these 2% permissions were also given to Luo Yikong adds 4 new functions.
First of all, the dungeonization of special locations means that under the influence of the powerful administrator system, many special locations in this world have formed dungeons that can be challenged repeatedly. And there will be no penalty for dying in the dungeon, but the price is that the beings in the dungeon are generally much stronger than those in the wild. The second permission is to teleport, but the place you can teleport can only be the place you have visited, and some special places cannot be teleported. The third is complete control of the player's system. It can be said that as long as Luo Wukong is willing, Luo Wukong can even deprive the player of the system and abilities. The fourth authority is that Luo Wukong can analyze almost most skills and understand them instantly, except of course some special skills and skills used by non-human beings. As a large number of players began to leave the God's Forbidden Zone, Luo Wukong also knew that every player who left that area alive meant that he had passed the basic test of the rules of this world and had an invitation qualification. This means that Luo Wukong's pressure will be greatly reduced. As long as the player reaches the designated level alive and leaves the God Forbidden Zone, he can invite the people he designates to enter the world and become players. Luo Wukong doesn't need to desperately add players, and the number of players will increase. However, in order to speed up the progress of conquering this world, Luo Wukong exchanged the energy coins for 1,000 qualifications, which were distributed through the virtual website established by the Administrator Authority System. A virtual projection of a planet appeared in front of Luo Wukong. An area on the planet was covered with dense red dots, and that area was the forbidden area of the gods. Those red dots represented players. What are you giggling at? No, nothing. Upon hearing this voice, Luo Wukong immediately put away his smile and looked at Chen Liren in front of him. Luo Wukong's administrator authority system can only be seen by players, and non-players cannot pry into it. The same is true for players' systems, so Chen Liren feels strange. Then I'm going to teach you some basic fighting skills. No problem. Luo Wukong smiled faintly. Now that he has permission to analyze skills, he can understand them instantly as long as they are not particularly complex skills. As he spoke, Chen Liren immediately rushed towards Luo Wukong, grabbed Luo Wukong's arm and threw him over his shoulder. Then he took out the dagger from his waist and placed it on Luo Wukong's neck. A set of movements went smoothly, and Luo Wukong was not prepared at all. If it were a real battle, you would be dead. The first lesson is that your enemy will never tell you to start. Chen Liren said with an extremely serious expression. After all, although Luo Wukong has great potential, without polishing, he will always one day I will die in an inconspicuous corner. Chen Liren just wanted to tell Luo Wukong to always be vigilant about everything around him. Ding! The primary fire-based fighting technique has been analyzed. So simple? Luo Wukong was also stunned, and then a large number of memories about the primary fighting skills of the firebase began to pour into Luo Wukong's mind, including moves that Chen Liren had not yet used. Interesting. The moment Chen Liren put away the dagger, Luo Wukong used the moves he had just learned to grab Chen Liren's hand, and then immediately clamped Chen Liren's head with a scissor kick. Chen Liren was suddenly attacked by Luo Wukong and was caught off guard. He lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. Continue. Luo Wukong felt excited about the battle. Skill analysis could make him continuously stronger in the battle. The power of this combat skill existed in his memory and had a great effect in the real world. Okay. After Chen Liren suffered Luo Wukong's move, he did not intend to be merciful and rushed towards Luo Wukong. The conference room on the 108th floor of the Firebase Energy Tower is where a group of people from the highest level of the entire Firebase gather for a meeting. The spacious conference room can accommodate thousands of people, but there are only a few dozen people, who determine the 30 million people in the Firebase. Man's destiny and future. Now we can be sure that that special boy disappeared from our heavy guard. There is no trace of that boy in the entire Firebase. It's like he suddenly evaporated from the world. Even if we have people all over the base, even the surveillance couldn't find any trace of that kid. An old man in a white coat frowned, and this old man was Dr. Harley. Luo Wukong disappeared out of thin air, which made him feel very depressed. Dr. Harley, our outpost has found that people frequently come out of the forbidden area, and each of them has a powerful strength beyond ordinary people. At least now we can be sure that what the boy said is true, there are really people in there. and it is possible that they are survivors of the genetic war 20 years ago in the forbidden area of God, or they may be genetic warriors created by a third party in the forbidden area of God. Of these two possibilities, I prefer the latter. After all, everyone knows what the situation in the forbidden area of God is. An old man in combat uniform had a solemn expression on his face. If it is really a third-party force, then it may have many uncertain effects on the future war against the city of God, especially since everyone who comes out of the forbidden area of God has combat power beyond ordinary people. Through studying the boy's blood, we found that his genes have a certain resistance to the Genesis virus. Even though this resistance is not absolute, it has played a great role in our next super soldier plan. It won't be long before we can create super soldiers in batches. But we need more special zombies. Special zombies are of course no problem, but for those guys in the God's forbidden zone, we should try to contact them first to determine the enemy and friend. Another man in a suit thought carefully and decided to contact the forces in the God's forbidden zone. But our primary goal is to establish a ground base on the surface and control all the near-ground defense facilities on the planet. The God City is very close to us. Hearing the news that the God City is coming, the entire conference room was silent for a moment. Why didn't the high-level executives invite you to the meeting? Bai Shuoyue frowned as he looked at the drunk man who was slumped on the ground, smelling of alcohol and looking dirty. The drunk was Lao Hui. He took a gulp of wine, raised his drunken face, glanced at me, and then lay on the ground like a useless person and continued to drink. They didn't like me before, and now I'm a useless person, not to mention. It's not good to go to that meeting. Just like the old guys in the meeting said, just live well, and worrying about so much is just seeking death. It's good enough that I can survive. Xiao Yaya, it's better not to get involved in some things. I won't be as useless as you. I will become stronger. At least I won't give up on myself all the time. I will avenge you and my sister. At that time, the top leaders of the Spark Base and the God City, those high-ranking people will pay the price. Bai Shuoyue clenched his fists, his eyes full of anger and hatred. The Spark Base is the last spark of mankind on the surface, but after the shadow of the God City left, those high-ranking people revealed their true colors. I taught you all that and made you stronger just so that you could protect yourself. Revenge will only make you more painful. This kind of thing is not suitable for girls to do. Besides, the city of God is coming, and there are many ordinary people in this place. They need the leadership of those people above. I hope you can realize this. I have heard too much of your preaching. But did you arrange that guy to be by my side to watch me? That guy? You mean Luo Yikong, right? I can tell at a glance. That guy is Hope. Don't ask me how I know, because I used to be Hope. Lao Hui drank the bottle of wine in his hand, then fell to the ground, closed his eyes, and soon there was a snoring sound. Talking nonsense again, Bai Shuoyue sighed helplessly, carried Lao Hui from the ground, and walked to the house next to him. So heavy. You guy. After opening the door, Lao Hui was thrown roughly on the bed. Seeing Lao Hui like that, Bai Shuoyue raised his fist and put it down again. To be honest, it was not Lao Hui she hated, but the way Lao Hui gave up on himself. Seeing the drunken, useless Lao Hui, Bai Shuoyue covered him with a quilt, then turned around and left without looking back. Not long after Bai Shuoyue left, Lao Hui suddenly opened his eyes and sat up from the bed. Little girl. Who knows my suffering? I have endured it for so many years. Lao Hui smiled bitterly, then untied his clothes. It can be clearly seen that some areas on his chest have ulcerated, and there are black bloodstains around the ulcerated areas spreading around. Lao Hui's chest was attacked many years ago and infected with the Genesis virus. Because he himself is a very special existence, he can fight the Genesis virus in his body for so long without becoming an infected person. As for the virus, he is the only one who knows about it. He also knows that if this kind of thing is leaked, there will be very serious consequences, and I am afraid that even Bai Shuoyue will not be able to escape death. However, the constant erosion of the Genesis virus caused Lao Hui's chest to fester and emit a foul odor. At the same time, the unbearable pain caused by the virus eroding the body also tortured Lao Hui, and he had to pretend that nothing had happened. No one knew what kind of pain he was going through as a waste. He made himself dirty and kept people away, just to cover up the smell of festering. Constant drinking was just to alleviate the pain. He endured this pain for 15 years. He also endured this humiliation for 15 years. My days should not be many years. Looking at the condition of his chest, Lao Hui smiled bitterly. He also had to do something in the last time. Bang! No more. No more. Damn, you are a monster. Chen Liren sat on the ground and waved his hand to refuse. The sweaty, panting, and bruised appearance was really distressing. No matter what tricks Chen Liren used, Luo Yikong would learn them the next second and then use them against him. To be honest, Chen Liren was disgusted by Luo Yikong's terrible learning ability. He could have suppressed Luo Yikong, but now he was beaten by Luo Yikong. Deputy Captain, he actually lost to this newcomer in terms of skills. MD, it's really scary. In less than a day, he suppressed the Deputy Captain in terms of skills. Has he been playing the pig to eat the tiger? I don't know where the captain found this monster. Logically speaking, such a person should have been poached from the Spark base long ago. The battle in which Luo Yikong defeated Deputy Captain Chen Liren also attracted the attention of the surrounding trainers. A newcomer who didn't know any skills defeated the Deputy Captain in less than a day with the skills he just learned. This is really incredible. Luo Yikong was breathing heavily. Through the close combat with Chen Liren, Luo Yikong had already improved the fighting skills of the Fire Seed base to a high level. In other words, in terms of fighting skills alone, Luo Yikong was already one of the top players in the entire Fire Seed base. Ordinary players naturally did not have the learning speed of Luo Yikong. After all, they did not have the skill analysis granted by the administrator's authority. In front of this skill analysis, Luo Yikong only needed to take a look and he could learn it. Captain. At this time, the crowd suddenly parted in the middle, making way, and then Bai Shuaiyue walked over, looking at Luo Yikong in front of him, frowning slightly. Have you learned these before? Bai Shuaiyue looked at Luo Yikong in front of him and asked. It was incredible that he mastered the fighting skills in less than a day and defeated the Deputy Captain Chen Liren. No. I just learned it. Get ready and choose your equipment. We will go to the surface tomorrow. There is a mission. Bai Shuaiyue glanced at Luo Yikong, threw down this sentence coldly, and then turned and left. Are there any actions? Luo Yikong knew that the Spark base had begun to take action on the ground, which means that the contact between players and the Spark base may have to be advanced. But there are also benefits. At least Luo Yikong not only sneaked into the Spark base, but also got a set of equipment for free. After all, it is okay to exchange energy coins for low-level equipment, but it is quite expensive to exchange for higher-level equipment. Everyone. Now the time to return to the ground has come, and we will serve as the vanguard to fight for a future in the sun for our families and compatriots. The leader in a suit stood on the podium and gave a passionate speech, and below the podium were 50,000 vanguard members ready to go. These 50,000 people will be divided into hundreds of teams and go to different mission locations on this planet. I know that he is always nagging up there. When the time comes to fight with the City of God, I bet that guy will hide as far as he can. In the end, the casualties will still be civilians. Chen Liren stood beside Luo Yikong, looking at the bald leader on the podium and cursed in a low voice, but these words were still heard by Luo Yikong. The plan to return to the ground has begun, and the Spark base will set up a defense line on the ground to resist the arrival of the City of God. Although Luo Yikong has just joined Bai Shuaiyue's team, it is now a time when there is a shortage of combat personnel, so Luo Yikong, a reserve who joined in the middle, can become a member of the vanguard. For the Spark base, although the advance team was the first to land on the surface, they were not the elite of the Spark base. To put it bluntly, the advance team was simply the first cannon fodder to land on the surface. After all, no one knew the situation in various areas on the surface. After Luo Yikong's inquiry, Luo Yikong learned that the elite of the Spark base was a group of 3,000 Super Gene soldiers. Those soldiers had terrible combat power and could fight against 100 people. However, for that elite, many things were top secret, and Luo Yikong did not get much information. Let's go. As the leader's speech ended, everyone immediately took action and lined up in a neat team towards the Spark Base No. 1 airport. When Luo Wukong first learned that the Spark Base, an underground base, had an airport, he was also very shocked. However, Chen Liren told Luo Wukong that since humans entered the Spark Base, the dome of the airport had never been opened. This time was the first time the dome had been opened in 20 years. Boom boom boom. The entire base could hear the loud noise coming from above, and everyone couldn't help but raise their heads and look at the rock wall above. At this time, everyone saw that the rock wall had a crack in the middle, and the first ray of sunlight in 20 years also shone in from above. Looking at the first ray of sunlight in 20 years, everyone looked longing, and even more of the old people living in this fire base shed tears looking at the sunlight. Being in the darkness, I longed for the sunlight on the surface more than anyone else. Rocks kept falling from the gradually opening dome, and every member of the advance team showed a determined look. They knew very well that they were about to face all the unknown dangers and zombies on the surface, but when they saw the first beam of sunlight, they all thought of their dreams of longing for the surface when they were young. As the dome was fully opened, the sunlight sprinkled on the underground fire base, and then everyone saw a transport plane slowly and vertically landing from the dome. I heard that the guys at the outpost found a group of superhumans on the surface. Each of them has a strong fighting power. It is said that they are survivors of the genetic war 20 years ago. Chen Liren looked at the transport plane on the apron in front of him. He already knew who was in it. Where did you get the news? Luo Wukong glanced at Chen Liren beside him and asked in a low voice. In fact, Luo Wukong also knew that the group of superhumans were the players who walked out of the forbidden area of God. The news the captain got last night, I just happened to hear it when I was packing things for the captain. Only the top leaders of the base know about this kind of thing, and it just so happens that the drunk uncle in the captain's house is the former top leader of the base. That uncle, Luo Wukong's mind automatically emerged with the dirty drunkard. Although that guy had some evil means, Luo Wukong didn't expect that his former identity was so awesome. Since he was a former top leader of the Spark Base, why did he become like that now? You should have seen him too. That's right, you were brought in by the captain, don't underestimate him, he was once a hero. Hero? Luo Wukong was stunned. Was that kind of person really a hero? Everyone board the plane. Bai Shuoyue, who was at the front of the team, turned around and ordered the team. After hearing the order, the team quickly split into several long lines and followed Bai Shuoyue to board the plane. The door of the transport plane that had landed earlier opened, and players dressed in strange clothes walked out one by one. Those players' eyes were full of curiosity. They had not experienced the awareness of life and death. Perhaps for them, this end of the world, where people fought desperately, was just a game. Those players passed by the members of the advance team, but they represented two worlds that were incompatible. One side played the game, and the other side was ready to die, running in different directions. Luo Wukong was mixed in the crowd, and this scene had a huge impact on Luo Wukong's heart. Instantly, Luo Wukong saw the familiar girl among the players. She had a samurai sword hanging on her waist, and her temperament was extraordinary. Her eyes, as clear and bright as the bright moon, looked at everything around her. Suddenly she saw Luo Wukong in the crowd and stopped. The two looked at each other for a second, and then Luo Wukong entered the transport plane without looking back. Luo Wukong found a seat in the transport plane and sat down, then put on a protective mask, and began to check his equipment and guns. Luo Wukong is now equipped with the Spark Base's Type 20 automatic rifle. The combat uniform he wears is the standard single-soldier combat uniform of the Spark Base, which can withstand the attack of general firearm bullets and a certain degree of explosion impact, as well as zombie bites and knife damage. The helmet is a Spark multifunctional combat helmet, which has infrared thermal sensing and night vision systems, as well as auxiliary shooting functions. The pistol is the third type Spark pistol, which can be equipped with special bullets. However, the equipment that makes Luo Wukong satisfied is the laser sword, but compared to ordinary weapons, the laser sword is very expensive. Only elites or captains can own it. Logically speaking, Luo Wukong should not be able to obtain the laser sword, but Chen Liren gave his laser sword to Luo Wukong. The name of the laser sword is Embers. It has been with Chen Liren for 3 years. Luo Yikong was embarrassed to accept it, but Chen Liren said that he would be promoted sooner or later and get a new sword, so Luo Yikong had to accept it, and he really needed a powerful melee weapon. Captain Bai Shuaiwei, your mission is to go to the number 09 missile silo area and completely control this missile base that was 20 years ago. We have sent all the keys to your communicator. You must control this missile base. Clear. Captain. We have arrived at the airdrop area. Everyone prepare to airborne. Yes. The door of the transport plane slowly opened, and then the powerful suction force hit. The people in the front row jumped out without any hesitation. Although they have been living underground, this is the first time for many people to skydive, but at this moment they have simulated countless times in that underground fire base. The person in front jumped down, and the person behind followed suit. Luo Yikong jumped down without any hesitation. The weightless feeling of falling from a high altitude came instantly. This may be because it was his first time skydiving. Luo Yikong was not familiar with the control. His body fell completely in a free fall, which was in sharp contrast to those who had been trained to simulate it. The strong wind hit Luo Yikong's body. Fortunately, because he was wearing a protective helmet, his eyes were also protected and Luo Yikong was not unable to open his eyes. Although the fire base exists underground, any ordinary set of individual soldier equipment will completely protect the whole body. His body penetrated the clouds, and Luo Yikong's body swooped down like a rocket. Luo Yikong could clearly see the launch silos lined up on the ground. Perhaps because of the war 20 years ago, the launch silos around the area is completely in ruins, and you can't see what kind of building it was originally. Ding! We have entered the level 2030 dungeon whaler missile base, and the difficulty is being adjusted based on the number of people entering. Ding! Based on the number of people entering, the dungeon has been adjusted to 100-person level. Ding! You have entered a special location, you cannot exit the game early, and you cannot use the teleportation ability. As Luo Yikong fell from the clouds, at that moment Luo Yikong clearly felt a mysterious energy suddenly attack him, shrouding him. Is this the power of the world's rules? Luo Yikong knew that it was the power of the world's rules. Logically speaking, his own administrator rights were also part of the world's rules. Seen from a distance, dense little black dots fall from the sky. When they are close to a certain height on the ground, they open the umbrella bag behind them and slowly float down like scattered dandelions. Luo Yikong opened the parachute bag, and the speed of descent began to slow down. Everyone began to control the direction and slowly floated towards the marked spot with red smoke. The 9th Advance Team has arrived at the surface of the 09 missile base. It has successfully airborne. Thank you to the headquarters. Command received it. The next action will be decided by you according to the situation. Understood. Bai Shuoyue turned off the communicator, and then waited for all the airborne personnel to assemble at the assembly point. After all, everyone was professionally trained and landed not far away. The last one, Luo Yikong, also ran to the meeting place 5 minutes later. Okay. Everyone is here. Start blasting the entrance. Seeing that Luo Yikong had arrived at the end, Bai Shuoyue immediately gave the order. Then 2 demolition personnel in the team ran to a half-destroyed building and installed demolition charges on the steel gate. The skilled speed of the installation made Luo Yikong couldn't help but admire his professionalism. Detonate. Boom! With a loud noise, everyone felt the ground shake, and the steel door that was originally closed was blown away. Chen Liren, please bring a few people in as forwards. Everyone follow them. Yes. Chen Liren added a few people, probably to take care of Luo Yikong, a newcomer. He did not call Luo Yikong for such a dangerous job as a forward. However, since Luo Yikong had joined the vanguard, he would not back down. However, orders on the battlefield could not be disobeyed, so Luo Yikong still chose to follow the vanguard. Because the fire base originally had maps and information about all surface facilities before the genetic war, no one was afraid of getting lost. After entering the 09 missile base, everyone immediately turned on the night vision system of their combat helmets and prepared to fight at any time. The people at the front advanced slowly with explosion-proof shields on their backs,
while the others followed closely behind with their guns in hand. "Help me, please take me away." Along with the noise, a female voice calling for help came from the communicator. Everyone clearly received the distress signal. "What's going on?" Bai Shuoyue's expression was a little solemn. "You must know that the communication between the fire-based communicators has special encryption codes, and the encryption is different for each team. The other party directly invaded the entire team's communicator, which meant that the invading being could even invade the entire firebase's communication system if it wanted to." Team leader, at this time, everyone looked at Bai Shuoyue, and Bai Shuoyue waved to signal everyone to be quiet, and then began to contact the person who initiated the distress signal on the communicator. "Who are you? Are you from our fire base? Where are you now?" "I'm not from the Spark base, but I'm deep inside this missile base now. I ask you to take me out now. However, there are biological weapons from the God City in this missile base. Although they have fallen into a deep sleep, as the God City is about to come again, the biological weapons are also showing signs of awakening." The voice warned everyone, and except for Luo Yikong, everyone knew what biological weapons were, so their expressions were particularly solemn. In the genetic war 20 years ago, the higher humans not only relied on the God City to suppress all people on the surface, but also the powerful biological weapons that were subsequently deployed. Those powerful monsters turned underground shelters and bases into dead cities and ruins. At that time, as long as they were discovered by the higher humans, they would be dead. Under that disaster, more than 300 large shelters and bases on the entire planet were destroyed, and countless small and medium-sized ones were destroyed. In the end, only the Spark base relied on the mysterious shielding device to survive under the shadow of the higher humans. When the disaster broke out, many people in the advanced team were still infants. They only knew about biological weapons and the God City in books and the oral accounts of the elderly. Biological weapons in the God City represented death, fear, and pain in their childhood. Biological weapons? Bai Shuoyue's expression was not very good, although she could not see her expression because she was wearing a combat helmet. Bai Shuoyue had seen biological weapons when she was a child. The terrifying scene of the huge monster destroying the city, together with the God City, became the shadow of her life. "Captain, this mission has exceeded what we can handle. To deal with biological weapons, we need the support of mechas and a large number of armored troops. Otherwise, let's contact the headquarters first." A heavily armed man said to Bai Shuoyue suggested that although they didn't know what level this biological weapon was, as long as it was an extremely powerful existence, they simply couldn't get enough of it. Bai Shuoyue nodded and began to try to contact the headquarters, but soon they found that the communicator was interfered with and could not contact the outside world at all. There is something in this area that affects the communicator. Even if we can communicate, we can only exist in this area and cannot contact the outside at all. Bai Shuoyue shook her head. She found that the communication in the team was normal, but it was impossible. Contact the outside. Luo Yikong, who was standing aside, naturally knew that this situation was because they were in a copy. As long as they did not clear the level, everyone would be restricted by the laws of the world and would not be able to contact the outside world at all. Even if someone wants to leave now, it is impossible because the laws of the world will not let them leave. Death in the dungeon may have no death penalty for the players, but for the native people in this world, death is really death. They don't think this is a dungeon, at most it is a high-risk special area. "Who is your identity?" Bai Shuoyue asked the caller in the communicator. She didn't understand that there were biological weapons in this base. Even the fire base didn't know about it, so how did the caller know about it? You will naturally know when you reach the depths, but now you have no possibility of leaving. A large number of zombies have already poured in from the entrance when you first entered. Luo Yikong was shocked when he heard the being in the communicator said that a large number of zombies had blocked their retreat. This was definitely the influence of the rules of the world. Ho ho ho! The roars of a large number of zombies came from the passage behind them. Only then did everyone realize that the existence on the other side of the communicator could monitor the entire 09 missile base, but was now trapped for some reason. Blow up the back passage. At this time, Bai Shuoyue decisively issued the order.
Now they don't know how many zombies there are and whether there are any evolved zombies. It is very unwise to prematurely consume combat power before they have entered the depths of the 09 missile base. Anyway, the exit is not necessarily the same as the original route, so Bai Shuoyue simply chose to blow it up. Yes. The demolition crews were left behind to carry out blasting. Bai Shuoyue's team of 100 people continued to move forward, advancing through a narrow passage that could only allow 4 people to pass at the same time. The team of 100 people seemed a bit crowded and couldn't let go. Due to being abandoned for many years, most of the facilities in the base have lost energy and become paralyzed. Only a few necessary facilities continue to operate relying on backup energy. Boom! With the sound of the explosion coming from behind, everyone knew that the blasting had been completed, and the passage must have been blocked. Everyone walked through the narrow passage and came to a huge lifting platform. This lifting platform was obviously built to transport some large items. It was more than enough to accommodate a team of 100 people. Bai Shuoyue restarted the lifting platform manually, entered the key, and then a loud noise came. The huge lifting platform began to slowly descend. The steel cables splashed sparks in the darkness due to constant friction. There seems to be someone there. At this time, a team member discovered something climbing quickly on the wall above. The climbing speed was like a spider, which looked very strange. Spider-Man race, zombie level, 21 life, 800/800 physical strength infinity strength, 13 spirit, 0 agility, 23 resistance, 9 skills, corrosive spider silk, deadly swoop talents, tireless dead, unlimited stamina bonus, scent tracking, spider crawling, black spider venom. Introduction. During the period of genetic warfare, Kamishiro attempted to create powerful mass-produced zombies to infiltrate and attack ground resistance forces. The poor man infected with the Genesis virus became a guinea pig, and was fused with the genes of a black poisonous spider by Xinjiang, turning him into a half-human, half-spider zombie. It's there too. Not just one person. Everyone, be careful. That's not a human being. As the system fed back the information about the monster to Luoyikong also knew that the one speeding through the wall above was a special man-made zombie that was much stronger than ordinary zombies. And more Spider-Men crawled out of the ventilation ducts between the walls above. After 20 years of hiding in the fire base, although they had simulated battles with zombies countless times in the base, everyone was stunned when they faced a swarm of zombies for the first time, and it was composed of a group of zombies they had never seen before. After a moment, he reacted and opened fire immediately. The intensive sound of gunfire made Luoyikong's eardrums hurt. The guns in each person's hands were spitting out tongues of fire, shooting at the Spider-Men on the wall above. In order to cope with the next mission, everyone prepared enough bullets before the mission, but the bullets were limited after all. Luoyikong knew very well that if there were another wave of zombies, they would have to fight hand-to-hand. Although the rifles at the Spark base were not as high-tech as the ones at the City of God, their power far exceeded that of the rifles in Luoyikong's original world. Their powerful penetrating power allowed them to effectively kill some evolved zombies. The bullets hit the spiders, splashing a string of blood. The mutant spiders roared and fell from above, landing on the platform, bloody. At this time, Luoyikong could roughly see the spider's appearance. The human eyes had disappeared, replaced by compound eyes that were so dense that it made people's scalps numb. The mouth was directly split to the roots of the ears, and the mouth was full of sharp teeth. The front end was the spider's iconic 2 large fangs. And each spider's abdomen was as big as if it was pregnant. In order to adapt to the rapid crawling, the hands and legs had been deformed and covered with black hair. The human hands and feet could only be seen in that little shadow. Is this still a human? That was a huge psychological shock to Luoyikong and everyone present. They thought zombies looked very anti-human, but this artificial zombie was truly anti-human. Luoyikong didn't know what kind of pain those guys went through during the transformation experiment. Maybe zombies couldn't feel pain and fear, but the behavior of desecrating the corpses of their own kind was really unacceptable. The history of mankind is a history of war. Since ancient times, while human technology has been rapidly advancing, humans have also been researching more efficient weapons to kill humans.
weapons have advanced along with technology. For humans, the most cruel to humans is always humans themselves. Some people study weapons to protect and not be killed, while some people have weapons to conquer and exterminate. The heavenly city of gods has no mercy on humans on the surface. They just want to exterminate all the low-level humans in their eyes. Although there is only one genetic war, the oppression and extermination of the so-called higher people against the lower people is definitely more than once. Seeing the appearance of the Spider-Man, Luoycom also understood that as human beings, some humans can be so cruel to their own kind. It is no wonder that everyone in the Spark base is gritting their teeth at the city of gods. The Spider-Man opened his mouth, and the white spider silk flew out, forming a white straight line that hit a soldier's chest. Then the soldier didn't even have time to react before being pulled up by the spider silk. Because the action was so fast, many of the soldiers didn't even have time to react, let alone rescue. Ah! Soon, the soldiers' heart-wrenching screams came from the darkness above, and then some pieces of meat and limbs mixed together and fell from the air. Everyone pay attention. They will attack from a distance. The spiders followed the descending platform, climbing quickly and closing the distance with the platform. As long as they were close to the effective range, the spiders would spit out spider silk and attack the people on the platform. Even if everyone kept suppressing them with firepower, the spiders were not only numerous, but also 800 lives would allow the spiders to withstand more than a dozen shots before dying, which was much stronger than ordinary zombies. Ding! Killed one spider, gained 1000 experience. Ding! The player has been upgraded. After killing 8 spiders with the rifle in his hand, Luoycom finally upgraded to a level. Luoycom knew that because of the large number of people entering, this copy was directly upgraded to the level of 100 people. If Luoycom entered alone, he might still have a fighting chance at the individual level, but at the 100-man level, Luoycom would be dead if he entered alone, and would be swallowed up by the spiders in an instant. It can be said that the entry of Bai Shuoyua's team greatly increased the difficulty of this dungeon, and the number of spiders reached about 1,000. Even if all these guys were players, it would be very strenuous, not to mention that they were not even players, but ordinary people who had been trained. Fortunately, the gap between the early players and these guys was not big, and the level of this dungeon was from level 20 to 30, so the gap between players of this level and those people was not very scary, otherwise this gap could not be made up at all. However, even so, for Luoycom at this moment, the difficulty of this dungeon strategy directly rose to the hell level. The white spider silk flew past Luoycom, and Luoycom instantly put down the rifle in his hand, took off the laser sword at his waist, and pressed the button on it. A red light burst out from it, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Without any hesitation, Luoycom swung his sword to cut off the spider silk connected to the chest of the soldier beside him. Fortunately, Luoycom had the player's upgrade system, and was strengthened by the virus crystal. This reaction ability far exceeded that of ordinary people, which gave Luoycom the opportunity to save people. Ah! The spider silk was cut off, and the soldier who was rescued fell to the ground, making a heart-wrenching scream. Luoycom saw that the soldier's chest was being corroded by the white spider silk, and even the combat uniform could not resist it. The screaming soldier wanted to tear off the spider silk on his chest, but the moment his hands touched the spider silk, the fingers that touched it for the first time were immediately corroded. No one dared to touch the spider silk. In the short time of more than 10 seconds, the screams became weaker and weaker. Finally, the soldier's chest was corroded with a blood hole the size of a football, and the flesh and internal organs turned into pus. Luoycom clenched the laser sword in his hand and watched the person he saved die in front of him with a scream. This was the first time Luoycom saved someone, but he could not stop his fate of death. It was so difficult to save one person, let alone save 2 worlds and thousands of people. Luoycom had made up his mind that since he came here, he must conquer this world, obtain full administrator privileges, and completely end this doomsday. There was not too much sadness in the war. Many people were only sad for a second or two after the people around them died in the battle, and then continued to fight. It is difficult to feel this cruelty as a player, but Luoycom has given up his pride and identity as a manager and player and joined them, so Luoycom can clearly feel the pain and anger of all of them, and all kinds of emotions.
If you want to manage a world, as an administrator of a world, you must try to understand this world, become a part of this world, and look at this world from the perspective of ordinary people in this world. Roar, roar, roar. A Spider-Man with scars all over his body flew down to Luoikong. Luoikong raised the laser sword in his hand, facing the hideous zombie Spider-Man, and slashed it with a sword. In front of the laser sword that can cut iron like mud, the Spider-Man's head and body were split in two by Luoikong, and a large amount of rotten blood drenched Luoikong's body. Ding! Killed one Spider-Man, gained 1,000 experience. Casualties were increasing, but before reaching the bottom, everyone had no way out and could only fight the Spider-Man to death. The ninth one. Luoikong gritted his teeth, his breathing became heavy, and he was already sweating profusely under his combat helmet. The reason why he was able to kill 9 was entirely because Luoikong's physical fitness was far superior to that of ordinary people. Others who could kill more than 3 were very powerful. Fortunately, the blood of these Spider-Men did not corrode, otherwise the casualties would have doubled. As the number of casualties increased, the firepower network formed by everyone also weakened a bit, and some Spider-Men even jumped onto the platform and fought hand-to-hand with Luoikong and his team. Looking at the dark wall above their heads, the density made everyone feel desperate. We miscalculated this time. I didn't expect there were so many monsters in this base. This is my responsibility. Bai Shuoyue's combat uniform had been stained red with blood. Looking at the dozen casualties who were about to be swallowed by the corpse tied above, she was also full of self-blame. Captain! This is not your fault. Even the headquarters may not know. Please hold on. Hold on a little longer. Zhang Liren stood behind Bai Shuoyue with a rifle in his hand. The two stood back to back, fighting side by side. This was what they had been preparing for since training. Network boom. Just when everyone was in a desperate situation, the descending platform suddenly stopped descending with a loud noise, and then a dense red laser net appeared above everyone's head, strangling all the spider zombies who wanted to rush down. I have activated the base's laser defense network. You are temporarily safe. Countless uniform body parts mixed with blood fell from above, just like rain, soaking everyone into blood. In just a moment, the thousands of spider zombies that attacked everyone were left with only body parts on the ground. Saved. Count the number of people and see if there are any injured. Yes. Luoikong panted heavily and sat on the ground, completely ignoring the blood and body parts on the ground. Because of the highly corrosive spider silk, the guys attacked by the spiders almost had no chance of survival. This attack caused the death toll of the team to reach 23 people, without a single injured person. So many people died just after entering the base. Bai Shuoyue looked at the more than 80 people behind her, and her eyes were a little unconfident. She didn't know how many of them could survive this mission. The attack of those spiders has made Bai Shuoyue realize that this base is not something that a team of their level can deal with. It may be that only the super gene soldiers of the Spark base can deal with it. Now they have no way to contact the command center outside. If they want to leave this base, they must go deep into the base and leave through another road. It can be said that they have no choice but to keep going. Thank you for saving us. Bai Shuoyue thanked the person on the communicator. It can be said that if the laser defense network was not activated in time, all of them might die here. What a waste. I didn't expect you to be so weak, so I used some power, but there is a price for me to save you. Take me away from this ghost place. The person on the communicator was no longer as polite as at the beginning. It may be because he realized that Bai Shuoyue's team was too weak, but the person on the communicator had no choice but to choose to believe Bai Shuoyue and them. Used some power? Luoikong frowned. Did the guy on the other side of the communicator have to consume his own energy to activate the base's defense system? I didn't expect that you would be so powerful in a real fight. At least my sword was not given to the wrong person. Chen Liren looked at Luoikong sitting on the ground, stretched out his hand and pulled Luoikong up from the ground. Then what do you think I look like? I thought you would be scared to pee your pants. Chen Liren and Luoikong joked, which instantly relaxed the originally depressing atmosphere. The way Luo Yikong killed 9 spiders in a row was beyond Chen Liren's expectations. He originally thought that Luo Yikong lacked practical experience and took care of Luo Yikong, a good seedling, but Luo Yikong killed more fiercely than him. As soon as they entered this copy, everyone experienced the power of this 100-person copy. The degree of danger was several times higher than outside.
Everyone check the ammunition. Let's keep moving forward.
Bai Shuoyue shouted to the people who had just experienced the battle.
After hearing Bai Shuoyue's order, everyone stopped resting. Brother Chen, I will play forward with you this time.
Luo Yikong looked at Chen Liren beside him and volunteered to report. After all, the few people who played forward with Chen
Liren before were all dead. Okay then. But you have to listen to my command.
After all, Chen Liren had just seen Luo Yikong's actual combat effectiveness, so he did not refuse and agreed to Luo Yikong to play forward with him. After checking the ammunition of the rifle, the two of them took a few people to the passage in front of the platform, and the people behind them kept a little distance from them. In this base, if you are not careful, the whole army will be wiped out, so everyone has to be cautious. Brother Chen, let me ask, when you killed some strange zombies, did you drop some crystals or something like that? Luo Yikong and Chen Liren walked side by side, and suddenly asked Chen Liren. After all, Luo Yikong really needed those crystals to strengthen his body, and maybe Chen Liren could find a way to get crystals quickly for himself.
The reason why Luo Yikong asked Chen Liren now was because Luo Yikong didn't want Bai Shuoyue to hear and doubt him. Now Bai Shuoyue was behind them and shouldn't be able to hear them talking.
Besides, this copy was dangerous, and Luo Yikong was afraid that if he didn't ask now, he would have no chance in the future. Yes, there are, but only some special and powerful zombies will drop them. But because the crystal is a polymer of the virus, ordinary people will die and become infected as long as they touch it. That kind of thing is very dangerous, so generally when we see that kind of crystal, we will choose to carefully collect it and hand it over to the research department of the Spark base. But most of the crystals are destroyed by high temperature.
Waste.
Hearing the way the Spark base dealt with the virus crystals, Luo Yikong couldn't help but feel distressed in his heart. After all, although that kind of virus crystal is a poison for ordinary people, it is a ladder of evolution for Luo Yikong now.
What's wrong with you? Do you want to give that crystal to your girlfriend?
Although it's beautiful, it's a deadly thing. It's forbidden to bring it in without special permission from the Fire Seed base.
Chen Liren warned Luo Yikong.
He was really afraid that Luo Yikong, a fool who knew nothing, would do something stupid.
Of course I know the harm of that crystal, but is it possible to rely on it to get strengthened?
Of course there are, that is the ace super gene soldiers of our Spark base, and those guys in the Heavenly God City. It's just that the chance of successful enhancement is too low, only 1% success rate, and the high-level humans in the Heavenly God City are 5%, and once they fail, they will die.
But if they can survive, they are all ace-like existences without exception. 1%. Luo Yikong was shocked.
Compared with the 1% success rate of the players, the 20% success rate is simply an existence against the sky, and Luo Yikong's 50% success rate is even more so. As for the high-level humans with a 5% success rate, compared with the players and Luo Yikong, the so-called higher is so ironic. As for the fact that he had absorbed the virus crystal once, Luo Yikong did not tell Chen Liren. After all, if that guy knew that he had a 50% success rate, even the high-level humans in the God City would probably be restless. After all, the higher the probability of coexisting with the virus, which means the evolution of human beings.
Boom! 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 Did you hear any sounds?
Luo Yikong felt a slight vibration on the ground and suddenly stopped. His body strengthened by virus crystals allowed Luo Yikong to hear some sounds earlier than others.
Sound? I didn't hear it. Chen Liren frowned.
He originally thought that Luo Yikong might be too nervous, but when he saw Luo Yikong's serious expression, without even a trace of doubt on his expression, he realized that Luo Yikong might have really heard something.
Back! It's the back! Boom!
Luo Yikong quickly turned around, but it was still too late. He saw a sudden explosion above Bai Shuoyue's position, and then a huge mechanical arm descended from above and grabbed by Shuoyue and the crowd. Then he immediately fled. Fire! Fire! Boom! Chen Liren snatched the rocket launcher from the person next to him. In order to avoid accidentally injuring Bai Shuoyue, he specifically chose to bombard the joint of the mechanical arm that was far away from Bai Shuoyue. However, the violent explosion stunned Bai Shuoyue. The mechanical arm, but it was only scratched a little bit. Team leader! Bai Shuoyue was dragged into the big hole above by the mechanical arm, and soon disappeared. Quickly locate the captain's position. Yes. When Bai Shuoyue was away, Chen Liren immediately took over the command of the team. Seeing Bai Shuoyue being taken away, he was more anxious than anyone else, but he had to calm down. The captain's vital signs are normal. He is moving quickly to the deepest part of the base. By locating Bai Shuoyue's communicator, everyone knew that Bai Shuoyue was taken to the deepest part of the base by the robotic arm. Ho ho ho! One wave after another started, and at this moment the roar of zombies came. It was obvious that the movement here attracted all the zombies on this level. Everyone prepare to fight. A dark figure appeared in front of everyone. Through the night vision system of the combat helmet, everyone saw a group of zombies wearing 09 missile base personnel uniforms. On top! On top! The people in front held up explosion-proof shields to resist, while the people behind opened the incendiary bombs in their hands and threw them out, forming a wall of fire in front. Fire! Following Chen Liren's order, everyone opened fire at the group of corpses. Fortunately, those were just ordinary zombies. Those bullets could easily tear into pieces their already decayed flesh. Boom! 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 The ground shook again, and Luo Wikong saw a mecha walking out of the flames. One of the mecha's arms was a high-speed rotating sawtooth. There was a flamethrower above the sawtooth, and the other arm was enlarged. From the cockpit position of the 6-barreled Gatling cannon, Luo Wikong could see the head of a zombie. In other words, the zombie's body except for the head had been fused with the mecha. A virus that can fuse with machinery. Everyone present widened their eyes. This was the first time they saw a virus creature fused with machinery. This strange scene was like a dream, a nightmare. Corpse Burner, 10-man level boss, race, zombie level, 25 life/. Physical strength infinity / infinity strength, 57 spirit, 5 agility, 12 resistance, 26 skills, flamethrower, dismemberment saw, heavy fire, guardian laser, propelled collision. Talents, tireless dead, unlimited physical strength bonus, body of steel. Introduction: the mecha pilot in front of him was guarding the 09 missile base. During the battle, the cockpit was severely damaged, causing his body to be squeezed until the flesh and blood were mixed together with the steel. After being accidentally infected by the Genesis virus, he actually came back from the dead and merged with the mecha. After his death, he still drove the mecha and stood firm at his post, but this time he aimed the flames that burned everything at the people he was supposed to protect. The corpse burner walked with heavy steps, jumped over the incendiary bomb to form a wall of fire, and appeared in front of everyone. The sense of oppression even made some people forget to shoot. Day. Ding. 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 Someone reacted and opened fire immediately, but the rifle bullets in everyone's hands hit the steel body of the mecha, continuously sputtering out a large number of sparks. Luo Wikong could clearly see that the power of those bullets would not exceed 5 at most. It would barely reach double digits only if it hit the flesh and blood vital points in the cockpit. It's no use. Our attacks are useless against that monster. He controlled the mecha, but we don't have a mecha. What people fear most is the unknown, incommunicable, and unkillable monster. In the eyes of many people, the corpse burner is undoubtedly such an existence. The 6 barrels began to rotate rapidly. Each barrel was the size of a bull, because the rapid rotation produced that creepy thing, like the sound of a chainsaw harvesting lives in war. Everyone spread out. Release interference smoke bombs. The so-called interference smoke bomb can not only interfere with the enemy's line of sight, but also interfere with the locking of some machinery and equipment.
Although Chen Liren reacted, it was still too late. Boom! 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 That thing will explode. The rotating gun barrel spewed out flames, and a large number of shells fell to the ground. The dense bullets swept out, and some people were caught off guard and were torn to pieces by the bullets. The limbs and internal organs were scattered all over the ground. It was impossible to tell whose they were. What was even more terrifying was that after penetrating the flesh, the bullets also exploded in a small area. After a round of strafing, the team suffered heavy losses. The teammates who were fighting side by side just now turned into limbs and meat all over the ground in the blink of an eye. I'll hold that guy back. You continue to attack. Luo Yikong volunteered to rush to the corpse burner, because he knew that only he could contain the 10-man level boss. After all, only his physical fitness far exceeded everyone present. Boom! Luo Yikong kicked the ordinary zombies that blocked his way away, then took off the laser sword from his waist, pressed the button on it, and a red light rushed out from it. Luo Yikong burst out at full speed and rushed towards the corpse burner. The ordinary zombies along the way couldn't even stop Luo Yikong, and were killed directly at the first sight. So strong. So fast. At this time, Chen Liren and the others were seeing the terrifying speed of Luo Yikong when he burst out at full speed. Chen Liren also understood that Luo Yikong had been suppressing his speed and strength when training with him. After all, if Luo Yikong burst out with all his strength, it would be fatal. Luo Yikong stared at the mecha that was more than 10 meters high. He knew that if he didn't hold this big guy, then this big guy might not even take half a minute, and it would destroy everyone except Luo Yikong. After all the weapons on this big guy were powerful weapons. In the conference room on the 108th floor of the Firebase Energy Tower, an old man was looking at the pile of documents in front of him with a headache. All of these documents were about players, and most of them were complaints about player behavior. The door to the conference room was opened, and Dr. Harley walked in wearing a white coat and directly threw a report about the players in front of the old man. Okay, it's another complaint about players. I know it all. The old man looked at the documents thrown over and seemed a little impatient. He didn't know what was wrong with those guys who claimed to be players. He went from door to door rummaging through boxes and cabinets. Even the arsenal of their fire base was not spared. They were just a group of robbers and locusts, and those guys actually said they were opening treasure chests with a straight face. No, this is a report on the player's physical strength. We found that this human race that calls itself a player can actually continue to become stronger through combat and killing. This is why each of their combat capabilities exceeds that of ordinary people. If it continues to develop, it will soon it may be even more powerful than our super genetic soldiers. I've also heard about the rummaging through boxes. Maybe it's their living tradition. Just give out some junk stuff from door to door and put it in the box. That's it. It's really strange to say this tradition. Dr. Harley sighed helplessly. As soon as those players entered the fire base, they all turned into thieves. Even these less than 1,000 players had already made the base uneasy. If the number is too large, I am afraid that even the underwear will not be able to escape the poisonous hands. Okay. But let's talk to them carefully. If we can use their power, these won't be a problem. What the old man values most is the player's combat effectiveness and growth potential, but he doesn't know how many players there are in the God's Forbidden Zone. One more thing. We sent more than 500 advance teams of 100 people to important facilities on the ground. Most of them lost contact after entering the target location and may have been wiped out. As for what happened inside, we don't know at all, because so far no survivors have emerged from the lost advance team. Dr. Harley's expression became a little solemn. You must know that the fire base has maps of all surface bases and facilities. In the case of having maps, there is still no survivor so far, which is enough to illustrate the strangeness of this matter. Even in the face of powerful evolved zombies, I don't know how with so many teams, no one can escape. Except for them, once they enter, no one can get out. The old man thought of this possibility, but what exactly is it? How can there be so many teams that no one can get out? Boom boom boom. 09 inside the missile base,
a large number of zombies were torn apart by bullets. Then after those bullets tore apart the zombies' bodies, a series of small-scale explosions occurred. In order to kill Luo Wukong, the corpse burner no longer distinguishes between friend and foe. At this moment, the corpse burner only has Luo Wukong in his eyes. Cover him. Chen Liren divided half of his people to attack the zombies approaching Luo Wukong, while the other half continued to kill the corpse burners with their individual weapons. The corpse burner raised his long saw arm, and the saw teeth on it rotated rapidly, sweeping towards Luo Wukong, who quickly waved the laser sword in his hand to resist. Fires flew everywhere, and in the dim passage illuminated only by firelight and muzzle flames, sparks flew, and the laser sword in Luo Wukong's hand cut the long saw on the corpse burner's arm. The broken saw teeth and fragments flew past Luo Wukong's face with sparks. Facing the huge long saw that could cut his body in an instant, Luo Wukong did not dare to be careless at all, and the strength in his hand also strengthened a bit. After all, the laser sword is a weapon that can cut iron like clay. With the sound of breaking, the first half of the long saw was directly cut off by the laser sword in Luo Wukong's hand. At the moment when the long saw was cut off, the flame jet of the arm suddenly sprayed out high-temperature flames, and it was absolutely impossible for Luo Wukong to avoid this distance. The flames engulfed Luo Wukong like a fire dragon. Luo Wukong, who was burned into a burning man, quickly pulled away, but the propeller behind the corpse burner suddenly spurted out flames, and the huge mecha more than 10 meters high was hit by the effect of the propeller was like a cannonball hitting Luo Wukong. The fire-based combat uniform has a certain degree of resistance to high temperatures, which will prevent Luo Wukong from turning into charcoal in an instant, but once the subsequent impact hits, it will be enough to kill Luo Wukong. You must know that the mecha is 5 times heavier than an ordinary tank. Sure enough, actual combat experience is still lacking. Luo Wukong thought to himself. The fact that he could cause effective damage to the corpse burner meant that he had the possibility to kill the corpse burner. The rest was actual combat experience. Boom! Boom! Minus 1591. Minus 1548. At this time, 2 artillery shells accurately hit the rear thruster of the corpse burner, and a violent explosion occurred. This was the support of Chen Liren and his 2 rocket launchers. As the 2 damage numbers popped up, the corpse burner's propeller was completely destroyed. The corpse burner's propulsion force was much smaller. As the speed slowed down, it also gave Luo Wukong a chance to react. The corpse burner rushed out of the explosive flames. Luo Wukong quickly slid the shovel between the corpse burner's legs. Everything happened at that moment. Boom! With a loud bang, the wall that the corpse burner hit was directly dented. Although the mecha had strong firepower, its body movements were not very sensitive. Luo Wukong seized the opportunity and quickly jumped on top of the mecha before it turned around. The top of this type of mecha was a blind spot for attack. Minus 214. The laser sword pierced into the zombie's head in the mecha cockpit from the top of the head, but even if the laser sword penetrated the steel protection and hit the vital point directly, the damage it could cause was minimal. And after the corpse burner realized that Luo Wukong was on top of his head, he began to rush towards Chen Liren and the others, bumping into them, trying to effectively kill Chen Liren and the others while throwing Luo Wukong off. Explode the bomb! Quick! Hearing Luo Wukong's roar, a soldier threw the backpack on his back directly to Luo Wukong. Luo Wukong seized the opportunity, reached out to catch the backpack, took out the explosives inside, and installed them on the top of the mecha. Die for me! The explosives were firmly attached to the top of the mecha. Luo Wukong quickly jumped off the mecha, rolled on the ground for a few rounds, and then pressed the button. Boom! Dash! The flames of the explosion rose up, and the shockwave of the explosion knocked the surrounding zombies to the ground. Luo Wukong, who was relatively close, felt a heat wave coming, and then the whole person was blown away. Pistol well, Luo Wukong opened his mouth, and a mouthful of blood spurted out all over the inside of the combat helmet, but Luo Wukong didn't care about his injuries at this time, and quickly got up from the ground. The absence of a system prompt meant that the boss was not dead. Although the explosives exploded at vital points and caused heavy damage to the corpse burner, it was still a little short of trying to eliminate the corpse burner. In the flames of the explosion, Luo Wukong only saw a flash of red light, and a red laser penetrated directly into the flames. Severe pain came from both legs, and the laser instantly cut off Luo Wukong's thighs neatly. He lost his support and fell to the ground. Warm blood sprayed out, and Luo Wukong fell into a pool of blood formed by his own blood. His blood bar quickly dropped by more than half. It hurts. Luo Wukong was sweating profusely, and his teeth were almost broken. The 100% painful experience made Luo Wukong almost pass out. Red light flickered in the burning flames. The incapacitated corpse burner had less than 200 health left, but at this time the laser had locked onto Luo Wukong again, relying on the support of Chen Liren and the others. It's too late. It all happened so fast that most people didn't react at all. They even thought they had won, but a sudden red laser cut into Luo Wukong's body, breaking their illusion of victory. Still have a chance. Luo Wukong clenched the laser sword in his hand, without any hesitation, pressed the button on the base, and then the red light on the hilt of the laser sword in his hand suddenly shot out, breaking through the flames like a sharp arrow, and penetrated the last remains of the burner, -231. Ding! Kill one corpse burner, 10-man level boss, and get experience rewards. Ding! The player has been upgraded. The laser sword in his hand lost its light and looked like a small flashlight that could not emit light. He lay on the ground as if exhausted. Killing the 10-man level boss of the corpse burner allowed Luo Wukong to directly upgrade to 4 levels. His current level is level 20, barely reaching the minimum level standard for this dungeon. Chen Liren ran over quickly and looked at Luo Wukong, who was almost half dead. He immediately picked up Luo Wukong's severed legs, took out the treatment foam from the fire base from his portable medical bag, and sprayed it on Luo Wukong's broken legs. Then Luo Wukong was carefully bandaged and the broken leg was fixed. Don't worry, as long as the treatment is timely, it won't take long for your legs to be reattached. This therapeutic foam can be used to reattach almost anything except decapitation. Chen Liren comforted Luo Wukong, who was looking weak in a pool of blood. After all, ordinary newcomers seeing that my limbs are gone will scare me half to death. Luo Wukong himself is not worried about losing his hands and feet. Even if he dies in this copy, Luo Wukong will not be punished. It is precisely because of this that Luo Wukong dares to fight so hard. Otherwise, Luo Wukong would have run away long ago when he realized something was wrong. But even in a dungeon where there is no death penalty, if the injury hurts, it really hurts. This time, because Luo Wukong took the initiative to contain the corpse burner, there were only 17 casualties. Without Luo Wukong, it can be said that one corpse burner could have wiped out their entire army. You are so damn strong. Don't call me Brother Chen anymore. I'll call you your brother. Chen Liren gave Luo Wukong a thumbs up. After the fierce battle between the Spider-Man and the corpse burner, Chen Liren was completely convinced by Luo Wukong. It's just so. I almost died. Fortunately, your laser sword can be ejected, but the laser sword has no energy. Don't worry about this, I have batteries. But speaking of which, I don't know where the captain found you as a monster. With your potential, you should be among the aces of the fire base, among those super soldiers. Chen Liren didn't know either. She knew where her captain by Shuoyue had dug this treasure, Luo Wukong. If it hadn't been for Luo Wukong, they would have been wiped out long ago. I was recommended to her by a drunkard. Drunk man? You're talking about Mr. Luo Hui, right? Chen Liren guessed the identity of the so-called drunk man at once, and only the drunk man was the most famous in the entire Tinder base. For some reason, when he mentioned Lao Hui, Chen Liren's voice was filled with admiration. What's wrong? Is he famous? It's no wonder, after all, he has abandoned himself for so long, and many people have downplayed his past deeds. But if you really want to ask for advice on things like fighting, you don't need to ask me at all. It's best to ask him. In addition, Mr. Luo Hui is the captain's guardian and has been taking care of him since he grew up. Hearing Chen Liren's words, Luo Wukong frowned slightly. It seemed that Lao Hui was once a strong man. Maybe something happened to turn him into such a waste. As he spoke, Luo Wukong felt the pain disappear, and then Luo Wukong tried to stand up, as if his legs had never been injured and did not feel anything abnormal. It's a pity that because the legs were cut off, the thigh part of the integrated combat uniform has been damaged. How is it? Chen Liren patted Luo Yikong on the shoulder and asked. It's very strong. I feel completely recovered. I can't imagine that I broke my leg just now. This kind of treatment effect was beyond Luo Yikong's expectation. He checked the blood bar and found that half of it had been recovered now. Vice Captain. We found something in the wreckage of that big guy. At this time, some people in the team have begun to clean up some remaining zombies. A soldier in a team picked up a pistol from the remains of the burner. Explosive burner 2 pistol quality, excellent magazine, 10 out of 10 attack bonus, 100-120 skill, bullet type switching introduction. It has 2 modes, normal mode and explosive incendiary bomb, which can be switched. The ammunition is the standard pistol bullet of the firebase, which has the mysterious power and technology to transform ordinary pistol bullets into explosive flame bullets. This weapon seems to be from that mecha. I have never seen a pistol of this type. The soldier looked at the red pistol full of technology in his hand, and his face was full of doubts. He searched all the pistols and weapons before and after the genetic war in his brain, but he did not find this type of special pistol. Brother Chen, this pistol is pretty, can you give it to me? The moment Luo Yikong saw the pistol, he was also moved. After all, it was a weapon dropped by the boss. Of course there is no problem with this. Chen Liren took the pistol from the soldier and put it in Luo Yikong's hand. In his opinion, Luo Yikong killed the monster, so it was his due. Besides, the pistol looked like it had been modified by a private person, and it was fancy. Just as Luo Yikong was looking at the newly acquired pistol, he saw a green virus crystal falling next to the remains of the cremator. This made Luo Yikong's eyes light up. Crystallization in this world, the probability of crystallizing the fused virus is too low. Once it fails, you will die and your body will be taken over by the virus and become a zombie. Because it is an aggregate of viruses, in order to find a host as quickly as possible, any creature that comes into direct contact with the virus crystals will be instantly invaded by the virus. In order to prevent virus crystals from creating some terrible virus organisms, except for a few that are used for research, most of the virus crystals will choose to use flames and high temperatures to destroy them. Luo Yikong successfully absorbed the virus crystal for the first time, and his body has already become receptive to the virus crystal. This means that if Luo Yikong can fuse and absorb the more advanced green type 2 virus crystal for the second time, it will reach 100%. There can be no accident. However, Luo Yikong will not directly absorb it in this world, because in this way he will not be able to bring the power he gained to the real world, so what he wants to do is to bring this green crystal to the real world, then he can use it between the two. The world perfectly inherits the power within the crystallized virus. The player's power only exists in this world, and Luo Yikong appears to be a player, but in fact he exists beyond the player. His power can exist in 2 worlds. A soldier picked up the flamethrower and was about to destroy the green crystal. This scared Luo Yikong and rushed over. Etc. What kind of plane? Get out of the way. If this thing is swallowed by an ordinary zombie, it will be enough for us to drink a pot. Seeing Luo Yikong rushing in front of him, the soldier was also a little puzzled, but thinking of Luo Yikong he only cursed Yikong for his brave performance just now. If he had been a newcomer who was a sluggish newcomer, he would have kicked him. Everyone knows how dangerous this crystal is. Crystals with different colors represent different levels of virus evolution. The more advanced the crystal, the more dangerous it is. If a green virus crystal is absorbed by an ordinary zombie, that ordinary zombie will transform into an extremely terrifying evolved zombie in a very short period of time. So under normal circumstances, when they encounter such crystals, they will destroy them without mercy. Leave this place to me to destroy. It just so happens that I also want to play with this flamethrower. Luo Yikong smiled awkwardly. He couldn't say that he came here just for this virus crystal. He didn't know it before, but now Luo Yikong knew that a guy like him who could absorb virus crystals with such a high probability would definitely be sliced and studied. Nonsense. How can the battlefield be a place for fun? The soldier was obviously unhappy. Luoycong could hear it from his voice, but with the soldier watching, Luoycong had no choice but to put the crystal directly into his system backpack. Most people are now cleaning up the remaining zombies. If we don't take this green virus crystal now, we will have no chance in the future. So annoying. Luoycong wanted to punch the guy in front of him and knock him out, but doing so would definitely attract everyone's attention. Roar! Careful! At this time, a zombie suddenly rushed towards the soldier with a bullet in his head. All this made Luoycong see an opportunity. The soldier holding the flamethrower turned his head and saw a rotten face coming towards him. Taking advantage of the moment when everyone's attention was attracted, Luoycong quickly put the green crystal into the system backpack. Inside, he then pulled out an incendiary bomb and threw it into the remains of the corpse burner behind him. Boom! The soldier was knocked to the ground by the zombie. Luoycong raised his fist and punched the zombie's head. With just one punch, the zombie's head exploded like a watermelon. What a terrible power, this punch! Everyone's eyes widened when they saw this scene. Although they couldn't see their expressions wearing combat helmets, there was no doubt that they were all frightened by Luoycong's punch. A normal person would get a concussion at most with one punch, but that guy's punch directly caused his head to explode. This was obviously not a normal person anymore. In the eyes of everyone, there is no doubt that Luoycong is already a guy who has undergone special body modification. Such a guy should exist among the aces of the firebase. They don't understand why Luoycong is in their team. I don't want to box with this guy. If I don't control my strength, I will die directly. Chenliren saw that scene and couldn't help but feel scared when he thought of his previous training with Luoycong at the base. Fortunately, I moved quickly enough, otherwise it would be bad if the zombie came over and swallowed the crystal. Luoycong looked at the burning remains of the corpse burner and said with some guilt. Now the remains have been burned to pieces. It was pitch dark, and they wouldn't notice that the crystal was gone. Yes. It's so dangerous. The soldier holding the flamethrower climbed up from the ground. He had no doubts about Luoycong's words. After all, crystals are indeed attractive to zombies because the viruses in the zombies' bodies crave for them. Evolution. Crisis averted. Chenliren took out the laser sword battery and threw it to Luoycong, then stretched out his hand to catch it. Luoycong's laser sword ember is very convenient to use. It can be powered by batteries or recharged. It can be adapted to fighting in any situation, except of course in water. The captain's position has been discontinued. Okay. Everyone, let's go. Rescue the captain. Bai Shuaiyue is usually very strict and rude, but he is still kind to the members of the team. Everyone is worried about Bai Shuaiyue's safety, and they continue to move towards the position positioned by Bai Shuaiyue's communicator without taking a rest. After passing through a long passage, a huge hangar appeared in front of everyone, but the dome above was closed. This hangar, like the airport of the Spark base, is deep underground. It is extremely difficult to build such a place. In the hangar, Luoycong and others saw many mechas and tanks, as well as the wreckage of airplanes and human bones. Even though these people died, they still did not put down their weapons. There was a fierce battle here, but the attackers were definitely not zombies, because ordinary zombies, even evolved zombies, would find it difficult to fight mechas and tanks with flesh and blood. Moreover, these people just died and did not become zombies, which means that the attackers were not zombies. It is impossible for zombies to capture an underground base with a complete defense system. Even if there is an internal outbreak, it is difficult to annihilate the entire army. The base can immediately block the infected area. It seems that these people are advanced humans who died 20 years ago. Only in this way can we explain why there are still biological weapons sleeping underneath. Chenliren looked around at the miserable appearance and said calmly that the world-destroying disaster that occurred 20 years ago was much more miserable than what he saw before. "Woman, are there any zombies here?" a soldier suddenly asked. After experiencing 2 waves of zombies, to be honest, those who survived were already a little tired. This place is deep inside the base. No one knows whether there are zombies or how many zombies there are. Can the communicator contact the outside world? Chen Liren continued to ask, although he also knew that this possibility was very small.
Still unable to contact.
Now the team's casualties have almost reached half. Without outside support, it means that all of them can only escape death.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Several loud noises suddenly came from the dark hangar. The sound was like thunder in the dead silence of the hangar. Through the night vision system, everyone saw that the small doors on both sides of the hangar were all opened.
Not good.
Quick! Run forward! Luo Wukong and Chen Liren immediately realized something was wrong, and the next second, a large number of zombies squeezed out of the small door.
Ho ho ho! Those zombies also run extremely fast. They have been trapped in this underground base for 20 years.
The virus that dominates the zombies can only survive by devouring its own kind. Although the flesh and blood on the body has rotted, the virus's desire for fresh flesh and blood still supports the zombie's already decayed body to explode to its final potential. Darkness, coupled with the extremely fast swarm of corpses, it can be said that if everyone is not prepared and does not have a helmet's night vision system, they will definitely be dead in this darkness where they can't even see their fingers. Facing the zombies rushing in front, Luo Wukong took off the laser sword from his waist and pressed the button on the laser sword. The red light of the laser sword was very conspicuous in the darkness. Luo Wukong held the laser sword and rushed to the front of the team, using the laser sword in his hand to clear the way.
These zombies are at most a little stronger than the ordinary zombies outside.
In front of Luo Wukong's laser sword, which is as sharp as clay, they can't even withstand a single sword blow. These ordinary zombies don't give Luo Wukong a lot of experience. If you want to rely on these zombies to upgrade, it is a complete waste of time, and once the physical strength is exhausted, it will be a dead end, so now Luo Wukong still focuses on breaking out. This hangar was very large, with more than 100 small doors on both sides. In less than a minute, nearly 10,000 zombies poured into the entire hangar. This was the first time for everyone to face so many zombies at such a close distance. They were surrounded by dense zombies on both sides, and the roars of zombies were everywhere in the darkness. Although combat uniforms can protect against the bites of zombies to a certain extent, once a lone person is surrounded by a large number of zombies, it will be a dead end.
Boom!
The flamethrower sprayed out a long fire dragon, burning the surrounding zombies into burning people. Even if the zombies were burned into burning people, they still seemed to feel no pain and rushed towards everyone with the flames. The zombies threw a soldier to the ground with flames. The soldiers around him had no time to rescue him. A large group of zombies pressed the soldier to the ground and tore the soldier's body into pieces with their rotting mouth.
Da-day-day-day.
The companions around the soldier could only use their rifles like crazy to shoot at the zombies that had piled up in front of the hill, but they still could not save the soldier under the hill.
Soon a dark shadow tackled him to the ground, and now it was his turn.
Part of the team was already in chaos.
After all, this time it was a desperate situation again.
The difficulty of this dungeon should have been conquered by 100 level 20 players, but now the only player who meets the requirement is Luo Wukong, and the rest are all NPCs. Such a raiding team directly raises the difficulty to hell difficulty. As long as you encounter zombies in the base, it will be a desperate situation. Luo Wukong, who was fighting among the zombies, was also helpless. Although his equipment and strength exceeded most players at this stage, it was impossible for him to pass the level by himself, or even take the entire team away. Players are fundamentally different from the local NPCs in this world.
Even players who have just reached level 10 are much better than ordinary people.
The reason why they have been able to persist until now is entirely because the dungeon level is only level 20 to 30, the team is well trained and well equipped, and the existence of Luo Wukong, otherwise they would have been gone long ago. Luo Wukong killed the zombies blocking the road in front and opened the way for the people behind him.
He didn't know how many people were left behind him.
All he could do was to let as many people survive as possible.
I have opened the door ahead for you.
The woman's voice came from the communicator, and this time Luo Wukong did not thank the woman, but felt a little angry. Luo Wukong noticed that the woman said you instead of you, which meant that the woman was in contact with him alone.
You released these zombies. Luo Yikong knew that the woman had the ability to control the space. The doors suddenly opened and the zombies were released. Luo Yikong didn't believe it if he said it had nothing to do with the woman. Luo Yikong even suspected that Bai Shuiyue was taken away by that woman. I'm not afraid of you guessing that I took your captain, too. Why? Luo Yikong was a little confused. Didn't that woman want him to take her out? Your captain doesn't want you to fight with biological weapons, and if you want to come to where I am, you must pass through the location of biological weapons. So your captain agreed to me on the surface, but actually wanted to escape from another secret passage. But everything in this base is under my control, including what your captain said. I heard it clearly. Then why did you contact me? Luo Yikong waved his sword to kill a zombie blocking the road and asked the woman on the other side of the communicator. I saw what means you used to take away the green crystal. You are a player, right? The woman said Luo Yikong's identity as a player, which startled Luo Yikong's heart and immediately realized that the woman was not simple. You know, the Spark base also knew the existence of players for the first time not long ago. Who are you? Luo Yikong's eyes immediately became alert. Me? Ha ha. It seems that you still don't know who the power of you players belongs to. Find me and I will give you the answer. I want to ensure that the people in my team escape from here with me, otherwise I will commit suicide. You should know that I am a player. Death is nothing to me, especially here. Luo Yikong threatened the woman on the other side of the communicator. Since the other party said so, Luo Yikong would not act anymore. You are the first one who dares to threaten me like this. So you are very powerful? Luo Yikong smiled coldly. Her tone was different from the tone when she first asked for help. When everyone entered the depths of the base, she stopped pretending, and her tone was full of a tone that made Luo Yikong disgusted. Of arrogance. You may not be from this world, but I can be sure that you are just an insignificant ant in a small world and know nothing about the real world. To you, I am God. The woman on the communicator, he said with a mocking tone, as if he was mocking Luo Yikong's frog in the well and humbleness. I have to ensure that all of us pass, otherwise I will kill myself and exit the dungeon. Luo Yikong said in a strong tone. If he relied on himself to pass this dungeon, Luo Yikong would not have the confidence, and Shen Liren had sent Luo Yikong to weapons. Luo Yikong didn't want him to die. Players may view this world as a virtual world, but only Luo Yikong knows that this is a real world, and everyone is a living person, not data. Okay, but you have to come in front of me, or I will kill that woman. The woman on the other side of the communicator threatened Luo Yikong. It was obvious that the woman she was talking about was Bai Shuiyue. The communication ended, and the door in front was suddenly powered on and opened, which gave everyone who was fighting among the corpses hope. Kill out. Quick. Everyone follow up. Grenade. Grenade. Everyone followed Luo Yikong towards the open door of the hangar. The people behind him kept throwing down their own grenades to intercept the zombies behind them. Boom. 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 The explosion of the grenade blew the zombies behind to pieces, and the zombies that were closer were directly blown into pieces of flesh. They were lifted into the air by the explosion, and the putrid flesh and blood fell like rain. Luo Yikong swung his sword to chop off the head of a zombie and rushed into the gate. As Luo Yikong entered the gate began to close slowly. Hurry up! Luo Yikong took out his rifle and started fire support. Others saw signs of closing the door and tried their best. Once the door was closed, they would be greeted by endless groups of corpses in darkness. Those who successfully entered the gate used the firearms in their hands to support their companions. Fortunately, with the support of these people, the pressure on those who broke through was doubled. As the last person broke through, the door closed heavily, turning the zombies who tried to rush into the door into a pulp. So close. Everyone seemed to be exhausted, lying on the ground, panting. Luo Yikong looked around and saw that there were far fewer people. There were only more than 40 people alive now. You must know that when they entered this dungeon, they were a team of 100 people. Boom! Damn it! Someone definitely controls this base.
Chen Liren punched the door, and from the mechanical arm that snatched by Shuaiyue to the corpses in the hangar, Chen Liren felt that someone was monitoring their every move, forcing them into a corner. Luo Yikong glanced at Chen Liren. Regarding the woman on the communicator, Luo Yikong did not tell Chen Liren because Luo Yikong knew that Chen Liren could not help him much, and now each of them was being watched. Keep going. Bring the captain back. Chen Liren gritted his teeth. Now that so many people have been sacrificed, he no longer wants to completely control the base. He only wants to take Bai Shuaiyue and the surviving people with him. Leave here. Yes. They didn't rest for long, and everyone continued to move forward. Compared with the morale at the beginning, the team at this time was already lifeless. After all, this mission was more dangerous than they imagined. At this time, only Luo Yikong was calm in his heart, because he knew that everyone might die, but he would not, because this was a dungeon and there was no punishment for death. Because the base was controlled by the woman on the other side of the communicator, after talking to Luo Yikong, she did not arrange any traps for Luo Yikong and the others. Even the journey was smooth, but some zombies along the way still had to be Luo Yikong and the others cleaned up by themselves. Luo Yikong and others entered a place similar to a warehouse. Missiles more than 10 meters long were placed on both sides. Those missiles were left over from the genetic war 20 years ago and had not been used yet. Luo Yikong once saw the divine city that covered the sky and the sun in the memory fragments. Building such war weapons requires very high technology. Luo Yikong didn't know whether this kind of missile would be useful for the divine city. After all, compared to the divine city, this missile still looks a little too backward. What is that? Each soldier looked up and saw a blood chrysalis the size of a car hanging on the ceiling above everyone. What is it this time? Luo Yikong sighed helplessly. The last 10-man level mini-boss almost killed Luo Yikong. This time Luo Yikong didn't know what kind of monster it was. At this time, the blood pupa was torn open from the inside, and then a withered bloody hand poked out. The thing inside the blood chrysalis is still alive. At this time, everyone held their breath. From the moment they entered this base, the virus organisms existing in this base have been refreshing their understanding of virus organisms. Quick! Flamethrower! At this time, Chen Liren decided to strike first and ordered a soldier to pick up a flamethrower to burn the blood chrysalis and destroy the monster before it was born from the blood chrysalis. The flames spurted out and turned into a fire dragon that devoured the blood pupa. Even the Genesis virus could not withstand the high temperature of the flames. In the flames, everyone saw that the blood pupa suddenly exploded, just like a watermelon that suddenly exploded, and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. It's destroyed just like that? Luo Yikong couldn't believe it. After all, the blood pupa looked extraordinary, and he didn't expect it to be destroyed so quickly. In the pile of blood and flesh, Luo Yikong saw a bloody broken hand squirming, and suddenly the broken hand seemed to have life and locked onto Luo Yikong. What is that? Luo Yikong was startled, and the broken hand crawled quickly on the ground like a spider, rushing towards Luo Yikong. Even Luo Yikong was frightened by the weird scene. The severed hand suddenly jumped up and rushed towards Luo Yikong's face, scaring him so much that he immediately swung the laser sword in his hand and cut the severed hand in two. Everyone be careful! Ah! As soon as Luo Yikong finished his reminder, a heart-wrenching sound came from behind him. Luo Yikong turned around and saw that the other severed hand had pierced through a soldier's helmet and entered the soldier's mouth. Flesh and blood burn all the surrounding stumps. Everyone was frightened by the movable stumps and quickly used the flamethrowers in their hands to clean up the surrounding stumps. Ugh! The soldier whose severed hand entered his body from his mouth widened his eyes, his face full of pain, and he had difficulty speaking. Brother! What's wrong with you? Hold on. Chen Liren held the soldier's hand. At this time, Luo Yikong saw that the soldier's chest had bulged, and the bulge was moving quickly in the soldier's body. That thing is in his body. Luo Yikong is a player after all. As a player, his intuition tells Luo Yikong that the guy is no longer savable and must be dealt with as soon as possible. Flamethrower. Get rid of him quickly. Luo Yikong is very decisive, because if he is not decisive, more people will die. However, although Luo Yikong is decisive, others are not like this. Instead, they look at Luo Yikong at a loss. What a joke, burning their comrades who fought side by side. It's too late. Luo Yikong grabbed the soldier and threw him out. In an instant, before the soldier even landed completely, his body exploded in the air. Then a large number of blood-colored tentacles burst out like spikes, piercing the soldiers holding flamethrowers nearby. Then everyone saw a scene they would never forget. In just a few seconds, the soldier's body shrank rapidly, and the tentacles quickly absorbed the flesh and blood of the soldiers like straws. Soon, only the flamethrower and the empty combat uniform fell to the ground, without even a bone left. How could the Genesis virus mutate to this extent? What kind of monster is this? Command. Can't we contact the command yet? At this time, everyone was close to the edge of collapse. The virus creatures encountered in this place were much weirder than those outside. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't dare to believe that such virus creatures existed in this world. Abandoned flesh and blood, 10-man level boss, race, zombie level, 25 life/stamina, infinity strength, 50 spirit, 12 agility, 56 resistance, 6 skills, virus piercing, body splitting, flesh and blood devouring. Talents, tireless dead, unlimited stamina bonus, flesh and blood parasitism, limb survival. Introduction, a biological weapon abandoned by the God City, and the best way for the God City to deal with abandoned biological weapons is to invest in the war against the surface humans. After devouring the flesh and blood, the blood-red zombie appeared in front of everyone, and the oppressive feeling made everyone feel a little suffocated. 10-man level boss. Another 10-man level boss. Although Luo Yikong had prepared himself mentally, when the system fed back the attributes to Luo Yikong couldn't help but sigh deeply. Another fierce battle. The so-called 10-man level boss is actually a division of combat power, which means that the lethality of this boss can easily destroy a 10-man level 20-player team. Of course, it is not ruled out that the player has good skills, or has better attributes, equipment and skills than players of the same level, so that a one-on-one duel may occur. After all, people cannot be generalized. Luo Yikong holds a laser sword. After all, he brought the player to this world. In terms of strength, his strength completely surpasses most players and belongs to the top group. Burn him to death. Several soldiers picked up flamethrowers and pulled the trigger at the abandoned flesh and blood. Several fire dragons quickly engulfed the abandoned flesh and blood, -153. -143. -132. The damage number jumped out of the flames. Luo Yikong knew that the flames had hurt the monster, but the next second the damage number suddenly disappeared, and the blood-abandoned child rushed out of the flames. So fast. The speed of the blood-abandoned child was almost the same as Luo Yikong's maximum speed. In the eyes of others, they could only see the bloody figure flashing by. Luo Yikong wanted to stop it, but it was too late. The tentacles turned into spikes, piercing the chests of the two soldiers like a spear, and the flamethrower in his hand fell to the ground. Help! Before he finished saying the word help, in the blink of an eye, the soldier's flesh and blood was absorbed and swallowed by the spiked tentacles like straws, and then the blood-abandoned child's health bar was directly restored. In the eyes of others, the burnt black part of the blood-abandoned child began to fall off and recover. Devour others to recover from injuries. Luo Yikong also realized the seriousness of the problem at this time. Although the resistance defense of the flesh and blood abandoned child was not high and the HP was only more than 10,000, the devouring ability was really amazing. Everyone present could be said to be the mobile blood bag of the monster. Everyone keep your distance. Use the flames of incendiary bombs to form a firewall to protect yourself. I will deal with this monster alone. Luo Yikong immediately shouted loudly. At this time, those soldiers could not help Luo Yikong, but would become a trouble for Luo Yikong. Chen Liren saw the devouring ability of the flesh and blood abandoned child and understood Luo Yikong's meaning. He immediately took people to keep their distance from the flesh and blood abandoned child, and at the same time used incendiary bottles and flamethrowers to form a firewall to isolate the battlefield. Even a well-trained guy like Chen Liren could not be the opponent of such a virus creature. After all, his fighting skills were okay against humans or ordinary zombies, but he was not a one-shot opponent when facing a creature like the flesh-abandoned child. Roar, roar, roar. The flesh-abandoned child roared and rushed towards Luo Wukong. The speed was so fast that Luo Wukong hastily swung his sword to block it, but Luo Wukong forgot that the sword in his hand was a laser sword. The flesh-abandoned child's arm turned into a claw and slammed heavily on Luo Wukong's laser sword, but Luo Wukong was fine. The flesh-abandoned child's claw was directly cut off by the laser sword in Luo Wukong's hand. The claw fell to the ground, but suddenly it rushed towards Chen Liren and others as if it had come to life, but Chen Liren was prepared and activated the flamethrower, and the flames engulfed the red claw. The claw struggled in the flames and made a baby-like scream, which was really creepy. Perhaps realizing the power of the laser sword in Luo Wukong's hand, the blood and flesh abandoned changed its tactics, and the spear-like spikes of tentacles burst out from all parts of its body and stabbed at Luo Wukong. More than 10,000 blood can make the blood and flesh abandoned make many mistakes, but as long as Luo Wukong makes a mistake once, the tentacles will pierce into Luo Wukong's body, and then the blood and flesh abandoned can devour Luo Wukong completely in the blink of an eye. Abandoned flesh and blood. The body of the abandoned bloody child burst out with spikes, piercing Luo Wukong's face. The spikes formed by the tentacles can easily penetrate even steel, not to mention Luo Wukong's combat helmet. Fragments flew, and even though Luo Wukong reacted quickly and dodged in time, the spikes formed by the tentacles still shattered Luo Wukong's combat helmet, almost brushing against Luo Wukong's face. This shocking blow frightened Luo Wukong and he hurriedly pulled away. If Luo Wukong's reaction was a little slower, he might have been pierced through the head. A blood mark was left on his face. Luo Wukong held the laser sword in his hand. At this time, Luo Wukong also understood that the abandoned bloody child in front of him not only had strong attack power, but also extremely fast speed. If he was not careful, he might also overturn. The devouring ability of the abandoned bloody child also told Luo Wukong that he must solve the monster at once, otherwise, as long as he devoured one person, it would mean that all the previous efforts would be wasted. After making up his mind, Luo Wukong no longer hesitated and directly added all the attribute points he had upgraded to speed. Facing the 10-man level boss of the blood and flesh abandoned child who could kill him instantly, Luo Wukong could only rely on speed to surpass the opponent. Come on! Roar! The head of the blood and flesh abandoned child suddenly split open and turned into a huge mouth, opening the bloody mouth and rushing towards Luo Wukong. The speed was faster than that of a cheetah. In an instant, Chen Liren and others all held their breath and saw the two figures intersecting together. Because the speed was too fast, they couldn't see clearly at all. In Luo Wukong's perspective, the blood and flesh abandoned child opened the huge mouth and rushed towards him, but after all, it was a virus creature, and the fighting skills were not as proficient as humans. After ordinary players upgrade and become stronger in this world, they can do actions that cannot be done in the real world, not to mention Luo Wukong, a guy who has been strengthened by virus crystals. At the moment when the flesh and blood abandoned rushed towards him, Luo Wukong jumped up and did a somersault in the air, while the laser sword in his hand went straight to the head of the flesh and blood abandoned, -325. In the blink of an eye, a blood flower bloomed, and the head of the flesh and blood abandoned with a bloody mouth rolled to the ground. Although the flesh and blood abandoned was powerful, it was still a flesh and blood body after all, and could not resist the laser sword in Luo Wukong's hand that could cut iron like mud. Burn! Before the head made any movement, Chen Liren and others had already pulled the trigger, and high-temperature flames spewed out. The head screamed like a baby crying in the flames, and kept struggling and rolling in the flames, and soon turned into a pool of blood in the flames. As the head part was destroyed, Luo Wukong noticed that the blood and blood abandoned son's health bar dropped directly, which also made Luo Wukong realize that he had to divide this monster bit by bit to completely destroy it. The flesh and blood abandoned son without a head could still feel Luo Wukong's existence and could accurately lock Luo Wukong's position. In an instant, the 5-meter-long tentacle spikes burst out from the body of the abandoned flesh and blood, piercing Luo Wukong's body. However, if Luo Wukong had not accelerated before, he might have accidentally hit the target, but now Luo Wukong has added all the upgraded attribute points to speed. Boom! 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 The blood-colored tentacle spikes pierced the missile that was more than 10 meters long behind Luo Wukong, making a muffled sound, and the outer layer of the missile had been penetrated and sunken. Fortunately, this kind of missile is very stable. Unless it is launched and detonated, it will not explode even if it is pierced into a hornet's nest. After narrowly dodging the attack, Luo Wukong swung the laser sword in his hand to cut off the tentacles of the flesh-abandoned child before they were pulled out. The flesh-abandoned child's body burst out with tentacle spikes again, turning him into a hedgehog, but even so, Luo Wukong was still able to dodge flexibly with his speed. Bang! 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 The muffled sound of the tentacles piercing through the steel kept echoing in his ears. The surrounding steel walls, floors, and even the ceiling were all pierced by the tentacles and sunken. So fast! Is this the speed that humans can reach? Chen Liren and others widened their eyes again. What kind of concept is it that a virus creature's physical fitness in terms of speed is suppressed by a human? This is the evolution that humans pursue, superhumans. Unable to catch the extremely fast Luo Wukong, the flesh-abandoned child also changed his tactics, softened all the tentacles, spread them around through the ground, and began to weave a bloody net. Luo Wukong naturally understood the intention of the flesh-abandoned child, and immediately took out a firebomb, pulled it open, and threw it at the feet of the flesh-abandoned child. The tentacles that filled the surroundings became a burden to the blood and flesh abandoned at this time. It could not be retracted in time, nor could it move and dodge immediately. Boom! The flames burst out and instantly engulfed the blood and flesh abandoned. All the tentacles connected to the blood and flesh abandoned were burned off in the flames, and the blood and flesh abandoned's health bar dropped rapidly in the flames. Compared to the 10-man level Luo Wukong encountered before, the blood and flesh abandoned did not have the opponent's health bar and strong resistance, but the difficulty was that it could devour and recover. Even if a limb was not eliminated in time, it was possible for this boss to be resurrected with full blood. The devouring ability to kill a player instantly and the speed that surpassed most players, it can be said that even if there are a large number of players, they may not be enough for the blood and flesh abandoned to kill. Unfortunately, the blood and flesh abandoned met Luo Wukong, and speed happened to be his main strengthening route. In addition, Luo Wukong was fighting alone, and the others kept their distance, and did not give the blood and flesh abandoned any chance to devour. With one sword strike, the burning body was split in two. Luo Wukong seized the opportunity and swung the second sword. Because Luo Wukong's speed was beyond ordinary people, in the eyes of normal people like Chen Liren, Luo Wukong's sword swing left an afterimage. The bloody abandoned child was cut into pieces by Luo Wukong's laser sword. Perhaps realizing that Luo Wukong was not easy to deal with, these pieces of body scattered around like life, and most of them rushed towards Chen Liren in the distance. That thing is coming. Flamethrower. At Chen Liren's command, the flamethrowers in everyone's hands were fully fired, and the fire dragons instantly engulfed the attacking pieces of body, and the sound of a baby crying was heard in the flames. Don't let any of them go. The crowd held flamethrowers in their hands, formed a formation, and swept across the ground with flamethrowers. After seeing the strangeness of the abandoned flesh and blood, they dared not leave even a piece of flesh and blood behind. Under Luo Wukong's system scan, all the abandoned flesh and blood were locked in his sight, and there was no place for them to hide. Ding! Kill one flesh and blood abandoned child, 10-man level boss, and gain experience. Ding! The player has been upgraded. After killing the flesh and blood abandoned son, Luo Wukong has been upgraded 2 levels in a row. His current level is level 22. He can barely reach the first echelon of players, but among the players, there may not be many opponents in terms of strength. It wasn't until the flesh and blood abandoned children were completely eliminated that Luo Wukong remembered that the explosive Type 2 pistol had not been used yet. However, if he thought about it carefully, if he used the explosive flame bullet mode and accidentally exploded the flesh and blood everywhere, it would be troublesome. After all, this kind of virus creature is really weird. If other players encounter it, they probably won't know how they died. Luo Wukong searched and found an alloy knife in a pool of blood. It seemed that this was the equipment dropped by the flesh and blood abandonment. However, the alloy knife was wrapped with the blood-colored tentacles of the flesh and blood abandonment. It looked like very strange. Infected alloy knife quality, excellent attack bonus, 232-50 skill, devouring strengthening introduction. The alloy knife is equipped with a mysterious virus. Although it is not known how the virus fuses with the blade, ordinary people will pay a heavy price for using it. The weird tentacles on it can swallow the user's flesh and blood, thus enhancing the attack power of the blade. Luo Yikong took one look at the weapon and put it into his system backpack. This kind of weapon was not suitable for him. Luo Yikong preferred swords to knives. But thinking about it, this is a self-devouring and desperate weapon, and it might play a huge role sometimes. It seems we have to separate when we go back this time. Chen Liren looked at Luo Yikong in front of him and sighed deeply. At the same time, he was also happy that Luo Yikong could have a better future. Why? Luo Yikong was suddenly startled and looked at Chen Liren beside him. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. After all, your strength cannot be hidden. Only the trump card of fire is where you go, where you can obtain more resources and make greater contributions to mankind. Chen Lirenii, although he has a serious look on his face, although he can't see it with his helmet on, the ace of Pyro he talks about is actually Pyro's super soldier unit. I still like to be more free. If the fire restrains me, I will feel very uncomfortable. Luo Yikong knew that the management of such an ace unit must be very strict, which may cause Luo Yikong to not even have time to return to the real world. No. Luo Yikong originally wanted to sneak into the fire base, not work for them. If you really want this, then you have to ask Uncle Luo Hui. Chen Liren smiled slightly. He respected Luo Yikong's choice, and he would not kidnap Luo Yikong morally. Is that guy really useful? Luo Yikong thought of the drunk man. How could he think that guy's whole body was filled with an aura of unreliability? Is that guy really that powerful? You will know after you try it. But you are indeed the person recommended by Uncle Luo Hui. His vision is really great. Chen Liren's voice made no secret of his admiration for Lao Hui. Although he was wearing a combat helmet, Luo Hui's Yikong could already imagine his expression. Was that guy that powerful before? Tell me about his deeds. Luo Yikong couldn't help but become curious when he heard Chen Liren praising that guy again and again. Actually, I saw Uncle Luo Hui take action when I was a child. I was only 5 years old at that time. It was the period of human genetic war. The City of God dropped a 10,000 level biological weapon in our city. At that time, Uncle Luo Hui was still very young. I was right behind him. Looking from a distance, I saw Uncle Luo Hui kill the 10,000 level biological weapon with just one sword. He was like a god. That sword. I will never forget him. Will not forget. A biological weapon capable of killing 10,000 people with one sword. Is that a human being? Luo Yikong couldn't help shouting. Such a powerful strength may have exceeded the limits of human beings. You must know that a 10,000 level biological weapon is equivalent to a 10,000 level boss, which can easily kill 10,000 players and destroy the existence of a city. Luo Yikong knew that the world had been digitized, and attributes were a measure of a person's strength. If attributes were powerful enough, they might actually reach inhuman levels. But Lao Hui is not a player, so it is impossible for him to develop such explosive attributes. At this time, Luo Yikong thought of existences outside the world. Starting from the other shore in Luo Yiling's hands, everything told Luo Yikong that there were more powerful existences outside the world. If Lao Hui is not a player, and normal humans in this world cannot reach that level, then it means that Lao Hui may be in existence outside the world. Of course, all this is just Luo Yikong's guess, but Luo Yikong doesn't know why the current Lao Hui is such a waste. It seems that there are some things that I have to ask him personally. Luo Yikong thought secretly in his heart, that guy is definitely a hidden NPC in this world. It is indeed like a myth to kill 10,000 people with one sword. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, no one would believe it. In that disaster, he descended like a god. No one knew where he came from, but even so, he was still seriously injured because of Xinjiang. He has not been seen taking action since then, and it is getting worse every day. In addition, the fire base has deliberately downplayed it, and some people still regard him as a joke. But it is undeniable that he is the former fire base. One of the top brass. It's no wonder that many young people don't believe in the legend of going back to the past. After all, it's too outrageous.
10,000 level biological weapons are something that can only be eliminated by nuclear bombs.
It can be eliminated by non-human beings, let alone a single person with flesh and blood or a sword. So, compared to that guy, I'm still a normal person.
Luo Yikong thought about his administrator permission system.
If he had full control over the permissions and the world, he would definitely be better than the legendary Lao Hui. It's amazing, with the snap of a finger, everything under the rules of this world can be wiped out. That does not belong to the category of humans, but to God. Indeed, but for many people, Uncle Luo Hui is just a legend, but you are real and within reach.
However, we still don't know if we can get out alive. Don't forget that there is a biological weapon inside. I guess it may be 100-man level.
Luo Yikong felt a lot of pressure. Although the 100-man level could not compete with the legendary 10,000 people, compared with the human level, it can easily kill hundreds of players, and he is the only player here. To be honest, Luo Yikong himself had no confidence.
100-man level? Can you guess this?
But it shouldn't be 100-man level, at most it's a 10-man level, otherwise we'll all die. Chen Liren showed an optimistic smile, and only Luo Yikong sighed deeply, because he knew that what they were about to face was really a 100-man level boss, a 100-man level biological weapon. Biological weapons, it's almost there.
It's just ahead.
The woman's voice came from the communicator.
From that voice, Luo Yikong could tell that the other party couldn't wait any longer.
In front of everyone was a steel door. According to the mark on the base map, behind the door was not the control room of the base, but a warehouse where some special things were stored.
Bai Shuaiyue's signal was behind the door.
In order to bring Bai Shuaiyue back, they killed all the way here and there was no way back.
Boom!
Accompanied by a loud noise, the steel door slowly opened, and a cold current with white mist attacked everyone. The cold current hit everyone, and everyone's combat uniform was covered with a layer of white frost. As the door opened, everyone could see the situation inside clearly. Everything inside was covered with a thick layer of frost, just like a freezer. The human-shaped ice sculptures held guns and surrounded a giant monster that was more than 10 meters high in the middle. Luo Yikong could even see the firm expressions of those people at the last moment when they reached out to wipe off the ice and snow on the face of the ice sculptures. Surrounded by hundreds of ice sculptures was a giant monster shaped like a werewolf, but because the ice and snow covering its body were too thick, everyone couldn't see the specific appearance of the monster clearly. Judging from its size, it should be about a 10-man biological weapon, not too bad, and it was frozen, so it's not a big problem. Looking at the ice sculpture of the huge monster in front of him, Chen Liren also breathed a sigh of relief.
The surrounding facilities are still spewing cold air.
After so many years, even if other areas of the base have been completely paralyzed, the energy supply here has not stopped, as if they are afraid that the monster will wake up.
Captain! Behind that door.
After a soldier located Bai Shuaiyue's specific position, two soldiers immediately ran over and cut the small door.
Bang!
Under the cutting of the laser cutting equipment, the small steel door was cut off and fell heavily to the ground.
Captain!
Bai Shuaiyue fell to the ground and fell into a coma.
Behind Bai Shuaiyue was a platform covered by a layer of bulletproof glass.
On the platform was a black sword made of countless fragments. The black sword pierced a corpse and penetrated directly into the heart, which was a fatal injury.
Luo Yikong approached the platform with curiosity.
Through the bulletproof glass cover, he saw that the corpse pierced by the black sword seemed to have just died. The blood vessels on the body were clearly visible and the face was ruddy, as if it was still alive. She is not human. Luo Yikong found that the woman on the platform had pointed ears, snow-white hair longer than her height, and closed her eyes as if she was sleeping. Her beauty could be said to be suffocating at a glance.
It was not like something in the human world.
Even if she died, the breath on her body still gave people a feeling of inviolability.
Pull out the sword from the body.
The cold voice of the woman came from the communicator. Luo Yikong felt that pulling out the sword was definitely not a good thing.
Why did you find me? Can't others do it?
Luo Yikong frowned and called the system in his heart to analyze the black sword in the body.
In a moment, the results of the analysis were fed back to Luo Yikong.
Whether it was the sword or the body, they were all outside the rules of this world, that is, they did not belong to this world. Just like the other shore in Luo Yiling's hand, it did not belong to this apocalyptic world. It seems that the secrets hidden in this apocalyptic world are much more than Luo Yikong imagined. Humph. If you don't pull it out, I will let you pull it out. As soon as the voice from the communicator fell, the warehouse outside stopped supplying cold air, and the temperature continued to rise in a short time. 100-man level biological weapons awakened. Not good. Roar, roar, roar. The thick ice began to melt, and then the largest monster ice sculpture in the middle of the warehouse began to crack. The changes in the warehouse outside naturally attracted Chen Liren's attention. Boom! Roar, roar, roar. Accompanied by a loud bang, the thick ice on the huge monster exploded, and the 100-man level biological weapon that had been sleeping for 20 years made a deafening roar. Death Howler, 100-man level boss, race, biological weapon level, 30 life/physical strength/strength, 136 spirit, 34 agility, 68 resistance, 132 skills, Howler ultrasonic wave, death tentacle devouring, super speed dive, tentacle transfiguration, drilling. Talent, biological weapon, unstable evolution, life lock, genetic alienation. Introduction, biological weapon cultivated by Genesis virus combined with multiple biological genes. Although its own strength is powerful and terrifying, it is full of instability. However, in terms of combat effectiveness, even mechas will be easily torn apart by the monster. As the 100-man level boss broke through the ice, Luo Yikong could see the monster clearly. The monster looked like multiple creatures stitched together, with a wolf head, a lizard-like body, and terrifying claws inherited from some unknown creature. Behind it were dense tentacles that kept wriggling. Those tentacles intertwined to form a pair of tentacle wings. 10-man level. No. It's really a 100-man level. At this time, Chen Liren's tactical helmet also fed back the preliminary assessment level of the biological weapon to him through analysis. Instantly, a large number of tentacles burst out from behind the monster, and those tentacles seemed to track automatically, locking onto everyone. Be careful. No matter how fast Luo Yikong was, the number of people he could save was very limited. At the first moment, Luo Yikong chose to rush to Chen Liren and Bai Shuaiyue, waving the laser sword in his hand, and cut off all the red tentacles that attacked. Others did not have the strength of Luo Yikong, and the attack was too sudden. Except for Luo Yikong, Chen Liren, and Bai Shuaiyue, the entire team was wiped out in the blink of an eye. After the tentacles penetrated the human body, a large amount of flesh and blood was swallowed by the Death Howler, leaving only a pool of blood in clothes. Take the captain and leave. Luo Yikong was also frightened at this time, and shouted to Chen Liren. 100-man level boss. It has the powerful destructive power to take away 100 players in an instant, not to mention the dozens of ordinary soldiers, who are basically cannon fodder, not even cannon fodder. From the moment Luo Yikong learned that this dungeon had become a 100-man level, he had not thought about clearing it. After all, the gap between him and the 100-man level was still too big. It was just because this was a dungeon that Luo Yikong was not punished for his death, but it was different for Chen Liren and the others. It was a pity for them to die here. What will you do then? Chen Liren carried Bai Shuaiyue on his back and looked at Luo Yikong with a complicated look in his eyes. He had never thought that these things would happen, nor had he ever thought that Luo Yikong, a newcomer who had only joined for a few days, would actually choose to sacrifice himself. If we stay, we will all die. Perhaps only I can buy some time. You like the captain. If you like her, don't let her die. Luo Yikong held the laser sword with his back to Chen Liren. In fact, Luo Yikong also knew Chen Liren's feelings for Bai Shuaiyue. Although Luo Yikong didn't know whether they could escape, he would never forget the grace of giving the sword. I know. You must survive too. I know. Luo Yikong smiled slightly, then rushed towards the 100-level biological weapon Death Howler with the sword. Luo Yikong knew that he was not the opponent of that monster, but at least he could buy time. Chen Liren was left with a back view, just like those people who resolutely went to the battlefield in the genetic war 20 years ago. Chen Liren gritted his teeth, carried Bai Shuaiyue on his back, and took advantage of Luo Wukong's delay to escape from this place with Bai Shuaiyue. The Death Howler locked his eyes on Luo Wukong, and then a large number of tentacles rolled towards Luo Wukong. Luo Wukong quickly took out the explosive Burner 2 pistol from the system backpack and pulled the trigger. Boom! Flames burst out, and the explosive Burner 2 pistol switched to explosion mode. That bullet directly blew off the tentacles that rolled over. Luo Wukong took advantage of the victory and jumped up. The laser sword in his hand chopped off the wolf head of the Death Howler. -51. Blood splashed on Luo Wukong. Even with the laser sword that could cut iron like mud, Luo Wukong clearly felt the effort, which showed that the physical strength of the Death Howler exceeded that of ordinary steel. Luo Wukong used the laser sword to attack with all his strength, but only injured the skin. The 51 points of damage really made Luo Wukong feel desperate. In the genetic war 20 years ago, it was this biological weapon that captured the missile base. Even with the body of the Death Howler, it would not die even if it was hit by ordinary missiles. Maybe it is nothing in a large-scale war, but once it is deployed in the enemy's rear base, it will be a massacre. Woo woo woo! A shock wave erupted with the Death Howler as the center. Luo Wukong thought that the wolf head would howl, but who knew that the sound made by the Death Howler was just like its name, like countless people howling in despair. The ultrasonic wave hit Luo Wukong, who flew backwards directly, spurting out a mouthful of blood, bleeding from his eyes and ears, and his internal organs were shattered. Bang! Luo Wukong fell heavily to the ground. His whole body was bloody, just like a dead person, but even if he was not dead, he was almost dead. Luo Wukong looked at his tiny blood bar. A random skill of the Death Howler almost killed Luo Wukong instantly. The Death Howler did not end Luo Wukong's life, but chased in the direction of Chen Liren's escape. With the speed of the Death Howler, even if Chen Liren was very familiar with the escape route, he would definitely not be able to escape. Ridiculous, a small player wants to fight me? The proud voice of the woman came from the communicator. Luo Wukong's ending was within her expectations. Did you control that monster? Luo Wukong swallowed a mouthful of blood and asked calmly to the communicator. At this moment, Luo Wukong was already thinking about how to teach the woman a lesson. No, it's just that the Genesis virus that caused the disaster in this world came from my divine blood. The blood of God is not something that mortal ants can accept. The disaster of this world is the price. Hearing the woman's words, Luo Wukong was not very surprised. From the moment he saw that the black sword and the corpse did not belong to this world, Luo Wukong more or less knew what the woman was. System. I ask you, is it possible for the corpse to be resurrected? Luo Wukong asked the system in his heart. Although Luo Wukong didn't know whether the system could give him an answer, the worst case was death. Anyway, there was no punishment for death in the copy. No possibility. The corpse has no signs of life, and the inside is severely damaged. There is no possibility. The system answered with a cold voice. System. I ask you again, can someone control me or even take over my body? Yes, but the system will only choose the recognized master. As long as the master is willing, it can be excluded and cleared at any time. Okay. No problem. Luo Wukong smiled faintly. Hearing the answer from the system, all the concerns in Luo Wukong's heart disappeared. Luo Wukong may not have known much about his system before, but now Luo Wukong has a general understanding that his system represents the rules of this world, digitizing this world, and the supreme virtual rules. Help me kill the Death Howler, and I'll help you draw your sword. Luo Wukong said to the woman on the other side of the communicator. The woman naturally didn't know what Luo Wukong was thinking. In the eyes of the woman, Luo Wukong was just an ordinary player, but he had a little affection for Chen Liren, the NPC, and coveted the reward for killing the 100-level boss, all of which could be used by her. Okay. I promise you. How can I believe you? Humph. Even if I am down and out, I haven't broken my promise to the humble dust. And you can only choose to believe me now. The woman's tone was full of contempt for the humans in this world, as if this world was really just dust to her. The administrator authority system lets Luo Wukong know that there is a world outside the world. Luo Wukong, who owns this system, is not a player, but the administrator of this world. Even if the authority has not been fully opened, the fact that he is an administrator cannot be changed. This chapter is not over yet, please click the next page to continue reading. Luo Wukong made up his mind and walked to the front of the high platform. Luo Wukong was certain about this matter. It was definitely not an adventure for Luo Wukong, but it might be an opportunity. Although the other party saw through his identity as a player, he did not see through his administrator authority system, which meant that the mystery of his system was higher than that of the other party. Swinging the sword to break the bulletproof glass cover, Luo Wukong jumped in and grasped the black sword composed of countless fragments. The black sword seemed to be broken into countless fragments in the next second. Luo Wukong held the black sword with both hands and began to pull it out of the corpse bit by bit. Luo Wukong gritted his teeth, and it was obviously a bit difficult to pull out the weapon, but it was not difficult for Luo Wukong. Buzz! As the black sword was pulled out, the corpse under the black sword quickly decayed and turned into ashes in an instant. Luo Wukong had no time to be surprised. The next second, the black sword in his hand broke into countless fragments, just like a bullet hitting Luo Wukong's body. Ugh! As the fragments entered his body, Luo Wukong's hair quickly grew longer, and his black hair turned snow-white at a speed visible to the naked eye. His eyes glowed with a faint blue light. Sure enough! Only a person who gathers the luck of the world can pull out the sword on my body. I noticed this guy from the beginning. Now the luck and body belong to me. Then controlling this world is my first step. But I am a little curious, who is the person who brought players and player systems to this world? Luo Wukong smiled faintly, but at this moment his voice was the female voice in the communicator. As for escaping, Chen Liren carried the unconscious Bai Shuiwei on his back and escaped from the emergency escape passage of the base. When he saw the dim sky, Chen Liren almost cried. Only 2 of them escaped from the entire 100-man advance team. Even Luo Wukong stayed there to resist the 100-man biological weapon. He was definitely dead. Command! Command, please answer. Chen Liren tried to contact the command with the communicator, but the communicator seemed to be affected by something, and only the harsh noise came. Boom! A loud noise came from behind, and then Chen Liren saw a large number of blood-colored tentacles bursting out from the ruins. Those tentacles were pierced by zombies, but the next second those zombies were all swallowed by the tentacles. The figure, as tall as 100 meters, crawled out of the ruins like a nightmare. At that moment, Chen Liren knelt on the ground in despair, his eyes wide open. This is the true posture of a 100-man biological weapon. In the process of chasing Chen Liren, it devoured a large number of zombies. At this time, the Death Howler was already 100 meters tall, much larger and stronger than when it was under the base. It's over, Chen Liren was completely desperate. The hope of escaping the base just now was completely extinguished. At the same time, the appearance of this monster also meant the death of Luo Wukong. The guy who was a few years younger than himself appeared in his mind. It was a pity that he had implicated him. Woo woo woo. The Death Howler looked up to the sky and made a sound like the howling of countless dead people. In an instant, a shockwave spread around with the Death Howler as the center, and the rocks and concrete blocks along the way were shattered. Boom! Chen Liren only felt the shockwave hitting him, and then his eardrum hurt so much that he flew backwards and fell into darkness. The Death Howler bared its fangs, and the dense blood-colored devouring tentacles behind it kept wriggling. The huge monster, which was 100 meters tall, walked towards the unconscious Chen Liren with heavy steps. Every step it took was like an earthquake on the ground around it. You actually used my divine blood to create such an ugly thing. At this time, a voice came, and then Luo Wukong with long white hair gently landed on Chen Liren. In front of Li Rin and Bai Shuiwei. Woo woo woo. At this moment, the Death Howler felt a strong sense of oppression from Luo Wukong as if it was a biological level, and couldn't help but take a few steps back, as if Luo Wukong was its natural enemy. Bastard! I sentence you to death. The female voice of Luo Wukong was full of supreme majesty. As soon as the voice fell, the white hair behind him fluttered, and the cold eyes glowed with a faint blue light. Boom! The 100-meter body of the Death Howler seemed to be hit by an invisible. It floated in the air like a giant hand grabbing it, and then an unknown huge force acted on the Death Howler. In front of that invisible powerful force, the Death Howler was like a rag doll, being constantly compressed and torn apart. Woo woo woo, the Death Howler wailed, and the bones all over its body made crackling sounds. The huge body of 100 meters was compressed into a meatball with a radius of about 1 meter, and then the meatball suddenly exploded in the air, turning into a bloody rain. The blood volume of the 100-level biological weapon was instantly emptied, and the body turned into a bloody rain, but there was no a drop of water fell on Luo Wukong. Ding! Kill 1 Death Howler, 100-man level boss, gain experience. Ding! Cleared the level 2030 Dungeon Whaler Missile Base, 100-man level, for the first time, and the clearance time was 5 hours, 26 minutes, and 21 seconds. Ding! Player upgrade. This body is still too weak, and it's a man, trouble. After destroying the Death Howler, Luo Wukong looked at her body and frowned slightly. It was obvious that she was not very satisfied with this body. If you are not satisfied, give me the body. Another person's voice appeared in her mind, which made Luo Wukong's face change suddenly. How is it possible? How can you still be conscious? So that's it. It turns out that you have the huge luck of 2 worlds. But I am a god, what's the use of the high luck of ants? The female voice in Luo Wukong became sharp, and her expression became ferocious. As she fought against the consciousness in her body, she found that she had underestimated Luo Wukong before. She could vaguely see the line of the 2 worlds connected to Luo Wukong's consciousness, but the line of the other world was not very obvious. What nonsense are you talking about? Ant, don't be so proud. Just 2 low-level worlds, I am one of the supreme gods. At that moment, the surrounding stones floated up around Luo Wukong's body and turned into powder. Everything close to Luo Wukong's body would be torn apart by the violent force. Under the suppression of that powerful force, Luo Wukong felt that his consciousness was becoming more and more blurred. Facing the terrifying and unknown existence that took over his body, Luo Wukong smiled triumphantly. Do you think you won? I'll show you who I am now. System. Suppress her for me. Rebellion. Rebellion. A mere dust dares to seize the fortune of the gods. The consciousness in Luo Wukong's body immediately felt that something was wrong, and the strong sense of danger pierced her soul. Luo Wukong roared, and the system that had been dormant in Luo Wukong's body started at that moment, suppressing the other consciousness in Luo Wukong's body. This kind of suppression was simply overwhelming, and the other party had no resistance at all. Impossible. You are not an ordinary player. How could you have the world order system of the supreme virtual god in your body? That guy is dead. The consciousness in Luo Wukong's body screamed in despair, as if it couldn't believe that Luo Wukong, an ordinary dust, actually possessed such a terrible thing, and she, who was high above, was actually defeated by this garbage world and the dust on this garbage. World order system? Are you talking about my administrator authority system? Luo Wukong smiled faintly. At this moment, his hair had returned to black, and his eyes had returned to their original appearance, but it seemed that his hair had grown longer. Luo Wukong waved the laser sword and cut off some of his long hair that had dragged to the ground, otherwise it would be inconvenient to walk, let alone fight. Ding! Yes/no to kill the invading consciousness? The system has completely suppressed that consciousness, and the prompt sound for Luo Wukong to make the decision came along. To be honest, Luo Wukong didn't think his system was so amazing because of the lack of system authority. Today, he finally saw it. No! I have something to ask her. Luo Wukong smiled faintly. If that consciousness had not chosen to abide by the agreement, kill the Death Howler, and save Chen Liren and the others, then she might have been killed by Luo Wukong now. Cherry Blossoms, now we can have a good talk, right? First of all, what's your name? Luo Wukong asked the consciousness suppressed by the system. After all, the power that instantly killed 100 people still impressed Luo Wukong. Through the analysis of the system, Luo Wukong knew that the power that killed the 100-level biological weapon was telekinesis. He didn't know what kind of creature this guy was. He was so powerful without a body. Every god can't easily reveal his real name. If you do this to me, you will be punished by heaven. The unwilling voice of the woman echoed in Luo Yikong's mind. She was suppressed by the system and had no chance to take away Luo Yikong's body unless Luo Yikong was willing. What's worse, she is now trapped here. System. Puff. If she could vomit blood as a consciousness, she would have vomited blood long ago. The power of the system suppressed her instantly and almost made her disappear directly. My name is Xianyuan Luoying, Xianyuan Luoying said with gritted teeth. Although he couldn't see the consciousness, Luo Yikong could hear from the voice that the other party wanted to eat him. For Xianyuan Luoying, she used to be high above, dominating the life and death of trillions of dust, so she didn't like the name of this special little girl very much. What kind of existence are you? Luo Yikong asked again. First of all, it can be confirmed that she is not a human being. Humans can't reach such a level of life form at all. Emperor Star Universe, Advanced Humans, Xianyuan Luoying replied coldly. Although she wanted to eat Luo Yikong now, she had to obey when Luo Yikong could easily take her life. Advanced humans? Aren't they those guys in the sky? Luo Yikong smiled faintly. The advanced humans he knew were those in the heavenly god city. They? Humph. They are just hybrids. Are they worthy of being called advanced humans? Xianyuan Luoying's tone was full of arrogance, as well as ridicule for the so-called advanced humans in the heavenly god city. Luo Yikong now has a conclusion in his mind. The so-called advanced humans are civilizations and technologies that have reached a certain level, thus driving the evolution of the life level of the entire civilization population. The Emperor Star Universe mentioned by Xianyuan Luoying is very likely not the universe where Luo Yikong is now. In addition, what is the order world system you mentioned before? Luo Yikong remembered that Xianyuan Luoying was very surprised by the system on her body, and seemed to know what the system on her body was. That is something created by the virtual god. Even if Dust obtains the system and becomes a player, he can continue to become stronger through continuous killing. The main system can digitize the rule of the world, easily cultivate strong people, and control the life and death of strong people. People who are given the player system will become players. Players grow rapidly, like locusts passing through, and no one in the world can stop them. The strength of any enemy will be converted into data and fed back, even gods are no exception. It was also the main system that made that guy become the supreme god and establish the virtual world, but I didn't expect that the main system would actually be on you. Xianyuan Luoying was a little surprised. She thought Luo Yikong was just a player at most, and she didn't expect that he actually had such a system. Supreme God? What is that? Luo Yikong has heard the word god from Xianyuan Luoying more than once. What exactly is a god? To control the existence of a living planet is to become a new god. A galaxy is the upper god, a divine domain is the main god, and a universe is the supreme god. Of course, this kind of control does not mean ruling, but becoming the strongest in that area, and at the same time having some power over the world rules. Your life level is too low, and you can't understand what I say. In Xianyuan Luoying's view, Luo Yikong is just a mortal, who can't even beat a biological weapon of 100 people, let alone become a god. After listening to Xianyuan Luoying's words, Luo Yikong roughly understood that once his administrator authority reached 100% and completely controlled this apocalyptic world, he would become a new god with a mortal body. However, Luo Yikong has not even settled the things on this planet, and those things can only be thought about. So what are the world rules? Luo Yikong was still a little curious and asked Xianyuan Luoying. That kind of thing was still too mysterious. You can understand it as the basic energy of the birth of the world. After the birth of the world, these energies are still floating above the world. Of course, when there are some crises in the world, those energies will change. Just like the immune cells in the human body. Is that so? Then as long as technology is powerful, what's the use of gods? Luo Yikong thought about it. The so-called gods seem to be just higher-level lives and will die. If technology is powerful enough, maybe many gods can be created. Idiot. No matter how powerful the technology is, it is based on the basic rules of the world. Just like friction will generate heat and cars need energy to move. Gods completely control these rules, so they can become gods. If a powerful civilization does not have these, it is like a castle in the air. This is why gods can be called gods. You are the owner of that system. Relying on your system to digitize the highest combat power in this world, it is only about level 200. It's no wonder that you can't understand it. Luo Yikong thought about it. It seems that if he conquers this doomsday in the future, he has to develop the technology of this world well, so that he can go to that starry sea one day. Are there many gods? Luo Yikong asked again. After all, he didn't know how many planets with life there were and how many universes there were. Do you think it's cabbage? Some civilizations will not have a god even if they conquer the entire universe. Some people become gods just by conquering a planet. The so-called gods are actually the carriers of the world's rules. When a world has some unsolvable problems, the world will slowly push a person to solve these problems. We call these people with luck. These guys are extremely lucky. When Xianyuan Luoying said this, Luo Yikong couldn't help but blush. Aren't the so-called people with luck the so-called protagonists? It seems that the so-called world rules are something that Luo Yikong can't understand now. After all, the world where Luo Yikong is now belongs to a low-level civilization world, and the technology is not very developed. It can't explain those things of high-level civilizations and high-level life levels. Just like low-level civilization technology can't understand high-level civilization technology, it is an existence beyond their imagination and cognition, just like Luo Yikong can't understand how the system on his body was born. Luo Yikong thought that the disaster of this world was about to befall his original world, and the way it was coming was also something he could not understand. Luo Yikong turned to look at Chen Liren and Bai Shuoyue. Although they were unconscious, their lives were not in danger. With the dungeon here cleared, I believe the fire base rescue team should arrive soon. Players can repeat challenges on dungeons that have been cleared, but the local NPCs in this world cannot. Even if they come here and go deep into the 09 missile base, what they see is just what Luo Yikong and the others look like after they clear the level. This is the difference between players and ordinary world residents. Players can continuously upgrade and have unlimited possibilities to become stronger. Unlike people in this world, there are shackles that need to be broken. Luo Yikong opened the administrator authority system and checked. At present, the number of players in this world has reached more than 5,000, and every time a player walks out of the forbidden zone, it means that he has an invitation qualification. This leads to the number of players in this world. It is increasing as the world goes on. This is a good thing for Luo Yikong. When the number of players reaches a certain level, it will be enough to have the power to change the entire world. Luo Yikong walked to a pool of blood. It was hard to imagine that the 100-man level boss, Deathcrier, was all that was left now. Among the dirty blood, Luo Yikong saw a strange blood bow made of flesh and bone. Luo Yikong could see many devouring tentacles wriggling on the bow. Flesh Eater quality, excellent attack bonus, 325-360 skill, flesh sacrifice introduction, a bow of flesh and blood composed of flesh and bones. The virus on it makes the flesh and blood still alive. Any user must pay the price of being devoured by flesh and blood before he can use this weapon. Sacrifice one's own blood volume to increase the power and range of the weapon. The intensity of the increase is determined by the blood volume sacrificed. This bow, Luo Yikong looked at the bow made of flesh, blood, and bones. The wriggling red tentacles on it made it look very strange and curious. Luo Yikong stretched out his hand and shook it. At that moment, the wriggling tentacles on the bow of flesh and blood penetrated into Luo Yikong's arm. As the tentacles penetrated, Luo Yikong's health bar dropped a little. Eat my flesh and blood. Luo Yikong was shocked. The flesh and blood swallowed by the bow of flesh and blood turned into new tentacles on the bow. Those tentacles were combined together, hardened quickly, and turned into the red tentacle arrows. Luo Yikong drew the bow of flesh and blood in his hand to the full string and locked the steel plate in front of him. Boom! A ray of blood directly penetrated the steel plate easily. The blood-colored arrows that penetrated the steel plate were still powerful.
They shot into the ruins not far away and exploded. The blood and water mixed with stones flew everywhere. Awesome! Luo Yikong looked at the flesh devourer in his hand. The power of this casual arrow exceeded Luo Yikong's imagination. Although this weapon is used to deduct blood, its power is the highest among all Luo Yikong's weapons. Luo Yikong was very satisfied with the weapon in his hand. After putting it into the system backpack, Luo Yikong glanced at Chen Liren and Bai Shuaiyue not far away. Someone should come over later, so I'll go back to the fire base first. Luo Yikong stretched out his finger and swiped forward. At that moment, the space in front of him was torn apart, and a space channel appeared in Luo Yikong. Before. This is a teleportation system unlocked by the Administrator Authority System. This teleportation can not only teleport Luo Yikong, it can be said that as long as Luo Yikong opens the channel, anyone can teleport. Luo Yikong entered the space passage, just like walking from one room to another. The moment he entered the space passage, Luo Yikong arrived at the fire base instantly. The chaotic space passage behind him closed instantly, and then Luo Yikong waved his hand and erased his identity as a player. After all, there were already many players in this Tinder base, so it was better for him to pretend to be an ordinary NPC. Luo Yikong looked around. It seemed to be an uninhabited alley in the fire base. The narrow alley was full of garbage. It looked like the place where he and Lao Hui made a deal last time. Luo Yikong walked towards the outside of the alley, but the place full of garbage really affected his vision. Luo Yikong stepped on something and almost fell down. Who? A loud roar came, and then the bags of garbage piled up in front of Luo Yikong rolled down, and a drunken middle-aged man poked his head out of the garbage. Why are you here again? Luo Yikong saw the middle-aged man with black lines all over his head. This guy was Lao Hui. I drank Boang wine and was thrown here. Lao Hui rubbed his eyes and crawled out of the garbage. Were you not beaten? Luo Yikong looked at Lao Hui. This guy seemed to have no injuries at all. Who said no? Lao Hui brushed away the messy hair. At this time, Luo Yikong saw the bruises and purple spots on Lao Hui's forehead, but his hair was too long and blocked it. Fortunately, my brain is strong enough to forcefully eat more than a dozen wine bottles. I asked them to record the debt on Xiao Yaya. After Lao Hui finished speaking, he rummaged through the garbage and found the leftover wine he drank. Half the wine was drained in one gulp. This person, I remember, the sound of gnashing teeth came from Luo Yikong's mind, and that voice belonged to Xianyuan Luoying. What do you remember? Luo Yikong asked Xianyuan Luoying in his heart. He killed me. But now he has become much weaker and is a little vulnerable, but I don't know if he did it on purpose. Xianyuan Luoying's teeth were about to break. If it weren't for the system suppressing Xianyuan Luoying, she would have immediately occupied Luo Yikong's body and fought to the death with Lao Hui in front of her. Luo Yikong frowned. Luo Yikong thought that Lao Hui might have been very strong, but he didn't expect that he was actually related to the mysterious existence of Xianyuan Luoying. Mortal. Be careful with that guy. Don't be fooled by his appearance. You will never know how cold and ruthless he is. Xianyuan Luoying warned Luo Yikong. Luo Yikong and she are now in the same body. If Luo Yikong dies, she will definitely die. I know. Luo Yikong knew that once he died, Xianyuan Luoying, who had no carrier, would also die, so there was no need for Xianyuan Luoying to lie to herself about this matter. Boy, did you sneak back? Where are Xiao Yeye and the others? Do you have money for the wine? Lao Hui disrupted Luo Yikong's thoughts, and then stretched out his dirty hand to ask Luo Yikong for the wine money. No. But I have something to ask you. No. Damn. What's the matter? Lao Hui sighed deeply and reached out to pick his ears. Because he had no wine to drink, he looked like a waste and lay directly on the garbage heap. Crystals, you were once very strong. Teach me swordsmanship. You're crazy. Xianyuan Luoying's voice came through her mind. It was obvious that she didn't understand Luo Yikong's decision to live or die. She had just told Luo Yikong that the man named Luo Hui in front of her was very dangerous.
Luo Yikong stared at Lao Hui, but he had his own plan in his heart. Lao Hui once killed 10,000 biological weapons with one sword, and led the survivors to build a fire base and launch the fire plan. Maybe Lao Hui really killed Shenyuan Luoying, but Luo Yikong believed that Lao Hui at least stood on the standpoint of human beings, instead of treating himself and all living beings as dust like Shenyuan Luoying did. Shenyuan Luoying told herself to be careful just because Lao Hui was Shenyuan Luoying's former enemy. Without the system, Shenyuan Luoying would be Luo Yikong's enemy, and the person who could possibly kill Luo Yikong. After experiencing the battle at the 09 missile base, Luo Yikong longed for the powerful combat power of killing 10,000 level biological weapons with one sword. Once he had such combat power, he would not be afraid of the divine city in the sky, and he could speed up the strategy of conquering this world. Hearing Luo Yikong's words, Lao Hui's face suddenly became serious, and soon changed to his playful and smiling face. Although the serious expression disappeared in a flash, it was still captured by Luo Yikong. No, no, no. You must have heard too many outrageous stories. How can I, a middle-aged uncle, know anything about swordsmanship, and if I teach you swordsmanship, I will lose my life? No, no, no. Lao Hui waved his hands quickly, a completely non-negotiable expression. Why? Because it will shorten your life. Why is your life shortened? I won't tell you. No chance at all? No. 100,000,000% not. Lao Hui ran away quickly without giving Luo Yikong any chance, and he didn't even tell Luo Yikong the reason. Humph, Shenyuan Luoying smiled coldly. Why are you laughing? You looked like you were licking a dog just now. Roll. Looking at Lao Hui who had disappeared, Luo Yikong sighed helplessly and chose to return to the real world. Sir, your delivery. Coming. Luo Yikong opened the door, signed for the express delivery, and quickly closed the door. Luo Yikong, who returned to the real world, exchanged the gold jewelry he brought back from that world for living expenses, but because the amount was a bit large, Luo Yikong only dared to exchange a small amount. However, this 100,000 yuan is a huge amount of money for Luo Yikong, and he did not even have this much money at the peak of his treasury. The moment he received the money, Luo Yikong immediately placed an order for a new mobile phone online. He chose Shushan Express, the fastest express in the Great Shu Empire, which could arrive on the same day. Luo Yikong took out his cell phone, inserted the SIM card, and turned it on again. Then Luo Yikong saw more than 30 missed call notifications. Fuck! Luo Yikong couldn't help but have a headache. Opening the records on his mobile phone, Luo Yikong found that these missed calls were still from the same number. Seeing this series of familiar numbers, Luo Yikong couldn't help but feel a headache, but he still called. Hello? You kid are going to piss me off, aren't you? How many calls have I made to you these days? Why haven't you died outside yet? Just after the call was made, there were violent yells and curses, but Luo Yikong still endured it. Resist the urge to hang up the phone. I'm not dead yet? What's the matter? Go to the third hospital of the Shu Empire. At this point, the voice on the phone also calmed down. What are you doing there? Your sister is there, and your mother is also there, so I won't go. No. Hearing what was said on the phone, Luo Yikong was silent for a moment and nodded. What's wrong? Why this expression? Shenyuan Luoying's voice came from her mind. Because she was bound to Luo Yikong couldn't get rid of her even in the real world. It's nothing, it's just that we haven't seen each other for a long time. It's been more than 10 years since their divorce. They probably don't know me anymore. Luo Yikong sighed helplessly. Although they are relatives, they haven't seen each other for so many years. If they have passed, is it like a stranger? After so many years of no contact, why did you start to contact me recently? Mortals are really troublesome and boring. Shenyuan Luoying gave up thinking. This was not her business anyway. Luo Yikong took out a green crystal from the system backpack. Before going to the hospital, Luo Yikong planned to absorb the green crystal first. In order to bring this green crystal to the real world, it would cost Luo Yikong's last fortune. Absorb. The green crystal burst out with green crystal thorns,
piercing Luo Wukong's palm, and then began to merge into Luo Wukong's body. With the basis of absorbing the red virus crystal for the first time, Luo Wukong's chance of success this time is 100%. According to the feedback from the system, if the absorption is successful this time, Luo Wukong may gain 20 points in all attributes except spirit. This is an explosive enhancement, not to mention that he can inherit this attribute in the real world. You must know that in the real world, if any attribute exceeds 20, he is a Superman, not to mention the two strengthening effects of Luo Wukong's last red crystal and this green crystal are superimposed. In this real world, no one can surpass me in physical combat power. Luo Wukong's eyes were bloodshot. This absorption pierced his palm every time. Although Luo Wukong was mentally prepared, it was still painful. Luo Wukong can now be sure that no one in the entire Great Shu Empire, or even the entire Yenowang Star, is his opponent. In the real world, he is a Superman. Luo Wukong is confident that he can survive even if he is hit by an oncoming dump truck. The green crystal completely merged into Luo Wukong's body, and then his eyes went black, and Luo Wukong fell into the memory left by the green crystal. We have discovered the divine body from outer space, which may open the shackles of evolution and immortality for all of us. No one knows that this base has a divine body. Now those guys above have betrayed us, and we must protect the divine body. In the memory picture, Luo Wukong saw the body with a black sword stuck in the chest being carefully transported to the depths of a base. Is this woman human? But if she is human, why is she still eternal even after death? But she is really beautiful. A man in a white coat stretched out his hand and gently stroked the snow-white hair of the divine body. Boom! At this time, an explosion sounded, and the man in the white coat was startled, pulled out the pistol from his waist and rushed out. And the owner of the memory rushed out with the man in the white coat. The city of gods has been invaded. Everyone defend it. Luo Wukong suddenly woke up from his memory and glanced at his hands. The green crystals in his hands had been completely swallowed up. Even the palm that was pierced before had recovered as before, without even a trace of blood left, as if it was just a dream. How strong am I now? Luo Wukong stood up, walked to a wall, then raised his fist and punched. Boom! With a loud bang, gravel flew, and the wall was easily penetrated by Luo Wukong's punch. The power scared Luo Wukong. This power is already stronger than some evolved zombies. Luo Wukong looked at the big hole in the wall. In fact, Luo Wukong didn't think that he could punch through it with one punch. It would be bad if the landlord saw it. Thinking of this, Luo Wukong quickly used the calendar to cover it. At this time, the sound of helicopter propellers came from outside. Luo Wukong looked out the window and found that a whole fleet of helicopters was flying towards a corner of the city. Strange? Luo Wukong frowned, took out his mobile phone to check the news, and found that two major events had happened during his time in the game. The first thing was that a strange disease similar to rabies was raging all over the Great Shu Empire, and the number of infected people had reached hundreds. The second thing was that the Great Shu Empire had noticed the existence of players, and also noticed the other game world. Players will get an invitation qualification when they leave the God-forbidden zone, and such invitation qualifications have been sold at sky-high prices on some platforms, but this still cannot stop the influx of players. Now the number of players in that world has reached more than 8,000, and the number is still increasing, and Luo Wukong's intervention is no longer needed. Luo Wukong looked at his strategy for that world, which has now increased by 1% to 3%. However, compared with the players' affairs, Luo Wukong is more worried about the infectious disease similar to rabies, and he is vaguely uneasy in his heart. Luo Wukong glanced at his phone and suddenly remembered that he had to go to the Third Imperial Hospital to visit his sister and mother who had been separated for many years. Thinking of this, Luo Wukong immediately put away these thoughts and prepared to go out. Because it was broad daylight, Luo Wukong did not plan to jump directly. It would be bad if someone saw him. The Third Imperial Hospital was not far from Luo Wukong's residence. It was really a coincidence. He had not been in contact for more than 10 years. After he got in touch, he did not expect that they were actually near him. Luo Wukong bought some fruits and flowers and rushed to the Third Imperial Hospital. After asking the nurses in the hospital, he determined the location of the ward. Is it here?
Luo Yikong compared the ward number and confirmed that there was no problem, so he pushed the door and walked in. The breeze came with the fragrance of the girl. Luo Yikong looked at the girl sitting on the bed. The girl looked a little thin, but she still could not hide her breathtaking beauty. She was as clear as water, not like the human world, but only existed in the fairyland, and could be viewed from a distance but not played with. The girl's eyes were wrapped in gauze, and it was obvious that she could no longer see. But even so, the girl still kept looking at the window, as if waiting for something. Poof! After a moment of daze, Luo Yikong almost vomited blood, and the whole person looked like he had seen a ghost. No wonder he always felt a sense of familiarity with Luo Yiling. It turned out that she was his sister Luo Yiling, who had always been near him. "Who are you?" A voice came from behind him. Luo Yikong turned around and saw a woman in her 40s. Perhaps after years and hardships in life, the woman's face was already full of vicissitudes. "System! Change your voice for me." Luo Yikong was afraid that he would hear something, so he quickly asked the system to change his voice. After all, Luo Yiling. No, it should be Luo Yiling who had heard his voice. "Mom! I'm Yikong." Luo Yikong smiled slightly. Even after so many years, Luo Yikong still remembered what his mother looked like. Even though it was full of vicissitudes and traces of time, Luo Yikong still recognized her at a glance. Xiao Kong. When Luo's mother heard this, her eyes instantly turned red, and she hugged Luo Yikong. "Mom," Luo Yikong was a little overwhelmed by this. "You've suffered so much over the years. You've also suffered following that bastard." Luo's mother's voice was filled with tears, and the bastard she was talking about was Luo Yikong's father, who was indeed a bastard. "Brother," hearing this voice, Luo Yikong looked towards the bed, and Luo Yiling was smiling, and that smile was like the sunshine in winter, warmer than ever. Thinking of the time when he was a child, and then thinking of his sister Luo Yiling's current state, Luo Yikong's eyes couldn't help but become a little wet. "I'm back," Luo Yikong smiled slightly. "Child, what's wrong with your voice? Why is it a little hoarse?" Luo's mother wiped away her tears and asked. "It's just a cold, don't worry." Luo Yikong asked the system to change his voice so that Luo Yiling wouldn't recognize him. Now that I think about it, the name Luo Yiling may just be a pseudonym that Luo Yiling told me at that time. But it doesn't matter whether she is Luo Yiling or Luo Yiling. In Luo Yikong's heart, she will always be his sister Luo Yiling, the little girl who always follows him. "Mom, what happened to Xiaoling?" Luo Yikong remembered that when he and Luo Yiling separated as children, she was not like this. Her lower body was not paralyzed and her eyes could see more clearly than anyone else. "I don't know. Not long after she divorced your father, she got this strange disease. For so many years, there has been no clue to treat it. You know, I can't find your father either. He is a bastard. So I haven't contacted your father all this time. How did you find us this time?" Luo's mother looked at Luo Yikong with some doubts, not understanding why Luo Yikong found them. "He told me, your father?" "Yeah." Luo Yikong nodded. Although he didn't like that person, he didn't know how that person found Luo Yiling and the others. "How did he find us?" "But thanks to the support of the foundation over the years, your sister wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long." Luo's mother sighed deeply. "Foundation? Future Foundation, a foreign foundation. Thanks to them, there will be an operation soon. It is said that the experts they invited have the hope of curing your sister." Luo's mother's words were full of gratitude to the foundation. It seems that the foundation is an organization that saves the dying and helps the poor. Although Luo Yikong was not sure whether the foundation had the ability to restore Luo Yiling to her original state, it didn't matter if it failed, because Luo Yikong would do whatever it took to restore Luo Yiling to her former state and have a normal life. Luo Yikong had an administrator privilege system, and he had such confidence. "What's wrong? Why aren't you happy after meeting your loved ones who have been separated for many years?" The voice of Xianyuan Luoying came to his mind, and when he heard this voice, Luo Yikong put the serious expression on his face into his heart and smiled slightly. "Because I feel the responsibility. Whether it is for the two worlds or for my sister, I must become the administrator of that world and become a god. Luo Wukong looked at the pyramid-like host on the side. He had come into contact with this thing and thus had the administrator's authority system. But since he inherited the system, that thing has been useless. Luo Wukong walked over, and when his fingers touched the pyramid, a sudden change occurred. The pyramid decomposed into countless blocks and completely merged into Luo Wukong's body. That thing was absorbed by the black sword fragments. Shenyuan Luoying exclaimed, and the black sword fragments had broken into pieces and hit Luo Wukong's body when Luo Wukong pulled out the black sword on Shenyuan Luoying's divine body. What happened? I don't know either. I didn't expect that black sword to be so domineering. It's really worthy of that person's thing. Shenyuan Luoying was obviously very afraid of the person she was talking about, and she didn't even dare to mention his name. That person? When you completely control that world and come into contact with a higher dimension, you will naturally know. Shenyuan Luoying didn't dare to say more. It was hard to imagine what kind of existence could leave such a psychological shadow in Shenyuan Luoying's proud heart. Even the old Hui in the past couldn't do it. By the way, you can kill 100-level existence in seconds. Luo Wukong suddenly thought of Shenyuan Luoying's powerful combat power to instantly kill 100-level biological weapons after controlling his body. Maybe she is a good substitute. Don't think about it. If the energy is exhausted, I will die. Shenyuan Luoying also knew what Luo Wukong was thinking and directly rejected Luo Wukong. Okay. But I have a new idea. A flash of light enveloped Luo Wukong, and in the blink of an eye, Luo Wukong arrived at the spark base of that world. So fast. Luo Wukong opened the administrator system and found that in a few hours, the number of players had increased a lot, reaching a total of 10,000, of which more than 5,000 were in the spark base. Great. The road to leveling is always boring, so let those players help level up. Luo Wukong smiled faintly. At this moment, he had completely hidden his identity as a player. In the eyes of those players, Luo Wukong was just an NPC. System. Find the best leveling copy for players for me. After Luo Wukong gave the system an order, he immediately used the administrator's authority to teleport to the target location. Fortunately, Luo Wukong could teleport to the copy at will, and did not need to go there to unlock it. Extending his finger, Luo Wukong cut open the space in front of him, and then walked in. The fire base has now returned to the surface, and now controls nearly half of the important facilities on the surface, but what puzzles Luo Wukong is that the large-scale actions of the fire base have not increased Luo Wukong's administrator authority progress. So far, only the players have affected the administrator authority progress. The space crack behind him closed, and in front of Luo Wukong was a huge tower that went straight into the sky, and on top of the huge tower building was a huge silk pupa wrapped in spider silk. Luo Wukong looked up. To be honest, the scene was really spectacular. There was no doubt that there was a copy in the huge tower, and under the tower, Luo Wukong could see many players gathered here. Great! Luo Wukong smiled, and immediately picked up a stick on the side of the road to serve as his crutch, and at the same time asked the system to change his appearance into an old man. Luo Wukong supported himself with a stick and limped to the bottom of the tower, immediately attracting the attention of hundreds of players under the tower. These players were all at a high level, with the lowest being level 25. An NPC like Luo Wukong had a big exclamation mark on his head, and it looked like he had a mission, so he naturally attracted everyone's attention. Big, a player came over, and before the word big came out, Luo Wukong answered first. Take me to the top of the tower, and I will naturally reward you. Luo Wukong didn't say much, just simple and rough. At most he would just give out an achievement title to fool people. As soon as Luo Wukong finished speaking, all the players outside the dungeon received any prompts. Big brother. Choose me. And me. Big brother. Me. The players present in this dungeon have cleared it more than once or twice, mainly because this dungeon is easy to level up, so all these players gathered here. After brushing for so long, Luo Wukong appeared, and it was obvious that he was a hidden NPC. The major attacking teams surrounded Luo Wukong tightly, and Luo Wukong couldn't help but feel ashamed. Looking at the wall of people in front of him, he didn't expect the effect to be so great. How about this? Let's choose to share this task. Everyone present will form a team and attack the dungeon together. At this time, a player stood up and said, "The level is 35, and it seems that he is the leader of a certain attacking group. But there are more than 300 people here. If they form a team to enter the dungeon together, the difficulty of the dungeon will directly rise to the 100-person level, and according to the number of people, the final boss will reach the middle and lower level of the 100-person level." Every player knows that the difficulty of the dungeon depends on the level and the number of players who have the strategy. The more people enter, the higher the difficulty of the dungeon. With so many players entering together, the difficulty of the dungeon in front of Luoyikong can be directly tripled to the difficulty of the 09 missile base, and the rewards will also be improved. Anyway, there is no penalty for failing the dungeon, so why not give it a try? Okay. I'll go call some people first. Luoyikong found a place to sit down and watched those players discuss plans and strategies, as well as the distribution of rewards. Many people are not the first time to have this dungeon strategy, and they are familiar with it. Luoyikong waited for half an hour. During this half an hour, people came one after another. At a glance, the number of people outside the dungeon has reached more than 500. More than 500 people. This means that the difficulty of the dungeon has increased again, and the combat power of the final boss will reach the middle level of the 100-man level. Luoyikong stood up with a stick. He didn't dare to wait any longer. If the number of people reached 1,000 and faced 1,000-man existence directly, Luoyikong was afraid that all the members would turn over. Wait! They're coming! At this time, a player pointed at the road ahead and shouted, and Luoyikong saw trucks coming. Fuck! It can't be like this. It's just an NPC mission. Luoyikong had a headache because it was directly at the 1,000-man level. Nest players jumped off the truck one after another, and those players were basically around level 30. All of them rushed over from the Spark base. Luoyikong didn't expect that an NPC like him would have such a great influence. If he cleared the level later, he didn't know if one achievement would be enough. It would be bad if those guys killed him if they were not satisfied. Luoyikong thought about it. His system controlled all players. If a player attacked him, Luoyikong could instantly turn him into a waste. From the player's perspective, the exclamation mark of the task above Luoyikong's head was shining, and the unknown reward of the task naturally made many people think it was a hidden task. More importantly, the team of 1,000 people directly raised the difficulty of the task to the 1,000-person level, and all the people present were also attacking the 1,000-person level copy for the first time. The reward of the 1,000-person copy alone was worth their trouble. Luoyikong inadvertently promoted the first attack of the 1,000-person copy by the players, and the existence of the 1,000-person copy was far from comparable to the 100-person copy. It's the Sky Dome Guild. Is it the largest guild in this game? It is said that it was jointly created by the first and second batches of players, with more than 1,000 people, and half of them came directly this time. Fuck! Level 45. Are you kidding? Luoyikong saw a group of players at level 40 jumping off the truck, and above level 40 represents the peak of the current level. At the forefront of the team of strong men, Luoyikong saw a level that crushed all players at this stage. Level 45. Level 45 means that the person has experienced more killing than everyone else, and faces more powerful virus creatures than anyone else. Now Luoyikong's administrator authority is not complete, and there is no ability to revive players infinitely, resulting in non-copy areas. Once they die, they will lose the qualification to come to this world again, but this shows what kind of ruthless character the level 45 guy is. Survive, and have a level that surpasses all players. Poof! When he saw the level 45 player supported by the strong players, Luoyikong almost lost his balance and almost fell to the ground. Shaoling! The person who came was Luo Yiling holding the other shore. Luoyikong had met her many times in the real world, but because she was blind in the real world, she didn't know what Luoyikong looked like, let alone that the NPC in front of her was Luoyikong in disguise. She was dressed in a white dress, pure and untainted by the world, with black hair down to her waist, firm and watery eyes, and a blood blade the other shore hanging from her waist. Although the sword was not unsheathed, people could feel the vague murderous aura, as if she was a combination of a goddess and a demon. From a distance, she looked sacred and inviolable, but when you got close, you could feel the sea of blood and corpses. What a coincidence! I can see your sister here. Xianyuan Luoying's voice came from her mind. Luo Yiling's temperament in this world was completely different from that in the real world, which also attracted Xianyuan Luoying's attention. Luo Yikong remembered that Luo Yiling had just entered this world not long ago, and he surpassed all the players in killing alone, so it was not strange that he was still at the top of the players. Do you know that sword? It's called the Other Side, and it doesn't belong to this world. Luo Yikong looked at the other side on Luo Yiling's waist and asked Xianyuan Luoying in his body. He had too little knowledge before, so he didn't know the origin of the weapon, but Xianyuan Luoying might know. The other side? I haven't heard of it. It's not one of the 12 swords, so it shouldn't be a powerful thing? Xianyuan Luoying couldn't see the origin of the other side, so she thought it was not a powerful thing. 12 swords? What are they? Luo Yikong was a little curious in his heart. What exactly were the 12 swords in Xianyuan Luoying's mouth? Humph, Xianyuan Luoying snorted coldly, without answering, obviously not wanting to tell Luo Yikong. It's her. Luo Yiling, the vice president of the Sky Dome Guild. It is said that her strength is the strongest among the players. It's just the level advantage. She is a famous leveling maniac. The people around began to discuss Luo Yiling. It seems that Luo Yiling also uses the pseudonym Luo Yiling in this world. To form a team of 1,000 people, command is of course the most important, otherwise no matter how many people there are, they are just a mob. Several leaders and Luo Yiling began to discuss the plan to attack the 1,000-person dungeon. As the team of 1,000 people gathered in the dungeon, Luo Yikong, who caused all this, became secondary. All the focus was almost entirely on Luo Yiling and the leaders. I didn't expect her to become the vice president of the Sky Dome Guild. That guild should be the largest player guild now. Luo Yikong knew that Luo Yiling had been suppressed for too long in the real world. If she could meet more people in this world and live like a healthy person, working hard, that would be pretty good. Uncle. We have prepared a wheelchair for you. At this time, a player took out a wheelchair from the system backpack and placed it in front of Luo Yikong. Because Luo Yikong pretended to be disabled, even the wheelchair was prepared. Okay. Now I can lie down peacefully, Luo Yikong thought secretly in his heart. As for the wheelchair, Luo Yikong did not refuse and sat on it. Let's go. The leaders also discussed the plan. With Luo Yiling's order, everyone rushed into the dungeon. Luo Yikong did not expect that Luo Yiling looked quiet in the real world, but had a leadership temperament in this world. Ding! About to enter the level 30-40 dungeon, Spider's Nest of Doom, ding. Detected that the number of players has reached 1,000, opening the 1,000 player level, when Luo Yikong, who was sitting in a wheelchair, was pushed into the tower by the player, the system's prompt sounded. That magical power, it feels like it is enveloped by the power of some rules, Xianyuan Luoying's voice came from her mind. The moment she entered the dungeon, she clearly felt that there was an energy enveloping all of them. This power of rules formed a kind of protection for them. Xianyuan Luoying had heard of the magical existence of players, but it was the first time she saw so many players attacking a dungeon with her own eyes. Haven't you seen it before? Of course, when the Supreme Virtual God fell, I was just a little girl, and I couldn't touch such a high-dimensional existence. When I became the Supreme God, all I heard was the legend of the Supreme Virtual Person's virtual world. It is said that her virtual kingdom covers the world, and all players are her believers and servants. She relies on the virtual system to control the life and death of the world. But she was killed by a player under her rule. I don't know what method that player used to break through the limitations of the virtual system. Xianyuan Luoying's tone felt a little sorry for the legend. It was indeed a bit embarrassing to be killed by a dust under her rule, but no one would think that the Supreme Virtual God was weak. After all, the weak could not become a higher level of life and could not rule the world. What kind of person is this? So awesome?
Luo Yikong couldn't imagine that a player could kill the creator of the administrator privilege system. You know, although Luo Yikong hasn't fully unlocked all the functions of the administrator privilege system, as long as Luo Yikong is willing, he can instantly turn a player into an ordinary person. No one knows his name. People only know that after his world was destroyed, he began to take revenge on the Supreme God. He is as illusory as a dream, but he is a real sword hanging over the head of every Supreme God. He is indeed a powerful person. What's his name? Luo Yikong currently knows that his administrator privilege system is inherited from the Supreme Virtual God. If he meets that legendary existence one day, it must be his enemy. After all, the Supreme Virtual God was killed by that existence, and Luo Yikong is the successor of the Supreme Virtual God system. Illusion, everyone get on the elevator in batches. Before Xianyuan Luoying finished speaking, a player shouted, causing Xianyuan Luoying to swallow the name that she had said halfway. Luo Yikong saw that after the power of several elevators in front of him was turned on, the players in the Vanguard team walked in first. TM, there are elevators in this dungeon. Luo Yikong's eyes widened. This was beyond his expectation. He thought that the more than 100 floors had to be fought one by one. The elevator was loaded with a group of people and pulled up. This elevator went up to the 50th floor at most, and the players who went up first would build positions on the 50th floor and wait for everyone to gather. After waiting for a few minutes, the elevator arrived, and Luo Yikong was transported up as the second batch. Ding. The team killed one mutant poisonous spider and gained 500 experience, ding. The team killed one mutant poisonous spider and gained 500 experience, ding. The team killed one mutant poisonous spider and gained 500 experience. As the elevator rose, the sound of gunfire became clearer and clearer. The experience of the doomsday creatures that the vanguards kept killing was continuously distributed to Luo Yikong. Seeing the system prompts that kept refreshing the screen and the experience bar that kept rising, Luo Yikong leaned back and chose to lie down in the wheelchair. It was too tiring to attack the dungeon alone. At this moment, with these players acting as workers, Luo Yikong experienced the feeling of lying down for others. The elevator stopped at the 50th floor, and a player pushed Luo Yikong's wheelchair to the forefront of the battle. Do you have a drink? Luo Yikong stretched out his hand to the player who pushed the wheelchair behind him, and the latter, although a little confused, took out a bottle of drink from the system backpack and handed it over. Luo Yikong sat in a wheelchair and drank a drink leisurely, while blood and flesh flew in front of him, and bullets rained, but it seemed that none of it had anything to do with Luo Yikong, watching all this with the mentality of a bystander. After all, the players have system backpacks, and they can obviously carry more things than those guys in the Spark base. The guns in each player's hands swept wildly, and the bullets were like free. The only thing they have to worry about is the red burning gun barrels that keep shooting. In the dark space of this floor, the players used some abandoned tables and chairs as cover. The players lined up to form a temporary defense line and suppressed with firepower. They were waiting for all the players below to arrive before counterattacking. Because these players have been to the firebase, almost everyone has a combat helmet of the firebase, so even if the surroundings are pitch dark, the night vision system function of the helmet does not affect the player's vision. As for Luo Yikong, he himself has been strengthened by the virus crystal. Even without the assistance of night vision goggles, he can still see everything clearly in the dark. Luo Yikong saw that the players were fighting with a group of black-haired big spiders, each of which was the size of a puppy and was about level 30. It was obvious that those spiders were just small monsters, but there were so many spiders that they were black. As the Vanguard players, it was not the first time to attack this dungeon. Facing those spiders, those players also had their own strategies. They suppressed them with gun firepower while suppressing them with the flames of incendiary bombs to a safe distance. Of course, even an ordinary spider in this doomsday spider nest is highly toxic, so all players have prepared serums specifically for this dungeon, all of which come from the Spark base. Although the difficulty of the dungeon has risen to the 1,000-person level, every player is well prepared and experienced. Ding! The players have upgraded. The elevator has just brought up the third batch of players, and Luo Yikong, who has been lying flat in a wheelchair, also heard the upgrade prompt. Those players worked hard to kill the enemies and continuously provided Luoyicon with experience, which made Luoyicon very happy. Why are there so many? Maybe it's because the difficulty has risen to the 1,000-person level. When the third batch of players came up, they saw the black massive spiders and were completely stunned. They didn't expect that the difficulty of the 1,000-person level would increase the number to such a terrifying degree, but fortunately the Vanguard team were all elite players, and they guarded the elevator entrance in a small area. After a brief daze, those players also joined the defense line to suppress the attacking spider group. After the third batch, the fourth batch, the fifth batch, Luoyicon sat in his wheelchair for several hours and was about to fall asleep before he transported all the players. Luoyicon's level also reached level 40. You should know that before entering the Doomsday Spider Nest, Luoyicon's level was only level 30. However, after reaching level 40, Luoyicon obviously felt that it was very difficult to upgrade. This is also because the difficulty of the dungeon has reached the 1,000-person level. If it were other 30-40 level 10-person and 100-person dungeons, if Luoyicon lay flat like this, the experience would probably not move at all. After all, the increase was too little. The first batch of Vanguard players had already reached level 45, which shows how fast the black massive spiders leveled up, but they seemed to have run out of ammunition and food, but fortunately the players behind them made up for it in time. I originally thought I would have to do it a few more times, but with the experience rewards for this 1,000-player level, I think one time will be enough. If we clear the level, every player can conservatively reach level 10 directly. Luoyicon knew how difficult it was to level up in the wild. Besides, there was no way to be resurrected if you died in the wild. If every player could really level up by at least 10 levels this time, not only would the strength of these 1,000 players be greatly improved, but it would also set a good example for the players to unite and conquer this world together. Everyone is here. The exoskeleton armor troops go first. A bearded player gave the order. At this time, Luoyicon noticed that a group of players took out a strange backpack from the system backpack. The backpack was all made of strange metal. Those players pressed the button on the backpack and then put the backpack on their backs. Luoyicon saw that the strange backpack changed rapidly after the verification was successful. In just a few seconds, it turned into a coat covering the vital parts of the body. Bone armor. This is, from the firebase. Luoyicon was shocked, because he knew that it was the exoskeleton armor of the firebase super soldier. Even Luoyicon hadn't gotten it, but these players had already gotten it. This also means that the firebase has recruited those players and used them for its own purposes, training them as trump cards. It's just that players have relatively more freedom compared to the ace of the firebase. It seems that the firebase only needs a powerful force, and players can tolerate the fact that they like to run around. The player who activated the exoskeleton armor stood in front, and at the same time took out the flamethrower from the system backpack to sweep away the black poisonous spiders blocking the road ahead. Those guys from the Sky Guild seem to have gained a lot of benefits from the firebase. I heard that the president of the Sky Guild has reached a deal with the top management of the firebase. That kind of equipment should be at least of excellent quality. It can greatly improve combat effectiveness. Players outside the Sky Guild looked at the players wearing exoskeleton armor with envy. Many of them planned to return to the firebase to get one in the future. It was also the first time for Luoyicon to see exoskeleton armor in actual combat. Like most players, his heart was filled with shock and envy. The poisonous fangs of those black poisonous spiders could not even penetrate the defense of the exoskeleton armor, and they were unilaterally killed by players wearing exoskeleton armor. Such exoskeleton armor can be created with the technological level of the firebase. So how powerful is the technology of God City, which is even more powerful than the firebase? The firelight illuminated this pitch-black space, the air was filled with the smell of burning, and all the eyes could see were the steaming corpses of poisonous spiders. Clean all enemies on this floor. After hearing the report, all the players began to advance to the next level. Luoyicon was sitting in a wheelchair and was pushed forward. He saw the scorched corpses all over the ground. No one survived. You must know that a few minutes ago it was a black spider swarm. You are indeed the legendary locust. Wherever it goes, not a blade of grass grows. Xianyuan Luoying's voice came from her mind.
According to the legend, wherever the player goes, no matter whether they are enemies or treasures, no one is spared. Now look at it, turns out to be exactly the same as in the legend. Luo Yikong also noticed that the cooperation between these players was quite professional and they cleared an entire layer of poisonous spiders without any casualties among the players. First floor, second floor. Luo Yikong watched with some numbness as these players swept away layer after layer of poisonous spiders. Whether they were poisonous spiders or silk pupae, they were all burned up by flamethrowers. The flames were burning brightly, and Luo Yikong thought of the NPC teams he brought with him at the 09 missile base. It was a completely different experience. The gap between players and NPCs in this world is really too big. This gap is even bigger than Luo Yikong imagined. At the 09 missile base, Luo Yikong was completely behind him, but now Luo Yikong is completely flat. Fine. The player group of thousands of people, including many wild teams and individual players, Luo Yikong thought that there would be some chaos, but to Luo Yikong's expectation, the player group of thousands of people seemed to be. They were well trained, and their cooperation with each other reached the extreme, sweeping 10 floors in a row. The players present are all players who are at least level 25. They are at the top of the player pyramid and can survive to level 25. Each of them is not an ordinary person. In addition, several more prestigious players among the players will lead the team, and the rewards will be clearly distributed, so individual players will not be afraid of being swallowed up. Since there is fairness, there will naturally be no confusion among the teams. Luo Yikong did nothing but gained experience. After those players broke through 10 levels in a row, Luo Yikong also rose to level 2, reaching level 42 now. Attention, everyone! This floor is where the first boss is located. This level did not have a large number of poisonous spiders coming up like the previous levels, but everyone did not relax their vigilance because of this. Many people who have passed the 10-person level and individual level difficulty Doomsday Spider Nest know that this is the location of a boss. But they don't know how far the first boss will grow in the Doomsday Spider Nest with a 1000-man level difficulty. Boom! At this time, the wall in front suddenly exploded, and then dozens of white spider threads shot out from the exploded wall, so fast that many people had no time to react. The spider silk rolled up a dozen Sky Guild players in front of them and were about to drag them away, but Luo Yiling and a group of leading players were already prepared. The other shore, all the flowers have fallen. Luo Yiling's temperament changed. He saw the blood blade from his waist being pulled out. Everyone seemed to be able to feel the suffocating smell of blood coming towards them. As the blood blade was unsheathed, it seemed as if they could see countless bloody colors. The petals fell, and then several spider threads were cut off in the blink of an eye. Luo Yiling and several other leading players took action and rescued the dozen or so players who were almost swept away. The players behind him reacted quickly and used flames to clean up the spider webs on the player who had just been rescued. When the spider silk was burned out by the flames, Luo Yikong saw that the surface of the exoskeleton armor of those players had been severely corroded. It seemed that the spider silk was extremely corrosive. The situation has changed a little. The players' expressions became solemn. From the spider silk attack just now, they clearly felt that the strength of the boss had undergone earth-shaking changes, and it was even more than 10 times stronger than the final boss of the Doomsday Spider Nest with a difficulty of 10 people. Dozens of white spider silks flew out of the darkness again, but everyone was prepared for this attack. The flames sprayed out, and those spider silks melted instantly like snowflakes encountering high temperatures. That guy doesn't seem to want to show up. Let's get that monster out. The leading players nodded and rushed into the darkness at full speed. Luo Yiling was like a killing god among those players, rushing into the darkness. I feel that weapon has affected your sister's mind, Xianyuan Luoying said suddenly when she saw Luo Yiling's appearance. I know, that's why I asked you what that weapon is? I'm sorry, mortal. I don't know. Xianyuan Luoying smiled gloatingly. She surrendered to Luo Yikong because of the system's suppression. As for Luo Yikong himself, Xianyuan Luoying gnashed her teeth. Seeing that the people around Luo Yikong were affected by the weapon, she was also secretly happy in her heart. Boom! With a loud bang, a white-haired limb smashed the wall and landed in front of everyone. It was just a limb, but it looked as big as an extended bus in front of everyone. On that huge limb, Luo Yiling, holding the other shore, looked a little embarrassed and breathless. But except Luo Yikong, everyone's attention was not on Luo Yiling, but on that huge limb. It was obviously the leg of a white spider, but no one expected that the white spider was so big. How could it become so big? Is this the difficulty of the 1,000-man level? No wonder the boss didn't want to show up at the beginning. It turned out to be too big and couldn't squeeze in. At this time, all the players understood something. Looking into the darkness, all they saw was that dense red dot. Boom! A flash of lightning streaked across the sky, making everything around them instantly bright as day. Luo Yikong saw that a big hole had been hit in the outer wall of this layer, and the huge white spider was lying outside the building, looking at everyone through its dense compound eyes, although only part of its head was exposed to everyone. It is not the whole body, but everyone knows how big the spider is just by looking at the head. White Emperor Spider, 100-man level boss, race, Zerg level, 40 life/physical strength/strength, 109 spirit, 58 agility, 75 resistance, 101 skills, corrosion spider silk, 100-eyed evil eyes, spider hair spikes talents, spider group will, life induction introduction. The genetic war 20 years ago caused some genetically modified creatures to escape from the laboratory of the City of God. After reaching the surface, no one dealt with them, causing them to flood and become one of the disasters of this doomsday. As the emperor of a huge spider group, the White Emperor Spider has absolute control over the spider group under the Queen Spider. 100-man level. To be honest, except for a few people who have faced the existence of the 100-man level, most of the players present have faced 10-man level or personal level boss. This kind of 100-man level boss is also the first time they have seen it. Has the scene outside changed? Luo Yikong's attention was not on the White Emperor Spider, because he had long expected that after the dungeon reached the difficulty of 1,000 people, the small bosses would reach the level of 100 people. What caught Luo Yikong's attention was the dark night and heavy rain outside, lightning and thunder, which was completely different from the weather when the players entered the dungeon. When a player team and another player team attack a dungeon at the same time, they will not meet in the dungeon unless they form a team. This means that the dungeon attack by each player team is the same dungeon on the surface, but in fact it is in different independent time and space. For example, in the dungeon where Luo Yikong is now, it was sunny before the player entered the dungeon, but a few hours after entering the dungeon, it was already dark and raining heavily. Boom! Just as Luo Yikong was thinking, the leading players had already retreated. The players took out their guns and rocket launchers and bombarded the head of the White Emperor Spider, which was covered with compound eyes. The flames of the explosion were surging, and the roar of the guns and cannons kept echoing in their ears. All the players were firing at full power. Facing a 100-man level existence, they did not dare to be careless. Under the powerful firepower, Luo Yikong felt that the ground under his feet was shaking violently, and the entire tower seemed to be crumbling. Although the damage caused by a player to the 100-man level boss was limited, there were too many people scraping it, and even the health bar of the White Emperor Spider, a 100-man level existence, was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Under the continuous attack of the powerful firepower, the White Emperor Spider was already covered with wounds. In an instant, the white hair on the White Emperor Spider's body hardened, and then the hardened hair flew towards everyone like a 2-meter-long steel needle. Even though the players in the front row were protected by exoskeleton armor, they were pierced through the body by the hardened hair. Ugh! Blood splattered, and many players widened their eyes. They looked at their bodies full of holes and hardened hair in disbelief. All this happened in an instant, and then dozens of players in the front row were killed instantly. Everyone spread out. Find cover. That monster can attack from a distance. Luo Yiling. Call a few people to help me hold the monster back. Got it. The strongest group of people in the team of 1,000 people responded quickly and rushed to the head of the White Emperor Spider from all directions. Luo Yikong saw their actions and subconsciously touched the laser sword at his waist, almost jumping out of the wheelchair. That was close. I almost got carried away. Luo Yikong suddenly remembered that he was here to gain experience, and almost got carried away and killed with those players. However, facing such a strong enemy, Luo Wukong did feel a sense of blood boiling. Luo Wukong had experienced the feeling of powerlessness in front of the Death Howler, so facing the White Emperor Spider and the joint attack of many strong people on the White Emperor Spider, Luo Wukong wanted to see if he, who had grown a little bit now, could break through the limit again. Although the feeling of lying flat was very enjoyable, fighting with strong enemies made Luo Wukong feel more yearning. Let's take a look first. Luo Wukong smiled faintly. He looked like an old NPC sitting in a wheelchair. He was a disabled person. If he showed his powerful fighting power, he would probably scare them. Boom! The wall exploded, and the white corrosive spider silk swept towards Luo Wukong. Luo Wukong, who was sitting in a wheelchair, had no way to retreat. Be careful, sir. The players who were responsible for protecting Luo Wukong had never expected the attack to be so sudden. It was obviously too late to protect Luo Wukong, the NPC. You are really blind. Quickly pulling out the explosive burner 2 pistol from his waist and switching to the explosion mode, Luo Wukong locked onto the attacking spider silk and pulled the trigger. Boom! The airwave of the explosion knocked the nearest players to the ground, and the explosion flames rose up, just like a blooming flower of fire, burning all the spider silk. Luo Wukong glanced coldly at the White Emperor Spider fighting with Luo Yiling, and put the explosive burner 2 pistol back to his waist. Fuck! Grandpa is awesome. The players responsible for protecting Luo Wukong were also stunned. They thought Luo Wukong was a disabled person, but they didn't expect that the weapons on a disabled person were so powerful. They also believed that Luo Wukong, this NPC, was not simple. With the lesson of being attacked, the players responsible for protecting Luo Wukong even surrounded Luo Wukong in a circle. After all, Luo Wukong almost died just now. Boom! 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 Take him to the next floor. The floor where everyone was located was constantly exploding. Players dodged the long-range attacks of the White Emperor Spider while using their guns and rocket launchers to attack the White Emperor Spider. The top players joined the melee to contain the White Emperor Spider. A white spider limb smashed the pillars and walls and slammed heavily in front of Luo Wukong. The long limb actually penetrated the floor directly. Players who didn't have time to dodge were killed by the huge spider limb. The battle on this floor was too intense. In order to protect Luo Wukong, the NPC, the players planned to transfer Luo Wukong to the 61st floor. After all, even the players themselves could not protect themselves on the 60th floor. Luo Wukong passed through the safe passage and was successfully taken to the 61st floor by the players. Even on the 61st floor, Luo Wukong could still feel the fierce battle below, as if he was experiencing a major earthquake. Many players experienced the powerful destructive power of the 100-man boss for the first time. When fighting with it, everyone felt how terrible the monster was. The whole tower felt like it was about to be demolished by the monster. Such a huge monster was clinging to the outside of the tower. In front of the huge white spider, the whole tower was like a chopstick, and the White Emperor Spider was like a spider climbing on the chopstick. In front of the huge monster, many people couldn't help but feel their own insignificance. The monster's head alone couldn't fit into a floor. The hundreds of dense compound eyes on the head of the White Emperor Spider locked onto the players who were avoiding the attack. In an instant, the hundreds of players who were locked felt a sharp pain in their heads. Some people even fell to the ground and twitched all over their bodies. That's a mental attack. Don't look at the monster's eyes. Destroy the monster's eyes. Everyone concentrated their attacks and attacked the compound eyes of the White Emperor Spider with all their strength. The huge limbs of the White Emperor Spider were like stone pillars that swept through thousands of troops, making many players dare not approach easily. In addition, the hardened spider hairs fired like machine guns, which made many players unable to raise their heads. The White Emperor Spider's health has dropped by half. Perhaps it feels the passing of life, and the White Emperor Spider's attacks are getting more and more fierce. The longer the time drags on, the greater the casualties of the players. Even if they barely take down the White Emperor Spider, they are not able to face the boss behind. At this time, Luo Yiling, the leader of the Sky Dome Guild members, made a prompt decision and immediately issued an order. First team, suicide attack.
Understood. There is no penalty for death in the dungeon. It is precisely because of this that Luo Yiling decisively issued an order. As the order was issued, the 30 players of the first team activated the propulsion system of the exoskeleton armor and rushed towards the White Emperor Spider, while taking out a special bomb from the system backpack. Boom boom boom. Those people rushed into the mouth of the White Emperor Spider and then detonated the bombs on their bodies. The bombs were the white phosphorus bombs that people feared on the battlefield. Flames rose from the mouth of the White Emperor Spider. Players are different from Luo Yiling. Luo Yiling can feel the physical pain in this world and cannot turn it off, but players can choose to turn off this pain system, except for the pain caused by mental attacks. After all, the real bodies of players are in the real world, while Luo Yiling is a whole person who traveled through. It is precisely because of this that even though their bodies were burned by flames, those players did not scream. The flames of white phosphorus bombs can burn through even steel, not to mention the explosion in the mouth of the White Emperor Spider, and the flames are difficult to extinguish, which undoubtedly directly sentenced the White Emperor Spider to death. For a while, the White Emperor Spider gave up the fight, but screamed, opened its huge mouth burning with flames, and rushed towards the huge silk pupa at the highest point of the tower. Did the monster escape? At this time, everyone was confused. They didn't expect that after fighting with the boss for half a day, the boss would still escape. What should we do? The players looked at each other in bewilderment. They had thought that it would be easy to take down the White Emperor Spider if the white phosphorus bombs continued to burn blood, but the White Emperor Spider simply ran away. What else can we do? Keep fighting. There was no other way. Everyone could only choose to continue fighting, and the severely injured White Emperor Spider would always be in this dungeon no matter how it escaped. It's really strange. When I attacked the 10-man Doomsday Spider nest before, I never saw the boss run away. A player looked at the wall in front of him that was already leaking. The battlefield now returned to calm because of the escape of the White Emperor Spider. Maybe this is the special feature of the 1000-man level difficulty. And can the size of the 10-man level White Emperor Spider be compared to the White Emperor Spider just now? The body of the 100-man level White Emperor Spider has squeezed out of the map. The destructive power is not at the same level. You may be able to kill the White Emperor Spider in the 10-man level difficulty, but in this 1000-man level Doomsday Spider nest, we can't even beat one leg of the White Emperor Spider. The players regrouped and began to discuss the strength of the boss in the 1000-man level Doomsday Spider nest. Even if 1000 players of the right level are gathered, even if the cooperation between the players reaches the extreme, it is still an unknown to attack a 1000-man level copy. After all, the destructive power of the 100-man level boss has already refreshed the cognition of many players. The existence of 10 people to 100 people is a qualitative improvement, and the existence of 100 people to 1000 people is another qualitative leap. Players have always been fighting zombies. For some zombies and some evolved zombies, they are still in the limited physical combat intensity, and have never faced a behemoth of 100 people like the White Emperor Spider. Many players don't know that if the surface is really just a few small zombies, then with the technology of the Firebase, there is no need to hide underground. What humans in this world have to face are mutated monsters and constantly evolving zombies, as well as biological weapons left over from the genetic war, and the Supreme Heavenly City. The so-called copy is just a small microcosm of this doomsday. In different copies, the enemies encountered by players are also different. It seems that the big bug has fled. I hate those fluffy bugs the most, very disgusting. Xianyuan Luoying's voice came from Luo Yiling's mind. In fact, Luo Yiling also hates spiders, but facing Xianyuan Luoying, Luo Yiling didn't say it. Don't talk nonsense in my head, it's noisy. Luo Yiling was a little dissatisfied. This guy always said something suddenly in his mind, scaring him. Luo Yiling sat in a wheelchair, being pushed forward by the players, while the players in the front row wearing exoskeleton armor were responsible for clearing the way, advancing layer by layer. Although there were some sacrifices when facing the White Emperor Spider, it did not affect the overall combat power much, and the players' joint advancement speed was still amazing. If I were to kill the spiders on this floor alone, I would not be able to kill them all even if I killed them for 7 days and 7 nights.
Looking at the corpses of the burned spiders, Luo Wukong thought to himself. Now Luo Wukong and others are on the 81st floor. The spider monsters here are obviously different from the dark spiders below. Not only are they of a higher level, but the color of their bodies is no longer dark, but a bright red, with hairless and tall bodies, and a stronger desire to attack. Look! There are long legs under the head. I heard that you low-level human men like this. Luo Wukong looked at the corpse of a red spider, and Xian Yuan Luoying's voice came from his mind, causing Luo Wukong to be speechless. We are not the third brother. As the team advanced all the way, Luo Wukong arrived at the 89th floor. What everyone saw was blood pupae, but the imagined blood spider group did not appear. Is this where the spiders store food? Luo Wukong looked at the blood pupae hanging on this floor. From those blood pupae, Luo Wukong could barely see the outline of a person. This scene seemed very strange. Many players have attacked the 10-man level Doomsday Spider Nest. Maybe they have experienced these blood pupae in the 10-man difficulty, so they have been prepared. Luo Wukong didn't know that all the blood pupae were zombies captured by spiders. A large number of spider eggs were laid in the bodies of these zombies. Some spiders have even hatched successfully and are feeding on the flesh and blood of zombies. Once the blood pupae are stimulated by something external, the small blood spiders will break out of the pupae. There is a boss on this floor. Those who have attacked the 10-man level Doomsday Spider Nest know that there is also a small boss on this floor, which is not weaker than the White Emperor spider in front, which also makes everyone cheer up. However, there are a lot of blood pupae on this floor, which is not conducive to fighting. After the team's order was issued, the players began to burn the blood pupae with flamethrowers. Stimulated by the high temperature, 1 or 2 bloody spiders would come out from time to time. Because their bodies were bright red, they completely blended into the environment full of bright red spider silk. Disgusting bug. A bloody spider climbed onto a player's arm. The player stretched out his hand and slapped it directly. The bloody spider burst instantly, and the disgusting red blood covered his arm. It's really disgusting. The player took out a bottle of water from the system backpack and washed his arm, but the skin that had just come into contact with the red blood could still be seen to have been corroded and bumpy after being washed. The blood of the blood spider is corrosive. Even if it only takes a few seconds to corrode a player's skin, if the pain system had not been shut down, I'm afraid that the player would have screamed long ago. Soon the player felt itchy all over his body, and this itch came from under his skin. Although the pain sensation had been turned off, he could still feel this unbearable itch. What's going on? The player took off his clothes, and this action immediately attracted the attention of everyone nearby. Everyone saw that the player's whole body was red, and there seemed to be many things moving under the player's skin, and those things were very dense. Everyone stay away from him. Everyone immediately kept a distance from the player, and at this time many bloody pustules began to emerge from the player's body. Quick! Get rid of me! Quick! The player shouted, although he could not feel the pain, but countless insects were wriggling under his skin, and the weird itch left a psychological shadow on the player. In addition, some bloody pustules began to grow all over his body, which scared the player and he immediately screamed. Flamethrower! Quick! Everyone was about to use the flamethrower to end the player's life, but the next second the player's body suddenly exploded and turned into a blood mist, with only a pair of broken legs still intact. The blood mist that exploded was full of blood-colored spiders. As the corpse exploded, the deadly spiders were thrown around. Trouble! Looking at the blood mist that was scattered overhead, everyone felt cold in their hearts. It was obviously too late to use the flamethrower at this time. The blood mist enveloped the dozen people around, and the blood-colored spiders drilled into the player's skin in an instant. The players' bodies were like tofu to those spiders, and there was nothing to protect them outside their bodies. Soon, the affected players showed the same symptoms as the previous player. Once the explosion occurred, the affected area would be wider. Get rid of them! Luo Yiling ordered coldly, and the surrounding players did not hesitate. The flamethrowers spewed out flames and instantly devoured those players. Your sister is really cruel and ruthless. I like this a little bit. Xianyuan Luoying saw Luo Yiling's decisive side and said with some appreciation. I'm not cruel, I would do the same if I were you. There is no punishment for players dying here, and those players are already beyond saving. To avoid more casualties, we have to do this. Xiaoling, she is a very kind person. Hearing Xianyuan Luoying say that his sister Luo Yiling was cruel, Luo Yikong was a little unwilling. Although they hadn't seen each other for many years, she was still his biological sister after all. Ha! There was no hesitation in her eyes, which is something you can't pretend. But I know that if it were you, although you would make the same choice as her, there would definitely be hesitation in your eyes. Ridiculous. I can only say that you don't know your sister yet, system. Luo Yikong was a little unhappy and immediately ordered the system to suppress Xianyuan Luoying. How dare you, a mere mortal, humiliate me again and again like this? Xianyuan Luoying was so angry that she yelled under the suppression of the system. If Xianyuan Luoying didn't think she was of noble status and that cursing Luo Yikong would lower her level, she would have greeted Luo Yikong's family long ago. However, Xianyuan Luoying has already decided in her heart that if she gets rid of Luo Yikong's control one day, she will let Luo Yikong know what cruelty is. Are you going to say bad things about her? 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. You mortal, just wait. Xianyuan Luoying fiercely threatened Luo Yikong. Although she said that, she was obviously subdued in her momentum. You have learned to say cruel words. Corpse ho ho ho. As everyone burned the blood pupae, a terrifying roar came from the depths of darkness. Everyone prepare to fight. Boom boom boom. At this time, all the blood pupae on this floor exploded, and all the little bloody spiders that escaped from the explosion began to rush towards a blood pupa several meters high in the depths of darkness. Attack! Through the night vision goggles, the players also saw the blood chrysalis in the dark depths. They immediately took out weapons such as rocket launchers from the system backpack to attack the blood chrysalis. Boom boom boom. The flames rose up, illuminating the dark floors, and the powerful heat wave carried sand and dust and rushed around. In the flames of the explosion, everyone could faintly see a 3-meter-high figure. Above that figure, everyone could feel the huge sense of oppression. Everyone stared at the figure in the flames and forgot to breathe for a moment. People knew that it was also a 100-person existence. The figure stepped out of the flames. The being was 3 meters tall. It still maintained a basic human shape. Its whole body was dark and covered with carapace defense. A bloody spider crawled out of the being's mouth and landed on the ground. Blood-colored claws penetrated the flesh of the fingers and burst out. Only countless blood-colored spiders were moving in the empty eye sockets. Luo Yikong, who was sitting in a wheelchair, saw this scene through his supervision enhanced by virus crystals. I couldn't help but shudder and feel sick. Spider Nest Evil Corpse, Level 100, Race, Zombie, Zerg, Level 42 Life, / Physical Strength Infinity / Infinity Strength, 136 Spirit, 10 Agility, 131 Resistance, 105 Skill, Body Modification Talent, Tireless Dead, Unlimited Physical Strength Bonus, Spider Swarm Enhancement Introduction. The mysteriously evolved zombies merged with a large number of blood-colored spiders. The combination of the two possesses unimaginable combat power. The zombies actually have a symbiotic relationship with those spiders, or are those spiders occupying the zombies' bodies? Luo Yikong had seen the virus creature fused with the mecha. He thought he was mentally prepared, but when he saw the scene still shocked. The viruses in this world originated from my divine blood. The spiders mutated due to trace amounts of viruses. Like zombies, the same things exist in the bodies of those things, so it is not surprising to achieve a symbiotic relationship. Of course, there are maybe those bugs have taken over the zombie's body. When Xianyuan Luoying mentioned her divine blood, she did not feel any remorse for the disaster caused by her divine blood. Instead, she felt guilty because her divine blood could easily destroy a civilization. Proud. In Xianyuan Luoying's view, mortals are just motes of dust, and if motes of dust want to gain the power of gods, they will naturally have to suffer this divine punishment. Why are all the monsters created by your blood so ugly? Mortal, you have to ask those people in this world who overestimate their abilities.
And, don't you also have a part of my divine blood in your body?
Xianyuan Luoying smiled faintly. Luo Wukong had absorbed the virus crystal, it means inheriting part of one's own divine blood. Xianyuan Luoying could already imagine that one day she would regain her full strength and control the divine blood in Luo Wukong's body, making him worse than dead. Luo Wukong could naturally feel Xianyuan Luoying's murderous intention towards Luo Wukong. After all, you couldn't hide the look in someone's eyes, not to mention that Xianyuan Luoying's consciousness was in the same body as his own.
It is precisely because of this that Luo Wukong is always wary of Xianyuan Luoying.
Just as Luo Wukong was communicating with Xianyuan Luoying through his consciousness, the spider nest evil corpse moved its slightly stiff body, and then kicked off its hind legs.
Boom!
A strong wave of air swept through the entire place, and the ground where the spider nest evil corpse was just now was immediately covered with spider web-like cracks, spreading in all directions.
As for the spider nest evil corpse, it was like a cannonball. It rushed in front of a player wearing exoskeleton armor in the blink of an eye. The player didn't even have time to react, and an unprecedented powerful force came from the abdomen. Boom!
The exoskeleton armor on the player's body exploded into countless fragments, and the spider nest evil corpse struck the player in the abdomen with one leg, killing the player instantly. The body of the player that flew out hit the player behind. The collision of the two bodies instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist in front of everyone, with the remaining limbs and internal organs flying everywhere. I don't have any extra skills or talents, but I have speed and strength that completely surpass me.
Luo Wukong's expression became solemn as he was sitting in a wheelchair.
It seems that the player may have to stop here.
Because Luo Wukong thought that he couldn't last 20 seconds when facing that monster with all his strength.
All the players present were frightened when they saw that scene. Such a strong physical combat power is simply abnormal.
It only takes one blow to kill any of them instantly.
The problem is that the monster is not only amazingly powerful, but also has a speed that can reach the naked eye of many players.
An elusive point. You will all be wiped out now.
Xianyuan Luoying chuckled, her gloating look undisguised.
How about this? Let's play a game. If those players kill that monster, how about you help me kill the last 1000-level existence? Luo Wukong thought about it and asked Xianyuan Luoying in his body.
To be honest, after seeing these 200-level beings, Luo Wukong couldn't imagine how powerful the last 1000-level being was. He wanted Xianyuan Luoying to help him kill it and get a bargain. If the players can't kill the 100-level being in front of them, it also means that they are not qualified to face a more powerful existence.
Do you think I'm stupid? I help you work to solve the 1000-level existence, and you don't have to pay anything?
I didn't expect that the great god would not even dare to accept the bet initiated by Chen Hui.
Luo Wukong sighed and said with an extremely disappointed look. You don't need to use provocation. There are so many mortals in the dust. If they all come to make a bet with me, it will be so tiring. If you want to negotiate with me, you must first get my approval.
Xianyuan Luoying smiled coldly. She had seen Luo Wukong's little thoughts a long time ago. Since Luo Wukong was unwilling to let her go, she had already planned to be a mental worm in Luo Wukong's body, harassing Luo Wukong's brain from time to time.
Then, what about negotiating with your freedom? Luo Wukong smiled faintly. Freedom? Are you serious? Xianyuan Luoying stared at Luo Wukong with an expression of disbelief.
Of course.
You know what I am, aren't you afraid that I will destroy the world? Xianyuan Luoying asked tentatively. She couldn't believe that Luo Wukong actually made such a decision.
I'm not afraid, because you don't have this ability for the time being. When you have it, I will have controlled the whole world. Countdown. Luo Wukong will not make an uncertain bet with Xianyuan Luoying. Under normal circumstances, it is indeed impossible for the player to be the opponent of the monster, but this is not necessarily the case if it is a suicide attack without fear of life and death. When facing the White Emperor Spider before, the players had proved to Luo Wukong that suicide attacks had a chance to defeat hundreds of people.
As long as Luo Wukong forced them, those players could still burst out with amazing power.
But facing the thousands of people behind him, Luo Yikong was really unsure, so he needed Xianyuan Luoying's power. How can I trust you? What if you regret it? And without the carrier, my consciousness will dissipate. Xianyuan Luoying still doesn't believe Luo Yikong. After all, she and Luo Yikong haven't been together for long. I don't know what kind of person Luo Yikong is, not to mention that they were enemies in the past. I can temporarily give my body to you as a carrier. I may need your help in the future, so I will not break my promise. Otherwise, if I lose my basic trust, you will never be able to help me. Then you will be to me at that time. It's just a pendant. Because of this, it's not good for me to break my promise. What's more, you have nothing to lose in this bet. Besides, you have no choice in my body. I didn't use the system to directly erase you, maybe it's because of something. You just treat me as a servant who obeys your orders. Xianyuan Luoying gritted her teeth. She was the supreme god. No, I actually don't like to rule others, and I don't treat you as a servant. I keep you, on the one hand, because I need your strength, and on the other hand, I think that one day we may become friends. When you no longer regard mortals like me as dust, maybe we can talk as equals. Luo Yikong smiled slightly. In fact, although Xianyuan Luoying was once an enemy, he is not yet an enemy. Reaching the point of deep hatred, Xianyuan Luoying just wanted to survive. Friends? Ha ha. I don't have mortal friends. What a wishful thinking. Mortals can only live 100 years at most and are extremely fragile. How can they compare with higher life forms? Xianyuan Luoying smiled coldly and regarded all of this as Luo Yikong's childish fantasy. After all, 20-year-old Luo Yikong was like a newly born baby to her. The reason why I didn't directly erase you at the beginning was because you respected the promise and saved those two people under that 100-man level existence. Obviously you have strong strength and can regret it, but you didn't do that, so that's why at that time, come on, I don't have that much hostility towards you. Luo Yikong smiled slightly, but Xianyuan Luoying froze. Luo Yikong knew that he had touched Xianyuan Luoying a little, so he could try to calm Xianyuan Luoying slowly. That guy conquered. Okay, I promise you this bet. After a moment of silence, Xianyuan Luoying finally spoke. Okay, then let me show you the power of the players. Luo Yikong looked in the direction of the spider nest evil corpse, and while communicating with Xianyuan Luoying's consciousness, the spider nest evil corpse had already killed dozens of players. Luo Yikong used the administrator authority system to modify the player systems of all players in the entire copy. In an instant, all players could see a 1-minute countdown. Ding! If the spider nest evil corpse, 100-man level boss, cannot be eliminated within 1 minute, all players will be relegated to level 1. This sudden system prompt shocked all the players. Everyone could not help but be stunned for a moment, and then they all cursed. Is this game system so casual? Stop hiding it. And don't worry about the props. I have no choice but to fight for that monster. Upon hearing that the system was about to return their levels to the initial level, everyone's expressions changed drastically, and then they rushed towards the spider nest evil corpse like a chicken. Even the player who was protecting Luo Yikong, an NPC, gave up protecting Luo Yikong and rushed towards the spider nest evil corpse. At this time, all players gave up all rewards. They only wanted to kill the spider nest zombie and prevent their level from reaching level 1. Boom! 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 Those players were like lunatics. After hugging the spider nest evil corpse, they used their strongest suicide attacks to inflict heavy damage on the spider nest evil corpse. They even took out all kinds of rare props. Are these guys crazy? Xianyuan Luoying was also shocked by that scene. Facing such a powerful existence as the spider nest evil corpse, the players did not consider continuous consumption. Instead, they rushed forward and died together as if they were seeing the enemy who killed their father. They are not crazy, it's just that I pushed them to the extreme. Luo Yikong watched all this leisurely. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible to defeat a being like the spider nest evil corpse, but if faced with a group of players who do not care about any cost, not necessarily. The human sea formed by the players surrounded the spider nest evil corpse. The spider nest evil corpse possessed speed and strength that surpassed all the players. For a while, it was unable to escape and could only withstand rounds of explosions from the players. 1 minute passed little by little, and as the time continued to decrease, the players also looked crazy. Ho ho ho! The spider nest zombies tore apart nearby players, but those players were like self-destructors. Even if their bodies were torn into pieces, they detonated bombs at the moment their health was emptied. No matter how thick the health of the spider nest evil corpse is, it can't stop the player's desperate attack, leaving him covered in bruises and bruises. This long spear flew over and pierced through the chest of the spider nest evil corpse, and the end of the spear was connected to a thick chain. Die for me! Boom boom boom! After the violent explosion, a huge force came and pulled the spider nest evil corpse away. It turned out that the chain at the end of the spear was connected to the stone pillar on the other side, and the stone pillar had been blown off by the explosives. The rolling stone pillar rushed all the way to the broken wall, and the broken wall was the outer wall of the tower, and outside was the 100-meter-high sky. The stone pillar weighing more than 10 tons dragged the spider nest evil corpse to roll outside. This force made it difficult for the spider nest evil corpse to resist, but the monster was still trying to struggle to death, holding onto a pillar along the way, and at the same time trying to break the chain on the long spear on his chest with his other hand. Quickly stop that monster! Boom! 2 drones flew towards the spider nest evil corpse and a violent explosion occurred, which shattered the stone pillar. The spider nest evil corpse was pulled down from the tower by the stone pillar connected to the other end of the chain. The spider nest evil corpse could only leave a long claw mark on the ground in despair. Roar, roar, roar! The spider nest evil corpse let out a desperate roar and fell from the tower. There was no possibility of survival at such a height. Ding! The team killed the spider nest evil corpse, 100-man level boss, and gained experience. Ding! Players upgrade. The spider nest evil corpse fell from the high tower. Not long after, the killing prompt of the spider nest evil corpse was heard. With the end of the 1-minute countdown, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps it was because the team killed it together, not because Luo Yikong killed it himself, so the experience was not as much as Luo Yikong imagined. What's worse is that because the players used the special terrain to kill it, the body of the spider nest evil corpse fell down there, and it was impossible to touch the body. Only experience was left for everyone. People who are not afraid of death are the most terrifying, and the virtual system makes players become such terrible people. Shenyuan Luoying didn't expect that those players would use this desperate siege method to kill a 100-man existence within this minute. When we face the 1,000-man existence later, I'll trouble you to take action. Luo Yikong smiled faintly. Facing the 100-man level, Luo Yikong might still have some confidence, but the 1,000-man existence, these players around him probably don't have enough. The description of the 1,000-man monster in the Fire Seed base is that it is invincible, and only heavy firepower such as missiles can be used to destroy it. However, although the level and number of players who are attacking this dungeon have met the requirements, they are still a little short of facing the 1,000-man existence. It is impossible for this dungeon to have a 1,000-man existence. It is just that the 1,000-man player team has forcibly increased the difficulty of the dungeon to this level. Did you know I would lose? Shenyuan Luoying asked somewhat unhappily. If she had not been certain, Luo Yikong would not have made such a bet with her. The gods above cannot imagine the power of dust. Luo Yikong looked at those players. It is true that the spider nest evil corpse is very strong. Even against players like Luo Yikong, they can only punch one by one, but such a powerful existence still died in the hands of players. Only when people are forced into a desperate situation with no way out can they burst out unimaginable potential. Are you mocking me? Shenyuan Luoying felt even more unhappy when she heard Luo Yikong's words. Luo Yikong smiled but didn't say anything. His administrator authority system can convert everything in this world into data. Even Shenyuan Luoying's feelings towards him are also converted into data. Before, Shenyuan Luoying felt resentment towards Luo Yikong, but now it has improved and turned into vigilance, -50 favorability. Now that Luo Yikong can see Shenyuan Luoying's favorability, it means that there is a possibility of improving the relationship with this guy. Luo Yikong is looking forward to the day when he can be honest with Xianyuan Luoying, so that Xianyuan Luoying can tell more secrets about this world. There are only more than 700 players left in the team of 1,000 players. Although facing the spider nest evil corpse is the shortest time to end the battle, it is also the most devastating battle so far. Luo Yiling and others gathered the team and moved towards the huge silk pupa on the highest floor of the tower. After experiencing the terrible combat power of the 100-man level, they are also very curious and expectant about the combat power of the 1,000-man level. Players will not experience real death, so they only regard all this as a strategy copy and will not feel death and fear. If it were someone from this world, even if they didn't have a mental breakdown when they came here, their morale would drop to the extreme. Luo Yikong, who had experienced the 09 missile base, knew this clearly. Luo Yiling glanced and noticed Luo Yikong, who was sitting in a wheelchair disguised as an NPC. The latter also noticed Luo Yiling's eyes, and perhaps because he felt guilty, his eyes could not help but dodge. Strange, Luo Yiling whispered, and the voice seemed a little ethereal and gentle. All the way from the bottom of the Doomsday Spider Nest, the player team fought with two 100-level bosses, one died and the other escaped, and there seemed to be no other 100-level existence behind, and the players did not encounter the 100-level spider that escaped. Without the 100-level existence blocking them, the players were like entering an unmanned area, pushing all the way flat. The 100th floor of the Doomsday Spider Nest, this is the highest floor of the tower. When everyone stepped on this floor, they looked up at the sky and found that the sky had been blocked by the silk pupa, or in other words, everyone was inside the huge silk pupa at the moment. The top few floors of the tower were covered by the huge silk pupa, and around everyone were blood-colored silk pupae. The strange thing was that the silk pupae were beating like hearts, emitting a strange red light. Where's the boss? I don't know. Everyone looked around this strange space, but they didn't find the final boss. Logically speaking, a big boss of 1,000 people should be extremely huge and can't be hidden at all. Boom! At this time, a loud noise came, and the whole tower couldn't help but shake violently. Many players couldn't stand still for a while and fell to the ground. What's going on? Boom! Just as everyone was confused, a black column rose from the edge of the rooftop and rushed straight to the sky blocked by the silk pupa. What is that? Everyone felt a chill in their hearts, and a bad premonition came instantly. When the black column more than 10 meters high rose to a certain height, it fell heavily from the air. Boom! The strong airwave hit everything around, and the dust it carried made everyone unable to open their eyes. Even Luo Yikong was overturned to the ground by the airwave with his wheelchair. After the airwave hit, everyone noticed that it was a huge spider leg, covered with many black hairs. But that leg alone was more than 10 meters high, and the heavy blow actually caused part of the rooftop to collapse. Roar, roar, roar. The roar came from under the tower, and then one after another huge leg fell on the rooftop, and each fall gave the players a huge psychological shock. Luo Yikong looked up at the edge of the rooftop, and a black mountain poked out from it. It was the head of a huge black spider, with thousands of compound eyes on it, so dense that it made people's scalps numb. The head gradually revealed its full appearance. At this time, everyone found that the spider's head alone could occupy half of the entire rooftop space. Giant beast. It was a real giant beast. That was the previous boss. It was eaten by that monster. Does the female spider eat the male spider? At this time, everyone saw that the giant spider was chewing the body of a white spider, and the white spider was the body of the previous white emperor spider, but the body of the white emperor spider had been eaten for most of the time, leaving only a head. Compared with the behemoth in front of them, the previous white emperor spider was like a baby. The oppressive feeling was suffocating. It was hard to breathe. Spider King of Doom, 1000-man level boss, race, Zerg level, 45 life/physical strength/strength, 215 spirit, 121 agility, 35 resistance, 100 skills, corrosive silk, 1000 evil eyes, spider hair spikes, doom venom, dragnet, blood poison rain, shockwave. Talents, spider swarm will, life sense, spider swarm queen, devouring evolution, infinite reproduction. Introduction: the existence that dominates the spider nest of doom has mutated to an unprecedented degree after devouring its partner and many offspring. Its huge size makes most lifeforms like ants, and it is invincible. Fuck, 10 million HP bar. A player couldn't help cursing when he saw this HP bar, which was far beyond the previous 100-man level. Not to mention how high the resistance of this 1000-man level boss is, even if they still have a team of 1000 players, facing that 10 million HP, each person would have to take away 10,000 HP at the most conservative. But will that behemoth stand still and be beaten? Obviously not. Invincible? Luo Yikong looked at the last sentence of the Doomsday Spider Emperor's introduction, and his whole expression was solemn. This was telling every player that it was impossible to destroy this boss with a single weapon, unless heavy firepower such as tanks and mechas were used, or it exceeded the limit of human beings. In front of the Doomsday Spider Emperor, the entire tower made a sound of being overwhelmed, and it seemed to be shaky in the sky, as if it could collapse at any time. This boss has exceeded the limit of this copy. Luo Yikong knew that the Doomsday Spider Emperor of normal 10-person difficulty would never be so huge, and its current size has increased 100 times compared to the 10-person difficulty. Thousand-eyed evil eyes. When all the players were looking at the Doomsday Spider Emperor, the dense compound eyes on the head locked all the players. When the compound eyes glowed with a strange red light, Luo Yiling and several player masters immediately realized the danger and did not look at the Doomsday Spider Emperor, but other players were not so lucky. In just a blink of an eye, a large number of players felt a sharp pain in their heads, and then their heads exploded like watermelons. Blood spurted out, dyeing a large area of the rooftop red. With the red light that illuminated the entire silk pupa space, the scene looked very strange. Boom! 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 The headless bodies that lost their heads fell into a pool of blood. Luo Yiling and some of the surviving master players saw the scene with unprecedented solemnity. The existence of the 100-man level does not mean that it takes 100 people to destroy it, but that the strength can easily kill 100 people. The same is true for the 1000-man level. The 1000-man level means that the existence can easily kill 1,000 people. The terrifying combat power that can easily kill 1,000 people was witnessed by the dozen or so players who survived at this moment, not to mention that the more than 700 people who were killed in an instant were not NPCs in this world, but players. Was it a mental attack just now? Luo Yikong just realized that something was wrong and avoided it in time, otherwise he would have died like those players. Yes, but it is not the main attack method of the big spider, but even if it is a show of strength, it can kill almost all of your main forces. Shen Yuan Luoying's voice came from her mind, and her voice seemed very calm. The other shore, the sea of suffering, is endless. Luo Yiling and a group of powerful players are also ready to fight to the death. Even if they know that they may lose, they still want to see the gap between themselves and the 1000 level, as well as their limits. The other shore in Luo Yiling's hand is glowing with a strange red light. When the sword is slashed, Luo Yikong seems to see infinity, an infinity that can never reach the end. Boom! The half of the head of the Doomsday Spider King was directly cut off by Luo Yiling, and no blood spurted out of it. Everyone also saw the state of the Doomsday Spider King, which was in an unrecoverable state. That's not her power, it's the power of that weapon, Shen Yuan Luoying frowned, and at that moment she saw the rule, a rule called infinity. Is this the skill of the weapon, Bitter Sea without end? Luo Yikong obtained the information of the skill through skill analysis, but because it was a special skill, Luo Yikong could not learn it at all. Why is there an extra sword? Shen Yuan Luoying stared at the weapon in Luo Yiling's hand and muttered to herself, her eyes full of disbelief. What's wrong? Help me take the weapon from your sister. Shen Yuan Luoying said to Luo Yikong, and it was obvious that she was very interested in the weapon. I refuse. Luo Yikong shook his head without thinking. Aren't you afraid that the weapon will affect your sister's mind? Shen Yuan Luoying asked again. She thought Luo Yikong would agree. After all, Luo Yikong also knew the weirdness of the weapon. If there really is that day, I will naturally take action, but now, I only see that sword protecting Shaoling. And you are unwilling to tell me the origin of the sword, why should I help you? Luo Yikong knew that Shen Yuan Luoying definitely knew something, so he instantly became interested in the weapon. Now he and Xianyuan Luoying still have a relationship of mutual benefit, and Luo Yikong is not at ease about handing the weapon to Xianyuan Luoying. In addition to promising myself, I can do one thing for you unconditionally. Xianyuan Luoying gritted her teeth and said. From this point, Luo Yikong could see that the weapon was really not simple, which made Xianyuan Luoying make such a decision. Forget about promising yourself. But if you make a move that satisfies me, I can consider it, Luo Yikong smiled faintly. Now he could be sure that the weapon in Luo Yiling's hand was a magical weapon that the higher lifeforms in the outer universe were eyeing. Roar, roar, roar. A sound wave burst out from the mouth of the Doomsday Spider Emperor, and all the stones along the way turned into powder. The players who attacked the Doomsday Spider Emperor were instantly emptied of their health bars and their bodies exploded. There was no other way. After all, most of the equipment on those players were to defend against physical attacks, and the Doomsday Spider Emperor did not release physical attacks. Puff! Luo Yiling flew out like a kite with a broken string, spurting out a mouthful of blood. At this time, her health bar was only the last bit, and she was the only player left alive. Are you okay? Luo Yikong turned his head and looked at Luo Yiling, who fell behind him. I'm not, Luo Yiling froze in the middle of her words, because this voice was too familiar. Leave the rest to me. Luo Yikong stood up from the wheelchair and threw away the crutches in his hand. It's your turn. Luo Yikong shouted to Xianyuan Luoying in his body, and at the same time, he unlocked the system's protection of his body. Got it. Got it. Xianyuan Luoying shouted impatiently, and began to take over Luo Yikong's body. Luo Yikong's disguised NPC appearance began to be removed, and his appearance returned to the appearance of a young man in his 20s in the real world. At the same time, Luo Yikong's hair began to grow rapidly, and his hair color began to change from black to white, and the long white hair dragged on the ground. His eyes began to glow with a light blue light, and a wicked smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. The long white hair behind him fluttered without wind. Don't speak! Luo Yikong's consciousness warned Xianyuan Luoying. After all, Xianyuan Luoying controlled his body, and her voice was all he spoke. Stop nagging. If you keep arguing, I will cut off the extra thing in your lower body. Xianyuan Luoying warned Luo Yikong fiercely through consciousness communication, and at the same time, the corner of her eyes glanced at the space between Luo Yikong's legs. Luo Yikong felt a chill in his lower body and immediately closed his mouth. The Doomsday Spider Emperor looked at Luo Yikong, whose aura was soaring. Even the giant monster of the 1,000-man level had a sense of retreat. It was a kind of pressure from a higher life to a lower-level life. Roar, roar, roar. The Doomsday Spider Emperor roared, as if warning Luo Yikong not to get close, but in the eyes of Xianyuan Luoying, who was controlling Luo Yikong's body at the moment, all this was like a kitten baring its teeth at a giant. Luo Yikong smiled evilly, stretched out his right eye and snapped his fingers. The crisp sound of the snap echoed between heaven and earth, and then the next second, the dense compound eyes on the Doomsday Spider Emperor's head all exploded. So strong. Can I be so strong in the future? Luo Yikong was shocked when he saw this scene. Xianyuan Luoying's mental power completely crushed the Doomsday Spider Emperor and destroyed all the eyes of the 1,000-man boss that released mental attacks. Roar, roar, roar. The Spider King of Doom screamed, and the entire tower seemed to be on the verge of collapse in the struggle of the Spider King of Doom. In the violent vibration, the tower had already shown signs of tilting to one side. Stop playing. The building is going to collapse. Luo Yikong knew that with Xianyuan Luoying's strength, he could kill the Spider King of Doom in seconds, but this guy seemed to be playing with the Spider King of Doom. Stop making noises. Xianyuan Luoying was suppressed in his body by Luo Yikong's system, and he was already full of anger. Since he couldn't kill Luo Yikong, he would take it out on the big guy in front of him. Boom! 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 The Spider King of Doom's 8 legs were forcibly pulled off by Xianyuan Luoying's powerful telekinesis, leaving only the bare body. The Spider King of Doom wailed and bowed his head to Luo Yikong to show his submission. Facing such a Luo Yikong, even a 1,000-man level Spider King of Doom was afraid. Will they still surrender?
Could it be that those beings in the dungeon are still sane after being challenged repeatedly by players?
Luo Yikong did not expect that the Doomsday Spider King would actually surrender in a humane way, which aroused Luo Yikong's interest.
Surrender? Surrender is not allowed.
Shenyuan Luoying sneered, raised her right hand, and the body of the Doomsday Spider King floated into the air. Although all the limbs were cut off, when Luo Yikong looked up at the behemoth above his head, he still couldn't help holding his breath.
It was simply covering the sky and the sun.
With a strong squeeze of his palm, the Doomsday Spider King's huge body that covered the sky and the sun exploded directly in the air, turning into a bloody rain that splashed down from the sky.
Awesome!
Shenyuan Luoying, who controlled Luo Yikong's body, was drenched in the blood rain, with an expression of enjoyment on her face.
Ding! Kill Doomsday Spider Emperor, 1000-man level boss, gain experience. Ding! Player has been upgraded. Ding! Player has been upgraded. Ding!
The team has cleared the 3040 level Doomsday Spider Nest 1000-man level difficulty, and will be forced to leave in 5 minutes. Shenyuan Luoying returned the body to Luo Yikong, and Luo Yikong, who regained control of his body, also breathed a sigh of relief.
He looked at his body and found that he had become a bloody man at this time. Hey! Where is the dropped equipment? Bang! Fuck!
Just when Luo Yikong was wondering where the equipment dropped by the boss went, a blue crystal fell from the sky and hit Luo Yikong's head heavily. This directly knocked Luo Yikong to the ground, and a line of blood flowed from his head.
Mr. God!
Luo Yiling ran over and helped Luo Yikong up from the ground, but Luo Yikong cursed in his heart.
The cup he had just filled was now empty. It seems that you are having a lot of fun in this world, Luo Yikong smiled awkwardly. His current appearance is the same as in the real world.
If Luo Yiling regains his eyesight in the real world one day, he will probably recognize him at a glance.
Mr. God, have you been watching me all the time?
Luo Yiling smiled slightly, and that smile made Luo Yikong look a little dazed for a while.
Have you seen enough? You're drooling. That's your sister.
Shenyuan Luoying's voice suddenly came, which made Luo Yikong come back to his senses in an instant, and his old face blushed.
Ahem, there is a chain equipment dropped over there, you can use it.
The equipment dropped by the 1000-man level should not be too bad. I just want this crystal. It's a pity that you are the only player who survived, otherwise there would be more equipment dropped. Luo Yikong coughed dryly to ease the embarrassment, and then put the virus crystal that had smashed his head and blood on the ground beside him into the system backpack. Mr. God, in the real world, I may be sent to the private hospital of the Future Foundation for treatment.
Maybe there is hope to restore my eyesight. Maybe we can only meet in this world in the future. Future Foundation? But I wish you a speedy recovery. Luo Yikong smiled faintly.
Now in the real world, Luo Yikong can't treat Luo Yiling. Maybe the Future Foundation really has hope to treat Luo Yiling.
Hey! It's going to collapse. Boom!
Shenyuan Luoying's voice came, followed by a loud bang, and a huge crack spread towards Luo Yikong and Luo Yiling.
Luo Yikong quickly rushed over and hugged Luo Yiling, protecting her in his arms.
In just a few seconds, the tower that had already been overwhelmed began to collapse, and the feeling of weightlessness came instantly. Luo Yikong fell from the sky holding Luo Yiling with the dense rubble.
Even though Luo Yikong knew that Luo Yiling would not really die in the copy of this world, at the moment of danger, Luo Yikong still instinctively protected Luo Yiling.
The whistling sound came to his ears until he fell to the ground. Unlocked. The Dark Moon Outpost is an outpost set up by the so-called advanced humans during the genetic war 20 years ago. The planet Dark Moon where the outpost is located is actually a satellite of the Skystar, a planet inhabited by humans on the surface. The Dark Moon is actually equivalent to the moon of the Midheaven Star, but its brightness is extremely low and can only be vaguely seen on the Midheaven Star, so it is called the Dark Moon. At this moment, in the Dark Moon Outpost, two blonde humans, a man and a woman, were looking at the light yellow planet in front of them. 20 years ago, the planet was still blue, but now it has turned into that light yellow.
I can't believe I didn't clean them up. After hiding for 20 years, I finally got out of the ground.
The blonde man picked up the red wine on the table next to him and poured it into two goblets on the side. Those people were given a chance back then, but it's a pity that some of them were unwilling. So this time when the divine city arrives, we will exterminate those despicable yellow-skinned humans. The blonde woman's eyes flashed fiercely, and she had already thought of all kinds of things in her mind. Scenes of massacre. It will take some time for the divine city to arrive, but we have to give them some power. Not all of those rats are tough. The blonde man picked up the 2 glasses of red wine on the table and handed one of them to the man next to him. Golden woman. You mean? Just like back then, some people have roots in their knees. After kneeling once, they can't stand up anymore. Only if we give them a blow and let them see our strength, and then throw bones at them, will they naturally. Many people knelt down. After the genetic war, most of the people who acted as sweepers were lower-class humans. The higher they were, the more afraid they were of death, and the easier it was to surrender in the face of absolute power. All the glory and wealth are gone. On the contrary, it is the untouchables who have nothing, and they will fight for the land under their feet. There are many such untouchables in the Firebase, so I plan to show their power to them. Blondie. The man took a sip of red wine and smiled lightly. So you plan to use sticks and bones to collect dogs? It's ridiculous that these dogs thought they could survive by surrendering to us. After they lost their effectiveness in the end, they all became experimental subjects. Lower human beings are lower-class human beings. There are not many of them with backbone. After losing their use value, they are just waste. The waste will naturally have to be disposed of. This time I plan to awaken some biological weapons left by the city of God on the planet. Let some weaklings from the Firebase take a look. The blonde man looked at Zhongtian Star, his face full of disdain and arrogance. The ground defense line that we have worked so hard to build seems to be destroyed. It is really disappointing. But it should be even more desperate when the divine city arrives. The blonde woman said this, with a smile full of expectation on her face. She was already can't wait for that day to come. To the city of God. Cheers! Cheers! Ding! The progress of unlocking administrator privileges has reached 5%. Obtain the administrator privileges of weather control, special building structure, safe zone grant, omniscient player perspective, terrain change. The system prompt sounded. Luoycom opened the administrator permission system and found that because the progress of conquering the world had reached 5%, 5 permissions had been unlocked for Luoycom. The first permission, weather control, means that Luoycom can change the weather according to his own wishes. The second right is limited to the construction of special buildings, that is, Luoycom can consume a certain amount of energy coins to build some special buildings, such as trial towers for players, but only players can enter and exit. The third authority, safe zone granting, is that Luoycom can grant some human strongholds into safe zones. Players and local residents in the safe zone not only have great recovery capabilities and a 50% bonus to all attributes, but also a large significantly improves the defense of the safe zone. The fourth authority, omniscient player perspective, means that Luoycom can share the perspective of every player and can monitor all players in an instant. The fifth authority, terrain change, is to consume part of Luoycom's physical strength to change the terrain. The more changes are made, the greater the consumption. Of course, it cannot be used in a copy. Luoycom cut through the space in front of him and teleported himself to a desert he had been to before. Then Luoycom raised his right hand and slashed forward. The terrain changes. Boom boom boom. There were loud noises, as if experiencing a major earthquake, and a huge crack started from where Luoycom was and spread forward, extending into the distance and continuing to expand. Boom. This kind of vibration lasted for several minutes, and Luoycom fell to the ground as if he had collapsed. In front of Luoycom, the original desert was no longer there, replaced by a large rift valley. The changes are big, and the consumption is also big. But as long as I am stronger, I will be able to obtain the power of authority that matches it. Otherwise, even if I have the authority, I will not be able to withstand the consumption. Luoycom gasped for air. What just happened? The terrain changed, and Luoycom felt as if he was personally mobilizing the power of the world, which made him feel very tired. Luoycom stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers, and then the entire clear sky was affected by some force and began to gather dark clouds. Boom! A bolt of lightning pierced the sky. Before the terrain changed, this place was originally a desert. It didn't rain once a year. Now, under Luo Yikon's control, lightning and thunder started. A drop of cold water hit Luo Yikon's face, and then it was a downpour. Luo Yikong smiled and turned on the system projection. A projection of a planet appeared in front of Luo Yikong, and shelters of all sizes on the planet appeared in front of Luo Yikong. Luo Yikong stretched out his finger and lightly tapped, giving all shelters a safe zone attribute bonus. Special building construction. A system menu appeared in front of Luo Yikong, and on that menu were various buildings, at least 50,000 energy coins. Too expensive, Luo Yikong sighed. Although the authority has now reached 5%, Luo Yikong's way of obtaining energy coins has become easier, but it is still far from enough. Now, for every personal level boss killed by all players in the world, Luo Yikong can get 1 energy coin, 10 energy coins for the 10-person level, 100 energy coins for the 100-person level, and so on. Even so, Luo Yikong currently only has about 5,000 energy coins. It seems that Luo Yikong will have to wait a little longer if he wants to build something. The next permission, the omniscient player perspective. Let me see what Xiaoling is doing. Luo Yikong's mind flashed, and he immediately saw Luo Yiling's first-person player perspective. So white, Luo Yikong's old face turned red, and his nose bled. Shelter, why are you bleeding from your nose? Shen Yuan Luo Ying's voice came, and Luo Yikong coughed awkwardly. Maybe I've been getting angry recently, Luo Yikong scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. He didn't expect to bump into Luo Yiling taking a shower. Speaking of the players in this world, their real bodies are not in this world. Do they need to take a shower? I don't think it's right. Didn't you unlock a new ability? Could it be, pervert? Shen Yuan Luoying suddenly thought of something, and her eyes were full of contempt for Luo Yikong. It's not like that, then what are you explaining? Low-level life is low-level life, and there are only things in their heads that are unbearable to look at. Seeing Luo Yikong like this, Shen Yuan Luoying already suspected that Luo Yikong was a pervert, and wanted to get out of Luo Yikong's body on the spot. Forget it, I won't explain it. Luo Yikong sighed helplessly, stretched out his finger to cut through the space in front, and then walked in. Where do you want? A remote little place. It is said that a shelter has been built there, but now that the new function has been unlocked, I can teleport freely between various shelters. Luo Yikong passed through the space crack and came to a shelter with flying sand in the blink of an eye. This place seems to be under construction. Luo Yikong looked around and found that a number of construction mechas and excavators were working around, causing dust to fly around. This shelter is the farthest shelter from the Spark base. Players have not yet reached this place, but the construction speed of the Spark base is still quite fast. The walls and some basic turret defense facilities have been built. Who are you? At this time, a team of soldiers from the Spark base ran over. Before Luo Yikong could explain, one of the soldiers picked up an instrument and scanned Luo Yikong. The 9th advance team of the Spark base? How could the advance team be here? As Luo Yikong's identity information appeared on the instrument, the soldier asked Luo Yikong with some doubts. The mission is over, so I took advantage of the holiday to come out and take a look. Luo Yikong answered with a random excuse. Hey, your excuse is too perfunctory. They will definitely not believe it. Shen Yuan Luoying couldn't help but complain in Luo Yikong's mind. So that's it. How could they believe it just like that? Shen Yuan Luoying was also speechless. Aren't these people afraid that Luo Yikong is a spy? Shen Yuan Luoying didn't know that every member of the Spark base had a genetic imprint from the moment they were born, which determined everyone's identity in life, and those people in the God City also had genetic imprints, but they were different from those in the Spark base. Each genetic imprint has a different number, so there is no impersonation. From this, we can see that in the heyday of this world, genetic technology has developed to a certain level. However, what puzzled Luo Yikong was how Lao Hui got himself such an identity without even arousing anyone's suspicion. Brothers of the advance team, our shelter is still under reconstruction, and some facilities have not been fully built. It's okay, I'll just take a look. Okay. I'll continue patrolling with my brothers. The leading soldier also respected the advance team very much, because these members of the shelter knew that many of the surface territories were exchanged for the lives of the advance team. Perhaps in the eyes of some fat and big-eared senior officials of the Spark base, these members of the advance team are just cannon fodder, but in the eyes of many people in the Spark base, they are the pioneer heroes of mankind's return to the ground. Why did you come to this shelter? This shelter has not been fully built yet. Shenyuan Luoying asked in confusion. After all, only some simple facilities have been built here. You don't understand this. This shelter has just been built, which means that another advance team has just cleaned up here not long ago. In this case, there should be many virus crystals that have not been cleaned up in time. Luoyikon smiled faintly. This time he wanted to get a lot of virus crystals. This shelter is still a bit big. I hope they didn't burn those crystals together. Don't worry, it won't happen. Because as long as I am in this shelter and give this shelter the characteristics of a safe zone, then I can see everything in this shelter from a god's perspective. As soon as Luoyikon finished speaking, his eyes glowed with a faint golden light. Then, in Luoyikon's perspective, this shelter appeared in front of Luoyikon like a sand table. Found it, Luoyikon quickly locked a position. In that god's perspective, Luoyikon saw a large number of virus crystals dumped into a large pit. The number of crystals was as high as hundreds. Among them, the highest quality was the green enhanced crystal, and the number of green crystals was more than a dozen. This is a shelter far away from the Spark base. Before this shelter was built, it was also the battlefield where the Spark base fought the most fiercely. Not far away is an abandoned city before the genetic war. In order to build this shelter, the Spark base dispatched more than 200 mechas, more than 500 tanks, and more than 100 aircraft of various types. Using these heavy firepower, all the doomsday creatures nearby were cleared. These crystals were collected by special means after the battle and prepared for centralized destruction. Seeing some gasoline being poured into the big hole, Luoyikon was anxious and immediately accelerated in that direction. Fuck! What a waste! Luoyikon prayed in his heart that the other party would ignite the fire slowly. These virus crystals may be dangerous items for others, but for him, they are natural treasures that can make him stronger. Although Luoyikon rushed over at full speed, he saw a raging fire burning in the pit, constantly releasing billowing smoke into the sky. Fuck! Luoyikon couldn't help but curse, but he couldn't help but feel distressed in his heart. Luoyikon didn't hesitate at all, and directly used his authority to immediately make the originally clear sky suddenly cloudy, lightning and thunder. Why does the weather change so quickly? What should we do with these crystals? Find an incinerator to deal with them. The soldiers next to the pit complained about the weather while controlling the mecha to pick up the crystals in the pit. After all, the flesh cannot come into direct contact with these crystals. Boom! Just as the mecha picked up the crystals in the pit, a laser swept across, followed by a violent explosion. What's going on? What is that? Seeing a red laser sweep past him, and then the tall mecha exploded into pieces, Luoyikon was completely shocked. However, Luoyikon reacted immediately, and while the surroundings were in chaos, he began to frantically collect virus crystals. The camp is under attack. Everyone returned to the battle station immediately. A shrill alarm sounded throughout the shelter, and mechas, tanks, and various fighters were all started. The entire shelter was attracted by the attack, and Luoyikon jumped directly into the pit and swept away all the virus crystals in the pit. When Luoyikon finished all this, he looked up at the sky and found that the entire sky seemed to be blocked by something. Desperate prayer, 1000-man level boss, race, biological weapon level, 130 life/physical strength/strength, 416 spirit, 251 agility, 108 resistance, 351 skills? Talent? Introduction: the 1000-man biological weapon left by the God City on this planet has the power to easily destroy a city. The various firepower weapons equipped on it are enough to cover an entire army group and crush a mountain. What is that? Because the thing is too big, Luoyikon can't see the whole picture clearly, but he feels that the behemoth seems to be moving, and the earth is shaking every second. A 130-level 1,000-man biological weapon is much stronger than the Doomsday Spider Emperor.
Or, I won't take action. The consumption is too great. You are not worth the price I pay.
Xian Yuan Luoying's voice came from her mind, and she also guessed Luo Yikong's thoughts.
Okay. Luo Yikong sighed helplessly.
If Xian Yuan Luoying possessed him, it would be no problem to destroy the 1,000-man biological weapon.
Luo Yikong didn't know that Xian Yuan Luoying had no energy replenishment in Luo Yikong's body.
If she helped Luo Yikong destroy the 1,000-man biological weapon in front of him this time, maybe it would really disappear. So this time, no matter what conditions Luo Yikong put forward, Xian Yuan Luoying would not agree.
If you want to kill that monster, you have to rely on your own strength, don't always think about others.
Xian Yuan Luoying said coldly, thinking that she had been unlucky in the body of Luo Yikong, a weak man, and she didn't know why the Supreme Virtual God chose Luo Yikong as his successor.
This place can't be defended, so let's return to the real world. Luo Yikong also knew that he couldn't stop all this.
If he died here, it would be really over, so Luo Yikong decisively returned to the real world. After consuming a lot of energy coins, Luo Yikong also brought all those virus crystals to the real world. Looking at the mountain of virus crystals piled up in the living room in front of him, Luo Yikong was stunned for a while.
Are you sure you want to devour here?
You may not be able to control the noise. Xian Yuan Luoying knew that there was a part of her divine blood in those crystals. If she swallowed them all, what would happen? Xian Yuan Luoying didn't know, but the swallowing noise would definitely not be small.
System. Can you unlock my system backpack ability in the real world?
Yes. But it takes 1,000 energy coins to unlock the non-virtual space backpack.
A non-virtual space backpack is a backpack that can only be used outside the non-virtual world? Give me one immediately. Ding.
The non-virtual space backpack has been unlocked. Hearing the system's prompt, Luo Yikong waved his hand and put all the virus crystals into the space backpack, then walked to the rooftop and jumped off from the rooftop.
Where are you going?
A place where no one will disturb you.
Luo Yikong ran at full speed all the way.
After being strengthened by the virus crystals, Luo Yikong's speed at this moment can be compared with some high-speed vehicles.
Mom, look. Someone is running.
In a car, a little girl of 6 or 7 saw Luo Yikong running by, but because it was night and the light was too dim, the girl only saw a figure passing by the car at a very fast speed.
How could anyone outrun the car? Go back and watch less cartoons, you're already fantasizing.
The woman in the driver's seat smiled and continued driving. After running all the way, Luo Yikong was already out of breath, but fortunately he finally came to this weed-covered park. Originally, a residential area was planned to be built around this park, but as the developer ran away with the money, the high-rise buildings here were not built, and this half-built park was directly abandoned.
The weeds are overgrown and far away from the prosperity of the city.
It can be said that except for some small animals, no one will come here. Luo Yikong found a place to sit down, and then poured out all the virus crystals. Soon, the virus crystals in front of Luo Yikong piled up into a small mountain.
It is recommended to absorb according to your own limit, otherwise you will become a monster. Absorb the highest level crystals first and see your own limit. Xian Yuan Luoying reminded Luo Yikong.
After all, with Luo Yikong's physical condition, he still belongs to a low-level life and cannot accept so much.
Why are you reminding me all of a sudden? If you turn into a monster, I will be trapped in your body for the rest of my life. Xian Yuan Luoying was a little unhappy.
If she wasn't in Luo Yikong's body, she would have hoped that Luo Yikong would foolishly swallow all these virus crystals.
Okay, let's start with this.
Luo Yikong took out a blue crystal, and the crystal instantly burst out with spikes, piercing Luo Yikong's palm. The blue crystal originated from the 1,000-level boss Doomsday Spider King, which can be said to be the highest quality crystal on Luo Yikong.
Fuck! It still hurts.
Although he had been mentally prepared, Luo Yikong still grimaced in pain.
After all, the whole palm was directly pierced by the dense crystal spikes. This scene was painful just looking at it. Luo Yikong gritted his teeth and watched the blue crystals merge into his body bit by bit. Luo Yikong's eyes went black and he lost consciousness. At the moment when Luo Yikong lost consciousness and fell to the ground, the crystals around him seemed to come alive, and began to liquefy and spread to the unconscious Luo Yikong bit by bit. My divine blood is looking for a suitable host, and that guy can't bear so much. Shen Yuan Luoying was also anxious when she saw this scene, but she was suppressed by the system all the time, and she could only watch helplessly in the face of this situation. Shen Yuan Luoying knew that although these viruses were diluted divine blood, with Luo Yikong's current situation, once these liquefied crystals entered his body, Luo Yikong would become a powerful doomsday zombie, and his combat power would be at least at the level of 100 people, which would be a complete disaster for this world. Shen Yuan Luoying herself would always exist in Luo Yikong's body until she died with Luo Yikong. When Shen Yuan Luoying thought of this, she was almost going crazy. Why do you want to kill me? City of God. Damn City of God. We'll fight you. A large number of memory fragments poured into Luo Yikong's mind. Each piece of virus crystal contained a person's memory fragment. Hundreds of crystals represented the memory fragments of hundreds of people. Those memory fragments instantly impacted Luo Yikong. In his mind, Luo Yikong felt an unbearable pain in his head. Who am I? It hurts. Ah! In the darkness, Luo Yikong endured the pain. In that pain, Luo Yikong could not remember many things, including his own name. In the pain of his head almost splitting, Luo Yikong could vaguely hear the sound of his heart beating, and the sound became clearer and clearer. Then a coolness came from his heart and covered Luo Yikong's whole body. At that moment Luo Yikong no longer felt the pain, and the memories that he had never remembered returned at that moment. Where am I? Opening his eyes, Luo Yikong saw dazzling sunlight. When he sat up and looked around, Luo Yikong found that he was in a desert. The strange thing was that there were 11 giant sword stone monuments standing in this desert. The appearance and color of those giant sword steel are different. I don't know if the words or patterns engraved on the giant sword steel are words. The god of virtuality uses all living beings as suckers. In order to achieve the divine way and seize the fortune of the people, he uses the heaven and the earth as a chessboard to trap all worlds in virtual reincarnation for life after life. Just look at it, kill it. Who? As the murderous voice came from between heaven and earth, another huge sword stone tablet fell from the sky. A large shadow covered the earth. Boom! With a loud noise, the giant sword steel fell from the sky and plunged heavily into the earth. The air wave that was instantly stirred up the sand and dust, and Luo Yikong was thrown away. Grass! Luo Yikong felt like he was blown hundreds of meters like a kite before he managed to steady his body and looked ahead. The giant sword steel that had just fallen from the sky had been inserted into the earth, just like the other giant sword steel. Luo Yikong looked around. There were a total of 12 giant sword stone tablets, each of which reached the height of the sky. Luo Yikong also remembered the voice coming from the sky. That voice said about the virtual god. He thought that the virtual god should be the supreme virtual god. Shen Yuan Luoying said, the real creator of the administrator authority system in him. In that voice, the so-called supreme virtual god seemed to be a villain. Luo Yikong exploded at full speed and rushed to the giant sword steel that had just fallen. The giant sword steel was said to be a steel, but it was actually full of steel and technology. It looked like some kind of high-tech product, which was different from the surrounding giant sword steel. Completely different. It can only be said that each giant sword steel has its own characteristics. When his hand touched it, Luo Yikong saw some fragments, a beautiful woman looking down at all living beings. The woman was sitting in the void, with thousands of stars as a backdrop. There were bubbles surrounding the woman, and each bubble represents a world in which we can see the development of civilization and people living and working in peace and contentment. Restart! The woman commanded from above, and then the bubbles ushered in the end of the world. After the death of all the people who died, as well as the players who were given the system, their power was continuously transmitted to the woman's body. After the worlds were shattered, a man holding 2 swords appeared in front of the woman, and the man's face was covered with a layer of fog, making Luo Yikong unable to see clearly. When the scene reached this point, Luo Yikong suddenly felt a pain in his heart and woke up. What's going on? Is it dark? Luo Yikong looked at the darkness around him and couldn't help but ask. Tianhe? You have turned into a cocoon. Xianyuan Luoying's voice came to Luo Yikong's mind. What happened? I originally thought you were dead, but suddenly I remembered that there is still a way. Do you still remember when you pulled the sword from my divine body, the sword broke into countless fragments? The most important fragment of the body just hit your body. Heart, I awakened part of the power of the fragment and saved you. Now you are not only not dead, but you have also completed the transformation of life, Xianyuan Luoying explained to Luo Yikong, although she didn't really want to. Save Luo Yikong, but they are all bound together, there is no way around it. No way. It's just a blue crystal. Luo Yikong frowned. He only remembered that he had absorbed a blue virus crystal, so he wouldn't have almost died. Who told you, an idiot, to take out all the crystals at once? After you passed out, those crystals liquefied, treating you as a host, and poured them all into your body. Xianyuan Luoying also shouted angrily, she almost had to spend her whole life with a zombie. All the crystals. Holy shit. Luo Yikong was so frightened that his face turned pale. No wonder he almost couldn't wake up. Be afraid. Thank me. Mortal. Thank you to the supreme and noble God. Thank you. Luo Yikong did not expect that Xianyuan Luoying would save him this time. Luo Yikong also had a slight change in his view of Xianyuan Luoying. At that time, the chill in my heart must have been Xianyuan Luoying's activation of the fragments in her heart, saving her. Lord God, there is something I want to tell you. What's the matter? Xianyuan Luoying looked unconcerned. Thinking of Xianyuan Luoying saving his life, Luo Yikong did not hesitate and told Xianyuan Luoying about what he saw when he saw the 12 sword monuments and the virtual god. Impossible. Impossible. After listening to Luo Yikong's story, Xianyuan Luoying seemed very excited, with an expression of disbelief. If she had a physical body now, she would have been so excited that she would have pinched Luo Yikong's neck. What's impossible? Luo Yikong looked puzzled. After I was killed by that sword, I fell into the void for 100,000 years. My consciousness kept working hard, but I only got a little bit of the 12 rule swords. Why do you come up and inherit it directly? Could it be that you are the owner of the destiny sword, the phantom god? Xianyuan Luoying roared, and her eyes wanted to eat Luo Yikong. It was like she had finally knitted a scarf, and Luo Yikong, a stranger, ran over and snatched it away. Sword of Destiny? What is that? It's the sword that was stuck in my divine body before, which killed countless gods and is the legendary weapon of the phantom god. Even Luo Hui can only use a little bit of his power, but he can kill me with that sword. With the Sword of Destiny, this fragment has the power of the 12 divine swords. Even a pig can kill a god. Xianyuan Luoying gritted her teeth. She was defeated by that sword back then. The 12 divine swords? What is it? Forget it, it's okay to tell you now. There was once a virtual world where mortals were under the control of the supreme virtual god. With a mortal body, they broke through the limitations of the virtual system. With the 2 divine swords of destiny and origin, they defeated those controlled by the virtual system. The virtual god of all worlds. You must know that the virtual god's virtual system can digitize the combat power of all living things and non-living things. Even gods have data feedback. Breaking through the system limitations means that that person has surpassed all living creatures. After becoming a god, he killed all the gods in the sky, gathered the rules of the dead gods, and forged the 10 divine swords. Together with his destiny and origin, he called them the 12 divine swords. Xianyuan Luoying thought of the legend she had heard when she was young, told Luo Yikong. So strong, what about others? Dead a long time ago, dead? Luo Yikong was also stunned. Can so-called gods also die? In other words, the so-called gods are just high-level creatures, and as long as they are creatures, they will die. Although it breaks the system restrictions, everything in the world is not eternal. The virtual god thinks that relying on the virtual system and living forever in the virtual world will not escape death in the end.
But what makes me curious is that the virtual god is much more ruthless than me. To her, all living beings are nothing more than ants, so why would she give the system to an ant even before she died? After listening to Xianyuan Luoying's words, Luo Yikong was silent for a moment. Whether it was the strange space he entered while unconscious or what Xianyuan Luoying said at this moment, it all showed that the so-called virtual god was a great evil person. It is impossible for such a great villain to give the virtual system to himself, so is it possible that the system just found a random host after the death of the original owner, or was it intentional by the guy who killed the virtual god? Killing the gods of all realms and gathering 12 divine swords, will such a powerful being die? But now I have to congratulate you. Xianyuan Luoying changed the subject and congratulated Luo Yikong. Congratulations to me? Luo Yikong frowned. Of course, congratulations on your completion of transformation at the biological level. You are barely a special piece of dust now. After listening to Xianyuan Luoying's words, Luo Yikong opened the system properties panel and found that the properties had not increased, but a talent and a skill had been added. Because the crystals are swallowed in the real world, these abilities can be used in the real world. Devouring tentacles, skill can swallow biological targets and corpses to strengthen itself. Viruses that live in symbiosis with their hosts need to be constantly eaten. Virus body, talent-swallowing creatures can quickly recover from injuries. When fatally injured, the remaining limbs of the body can be forced to retain 1 point of health, and they can be reborn by swallowing creatures in corpses. Because the virus has become symbiotic with the host, the body is already a concentrated place for the virus, and even every drop of blood that is not processed properly may cause a serious biochemical crisis. So I am no longer a pure human? Luo Yikong looked at his race. There was a bracket after human, which contained virus organisms. Nonsense? With so much divine blood integrated into your body, even a pig can be forcibly transformed. But in the end, whether you become an advanced human or a viral creature depends entirely on you. Advanced humans? Viral organisms? Although advanced humans are still humans, they have surpassed ordinary humans. They have inherited superhuman combat power from the divine blood and have made certain changes to their genes. The virus creatures are those who fail to transform because they cannot withstand the divine blood and become some powerful zombies. Seeing Luo Yikong's confused look, Xianyuan Luoying explained to Luo Yikong. So where did the divine blood come from? Luo Yikong knew that the divine blood was the source of the virus, so how did the divine blood come from? In my hometown, everyone is born with divine blood. It is precisely because of this that even a child in my hometown is much stronger than many people in your world. Because humans in our universe, a long time ago, a nationwide genetic modification was carried out, and it was that genetic modification that allowed us to surpass most lower life forms. Xianyuan Luoying said this with some pride. This is how a highly developed civilization drives the evolution of all people. In the eyes of the truly advanced humans in Xianyuan Luoying's hometown, Luo Yikong and the others were just unevolved monkeys. Is this considered technology becoming a god? So be it. A powerful world, a powerful civilization, and even a powerful god are all inseparable from the development of technology. When technology develops to a certain level, it can even have the ability to reverse time and space. Then does your world's technology have this level? Luo Yikong asked curiously. He also knew that Xianyuan Luoying came from a high-level universe. Yes, there is, but the price is beyond our ability to bear. Xianyuan Luoying shook her head. Even she had not dared to try the impact of spacetime technology. I probably understand. Luo Yikong thought for a while. When he fully controls the end of the world, he must find a way to get the technology of higher civilizations from Xianyuan Luoying, otherwise there will be trouble when other civilizations invade one day. It's time to go out now. Luo Yikong raised his fist and punched the blood cocoon in front of him. Boom! The blood cocoon was made up of countless blood-red tentacles. A big hole was opened by Luo Yikong's punch, and then Luo Yikong stretched out his hand to tear open the blood cocoon. It's so cold. A cold wind blew, and Luo Yikong, who had just crawled out of the blood cocoon, couldn't help shivering. He looked around and found that the ground around him was covered with some blood-colored tentacles, just like vines. He looked at his clothes and found that they were already tattered. It seemed that it was caused by the swallowing of crystals just now. Luoyikong stretched out his hand, and at that moment his arm turned into a large number of blood-red swallowing tentacles and shot out, directly breaking a waist-thick tree in front of him. Boom! Fuck! Luoyikong, who came back to his senses, looked at his arm that turned into a tentacle, and he was dumbfounded. Is this still a human? No, it should be a virus creature now. I suggest you clean up the traces around, including the blood cocoon. Even if you are a drop of blood now, if you don't handle it well, a serious crisis may break out in this world. Because there are a lot of viruses in your body now, or the viruses have reached a symbiotic relationship with you and constructed your body. Xianyuan Luoying reminded Luoyikong, after all, Luoyikong is no longer a normal human now. Got it. Just when Luoyikong was about to use the devouring tentacles to deal with those traces, the sound of helicopter propellers suddenly came, followed by the dazzling light shining over. Luoyikong didn't think much, and his body immediately burst out with devouring tentacles to cover his face. World, we are the special response force of the Shu Empire. Suspicious personnel in the front should give up resistance immediately. Accept investigation. That undeniable voice came from the loudspeaker on the helicopter. Because he had lived in this world since he was a child, Luoyikong actually raised his hands subconsciously. Idiot! Do you want to be sliced and studied? Xianyuan Luoying's yelling came from Luoyikong's mind, and then Luoyikong came back to his senses. I forgot, I am no longer an ordinary person. Fortunately, I covered my face for the first time, so I shouldn't have been seen. But how could it be discovered here? Someone reported it, or it was a satellite. Luoyikong frown wrinkled. This was the first place where a strange infectious disease broke out, so the Shu Empire has recently attached great importance to this city. Many troops from the Shu Empire have also been transferred here, and the satellites in the sky are always paying attention to this city. Every move. Heavily armed soldiers walked out of the surrounding grass and surrounded Luoyikong. There were snipers in the dark. Looking at the dense laser red dots all over his body, Luoyikong's heart sank. The soldiers were stunned for a moment when they saw Luoyikong's devouring tentacles covering his face, because the tentacles on Luoyikong's face were actually moving like they were alive. You should understand what we are saying. Surrender now. You have no possibility of escaping, our satellite has locked you. A small-scale zombie crisis may have broken out in this city, but it is currently under control. Xianyuan Luoying said calmly inside her body. How do you know? The recent news, and the frequent mobilization of troops in this country, all of this has happened recently. It may be you, or those players, who brought the virus into the world in some way. The failure to blockade the city means that the crisis is currently under control, Xianyuan Luoying analyzed carefully, although she didn't know how the virus was brought into the world. This year's time has not come yet, why? Luoyikong couldn't help cursing in his heart. He originally thought there was still a lot of time, but I'm afraid that after a year, his world will be destroyed. Bar. Day. The surrounding soldiers immediately opened fire, targeting Luoyikong's limbs. It seemed that these soldiers were very experienced and planned to capture Luoyikong alive. Luoyikong was caught off guard and was hit by bullets in his limbs. As the severe pain came, Luoyikong's body also lost support and fell to the ground. Seeing Luoyikong fall to the ground, two soldiers immediately ran over and tried to subdue Luoyikong. However, when one of the soldiers pressed his knee on Luoyikong's neck, Luoyikong's arms instantly turned into devouring tentacles. He pulled out the pistol from the soldier's waist. Bang bang bang! Luoyikong rolled around and pressed the trigger of the body armor attached to the soldier's chest. Although this would not kill the soldier, it was enough to make him uncomfortable for a while. Another soldier on the side immediately took out a stun gun, but Luoyikong's arm that turned into a devouring tentacle lightly slapped the soldier, and the soldier flew out. Because Luoyikong kept his hand, the soldier only lost his fighting ability, and his life was not directly taken away by Luoyikong. That guy is not human. Fire! Seeing that Luoyikong dared to resist, the people around him stopped holding back. Helicopters and ground troops all opened fire. In the hail of bullets, even Luowikon's virus-enhanced body was torn into pieces. After all, Luowikon's current body, although superior to all humans in this world, is still not strong enough to compete with the heavy firepower of this world. MD. The system goes to that world. Luowikon yelled and cursed, and then with a flash of light, Luowikon disappeared from this world, leaving behind the soldiers who looked confused. What's going on? He suddenly disappeared. Command! We have all seen it. Now the command headquarters orders to immediately collect the blood and stumps around it, as well as the strange blood cocoon. Another team of people cordoned off the place and conducted a carpet search. Clear. Boom. Luowikon fell heavily to the ground. The injuries on his body were horrific. Countless blood holes were torn out, and some of his internal organs were directly exposed. A normal person, even Luowikon who has not undergone this transformation, would be dead if he suffered such an injury. Fortunately, because of this transformation, Luowikon has been transformed into an inhuman existence, so Luowikon can barely survive. A crow thought Luowikon was dead, and attracted by the smell of blood, it immediately flew in front of Luowikon. However, the moment it approached Luowikon, a large number of devouring tentacles burst out, killing the crow in the blink of an eye. Devour. Recovered a little bit, Luowikon said weakly. After devouring the crow, he barely recovered from his physical injuries. The flesh and blood body is still difficult to defeat the power of technology, Luowikon couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, the equipment and weapons in the real world are very backward in this world, but they can hurt himself like this. That's not because you are merciful. Any 10-person existence in this world can wipe out those guys. If you use the power in your body to kill them and devour them directly, you won't run away in embarrassment. Shenyuan Luowing could see that Luowikon was merciful, but those guys in Luowikon's world were not merciful. If I devour them, wouldn't that be cannibalism? I feel sick just thinking about it. Luowikon stuck out his tongue. He was not mentally prepared to devour a living person. What are you going to do now? Shenyuan Luowing asked Luowikon, who seemed to be paralyzed. Don't make noise, the crows are coming. Luowikon looked up at the sky, and a large number of crows began to fall around him as if they had found food. At first, there were only a few crows trying, and Luowikon continued to play dead, enduring the pain of the crows pecking, but not long after, the remaining crows couldn't bear it anymore and all rushed up. Devour. Seeing that a large number of crows had been taken as a feast by him, the devouring tentacles in Luowikon's body immediately burst out. Some crows were devoured by him before they even had time to take off, and became part of Luowikon's body. You can really endure, Shenyuan Luowing couldn't help but complain. Maybe I've gotten used to the pain recently. After all, players can turn off the pain, but I can't. Compared with some of the pain before, these are nothing. In Hansui Park, 2 large transport helicopters were transporting a huge container away from the scene. The outside of the container was tightly wrapped and strictly disinfected. Because it is far away from the prosperous area of the city, this area was directly blocked. Not many people knew about the battle that took place here last night. The claim to the outside was that some cultural relics were found here and it was temporarily blocked. The sound of helicopter propellers came, and a helicopter slowly landed in the open space outside the park's cordon. Then a blonde girl wearing a dress and a ponytail pinched the hem of her skirt and jumped out of the helicopter. All the people working around stopped what they were doing and bowed to the girl one after another, which showed that the girl's status was noble. The Great Shu Empire is one of the most powerful countries on the Yanhuang Star. The country is dominated by yellow people. Since its establishment 228 years ago, the Great Shu Empire has gone through a series of changes and is now a parliamentary monarchy. All power and management are the Supreme Council as the main body, but even so, the royal family's voice cannot be underestimated. Your Majesty Princess. It's dangerous here. They have all run away, what danger is there? The girl called the eldest princess looked at the old man who came in coldly, then walked through the cordon under the protection of the guards and walked towards the incident scene in the park. Seeing the arrival of Princess Luzwiki of the Great Shu Empire, some people couldn't help but frown, but they didn't notice because they lowered their heads.
Luzwiki seemed to have seen something.
She knelt down and saw a rag of clothing. When she was about to reach out to take it, her subordinates hurried over to dissuade her.
"Princess, be careful, there may be a virus on it."
After hearing the reminder from her subordinates, Luzwiki retracted her outstretched hand.
"Have most of the things been shipped away?" Luzwiki turned around and asked again.
Her majesty and tone were incompatible with her girlish image.
This was the aura she possessed only after she had been in a high position.
"It has been shipped to the Imperial Laboratory," the old man in charge replied quickly.
"So has the identity been found?"
"Princess, there are no witnesses around, and there is no surveillance.
The last person disappeared out of thin air and could not be found at all."
The old man was sweating profusely, fearing that the girl in front of him would be angry.
"Useless guy.
I watched the soldiers' combat equipment video. The man obviously kept his hands back and only injured 2 soldiers.
Keep it? Look at the broken trees there. What would happen if that blow hit you? It would be absolutely torn apart."
This shows that unlike those who have mutated, he still has reason, which may be the key to creating a vaccine. In addition, collect all the clothes fragments in this area and restore the map. Luzwiki stretched out her hand and handed a map to her hand. "This area is a no-surveillance area, so of course you can't find it, so let's draw a big circle. It's impossible for him to fly over, so we'll pull out all the surveillance videos in this area and compare them with the recovered clothes.
Yes, we can always find that person.
Also, sort out the satellite surveillance videos of this city during this period and conduct an investigation.
Don't reveal any details." "But Princess, that person disappeared out of thin air, I know where he went. It's just a virtual world."
This way I finally recovered. Luoyikong took off the clothes from a corpse and put on the clothes. Looking around, he saw that everything around him had been reduced to scorched earth. All he could see were the remains of mechas and tanks, as well as the corpses of soldiers from the firebase who died in the battle.
This is a remote shelter that Luoyikong came to.
Now it seems that no one has survived under the massacre of the 1000-level biological weapon Despair Prayer. The walls and the turrets above them, as well as the few buildings in the shelter, were reduced to ruins. "It's so miserable." Luoyikong looked at the tragic situation of no survivors around him and shook his head. Even though it was heavily guarded and had a 50% attribute bonus given to the safe zone, this shelter still did not stop the attack of the behemoth.
"Compared to things in this world, aren't you afraid that your identity will be exposed in the real world?"
"Don't worry, I covered my face immediately, and finally escaped into this world."
No matter how powerful the Shu Empire is, how can they do any investigation when faced with something they don't even understand?
After hearing what Xianyuan Luoying said, Luoyikong smiled faintly. He could travel freely between the 2 worlds.
The knowledge of those guys in the Great Shu Empire was still limited to the world they knew, so how could they investigate themselves? Boom!
There was a loud noise in the sky at this time, and Luoyikong couldn't help but look up at the sky. Above the sky, Luoyikong saw countless dense streams of light shuttle.
"What is that?" "Catch a turtle in a urn. No one can escape." Xianyuan Luoying replied coldly.
Coming from an advanced civilized universe, she naturally knows what those countless dense streams of light mean. Along with the countless streams of light, Luoyikong saw an energy defense shield slowly appearing, covering the entire planet's low Earth orbit.
"Is that to protect us?" Luoyikong frowned. "Idiot, that's what trapped you. It's an energy defense shield composed of countless near-Earth satellites. It can defend, but it can also trap all of you.
With the technological level of the Spark base, it will probably take 50 years to break that energy defense shield." Xianyuan Luoying explained to Luoyikong carefully. She also knew that the early appearance of the energy defense shield meant that Xincheng intended to completely wipe them out this time.
Could it be the Eye of God? Luoyikong thought of the surveillance satellite Eye of God that was spread all over the planet's near-Earth orbit. Could it be that the satellite had another function, which was to form such an energy defense shield to trap them in it? This was done because Xincheng didn't want them to escape and wanted to completely wipe them out. The large-scale actions of the spark base on the surface had long been noticed by Xincheng, indicating that they didn't want to leave sparks for the spark base this time. Block the entire planet, the City of God is about to return. Imagine the worst-case scenario, the City of God may not have existed 20 years ago, but now there are weapons that can destroy all living things on the entire planet. Xianyuan Luoying had already made up her mind for the worst-case scenario, because during the brief awakening period 20 years ago, Xianyuan Luoying heard that the City of God was making a weapon to wipe out everything. Luoying cut through the space, walked into the space crack, and arrived at the spark base in the blink of an eye. Luoying had chosen the location of the transmission, so he did not see Luoying's ability to travel through space. Luoying's landing place was still the alley full of garbage, and only such a place did not have anyone coming. Oh! What a coincidence! Luoying passed through the alley full of garbage, and when he passed a corner, a lazy voice came. Luoying looked down and saw that Lao Hui, who was drunk, was sitting on the ground with an empty bottle in his hand. You went to drink bawang wine again? Luoying noticed the big bag on Lao Hui's forehead and understood something instantly. You kid, salary. Lao Hui stretched out his hand to Luoying, who sighed helplessly, opened the contribution point menu of the spark base communicator, and transferred all the contribution points obtained from the 09 missile base to Lao Hui. Is this enough for you to drink? Enough. Of course. Much better than that little girl Xiao Yaya. Seeing that all the contribution points had been credited, Lao Hui immediately put on a playful smile. Do you know what was discovered outside? Luoying looked at Lao Hui in front of him and asked tentatively. After all, he was once one of the senior executives of the Spark Base and should have some inside information. I know. The sleeping biological weapons attacked the major shelters. The God City has activated the Eye of God and blocked the entire planet. The God City cut off the possibility of retreat for the Spark Base, which also led to the emergence of two factions in the Spark Base. The faction that advocated surrender and the Hawks who fought to the death. Fortunately, after the catastrophe 20 years ago, there were fewer people who surrendered, and most chose to fight to the death. Facing the awakened biological weapons, the Spark Base had planned to use nuclear bombs for long-range strikes before avoiding greater losses. However, this matter is not so easy to achieve. The God City is absolutely it will interfere with those nuclear bombs, and it is best if it hits us. When Lao Hui said this, his expression was very serious, and he was not drunk at all. Will it be interfered? Then there should be another way, to start the detonation manually. That's right, but the person who starts the nuclear bomb will definitely die. Now the Spark Base is making a plan and selecting candidates. Lao Hui said this, patted Luoying on the shoulder, and sighed heavily. You don't think I will be selected? Luoying was also stunned and said suddenly. You are still alive, and those guys in the Spark Base know that you have been missing for so long, and it's time to come back. You can survive against 100 people at the 09 missile base. Do you think the Spark Base will let you go? Hearing Lao Hui say this, Luoying felt a little uncomfortable, because once he died, his mission to conquer this world would fail completely, and the price of failure would be the destruction of two worlds. Manually launching the nuclear bomb, Luoying is a dead end no matter how he thinks about it. After all, although he is now a virus body, the close-range high temperature of the nuclear bomb explosion is enough to vaporize him instantly, and he can't even feel the pain. Can I refuse? Luoying thought for a while and asked. Of course, but as a deserter, you will forever lose the qualification to enter the fire base and all surface shelters. I know. Luoying sighed and began to communicate with Xianyuan Luoying's consciousness in his body. Before Luoying opened his mouth, Xianyuan Luoying knew what Luoying wanted to say. Don't think of asking me to help you. But if I die, you will disappear too. Luoying was a little helpless, he could only pin his hopes on Xianyuan Luoying. If I help you, I will disappear. Now my energy is barely enough to maintain my existence. If I attack again, I will disappear.
That guy must have noticed my existence and deliberately let you do this. Xianyuan Luoying gnashed her teeth. She was like this every time Luo Yikong met Lao Hui. When does the Spark Base plan to take action? Luo Yikong stared at Lao Hui in front of him and asked. If he had enough time to transform or unlock the administrator's rights, Luo Yikong might still have the confidence to fight. If not, Luo Yikong could only leave the Spark Base and make long-term plans. After all, Luo Yikong was carrying 2 worlds on his shoulders. There is still time, but not too long. In addition, Xiao Yaya and Xiao Qin have not seen you since they woke up. They want to thank you. Do you want to meet them? Well, okay. Luo Yikong nodded. After the crisis at the 09 missile base was resolved last time, he left them there without saying goodbye. I guess they must have thought they were dead for a while. But no one should know that the 100-man boss of the 09 missile base was killed by myself, who was possessed by Xianyuan Luoying. After all, Chen Liren and Bai Shuaiyue were in a coma at that time and lost contact with the headquarters. In addition, there were almost no monitoring satellites of the Spark Base on the planet, so they should not have been seen. There is no rush for this matter. Let's go. Let's go drink. Lao Hui, who had just received a large amount of contribution points from Luo Yikong, hugged Luo Yikong and forcibly pulled Luo Yikong away despite Luo Yikong's objection. The Star Tavern in the Spark Base is the largest and only tavern in the Spark Base. Even in the end time when food is scarce, this tavern can still obtain raw materials for brewing. It is precisely because of this that the consumption here is unaffordable for ordinary people. Only the top leaders of the Spark Base or those who have a huge number of Spark Base contribution points can enter. But even so, there are still many players in this tavern. At this moment, at a table in the corner, the drunk Luo Yikong has completely fallen on the table, motionless. Really lame. This is not good. Lao Hui looked at the empty bottles around him, shook his head and sighed. You used to be so strong. Why did you end up like this? Luo Yikong said in a weak voice, and Lao Hui smiled slightly when he heard Luo Yikong say this. You are still talking about me, and you are not like this either? Lao Hui picked up a bottle of white wine and drank it hard. Do you really want to learn swordsmanship? Lao Hui put down the white wine in his hand and asked Luo Yikong again. Nonsense. I want to become stronger, really? I want to see what happens if you learn swordsmanship. But I am not qualified to teach you swordsmanship. You can only rely on yourself. Lao Hui stretched out his finger and pointed at Luo Yikong's forehead. At that moment, Luo Yikong felt a pain in his heart and then lost consciousness. Here it is, Luo Yikong sat up, looked around, and found that he had somehow returned to the strange space where the 12-sword monument stood. It was different from the noon when he came in last time. He looked up at the sky. It was already the sky is full of stars. Luo Yikong had not seen such bright stars for many years. In the past, he could only see the moon and a few stars in the dark night. Most of the drunkenness had disappeared. Luo Yikong stood up, and in an instant, a sense of danger ran through his body, making Luo Yikong's hair stand on end. Ding! Sparks splashed, and the dust on the ground condensed into a sharp sword in Luo Yikong's hand, blocking the fatal blow for Luo Yikong. Luo Yikong himself was also stunned at that moment. How could he not know that he had the ability to turn sand into a sword? Can it only be used in this space? Luo Yikong looked at the attacker in front of him. It was a human-shaped black shadow condensed with black matter. He held a pure black sword in his hand. The sword in Luo Yikong's hand kept rubbing sparks, and Luo Yikong Sora could feel the power coming from the other party, which was actually a bit stronger than the power of his virus body. It seems that I might be killed by you accidentally. But I might kill you back. Luo Yikong quickly opened the system and allocated half of the attribute points he accumulated through upgrades to strength and half to speed. Luo Yikong, manager, not fully activated, level, 50 life, 5000/5000 physical strength, 5000/5000 strength, 159 spirit, 6 agility, 166 resistance, 38 unallocated attribute points, 0 skill, devouring tentacles talents, virus resistance, certain resistance to viruses, night vision, fire-based fighting skills, advanced, virus body. Luo Wukong's power burst out instantly, and the sword in the Black Shadow's hand was knocked away by Luo Wukong. Then there was a flash of sword light, and a sword sealed his throat. The Black Shadow was killed in an instant and turned into dust in this wilderness. Because of the Doomsday Spider Nest leveling and strengthening crystal strengthening, Luo Wukong's current level is not only level 50, but his true combat power is far beyond that. Outperform all players of the same level. Luo Wukong didn't add all the attribute points before. On the one hand, he wanted to train himself, and on the other hand, he wanted to kill the opponent unexpectedly. Now that he added all the attribute points, plus the virus body, it was more than enough to kill the Black Shadow instantly. Luo Wukong was not happy for long, but his expression suddenly froze. The Black Shadow that he originally killed quickly condensed into shape again from the dust on the ground. Swallow! Luo Wukong's arms turned into countless devouring tentacles and rushed towards the Black Shadow, but when the overwhelming bloody tentacles approached the Black Shadow, Luo Wukong saw countless sword lights flashing past, followed by all the tentacles. And was cut off. So fast. Luo Wukong was shocked because the opponent was swinging his sword so fast that he couldn't even see clearly. In desperation, Luo Wukong quickly took out the Exploder 2 pistol, switched to explosion mode, and pulled the trigger at the black figure. Boom! Boom! The bullet flew out, and then in Luo Wukong's disbelieving eyes, the bullet was split into two by the opponent's sword in the air, and then exploded. Ding! Boom! The sharp sword in his hand collided with the black sword in the opponent's hand. The next second, the sharp sword in Luo Wukong's hand shattered into countless fragments. The powerful airwave rushed Luo Wukong away, and many fragments accompanied the airwave. Together they penetrated into Luo Wukong's body. Luo Wukong, who was hit by the airwave, flew out like a kite with its string broken, and hit a sword monument heavily. Puff! Luo Wukong spurted out a mouthful of blood, and the arm that originally held the sword had already turned into flesh. How could he be so strong? Luo Wukong knew very well that he had been strengthened by attribute points and had a virus body. Luo Wukong was confident that he could surpass all humans and players on Zhongtian planet at this moment, but the opponent's speed and strength were actually higher than he is, even stronger, and has completely reached a human limit. The breeze was blowing, but as if affected by some force, the surrounding wind was attracted by the Black Shadow. The sand turned into a sword. At this moment, the Black Shadow condensed another sword in his hands. The two swords were entangled with air currents. Double sword style. The Black Shadow said coldly, and Luo Wukong felt a breeze blow by, followed by a whirlwind. You're awake. Lao Hui took a sip of the wine in his hand and looked at Luo Wukong, who had regained consciousness, with a smile. Well, Luo Wukong nodded, his expression looked a little tired. How many times have you died? Lao Hui looked at Luo Wukong, who looked tired, took out his ears and asked, and when he heard Lao Hui ask this, Luo Wukong knew that all this was Lao Hui's mischief. 384 times, Luo Wukong answered truthfully. Except for the first time when he used the sudden increase of points to kill unexpectedly, Luo Wukong was tortured and killed all the time. Then have you learned anything? Luo Wukong shook his head. Now he almost has a shadow of that Black Shadow. He is constantly being killed by that Black Shadow. No matter what method Luo Wukong uses, the Black Shadow is always slightly better than him. The problem is that every time he is killed, the pain and feeling of killing were real, making Luo Wukong feel like he had actually experienced death many times. Well, if you die 100,000 times, you should be able to understand a little bit, so you should have a chance to kill him once. In addition, he progresses with you and is always a little stronger than you. Lao Hui said with a sly smile. It seems that he should not know that Luo Wukong had killed the Black Shadow once by surprise the first time. 100,000 times. Luo Wukong froze for a moment. By that time, he might have been numb to the pain of death. Do you have a sword? Try swinging it at me now. It's not good in this tavern. Luo Wukong looked at the people coming and going around him and said with some concern. What are you afraid of? I know the boss. Hurry up. Then you will be fine. Luo Wukong looked at Lao Hui with some concern. Although he heard that he was very strong in the past, he looked like a useless person now.
This is a great opportunity. Kill him for me.
Shen Yuan Luoying's voice came from his mind, and Luo Wukong had no choice but to take off the laser sword from his waist.
Then I'll do it, stop talking nonsense. Come on.
Lao Hui also took out the laser sword from his waist. Luo Wukong pressed the button on it, and at that moment a red light burst out, and then Luo Wukong raised the laser sword in his hand and swung it.
Boom!
Lao Hui, who was sitting in his seat, was directly thrown to the ground, and the laser sword collided with the laser sword, and the airwave generated instantly shattered all the nearby tables and chairs. At this time, Lao Hui also saw a weak airflow wrapped around the laser sword in Luo Wukong's hand.
Damn! You kid! Thousand forget it. I thought I could drink for a while, but now I'm broke again.
Lao Hui helplessly spread his hands, because Luo Wukong's sword made him lose all the contribution points he had finally gotten from Luo Wukong.
Just in time to help you quit drinking. Get lost. Didn't you keep dying? Didn't you learn nothing?
Lao Hui was also shocked when he thought of the airflow wrapped around the laser sword in Luo Wukong's hand. Except for the first time I killed that black shadow, I kept dying afterwards.
What? You killed that black shadow the first time? Lao Hui stared at Luo Wukong in front of him with disbelief.
He thought Luo Wukong had to die at least 100,000 times before he could kill that black shadow the first time.
What's wrong?
No wonder, every time you kill that black shadow, a little bit of rules will be integrated into your body. Although not much, you have absorbed a small amount of rules. Rules are the only thing that can break the system's limitations, because the system itself is made up of rules.
Lao Hui looked at Luo Wukong beside him with a smile. When he saw the other's expression, Luo Wukong knew that all his secrets were known.
It seems that you know about me, Luo Wukong sighed helplessly. Of course, whether it is the system of the virtual god, the little girl parasitic on you, or the fragment of the 12 order sword in your heart. Lao Hui told all the secrets of Luo Wukong at once, which also shocked Luo Wukong. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions.
Seeing Luo Wukong's expression, Lao Hui said quickly.
Speaking of which, that little girl did evil things back then, and she was in a bad mood, so I used the 12 order swords left by that person to combine into one, and destroy her body.
It's a small punishment. Small punishment? I almost died.
I drifted in the turbulence of time and space for 100,000 years.
Do you know how I spent these 100,000 years?
Shen Yuan Luoying cursed in Luo Wukong's mind, leaving Luo Wukong speechless.
How old are you?
Luo Wukong stared at Lao Hui in front of him and asked again. After all, Lao Hui in front of him was an old monster of the same age as Shen Yuan Luoying.
In front of a high civilization, lifespan and time are meaningless.
The strength of technology is enough for everyone to achieve immortality, as long as nothing unexpected happens. My world has been destroyed due to some accidents, and it may be that I have lost the support of the civilization behind me. My body has gradually reached its limit, and my strength is naturally not as good as before.
You only need to know that I come from a human civilization in a high-level universe.
Lao Hui smiled faintly. There was no arrogance in his eyes from the high-level universe like Shen Yuan Luoying's eyes.
Luo Wukong admired this alone. Why are you showing off to me?
Luo Wukong was still a little puzzled, and asked Lao Hui in front of him.
Because I'm tired of pretending. Before, I wanted to see what kind of person you are. Now it seems that you may use the system of virtual gods to create a real virtual world. In addition, the little girl in your body is very dangerous, you have to be careful. Don't believe her nonsense easily.
Lao Hui patted Luo Wukong's shoulder, and Lao Hui's last warning immediately made Shen Yuan Luoying unhappy, and she cursed in Luo Wukong's mind.
So you used to be a god? God?
It's just a monster that uses the fortune of a world, or all the resources of a world. In the final analysis, it's just a powerful creature that exceeds the limitations of the system. If you really want to say it, I am at most a pseudo-god.
Then how did you come to this world? Luo Wukong asked again. Then you have to ask the little girl in your body. It was her good work using the time and space weapon.
Lao Hui was also a little helpless.
If it weren't for Shen Yuan Luoying's dying counterattack, How could he be so miserable? She? Luo Yikong thought of Xin Yuan Luo Ying's crazy look. If she was pushed to the edge, she might really do anything. Now the fragments and the system are all on you. I told you so much because I want you to do something for me. What is it? Wait until you completely control this world. Lao Hui didn't want to say it for the time being, but from Lao Hui's mouth, Luo Yikong probably knew what his situation was. Following Lao Hui to the combat hospital ward of the Spark Base, he happened to see two beds, with Bai Shuaiyue and Chen Liren lying on the left and right. I didn't expect you to be alive. Seeing Luo Yikong entering the ward, Chen Liren jumped up. It seemed that there was no problem with his body. You're just lucky to survive. What do you mean by luck? You went to resist that 100-man biological weapon and not only survived, but you didn't lie here like us. Isn't this proof of strength? You are worthy of being brought by the uncle. That's right. Hearing Chen Liren's words, Luo Yikong didn't react, but Lao Hui felt refreshed. Where did you find this monster? Bai Shuoyue stared at Lao Hui and asked. She had heard what happened in the 09 missile base from Chen Liren. What are you talking about, little girl? I have a good eye for people. But because only 3 of you survived, the Spark Base decided to cancel the number, and you two will be transferred to the Ground Reconstruction Force. As for him, there are other arrangements. Ground Reconstruction Force? No, in this case, the top management of the Fireseed Base arranged this way. They know your sister's affairs better than anyone else. In addition, the Holy City is approaching, and the top management of the Fireseed Base is afraid that some accidents will happen. So in order to control you and me, we were all transferred to insignificant positions. Lao Hui spread his hands and said helplessly. Are you going to give up just like that? Impossible. Bai Shuoyue gritted his teeth and held the quilt tightly with both hands. You have endured it for so long, just endure it a little longer. I will give you an explanation. Lao Hui sighed. At this time, Lao Hui was not as lazy as before. How many players do you have now? Lao Hui leaned close to Luo Yikong's ear and asked in a low voice. Luo Yikong opened the Administrator Authority system, and this system can only be seen by Luo Yikong. After checking the number of players now, the current number of players has reached 100,000, and the number of players is increasing every minute and every second. 100,000, Luo Yikong replied to Lao Hui in a low voice. It's a little small, but the number will increase. Now we have to find a way to get those players into high-level positions in the Spark Base. Lao Hui thought, and he already had his own plan in mind. What do you plan to do with the players? After leaving the hospital, Luo Yikong asked Lao Hui, players do not belong to this world, let the players infiltrate the Spark Base. Is this to ask the players to help seize power? The Spark Base is no longer the Spark Base it once was, and the upper echelons above will never allow anyone to get involved in their status. What I want to create is a world where everyone is equal, and players may be able to do this for us. The current Spark Base is not united, and it is impossible to resist the City of God, so I want to focus all my hopes on the players. But, I and those players are all from the outside world, aren't you afraid? Luo Yikong smiled faintly, although they are all human beings, but they are not from the same world. Not afraid, because I am also from the outside world. Lao Hui also has an unusual trust in Luo Yikong. From his words, it probably means that the Spark Base in this world will be handed over to Luo Yikong. I know. Luo Yikong glanced at Lao Hui beside him, walked to a corner where no one was, and then stretched out his finger to open the space. Without extra words, Luo Yikong and Lao Hui understood each other's meaning, and Lao Hui also knew that Luo Yikong decided to take on this burden. Go! Yes. Luo Yikong nodded and stepped into the space crack. In just a blink of an eye, Luo Yikong came to a wilderness. There were still some debris in this wilderness. The traces of the battle had not been long, and this was the shelter that was destroyed by the 1000-level biological weapons before. What are you doing here again? Xianyuan Luoying's voice came from his mind. It should be enough. Luo Yikong did not answer Xianyuan Luoying,
but opened the system and found that with 100,000 players constantly spawning monsters, Luowikon's energy coins had reached 100,000 points. After opening the administrator's special building construction system, he searched through a row of buildings and finally found a high tower-type building. Virtual World Tower. This is it. The so-called Virtual World Tower is actually a magical tower that goes straight into the sky. The light covers as far as the world is big. Mortals cannot reach it and can only see the shadow of the tower forever. The Virtual World Tower has the ability to instantly grant all life systems within the range of the light. Luowicon now only unlocks 5% of the administrator's authority, which means that Luowicon can only cover 5% of the range of this world, but this range is already large enough. More importantly, there is no death penalty for players who die within the range of the Virtual World Tower. Luowicon left a way out for the civilians in the Spark base. If the Spark base fails, Luowicon can only choose to convert them into players. Build. As Luowicon clicked the build button, the sky and the earth suddenly lost their color, lightning and thunder roared, a doomsday scene, and the ground in front of him even split open an abyss from the middle. What are you doing? You triggered the rules of this world. Xianyuan Luoying in the body was also shocked to see this scene. She knew that all this was caused by Luowicon, and only Luowicon could see the administrator authority system. A large amount of boulders and sand on the ground were sucked into the sky and continued to condense in the sky. Luowicon sat on the ground and waited. After a few minutes, the tower had a basic shape, but the tower was still constantly extracting sand and stones for improvement. Luowicon was not afraid of Xinxing seeing this scene, because the existence of the tower could only be seen by players, or Luowicon wanted the other party to see it. In the eyes of others, it was just the sky and the earth losing their color. A large amount of sand and stones were sucked into the sky, and then disappeared out of thin air. The existence of the Virtual World Tower itself integrates part of the laws of this world. Unless the world is destroyed, it cannot be destroyed. Luowicon waited quietly for an hour. The black tower that reached the sky stood quietly on the horizon. Everything around him returned to peace. The only difference from an hour ago was that the mountain not far away had disappeared, replaced by a plain. What is that? A tower that appeared out of thin air. The system seems to have added a new function. At the same time, players from all over the world, no matter where they were on the surface, could see the tower that reached the sky as long as they could see the southern horizon. With the appearance of the tower, all players added a function, that is, the arena function. There is no death penalty in the arena. Did you build that tower? Luowicon opened the authority for Xianyuan Luoying. When Xianyuan Luoying saw the tower that reached the sky, she couldn't help but sigh at the magic of Luowicon's system. After all, it was not an ordinary tower, but a tower that was bound to the rules of this world. The world will not perish, and the tower will not fall. This is what I can do for this world. After all, the battlefield is in this world. Players can return to the real world when they die, but people in this world are really dead when they die. If one day the Spark base can't be defended, I will let the last batch of people in the Spark base become players. Ha! Why are you helping that guy? He is my enemy. Xianyuan Luoying was a little dissatisfied. She understood that Luowicon was helping Lao Hui. He is your enemy, not mine. However, I am curious about what evil you did in the past that made him come to kill you. Humph. I have forgotten many memories. At that time, my own existence was about to disappear, not to mention the memories. Xianyuan Luoying was still a little unhappy. Although she might have done evil, Lao Hui was the one who killed her after all. Now I have to return to the real world. Luowicon smiled and said. After all, he made such a big noise in the real world. If he didn't go home for a long time, it would definitely attract attention. System. Set the return location in the real world for me. Ding. Setting the return location, Luowicon set the return location in his home, and then a flash of light disappeared from this world. When Luowicon opened his eyes, he found himself sitting in the living room of his home. How did you get in? Luoyikong was shocked when he saw a woman in white casual clothes standing in the living room of his home. So the scene of his instant return was seen by the other party. Hello? After a brief surprise, the woman immediately regained her composure and greeted Luoyikong. Who are you? Luoyikong stared at the woman in front of him with a bad look. Lu Zuiki. The woman did not hide her name. Lu Zuiki? Lu Zuiki. The eldest princess of the Great Shu Empire. Luoyikong was stunned for a moment, then thought of the other party's identity, and was immediately frightened. However, Luoyikong quickly forced himself to calm down. In the royal family of the Great Shu Empire, except for the emperor, many people only know the names of other members, but not their appearances. But looking at Lu Zuiki's temperament, she is not an ordinary person. So, you saw it all? Yes, I saw it all. Including I have already investigated that the infected person in that park is you. Even if you are fast, the high-speed camera of the Great Shu Empire still took a picture of your clothes, plus the fragments of clothes at the scene. As long as you compare them slightly, it will be easy to find you. But the people who know about this matter have been dealt with by me, and the traces you accidentally left have all been dealt with by me. Lu Zuiki said calmly, her eyes full of arrogance of a superior, and she was not afraid of Luoyikong killing her. Is there anything you need me to do? Luoyikong asked after he calmed down. After all, it was not the fully armed soldiers who were waiting for him, but Lu Zuiki, which meant that the other party definitely wanted to use him for something. I know that your body is better than that of ordinary people. It should be the power of that world. But I am very curious about your ability to travel through that world without using equipment and perfectly integrate the virus. Lu Zuiki sat down on the sofa beside him and said lightly, giving Luoyikong a feeling that could not be refused. The virus will destroy this world. I know, but I need the power of the virus to create a group of supermen and take back what originally belonged to our royal family from the Supreme Council of the Great Shu Empire. If it succeeds, you will be a hero. How about it? Lu Zuiki threw an olive branch to Luoyikong, but Luoyikong was very resistant to it. What Luoyikong wanted was a world where everyone was equal. The royal family might allow Luoyikong's descendants to stand above 10,000 people, but in this way, more people would become below 10,000 people. Luoyikong did not want his world to become like that. It was not easy for the Supreme Council to break the shackles of imperial power. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you to silence you? Luoyikong's eyes turned cold, staring at Lu Zuiki and asked. Lu Zuiki was not afraid of Luoyikong's cold eyes, but sneered, I came here alone, on the one hand to keep it secret, on the other hand to express my sincerity. I have investigated all your family members. If I can't leave here intact, your family members will disappear from the Great Shu Empire. You! Luoyikong's teeth creaked. At this moment, Luoyikong was really angry. It was really despicable to attack his own family. Facing such a threat, Luoyikong couldn't refuse at all. You have to find a chance to kill her. Otherwise, you will be like a shackle, using your family to bind you all the time. At this time, Xianyuan Luoying's voice came from her mind. She could feel Luoyikong's anger. Even if Xianyuan Luoying wanted to take away Luoyikong's body, Luoyikong was not angry. It can be said that this was the first time Xianyuan Luoying saw Luoyikong angry and wanted to kill someone. Xianyuan Luoying. Help me check if there is anyone ambushing nearby. Luoyikong communicated with Xianyuan Luoying through his consciousness, and this time Xianyuan Luoying did not refuse Luoyikong, and quickly covered the surrounding area with mental power. No! Xianyuan Luoying's feedback came soon, and Luoyikong was slightly relieved. I promise you. But you can't hurt my family. Otherwise, even if I die, I will make you pay the price. Very good. You get ready first. I will send someone to pick you up in 3 days. Lu Zuiki threw down this sentence and then left Luoyikong's residence. She is a player, I have to create an accident for her. Luoyikong gritted his teeth. He could see the identity of Lu Zuiki's player at a glance. As long as she entered that world, Luoyikong would arrange her clearly. But first, Luoyikong had to make sure his family was safe. In a laboratory somewhere in City X of the Great Shu Empire, Luzwiki was lying on a bed, surrounded by large and small instruments, always monitoring Luzwiki's life. For safety reasons, many doctors were guarding Luzwiki. "I'm going to connect to that virtual world," Luzwiki said to the people around her, and the people around her saluted. "Princess, please rest assured. It's not the first time, there's no need to be so nervous. If we can get the secret of that world, then it's time for our royal family to regain hegemony." Luzwiki smiled, put on the connection helmet, and closed her eyes. Soon as the connection was successful, Luzwiki opened her eyes and found herself in an abandoned city. The ground around her was full of zombies. This was where she went offline last time. "I found you." Hearing this familiar voice, Luzwiki immediately turned around and saw Luoikon walking slowly towards her. "It's you! What do you want to do? You don't want to kill me in this world, do you? Even if you kill me, you will only kill me as a player in this world. Even if I can no longer enter this world, but I am the real world still there. I advise you to think clearly about the consequences." Luzwiki was slightly surprised. She didn't understand why Luoikon could find her just after she arrived. However, Luzwiki quickly returned to normal with a joking look on her face, because she knew that the player would not really die. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. I came here to tell you a secret. Luoikon had a smile on his face, but the smile looked a little gloomy. This was the first time that Luoikon had murderous intentions towards a person. What secret? Luzwiki showed some interest again. She wanted to see what Luoikon could do. "Actually, I brought all the players into this world. I gave you players all the power. I am the real controller of this world. The system is broken." Luoikon stretched out his hand and squeezed forward. At that moment, Luzwiki's system panel shattered in front of him. Luzwiki felt that her player's power was completely taken away. She was now an ordinary person. "What did you do to me?" Luzwiki also panicked. She wanted to exit the world, but found that the system was gone, let alone the exit button. "You can't leave." Hearing Luoikon's cold words, Luzwiki completely believed it at this time. Luoikon was the person behind all the players. It was no wonder that he could travel between the two worlds without any equipment. If Luoikon didn't crush her system, she wouldn't believe it, because Luoikon is too ordinary. The player has been around for so long, how could he be so ordinary? When ordinary people gain such power, they have already done whatever they want. "If you kill me, your family will not survive." Luzwiki looked at Luoikon, who was approaching step by step, and threatened Luoikon. At this time, she was scared, afraid that Luoikon could actually kill her. "If you die here, no one will know that I did it, and no one will take action against my family. Your order will not be spread at all. In order to keep it secret, in order to avoid being known by the people in the Supreme Council, you did it for me and my family. My family must be well hidden. Even if the Supreme Council and the royal family come to investigate, they will only think that I am an ordinary person. Because your methods are too ruthless, you have silenced all those people, right?" Ikong had already seen through Luzwiki's selfishness, so she was the only one who knew about Luoikong's affairs. Rebellion. Rebel. Luoikong is a pariah. I am the eldest princess of the Shu Empire. Luzwiki stepped back step by step, still threatening Luoikong. Life is not high or low. I only have one life, and you only have one life. Luoikong remained unmoved and said coldly. I still have secrets in my hands. You can't kill me. You don't even know about the future foundation that will accept your sister. Before Luzwiki finished speaking, Luoikong had already arrived in front of him and cut off Luzwiki's head with the laser sword in his hand. If there is reincarnation, I will be what you call a pariah in your next life. So decisive? I thought she was a peerless beauty and you would show mercy to her. Shenyuan Luoying was a little surprised that Luoikong was so decisive. It is indeed beautiful, but my heart is too ugly. I can't even like it. Luoikong shook his head and put the laser sword in his hand back to his waist. At the same time, in another world, the laboratory where Lu's wiki was located was in chaos. Lu's wiki's electrocardiogram had already shown a straight line. No matter how the people around him tried to save him, it was of no avail because Lu's wiki was brain dead. However, even if the people around them knew this, they were still rescuing them. After all, they were members of the royal family. If they didn't show off and pretended to be trying their best, they would really be walking away in vain. What about the real world? She is the princess of your great Shu empire. Shen Yuan Luoying looked at the headless corpse not far away and asked with some concern. After all, she is now tied to Luoyikong and has to think about Luoyikong. Don't worry. This is just an accident. Someone may be monitoring my family, but once Lu's wiki dies, those monitors will naturally disappear. No one will find out about me if I kill her in this world. I am not a reckless person. Lu's wiki dared to meet me alone at the beginning, on the one hand because of her confidence, and on the other hand because of her ambition. In her opinion, I can't kill her in the real world, at least not before she gives an order, so she is so fearless, but she didn't expect that I can take her life in this world. Luoyikong said calmly. It stands to reason that the first time to take someone's life, there will be some psychological resistance, but Luoyikong's heart is calmer than he thought at this moment. It may be because he saw that the threat to his family has been eliminated, or it may be because he has become familiar with killing and the killing of zombies. Luoyikong's calmness at this moment also surprised Shen Yuan Luoying. He gained power but did not abuse it, controlled life and death but did not dominate others. When facing the powerful people in the real world, he was decisive and calm as water without losing his rationality. With such inner tenacity, coupled with the assistance of the system, he will sooner or later become the master of a world. It's a pity that he is bound to dust and is destined not to go far. Shen Yuan Luoying sighed helplessly. Now she and Luoyikong are tied to the same line. No matter what kind of person Luoyikong is, she can only go one way to the end. Is your progress in obtaining permissions still increasing now? Shen Yuan Luoying asked again. Perhaps now she can only hope that Luoyikong will become the master of this world, so that Shen Yuan Luoying can see the hope of separating from Luoyikong and gaining a new life. It is increasing, but the progress is not very high. Now the only way to increase the progress is to occupy the surface and conquer the dungeon. 90% progress can guarantee that I can completely control this world, but 90% also means that we will recover 90% of this planet. 1 year is difficult, and now with the addition of the God City, it will be a big trouble. Luoyikong sighed helplessly. Although he issued the surface reconstruction task to the players, the current number of 100,000 players is still very limited and cannot play a role in controlling the overall situation. I have a way. Shen Yuan Luoying suddenly said, which made Luoyikong suddenly stunned. Do you have a way to make the virtual world tower appear in your real world? Shen Yuan Luoying suddenly asked, and when he heard Shen Yuan Luoying's question, Luoyikong immediately understood what Shen Yuan Luoying meant. System. Is it feasible? Luoyikong asked the system on his body. The host consumes energy points and can bring anything from this world to that world. However, the original world of the host is equivalent to the planetary shape of this world, so it can only cover 5% of the surface of the host planet. The subsequent coverage will increase as the host's authority progresses. 5% of the planet, that 5% is equivalent to 1/5 of the Great Shu Empire, and the number of people covered is estimated to reach about 300 million. However, the influx of 300 million players is 10 times more than the 30 million people in the Spark base. Those players will continue to hunt zombies and grow over time, and I'm afraid that all the zombies on this planet will not be enough to kill. Even if the City of God comes, these 300 million grown players will all have combat power comparable to biological weapons. Luoyikong was immediately moved. It seems that there is no need to wait for the players to infiltrate the Spark base, and they can completely replace it. Luoyikong stretched out his hand to the virtual world tower, and at that moment all the information of the virtual world tower appeared in front of Luoyikong, but it would take 50,000 energy coins to transfer the virtual world tower to the real world, and Luoyikong only has about a few thousand energy coins now. For Luo Wukong in the past, these 50,000 energy coins might be a huge sum of money, but for Luo Wukong now, he only needs to hang up while the players work hard to kill the boss and earn energy points for him. System. If the energy coins reach 50,000, automatically help me transfer the tower to the real world. Received. The system replied in a mechanical voice. What are you going to do now? Go back to sleep. The huge steel warship blocked out the sun and floated above the lights of thousands of houses, guarding the safety of the city below with its strong ships and powerful guns. The city was bustling and lively. It was a city with a highly developed civilization, and it still retained its former simplicity in that highly developed civilization. In a prosperous courtyard somewhere in the city, a tall cherry tree stood in the center of the courtyard. A ragged girl was escorted in with leg irons, which was completely out of tune with this prosperous environment. Saint Lord. This is a group of high-level slaves reserved for you when you conquered the world. This one is the best. Please don't refuse it. A big man said respectfully. What's your name? A voice sounded, and then a vague male figure walked over. I don't have a name, the girl lowered her head, not daring to look directly at the man. At this time, a cherry blossom petal fell on the girl's head. No name? The man noticed the cherry blossom petal and picked it up from the girl's head. The cherry blossoms are falling, you will be called Ing Luo from now on, but you should not forget everything about your Shen Yuan clan's past. Boom! Luo Wukong woke up from his sleep with a loud noise, accompanied by the roar of Shen Yuan Luoying, which startled Luo Wukong. As soon as he opened his eyes, Luo Wukong saw that his room had become a mess. It was obvious that Shen Yuan Luoying had used her strange power again. What's wrong with you? Didn't you say that your energy is precious? Are you still using it so casually? I'm going to kill you. Shen Yuan Luoying's murderous voice came from Luo Wukong's mind. Seeing a bedside table being pulled by some force and hitting his head, Luo Wukong knew that Shen Yuan Luoying Sakura is probably sick. System. The system instantly suppressed Shen Yuan Luoying's consciousness, and at that moment Luo Wukong felt as if his soul was about to leave his body, leaving Luo Wukong breathless. Luo Wukong immediately realized that something was wrong, and immediately cancelled the system's suppression. The system seemed to be indifferent to the enemy and suppressed Luo Wukong and Shen Yuan Luoying together. Communication. In the end, what happened? Luo Wukong watched Shen Yuan Luoying calm down temporarily and asked cautiously. Although Shen Yuan Luoying's murderous intention was not as strong as before, the price was that the furniture in the room was broken to pieces. I had a dream about your memory, or I saw part of your memory. Shen Yuan Luoying said through gritted teeth. At this point, Shen Yuan Luoying's murderous intention became even stronger. I also seem to have dreamed about your memory. It's a bit strange to say it, but you don't want to kill me. You look at my memory, I look at your memory, it's even. Luo Wukong spread his hands. He didn't understand why just by looking at one memory, Shen Yuan Luoying wants to treat herself as the enemy who killed her father. Even if two conscious bodies are in the same body, it is impossible to share memories. It is also impossible to be bound together. Unless they are divine friends. Shen Yuan Luoying said while suppressing murderous intent, even if Luo Wukong is with her now inside the body, she also wanted to tear Luo Wukong's body apart with her hands. Godly communication? What is that? Spiritual communication? Luo Wukong frowned, and suddenly realized that talking to Shen Yuan Luoying wasn't a spiritual communication? It's not like Shen Yuan Luoying was so angry. What kind of spiritual communication? Divine communication is the connection between the conscious body and the conscious body. Shen Yuan Luoying looked like he was hesitating to speak. What? Luo Wukong frowned slightly. It's that one, the physical body reproduces offspring, and that's the spiritual one. Shen Yuan Luoying said this, with shame and anger on her face, and the killing intent in her eyes did not diminish at all. What? Luo Wukong froze. No wonder he felt an indescribable magical feeling when he was dreaming. It turned out to be because of the divine connection. I'm just going to sleep, why aren't you afraid that you won't be able to hold on?
Are you coveting my handsomeness and taking away my innocence? I didn't expect you to be such a person. Luo Wikong had a heartbroken expression, and at this moment, Xianyuan Luoying was furious. You fart! It's obviously you who did this to me. I will cut you into pieces. Xianyuan Luoying didn't pay attention to her own image. She cursed a curse word, and then controlled the pieces of furniture around her to attack Luo fly away in the sky. System. Boom. Puff. Luo Wikong fell heavily to the ground, and then a mouthful of blood spurted out. At that moment, Luo Wikong felt as if his soul was being pulled away from his body, but it quickly returned to his body. It seemed that he and Xianyuan Luoying's consciousness were bound together, and the damage and pressure suffered were shared between him and Xianyuan Luoying. It's over, Luo Wikong grimaced. Now he had lost the means to suppress Xianyuan Luoying. He couldn't even go too far with Xianyuan Luoying in the future. After all, his consciousness was bound together. I will die with you, a shameless person. Xianyuan Luoying roared in Luo Wikong's mind. It seemed that he would not be able to calm down in a short time. Calm down. Calm down. System. Luo Wikong saw that Xianyuan Luoying could not calm down and could only use the system to suppress it continuously, while Luo Wikong and Xianyuan Luoying endured the pain of suppression together. Calm. Roll. Boom. Calm down. Roll. Boom. Calm down, have you? Luo Wikong panted heavily and asked Xianyuan Luoying inside his body. The other person and Luo Wikong had been tortured for several hours together, and they were quiet because they were exhausted. Come down. I will kill you, Xianyuan Luoying said in that weak voice. Every time she thought that she was unclean, Xianyuan Luoying felt uncomfortable in her heart. She is a god in the universe. To be surprised by this mere cosmic dust. At least you are in my body, you can't kill me. Luo Wikong supported his body, climbed onto the bed and lay down directly. Luo Wikong rested on the bed for a long time, then regained a little strength, stood up shakily, and opened the curtains of the room. That is, the moment he opened the curtains, Luo Wikong's eyes widened. He could see a majestic and tall black tower on the other side of the sky. From a distance, that tower surpassed all the buildings on the surface and surpassed everything else. The mountains and peaks are like celestial pillars, supporting the sky. The virtual world tower has arrived, and under that light all life can be transformed into players. Luo Wikong was delighted. It seemed that he had saved 50,000 energy coins while he was sleeping. Luo Wikong couldn't wait to check the number of players now, and what was displayed in front of Luo Wikong was a large series of numbers. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. Luo Wikong counted a row of numbers and determined that the number of players who had entered that world had reached 300 million, and the number of these 300 million players had reached 300 million. The numbers are still increasing crazily. The arrival of the virtual world tower will definitely attract the attention of all the countries in Yanhuang Star, and it also means a showdown between another world and this world. However, no one would have thought that Luo Wikong was controlling all of this behind the scenes. Luo Wikong also killed Lu Zuiki, the only one who knew the truth. Luo Wikong walked to the living room, turned on the TV, and found that all the channels on the TV were occupied by news about the sudden appearance of the mysterious giant tower in the Shu Empire. For the first time, including the sports channels that usually only broadcast sports, they began to report on the appearance of the mysterious giant tower. As you can see, a large number of planes have been dispatched, but the giant tower seems to be out of reach forever, and its exact location cannot be determined. According to experts, it should be a mirage. The reporter reporting the news suddenly froze, and a mechanical voice sounded in his head. What's wrong with you? The photographer next to him couldn't help asking the stunned reporter. I heard a strange voice. He said the system has been activated. As the female reporter spoke, her body seemed to have lost its soul and collapsed to the ground. It seems that it is still just a consciousness crossing, which is good to avoid bringing back some dangerous things. Luo Wikong looked at the news accident that suddenly appeared on TV and smiled faintly, but now players don't need the game helmet. As long as they are within the light range of the virtual world tower, they can enter that world at will.
If they leave the light range, they may not be able to enter. There is no way. The advantage of the helmet is that it can be entered at any time all over the world, while the virtual world tower can only be within the range of influence, but it allows a large number of people to enter without helmets and qualifications. Luo Yikong took out his phone and quickly flipped through the news. He found that the sudden appearance of the virtual world tower had suppressed the news of the mysterious death of the eldest princess of the Great Shu Empire and the mysterious infectious disease in City X. In addition, the Great Shu Empire announced half an hour ago that it had decided to impose a special blockade on the illumination range of the virtual world tower. At present, in order to obtain the secrets of the virtual world tower and another world, various countries have jointly put pressure on the Great Shu Empire. But for me, the more important thing is that these two worlds are about to face a crisis. Luo Yikong looked at the virtual world tower and saw countless white lines connecting to the tower, but only Luo Yikong could see the white lines, and each line represented a player. The sound of helicopter propellers came, followed by the sound of air defense alarms that resounded throughout the city. What's going on? Luo Yikong frowned. The Great Shu Empire has been peaceful for too long. Now the sudden sound of air defense alarms means that there may be some accidents that the Great Shu Empire cannot control. Did someone break in? But this is the hinterland of the Great Shu Empire. Even if all countries unite, it is impossible to be so fast. Everyone stay at home and are prohibited from going out. The 5th Battalion of the Great Shu Empire officially took over the city and implemented military control. A full-bodied voice spread throughout the city through the radio. Many people did not know what happened, but still returned home honestly. Military control? Luo Yikong frowned and took out his mobile phone to check the news online, but found that the network was no longer connected. Luo Yikong's heart tightened, and he took out his mobile phone to contact his parents, but without exception, all of them said that they were out of service area. We have lost contact with the outside world. Luo Yikong's heart tightened. Generally, such a blockade must be caused by some uncontrollable accident in City X. Is it Lu's wiki? No, even if she is the eldest princess of the Great Shu Empire, it is impossible to reach this point. Could it be? Luo Yikong thought of one thing. Not long ago, a rabies-like infectious disease was constantly spreading in City X, and many areas in the city had been blocked. Not long ago, all the things he left behind when he transformed in the real world were taken away by the Great Shu Empire. You know, that thing has the Genesis virus. The worst situation has already happened. The virus from another world has invaded Luo Yikong's current world. The sudden blockade of the city may be because the virus may break out in the entire city at any time, but the news has been suppressed and people don't know it. I want to go out for a while. Luo Yikong's heart sank, and he made up his mind to say that he was still worried about his sister Luo Yiling. Luo Yikong walked out of the room and came to the balcony. Looking down, he found that the street that was originally crowded with people had been cleared. An armored vehicle stopped on the side of the road, and then a group of fully armed soldiers with real guns and live ammunition jumped out of it. Luo Yikong thought for a while. Now Xian Yuan Luo Ying was angry, and it was impossible to ask her for help. Thinking of this, Luo Yikong pulled off a part of the curtain and covered his face to avoid exposing his identity. Then Luo Yikong jumped down from the balcony. Luo Yikong had jumped from this balcony more than once, not to mention that after the last strengthening, this time seemed even easier. Luo Yikong burst out at full speed, turned into a black shadow, and disappeared in this area. The hospital where Luo Yiling was located was near Luo Yikong's residence, but compared to the situation of blocking door-to-door, a steady stream of injured people were sent to this hospital. It seems that things are a bit serious. Luo Yikong avoided these injured people and sneaked into the hospital quietly. When he turned over from the outside to the ward where Luo Yiling was, he did not see Luo Yiling's figure. Yiling! Looking at the empty bed, Luo Yikong was suddenly a little confused. At this special moment, Luo Yiling was not there, which made Luo Yikong worried. Ah! At this time, the door of the bed was opened, and a nurse looked at the masked Luo Yikong and screamed, but as soon as she screamed, Luo Yikong's arm turned into countless blood-colored tentacles, pressing the nurse against the wall. After that, the nurse felt that all the bones in her body were about to break, but she quickly closed her mouth when she felt Luo Yikong's cold eyes. I'm asking you now, answer honestly,
if you lie with your eyes open, you will be killed, understand? Well, the nurse didn't dare to scream and nodded quickly. Where is the girl who originally lived in this ward? She was picked up by the Future Foundation yesterday, and her parents were with her. The nurse didn't dare to lie and told everything she knew. From the moment Luo Yikong's arm turned into tentacles, she knew that Luo Yikong might not be human. Where did they go? Luo Yikong asked coldly. He didn't expect that his parents were taken away together. At this time, Luo Yikong also thought that the Future Foundation was a foundation that funded his sister's medical treatment. It seemed that his identity was not exposed. I don't know. The nurse shook her head. She was just a small person. Then why did you take the girl? Although he knew that his sister and family were not taken away because of his identity, Luo Yikong was still very worried. I don't know. The last question, what happened in this city? I don't know much. I only know that they seem to be fighting with something in the city, and the casualties are increasing. It may be related to the rabies-like disease not long ago. The nurse was so scared that tears were about to come out, and she quickly answered. Luo Yikong's heart sank completely. This means that the zombie virus in that world has really come to this world. Although it is temporarily under control, it is very likely to get out of control. It is not out of control now because the powerful evolved zombies have not appeared yet. Don't tell others what you saw today, or you'll die. I can come in easily and kill you easily. Luo Yikong's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Although killing the nurse in front of him was the safest way, it would be killing innocent people, and Luo Yikong didn't want to kill innocent people. Seeing the nurse nod, Luo Yikong jumped out of the window, and then a flash of light appeared, and he went to that world. The Spark Base. Luo Yikong, like many players, suddenly came with a flash of light. Perhaps he had already become accustomed to the various magical abilities of the players, so Luo Yikong's appearance did not attract any attention. Luo Yikong didn't have time to think about it, and immediately opened the Administrator Authority system and began to search for Luo Yiling's location, but found that Luo Yiling was not online. Yiling! Luo Yikong clenched his fists. It had been so many years since he met his sister, but now they were separated again, and their life and death were unknown. Luo Yikong thought of the Future Foundation. It seemed that Lu Zuiki mentioned it before he died. Is there anything special about that foundation? Players in the meeting room of the senior executives of the Fireseed base, all the senior executives gathered here, looking at the headcount file in front of them, all of them frowned. There are only 30 million people in our Fireseed base, and now there are 50 million players pouring into our Fireseed base, and there are also a steady stream of players coming out of the God-forbidden zone. If this continues, I'm afraid our Fireseed base will change hands. A bald senior executive spoke first. He didn't expect that so many players would pour out of the God-forbidden zone in just one day. Only Luo Yikong knew that there were actually about 250 million players in the God-forbidden zone in this novice village. If the real number of players was known, it would probably scare everyone present. And when those 250 million players appeared, it was naturally impossible to hide the fact that the players came from another world. After all, how could the God-forbidden zone accommodate or even feed so many people? I noticed that although they are numerous, they act in a lazy and scattered manner, and are just a mob. All the weapons and production factories are in our hands. I advocate recruiting them all and letting them replace our casualties to occupy the surface. I only need to control our most elite forces in my hands. A white-haired senior executive said. He has already regarded the players as the vanguard of occupying the surface and fighting against the city of God. The players have many abilities and means that we have never seen or heard of before. If we use them well, it is indeed possible to fight against the biological weapons of the city of God. Now the players do not have a unified leader, which is a good opportunity for us. Since there is no leader, we can just give a little favor, grant the Spark Base a temporary status, and let them become our sword. As long as the lifeline of the Spark Base is in our hands, they can't turn the world upside down. But the players have to be on guard, so let's do this. Otherwise, the task of using nuclear bombs to destroy the 1000-level biological weapons on the surface will be handed over to them. But if you tell them it's a nuclear bomb,
they will definitely not act, so just tell them it's a special time bomb. The conference room discussed plans to deal with the surge in the number of players. Originally, when the number of players was only 100,000, these spark bases could still accept it, and even wanted to cultivate the players as their second trump card. But when the number of players exceeded the spark base, the top leaders of the spark base were afraid that the players, these outsiders, would swallow up the spark base and their lofty power. There are indeed many more people, at this moment, on the streets of the firebase. Luoycong clearly felt that the streets of the firebase were much more crowded, which was the result of a large number of players pouring in. But compared to the crazy players pouring in, Luoycong was more worried about the safety of his sister Luo Yiling. Just when Luoycong was worried about Luo Yiling's safety, Lao Hui found Luoycong. "It's really not easy to find you, kid." Lao Hui smiled, and his body was still full of alcohol as before. "What's wrong?" The number of players suddenly exploded, and now it has exceeded the original number of residents in the firebase. "Did you do it?" Lao Hui asked Luoycong in front of him, and the latter nodded and did not deny it. "Why didn't you say it earlier if you were so awesome?" "I secretly arranged positions for some players in the firebase to see if they could get to the top. Now these 50 million players can completely show their cards to the firebase." Lao Hui was a little excited. He didn't expect Luoycong to have such means. He could bring so many players in before he completely controlled the world. It was not possible before, but it is possible now. In addition, there are about 250 million players who have not come out of the forbidden area. Luoycong can now imagine how high the population density of the forbidden area is. It was surrounded by zombies before, but now it is estimated that the zombies in the forbidden area are surrounded by players. 250 million. Are you serious? Lao Hui couldn't help but swear when he heard Luoycong say this. "Do I have to lie to you?" Luoycong had a serious expression on his face. Maybe because of his influence, the crisis in the real world has appeared before a year has passed, so Luoycong wants to speed up the pace of conquering this world and completely control the entire planet before the arrival of the City of God. "It's over," Lao Hui heard so many players, but his face was sad. "What's wrong?" Luoycong looked at Lao Hui's sad face, a little puzzled. "A total of 300 million players. You are forcing the top leaders of the spark base to drop a nuclear bomb. Can those old guys trust the existence of so many players?" Lao Hui knows the top leaders of the spark base. These 50 million players may be tolerated because the City of God is coming, but the appearance of 300 million players is absolutely intolerable to those old guys, because that is a force comparable to the City of God, and they have seen the power of every player. If 300 million players appear, then the fact that the players are from the outside world cannot be concealed, and it may trigger a melee between the three parties. Then I will take the initiative and seize the spark base. Luoycong said without any hesitation. This decisiveness even shocked Lao Hui. Now the spark base has sent 40 million players out to rebuild on the surface for safety reasons. There are only 10 million players left in the base, not to mention that there is no leader, and the spark base has many trump cards. How can you seize it? Lao Hui asked with a frown. Luoycong thought some things were too simple. 40 million players going out to rebuild? That's just what I want. Besides, Lao Hui, why don't you be the leader? You should know a lot of masters in the player guild. Luoycong smiled faintly. The players going out to rebuild would allow him to unlock the administrator privileges faster. After all, these 40 million are much more than the 30 million that the spark base sent out, not to mention that the most people sent out before were only a few million. As for Lao Hui, in order to allow players to mix into the management position of the spark base, he should have seen a lot of master players. You kid, Lao Hui sighed helplessly. As long as Luoycong still controls all the players, he is enough to influence the world. Wait a little longer. When they can't help but show their cards, I will naturally take action. Luoycong actually hopes that the spark base will show its cards as late as possible, so that as the players rebuild the surface, Luoycong's progress in unlocking privileges will have to get faster and faster. Now that the privilege is only 5%, Luoycong has the ability to change the terrain, build various special buildings, and influence the world. If it reaches 10%, Luo Wukong is a little curious about what privileges he will get. Luo Wukong might be very weak and progress very slowly when he was alone, but with the presence of the 40 million players rebuilding the surface, the progress would probably increase by 100 times, or even 1,000 times. After all, it was impossible for the Spark base to have all its players out, and the 40 million players on the surface were more than the entire Spark base. In the real world, with the appearance of the virtual world tower, its light covered a large area of the Great Shu Empire, pulling 300 million people into another apocalyptic world. The knowledge of the existence of another world at once not only caused an uproar in the Great Shu Empire, but also shocked the entire Yanhuang star. After investigation, the Great Shu Empire found that the mysterious infectious disease ravaging City X originated from the zombie virus of that apocalyptic world, and immediately blocked City X. In order to prevent the apocalyptic virus from another world from raging on a large scale in this world, the Great Shu Empire issued an order to prohibit entry into that world throughout the country, but everything happened too suddenly, and too many people were involved. In addition, the control of the players was not in the hands of the Great Shu Empire, so even if the order was issued, it did not play a big role and still could not stop the influx of players. As for outside the Great Shu Empire, various countries proposed to study that apocalyptic world together, and even formed a joint fleet to put pressure on the Great Shu Empire at their doorstep. However, the Great Shu Empire also withstood the huge pressure and only allowed a small number of research teams from various countries to conduct research. The things that Luo Wukong did alone made the entire Great Shu Empire anxious and exhausted. The Spark base in another world was also troubled by the 50 million players who suddenly walked out of the God-forbidden zone, and the number of 50 million was increasing at a terrifying rate. The Spark base did not know that there were still 250 million players in the God-forbidden zone. It was just that there were not enough zombies in the God-forbidden zone, otherwise those players would have broken through the God-forbidden zone long ago. The current situation in the God-forbidden zone is that these 250 million players are more than the zombies in the entire God-forbidden zone. Fortunately, in the God-forbidden zone formed by rules, zombies can be constantly refreshed, otherwise they will really be extinct. In order to control the players and consume the number of players, the Spark base replaced most of the surface personnel with players, letting the players act as cannon fodder. Those senior executives thought that the players were lazy and scattered, but they didn't know that as long as Luo Wukong raised his finger, he could let the players control all the surface bases. The City of Gods awakened all the biological weapons on the surface. The top leaders of the Spark base did not want to kill those biological weapons immediately. They wanted those biological weapons to reduce the number of players. However, in the eyes of many players, those wandering biological weapons are wild bosses. Relying on the players' strength that exceeds that of ordinary people, as well as the equipment and mechas provided by the Spark base, the players are better able to defend the various surface shelters than the general Spark base reconstruction personnel. On the other hand, the players who are active on the surface and build shelters naturally attracted the attention of the City of Gods. 40 million players are carrying out reconstruction work on the surface. This number is not small, and even makes the City of God think that the entire Spark base has been mobilized. Luo Wukong alone stirred up the situation of two worlds, and at this moment, Luo Wukong was fighting with the Black Shadow in the space of the sword fragments, where the 12 sword monuments were located. Ding! The sword in the Black Shadow's hand was cut off by Luo Wukong, and Luo Wukong rushed forward, stabbing the Black Shadow's throat with the long sword in his hand, but Luo Wukong saw that the Black Shadow was holding the broken sword to meet his sword. Bang! The sword in Luo Wukong's hand and the broken sword turned into powder together. The powerful impact force, with Luo Wukong and the Black Shadow as the center, rolled up the surrounding sand and dust into the sky. Feeling the severe pain in his arm, Luo Wukong looked down and saw that it was only the arm with bones left. Even if it was just a broken sword, the sword energy in it still cut Luo Wukong's arm to only bones. A large number of tentacles covered the arm with white bones and wanted to repair it, but it was too late. The opponent's attack had arrived. Although the sword was gone, the Black Shadow used his finger to turn the sword and slashed across Luo Wukong's neck. In an instant, warm blood spurted out. Luo Wukong was killed, but the next second Luo Wukong was resurrected and stood up from the ground. 9863rd death.
Come again. The sand condensed into a long sword in Luo Wukong's hand, and the sand around Luo Wukong was stained red with blood, and the broken swords stuck in the sand were densely packed, thousands of them. After dying so many times, Luo Wukong roughly understood what was going on with the Black Shadow. The Black Shadow had never used repeated sword moves when fighting with him, or in other words, when the Black Shadow fought with him, any attack was equivalent to a sword skill of the player. It is precisely because of this that Luo Wukong has died so many times and still has not found a flaw. Every time he fights after rebirth, although he faces a Black Shadow, his moves are completely different from the last time, as if Luo Wukong is facing a strange enemy who is always stronger than himself. That enemy, no matter how many times Luo Wukong fights, he can never be familiar with him, and he will always be so unknown. No wonder you didn't teach me any sword skills, because no one knows who the future enemy will be, and whether it will always be stronger than yourself. The only way is to move forward, face the enemy like the Black Shadow in front of me at this moment, and use the sword in your hand to counter the moves. No moves are better than moves, and there is no regret when the sword is out. I understand. Sword moves are just the shell. If there is no sword intent, it will eventually be a castle in the air. What you want to teach me is the sword intent, right? Luo Wukong seemed to understand something at that moment, and condensed a sword in his other hand again. The Black Shadow did not attack Luo Wukong at this time, but condensed two swords in his hand, just like Luo Wukong, intending to defeat the opponent with two swords. Luo Wukong closed his eyes, feeling the smell of blood in the air, feeling the breeze, feeling every broken sword here. Every broken sword is a failure, a death of his own. Every time he fights with the Black Shadow, the way and tactics are different, everyone's experience in life are different, so everyone's sword is different. What kind of sword is my sword? Luo Wukong entered a state of comprehension at this time, and asked himself. This state made Luo Wukong seem to turn into the world, into every broken sword, and every grain of dust. My sword is the person I decided to leave life, my life. Instantly, Luo Wukong opened his eyes, and the 12 sword monuments in the world burst into dazzling light, and the tens of thousands of broken swords on the ground began to tremble, as if resonating with Luo Wukong. In that haze, Luo Wukong seemed to see the birth of a child, then the first time he picked up a sword in his youth, then married and had children in middle age, to loneliness in old age, and finally ended his life in a quiet place. That was the life of Wei Chen, an ordinary life. No matter how prosperous it was when alive, it was all a dream bubble when he died. My sword is called Dream Bubble. The swords collided with each other, accompanied by a crisp sound, and the swords in Luo Wukong and the Black Shadow's hands were all broken. At the same time, all the broken swords stuck in the ground in this area were broken. Under Luo Wukong's gaze, the Black Shadow's head fell to the ground, and this time the Black Shadow was completely dissipated. Ding! Comprehend the incomplete sword intent of the talent. Ding! Comprehend the skill of the double sword flow Dream Bubble. Incomplete sword intent, talent. The sword intent comprehended through continuous death and fighting with the strong, but it is not complete. Maybe the life of the sword holder has not ended. When using sword weapons and skills, the power can be increased to a certain extent. Double sword flow Dream Bubble, skill. Looking at a person's life, it is all a dream bubble. A seemingly ordinary sword represents many lives that have turned into bubbles. Once the sword is out, the sword will have no regrets. Use this skill to instantly kill a single target, causing your own attack damage plus 9863 damage. Skill consumption 200 physical strength. Cooldown time 5 seconds. What does the question mark behind the skill of Dream Bubble mean? 9863 damage bonus. Isn't this the number of times I have died here? Could it be? Luo Wukong stared at the skill introduction of the double sword flow, Dream Bubble, and soon he figured it out. One death represents the end of one life, so this skill is determined by how many lives Luo Wukong has comprehended. 9863 times in the battle with the Black Shadow creature, representing Luo Wukong's experience of 9863 lives. Although it is not a real death for Luo Wukong, every battle after rebirth is a new experience. If I had known that my comprehension was lower, I would have died 100,000 more times. Luo Wukong felt a little sorry. Although the damage bonus of 9,863 points is not low, Luo Wukong is still a little dissatisfied. Luo Wukong saw the sword meaning in his talent column,
and Luo Yikong's sword meaning is his life. Luo Yikong has not completed this life, so the sword meaning is naturally incomplete. Maybe on the day when the sword meaning is complete, he may die. Luo Yikong could already imagine Lao Hui's expression of seeing a ghost. That guy thought Luo Yikong had to die at least 100,000 times before he could kill the Black Shadow again. Although killing the Black Shadow was not the goal, but understanding was the goal, Luo Yikong was still a little impatient to see Lao Hui's expression. Return! The light enveloped Luo Yikong. When Luo Yikong opened his eyes, he found himself lying on a sofa, and Lao Hui was looking out the window, especially absent-minded, thinking about something. I'm back. Luo Yikong moved his body and stood up from the sofa. He slept for 5 days, and Luo Yikong felt his body was stiff. I'm back in 5 days. How many times have you died honestly? Lao Hui heard Luo Yikong's voice, turned around and asked with a smile. 9,863 times. Luo Yikong said calmly. Perhaps after experiencing those 9,863 deaths, Luo Yikong is now numb to the pain of death. Don't worry. It's impossible to defeat that Black Shadow without 100,000 attempts. The first time you were able to kill that Black Shadow was just a surprise. Lao Hui patted Luo Yikong on the shoulder and comforted him, but his face still had that gloating, asking for punch smile. Luo Yikong didn't say much. He used 2 fingers as a sword, triggered his innate sword intent, and waved at Lao Hui, instantly cutting off a few strands of Lao Hui's hair. Damn it! Lao Hui couldn't help but scream, and so did Xianyuan Luoying, who had been in a cold war with Luo Yikong for a few days. Both were frightened by Luo Yikong's move. What kind of monster are you? Lao Hui thought he had superior swordsmanship, but he had relied on the power of the 12 sword monuments and died more than 100,000 times before he could comprehend a little bit of the fur. What kind of heaven-defying enlightenment is Luo Yikong? You have comprehended the sword rules. Xianyuan Luoying gritted her teeth. She also knew what this meant. People with high comprehension means that they will control more rules in the future. Whether it is a high-ranking existence or an ordinary person, their comprehension is the same as birth, random. But with Luo Yikong's weak level, he may not even feel the rules, so how can he comprehend the rules? With such a weak level, to reach this point, Xianyuan Luoying has only seen Luo Yikong in hundreds of thousands of years. Luo Yikong's current strength is too weak, and he does not completely control this world, otherwise his strength would be very terrifying. You are not a being from a higher world who came to repair it. Xianyuan Luoying had some doubts about Luo Yikong. In her opinion, it might be that only the strong who have already comprehended the rules can repair it so quickly. Don't think too much. If I were a powerful being from a higher world, I would have killed all the way there. Luo Yikong said to Xianyuan Luoying, but Xianyuan Luoying still couldn't accept Luo Yikong's comprehension speed. It was only 5 days. Fuck. How did you do it? So you passed the test of the 12 sword monuments in 5 days? Lao Hui grabbed Luo Yikong's collar excitedly. He was also a swordsman. He died more than 100,000 times before he was recognized by the 12 sword monuments and had the power to use the 12 swords. Only then did he kill Xianyuan Luoying. Yeah, less than 10,000 times. There won't be a loser who wants to die 100,000 times. Luo Yikong looked at Lao Hui beside him with a smirk, and the latter couldn't help twitching his mouth when he heard Luo Yikong's words. Fuck it. Forget it. I'll give you the title of the first genius of the Fireseed base for now. But your current strength is still too weak, at least you don't have complete control over this world. Without this world constantly providing you with energy, you can't use the 12 divine swords, even if you have been recognized by the 12 divine swords. Lao Hui looked up and down at Luo Yikong in front of him. He also knew that Luo Yikong's strength was still within the realm of low-level world life. What a pity. Otherwise I really want to see the 12 swords, Luo Yikong sighed with some regret. From Lao Hui and Xianyuan Luoying, Luo Yikong knew that it was the legendary sword that killed the gods. Ding! 10% of the world has been conquered, and 10% of the administrator's rights have been unlocked. Ding! Obtain the rights player body lock, player skill borrowing, external world skill inheritance. Hearing the system's prompt, Luo Wukong smiled faintly. In just 5 days, the speed of the players has exceeded his imagination. Luo Wukong looked at his own rights. The player body lock can help him lock the position of the real-world player's body, which can help him find Luo Yiling. And player skill borrowing means that Luo Wukong can borrow the skills of all players, except for some special skills. External world skill inheritance. This permission allows Luo Wukong to have the ability to inherit all skills outside the virtual rule world, which means that Luo Wukong can also use the skills of this world in the real world. Luo Wukong opened the administrator authority system, and in an instant, dense player skills appeared in front of Luo Wukong, and Luo Wukong could inherit and use those player skills at will. In this way, I can use all the player's skills and bring them to the real world. Luo Wukong was overjoyed. He knew what this meant. Lao Hui, I will leave the affairs of this world to you for the time being. I have to return to the real world once. Luo Wukong looked at Lao Hui beside him. The situation in City X and the real world is not optimistic now. Luo Wukong is very worried about his sister's fate. Safety. Then you'd better not leave for too long, because I don't have the means to control players. I understand. Luo Wukong nodded, and then ordered the system to return to the real world. As Luo Wukong unlocked the administrator rights, he became more and more proficient in using the system. Although he could not directly reach the location of his sister's body, he could reach the area near the body. Following the flash of white light, when Luo Wukong opened his eyes, he found himself in an empty street. This is Chang'an Street. Luo Wukong noticed the road sign on the side, and this is a medium-high risk area in City X, just one street away from the heavily infected area. As the troops of the Shu Empire officially took over the city, the streets of the city became empty, and Chang'an Street, which used to be more prosperous, was no exception. Yiling, she hasn't left the city yet. Luo Wukong has locked Luo Yiling's existence through the administrator authority system. Luo Wukong is a little surprised that Luo Yiling hasn't left the city yet. She is in the heavily infected area. Luo Wukong was shocked when she saw the location locked by the system. She thought Luo Yiling would be taken away from the city, but not only was she not taken away, she was also taken to the heavily infected area. Who are you? At this time, a voice came from behind, and Luo Wukong quickly controlled the devouring tentacles in his body, completely blocking his face. When Luo Wukong turned around, he saw a group of patrolling soldiers. When the other party saw Luo Wukong's face, they were stunned for a moment. Stop! Don't move! Soon they came to their senses, and all the guns in the hands of the soldiers were pointed at Luo Wukong, and they yelled at Luo Wukong. Boom! In an instant, Luo Wukong's arms turned into tentacles, knocking away the first few soldiers. When they saw their companions being attacked, the remaining soldiers opened fire on Luo Wukong. Da-day-day-day-day. The muzzle of the gun spewed flames, and dense bullets flew towards Luo Wukong. He activated the administrator authority, consumed several thousand energy coins, and took out the Ember laser sword from that world. Ding! 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 Sparks were flying everywhere. Luo Wukong waved the laser sword in his hand, splitting the flying bullets in two. At this moment, Luo Wukong was not only strengthened by the virus, and got rid of the category of ordinary human beings, but also on the 12-sword monument he died nearly 10,000 times in the space, which was already different from 5 days ago. With the powerful firepower and the flying sparks, Luo Wukong rushed in front of a soldier in almost a second. The latter had no time to react and was struck by Luo Wukong with the hilt of his laser sword. Hit the back of the neck and passed out. Call for support. Hurry! Those soldiers turned on their walkie-talkies and just called for support when Luo Wukong rushed into their midst. These well-trained soldiers were no match for Luo Wukong, but Luo Wukong did not kill them. Just knock him out. In less than 20 seconds, all the soldiers were eliminated by Luo Wukong, and no one was spared. Looking at the Shu Empire soldiers who fainted on the ground, Luo Wukong accelerated towards the heavily infected area without any pause. Go! The heavily infected area is only 1 block away from Chang'an Street. Luo Wukong already knew that the mysterious infectious disease that invaded the real world was the virus in the apocalyptic world. However, when Luo Wukong approached the heavily infected area, there was no Luo Yikong in the heavily infected area.
The chaos in Yikong's imagination turned out to be orderly.
The entire area has been completely sealed off, with 2 armored vehicles parked at the entrance and dozens of soldiers wearing protective suits guarding it. Drones are patrolling back and forth above the heavily infected area.
Are you forcing your way in?
Luo Yikong looked at the layout. The only thing that posed the greatest threat to him was the heavy machine guns on the 2 armored vehicles. Those things could tear his body apart in an instant. Luo Yikong thought for a while and decided to climb up to a nearby house, planning to jump from a high place to the heavily infected area, although he might be discovered by a drone. Luo Yikong came to an alley, then jumped up, and his arms turned into tentacles and burst out, helping Luo Yikong crawl easily.
Boom!
With a muffled sound, Luo Yikong successfully reached the top of the building. From this height, Luo Yikong could see the situation in the heavily infected area. Luo Yikong could see infected people who had turned into zombies in large iron cages.
Next to the iron cages were heavily armed soldiers and a small number of researchers.
The bodies of the dead were continuously transported to a temporarily dug large building. In the pit, they are burned intensively.
Is the situation already so serious? I didn't expect it to be under control.
Luo Yikong didn't expect that the unexpected leak would make the real world become so serious in such a short period of time. Fortunately, the Shu Empire had it under control.
However, the zombies have not yet mutated. The Shu Empire can still control them by relying on itself.
If mutations occur, they may not be able to defend themselves. A sound came from the sky, and a drone flew over from the front. Luo Yikong immediately seized the opportunity and jumped down from the building when the drone flew over, jumping towards the heavily infected area.
Luo Yikong has now escaped the category of human beings.
Even if his body is broken into pieces, as long as it is not completely destroyed, the remaining pieces can be reborn by swallowing. Jumping down from a building, ordinary people will definitely be smashed into a pulp, but for Luo Yikong now, it is as simple as jumping down the stairs.
Boom! Luo Yikong landed on one foot, and with him as the center, the surrounding concrete floor immediately appeared spiderweb-like cracks. The airflow generated at the moment of landing blew away the surrounding fallen leaves.
Fuck!
Broken bones!
Feeling the pain from his legs, Luo Yikong grinned. Now it seems that although his body has a strong recovery ability, his body defense is not very strong. Looking at the bones in his legs that pierced the flesh and blood and exposed to the air, Luo Yikong couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, and then a large number of tentacles began to cover the bones and began to recover. After recovering from the injury on his leg, Luo Yikong immediately hid himself and sneaked deep into the infected area.
Luo
Yikong avoided the patrol team, but as he approached the depths of the infected area, he could faintly hear the fierce gunshots. It seems that the situation inside is quite serious and has not been completely controlled. Luo Yikong frowned and sped up. Luo Yikong climbed over the fence and passed through the dense forest of the park. A huge white building appeared in Luo Yikong's eyes.
The building was symmetrical and beautiful. From a distance, it looked like a white palace.
The third research institute of the Great Shu Empire.
Luo Yikong was shocked when he saw the building.
Because the research institute was very special, the confidentiality level was much higher than that of the general management area. Luo Yikong had also heard some legends about the third research institute. At this moment, many blood-red tentacles were wrapped around the outside of the white building. Those tentacles were like vines wrapped around the white building, which looked very strange. And Luo Yikong also found that the blood-red tentacles were exactly the same as his own devouring tentacles. It seems that those guys used the blood cocoon that you didn't deal with when you transformed to create something extraordinary.
Xianyuan Luoying said with a sneer. It seems that the sudden blockade of the city is likely that there is something extraordinary under the research institute.
The tentacles continued to spread outside, and the soldiers outside continued to clean up with flamethrowers. At the same time, in order to prevent those soldiers from entering the research institute, the tentacles seemed to have life, attacking and devouring soldiers one by one. Yiling is down there. Luo Yikong looked at the research institute that had been surrounded by the Great Shu Empire troops, gritted his teeth, and Luo Yikong still made up his mind. The devouring tentacles burst out and covered his whole body. Then Luo Wukong burst out at full speed and rushed towards the encirclement of the Great Shu Empire troops at a speed beyond ordinary people. Who are you? Stop! Attack! Attack! Luo Wukong's sudden appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. Coupled with the devouring tentacles surging all over his body, the soldiers present saw Luo Wukong's appearance, and no one regarded Luo Wukong as a human being anymore. As the attack order was issued, the dense bullet net formed by the bullets covered Luo Wukong at that moment. Facing those bullets, Luo Wukong did not look back and let those bullets hit his body. As Luo Wukong approached those tentacles, he found that those tentacles did not attack him, and even made way for Luo Wukong. What's going on? Luo Wukong was a little puzzled when he saw this scene. After all, the scene of making way for him was really incredible. Don't forget, you are the mother, so all this is normal. Xian Yuan Luoying said lightly. As the mother, Luo Wukong may have a certain suppressive effect on those viruses. Am I a human, or a virus creature? Luo Wukong asked Xian Yuan Luoying. Strictly speaking, a quick check of your body will show that you are a concentrated virus, but you haven't lost your mind, so you can be considered a human. To be more precise, you should be considered a human who has evolved through the virus, while humans who fail to evolve will become zombies. The zombie virus created by my divine blood is a disaster for the lower world, but it can screen out humans who can evolve. Xian Yuan Luoying said calmly. In her opinion, as long as a few evolved humans are selected, it doesn't matter how much dust is sacrificed. There are so many worlds. Dust is too numerous to count. While talking, Luo Wukong has already rushed into the research institute, and as soon as Luo Wukong entered the institute, several zombies covered in blood and wearing protective clothing immediately pounced on him. Roar, roar, roar. Facing the zombies that pounced on him, Luo Wukong raised his hand, and a large number of devouring tentacles flew out, piercing through the protective clothing on the zombies, devouring them completely. Those tentacles have the ability to devour, so why did they leave these zombies behind? Luo Wukong was a little confused, but soon he seemed to think of something and deliberately left one of the zombies behind. Luo Wukong stretched out his hand and grabbed the head of the remaining zombie, stripped off all the protective clothing on his body, and then dragged the zombie to the elevator entrance. It's true. Luo Wukong pressed the zombie's head on the scanner, and the next second a laser swept through the zombie's eyes, and the elevator door opened. Let's go. Luo Wukong took out the laser sword from the system backpack, swung the sword and cut off the zombie's head. After dealing with the zombie, Luo Wukong walked into the elevator and pressed the button for the lowest underground floor. The elevator continued to descend. As the elevator continued to descend, Luo Wukong could feel that he was getting closer and closer to Luo Yiling, and the feeling became stronger and stronger. Ding dong! The elevator successfully reached the bottom. When Luo Wukong walked out of the elevator, he saw a huge underground space. There were all kinds of strange instruments in that space. In the center of that space, Luo Wukong saw a huge blood cocoon. Because of the existence of the blood cocoon, the blood-red devouring tentacles covered the entire underground space. Luo Wukong walked towards the huge blood cocoon that was more than 10 meters high. The blood-red tentacles that spread around it seemed to be able to sense Luo Wukong's arrival and automatically retreated. Luo Wukong came to the huge blood cocoon unimpeded. At this time, Luo Wukong was also sure that his sister Luo Yiling was inside. What's going on? Why is Xiaoling in there? Luo Wukong's face was a little ugly. He knew very well what the blood cocoon meant. He was very afraid that the person who came out of the cocoon was not Luo Yiling, but a person. A powerful zombie. I understand. The blood cocoon itself is the virus that broke away from your body. For others, it may be a source of infection, but for your sister, she is the perfect host for the virus. You and the virus have reached a symbiotic relationship. The virus has memorized your genes, so it mistook her for you, who has a similar bloodline to you. Shen Yuan Luoying seemed to understand something when she saw the huge blood cocoon, and explained to Luo Wukong. Then what will happen to my sister? Now that things have happened, Luo Wukong is left with only Luo Yiling's safety.
It is very possible that she will become a being like you. It seems that this is what they are doing down here. Luo Yikong frowned. She could feel that her sister's transformation was a little different. Luo Yikong was completely unconscious when she transformed into a cocoon, and Luo Yikong felt that the existence in the cocoon seemed to be guiding her. Cocoon Luo Yikong stretched out his hand and touched the huge blood cocoon. In an instant, a large number of tentacles burst out from the blood cocoon and pierced into Luo Yikong's arm like spikes. This sudden incident frightened Luo Yikong into quickly taking out his laser sword and cutting off his own arm. With a swing of the sword, a large amount of blood spurted out, and both the severed arm and the sprayed blood were completely swallowed up by the blood cocoon. Luo Yikong gritted his teeth and his face turned a little pale. Everything happened in an instant. If Luo Yikong hadn't reacted quickly enough, he might have been swallowed directly by the blood cocoon. A large number of tentacles began to pour out from the fracture of Luo Yikong's arm, repairing Luo Yikong's arm. At this time, the blood-red tentacles in the entire underground space began to stir, and the huge blood cocoon seemed to be alive, beating like a heart. Another mother body has been born, and she is very hungry. Xian Yuan Luoying reminded coldly that a mother body was being born in that blood cocoon, and it might not be weaker than Luo Yikong. Luo Yikong was holding a laser sword. He had to be mentally prepared. The being born from the blood cocoon was his sister Luo Yiling, and she was also a powerful mother zombie. If it is his sister Luo Yiling, Luo Yikong will naturally risk his life to ensure her safety. If it is a powerful maternal zombie, then Luo Yikong can only keep her here forever, otherwise for this world it's a complete disaster. In any case, the source of the disaster in this world is Luo Yikong, and Luo Yikong also plans to be responsible for this. What should I do? Luo Yikong asked Xin Yuan Luoying inside her body. She knew the virus better than he did. Luo Yikong wanted to ask her if there was any way to save Luo Yiling. This is her chance to transform. If she fails, your sister will become a female zombie, but if she succeeds, she will become the same existence as you. But there is a possibility of failure, isn't it? What I want is 100%. Luo Yikong doesn't want to take risks. If his sister Luo Yiling turns into a maternal zombie, Luo Yikong will regret it for the rest of his life. Now you know how to beg me. Damn it! It's okay to ask me to promise you, then I will show you mercy and tell you. Shen Yuan Luoying couldn't help but gnashed her teeth when she thought of what happened with Luo Yikong before. Let her find an opportunity for revenge. Say it. It's very simple, just rush in and take her out. As soon as Shen Yuan Luoying finished speaking, Luo Yikong slashed open the blood cocoon with a sword. Without any hesitation, Luo Yikong immediately jumped in. In an instant, the blood-red tentacles in the dense blood cocoon immediately locked onto Luo Yikong and penetrated inside Luo Yikong's body. You are crazy. I just said whatever I want. Shen Yuan Luoying did not expect Luo Yikong to be so decisive. She originally thought that Luo Yikong, knowing the devouring properties of the blood cocoon, would hesitate and finally kneel down to her to beg for mercy. But she didn't expect that Luo Yikong didn't even hesitate and dived straight in. It's over, it's over. I'm going to die. Shen Yuan Luoying was stunned. If Luo Yikong died, she would never survive. Tell me what to do now. Luo Yikong's performance was very dull, even though the tentacles in the blood cocoon were devouring his flesh and blood. He is just a guy who is related to you by blood. We have only been together for a few years. How can he be so desperate? Shen Yuan Luoying was very puzzled and roared in Luo Yikong's mind. For Shen Yuan Luoying, the life of ordinary people is too short. It is precisely because of this that she does not understand Luo Yikong. As for Luo Yikong said these two words lightly. Okay. If you are outside, there may be a way, but now that you have entered this blood cocoon, there is only one way left. Shen Yuan Luoying's expression is not very good now. This is the only way. The method is completely life-threatening. What can I do? Tell me. Luo Yikong endured the pain and used the devouring tentacles in his body to fight against the tentacles in the blood cocoon.
The only way is, as soon as Shenyuan Luoying finished speaking, the blood cocoon tentacles surrounding Luoyikong were opened, and a spacious space appeared in front of Luoyikong, and Luoyikong also saw Luo Yiling, who was without any clothes on his body. At this moment, Luo Yiling is connected to a large number of devouring tentacles and is in a coma. Don't look at it. I can't hold on for long. Shenyuan Luoying's voice was a little weak, and it was obvious that she had used her own strength again this time. Luoyikong exploded at full speed, rushed in front of Luo Yiling, swung his sword to cut off all the tentacles connected to Luo Yiling's body, and then hugged Luo Yiling into his arms. Break! Luoyikong shouted loudly, swung his sword with all his strength, split the blood cocoon, and rushed out from the gap. After losing the body of Luo Yiling, the entire blood cocoon, including the tentacles covering the entire institute, lost their vitality at that moment. Luoyikong took off his coat and put it on Luo Yiling. Now it seemed that Luo Yiling was temporarily safe. Luoyikong interrupted Luo Yiling's loss of control. Thank you, Luoyikong thanked Shenyuan Luoying. Not long ago, she thought that this guy would die with her, but she didn't expect that this time he actually helped her a lot. It's really bad luck to be parasitic on you. Shenyuan Luoying's voice was a little weak. She was originally an enemy of Luoyikong, but now she has become Luoyikong's helper. She is in such a state. Shenyuan Luoying is completely crying in her heart. We have to deal with this. Luoyikong looked at the huge blood cocoon. Now he and Luo Yiling are both a virus concentration. If a drop of blood is not handled properly, it may cause a zombie crisis, not to mention the blood cocoon left by this transformation. Luoyikong gently put Luo Yiling down, then walked to the blood cocoon, put his hand in front of it, and then a large number of devouring tentacles burst out and began to devour the blood cocoon. As Luoyikong continued to devour the blood cocoon, the blood-colored tentacles that spread throughout the institute began to be constantly recovered by the blood cocoon. Luoyikong had already made plans in his mind. Since Luo Yiling was brought here, he would definitely not be able to return to his original residence. Luoyikong was not sure whether this was just a coincidence or Lu Zuiki had exposed herself, but for Luoyikong now, things had already happened and it was impossible for him to survive as an ordinary person in the Great Shu Empire. With Luoyikong's action, all the tentacles of the entire institute and the huge blood cocoon were completely swallowed up by Luoyikong, and Luoyikong also knew that as the tentacles were swallowed up, the people outside would soon come in. Luoyikong picked up Luo Yiling and opened his administrator authority system, looking for the possibility of allowing Luo Yiling's body to travel to that world like himself. Got it. Luoyikong quickly found the body contract in the exchange list, which allows players to ignore the world and directly transfer their bodies and consciousness to the designated world, which requires 8,000 energy coins. Luoyikong did not hesitate at all and clicked on the exchange directly. After all, there was no place for Luo Yiling in this world. A golden light flew out of Luo Yiling's body, and then Luo Yiling's player system changed. Even in this world, Luo Yiling could call out his own system, but he could not inherit the player's ability. Brother, at this time, a weak voice came, and Luoyikong looked down and saw that Luo Yiling had woken up. At this time, Luo Yiling's eyes could see, and she recognized Luoyikong's identity at once. You know everything. Luoyikong did not disguise his voice and appearance at this time. It seemed that the little girl knew it a long time ago. Although I couldn't see it before, the touch and smell will not change. Mr. God is you, brother. Luoyikong nodded slightly and did not deny it. Since he had been recognized by Luo Yiling, there was no need to pretend. Where are my parents? Luoyikong asked Luo Yiling. After all, his parents were taken away with Luo Yiling. My parents and I were the ones who were tested to be the most suitable for that thing, but my parents didn't make it, and only I survived. When Luo Yiling said this, his eyes dimmed, and Luoyikong was mentally prepared. I know. Luoyikong's heart sank, but despite this, he still behaved very calmly and did not show anything wrong in front of his sister. For Luoyikong, his father was a person he hated very much. He was addicted to alcohol and violence, so he completely left him to live after he became an adult. As for his mother, although they had not seen each other for many years, the feelings were still there. Although he had been mentally prepared, Luoyikong was still very uncomfortable. Brother, they have gone to your residence. You must not go back now. Luo Yiling suddenly thought of something and reminded Luo Yikong that it seemed that because of his being in that apocalyptic world, he missed the people who came to arrest him. From the current point of view, Lu Zuiqi's affairs have not been exposed, but it just happened that the blood cocoon left by himself when he transformed in that park was collected. In addition, the Future Foundation must have a cooperative relationship with this research institute. It happened to treat Luo Yiling as a guinea pig under the name of treatment, and accidentally discovered that Luo Yiling, who was close to him in blood, had a strong compatibility with the virus. I know. But Xiaoling, you should know the changes that have taken place in our bodies. Our existence will be the biggest threat to this world. For some ambitious people, the things in our bodies are even more terrible weapons. There is no place for us in this world. Luo Yikong is very clear about the current situation. Now that the zombie virus has appeared in this world, the only possibility to change everything is to attack the doomsday and rewrite the rules to completely change everything. I know. Brother, Luo Yiling nodded and leaned on Luo Yikong's arms. Then we can only go to that world. As soon as Luo Yikong finished speaking, a ray of light enveloped it and took Luo Yikong away from this world. In the residential area of the Spark Base, in Lao Hui's residence at this time, a ray of light descended, and Luo Yikong and Luo Yiling appeared from the light, and Lao Hui had been waiting for Luo Yikong here for a long time. When he saw Luo Yikong holding Luo Yiling in his arms and wearing a coat, he suddenly looked strange. She is my sister Luo Yiling, find me some clothes. Luo Yikong didn't say any more nonsense to Lao Hui, and Lao Hui hurried to Bai Shui's room and took out a set of clothes. Will it be okay for you to take the clothes of that evil woman? Luo Yikong thought of Bai Shui's fierce look and couldn't help asking. Who cares? Lao Hui didn't care, anyway, he was off and beaten. Xiaoling, go to that room to change clothes first. Okay, brother. Luo Yiling nodded, picked up the clothes and went into the room next to him. Beast. Really a beast. After Luo Yiling left, Lao Hui looked at Luo Yikong in front of him and cursed inside. Why do you curse people right away? Luo Yikong was a little unhappy. He was about to raise his fist to hit Lao Hui, but was stopped by Lao Hui. Wait. Are you siblings? Lao Hui suddenly asked, and Luo Yikong nodded. Brother and sister who have been separated for many years, just met recently. Alas. I sympathize with you. If it is true love, it is not impossible, get lost. Lao Hui patted Luo Yikong's shoulder. At this time, Luo Yikong finally understood what this old guy meant. He kicked him and knocked him onto the sofa. Let me tell you about the current situation. My sister has become the same as me, and I'm afraid I can't go back to my original world. If my sister and I go back now, we'll probably be caught in the laboratory and sliced for research. So we can only move to this world, but I can still control the players, and I can continue to bring more players from my original world. Luo Yikong said to Lao Hui with a serious expression. Luo Yikong planned to let the players directly overthrow the Spark Base, and then the players would inherit the entire base and fight against the entire God City. When will we act? Lao Hui frowned and asked Luo Yikong. He also understood what Luo Yikong meant. It's easy to occupy a place, but it's hard to win the hearts of the people. Luo Yikong thought that even if the players occupied the Spark Base, the players as outsiders would definitely be excluded. Although Luo Yikong used the player task function to let the players make a lot of contributions to the base and gained a lot of people's hearts, it was still far from enough. How many people other than players can you make listen to you? At least after most of the players leave, they will obey you. After leaving? What do you mean? For the Spark Base, there are many players, and they are outsiders. If the players manage the Spark Base and occupy most of the resources of the Spark Base, many people will definitely be dissatisfied. So the real goal of the players should be the surface, but the Spark Base must also be united. Luo Yikong thought for a while and explained to Lao Hui. I understand. Give me 3 days, Lao Hui sighed and nodded. Explosion brother, Luo Yiling changed her clothes and walked out, but Lao Hui had already left at this time. Xiaoling, change. There are some things that I have to explain to you. First of all, as you can see, I can not only travel between these two worlds at will, but all the players are also brought to this world by me. Luo Yikong looked at Luo Yiling in front of him and confessed everything to her directly. After all, even if Luo Yikong didn't say it, Luo Yiling knew it. I didn't expect that so many things have happened to you, brother, after all these years. But no matter what happens, I will always stay by your side. Because brother is my only relative. Luo Yiling's eyes became dim when she said this. Don't worry. I'm here. Luo Yikong smiled slightly, stretched out his hand and rubbed Luo Yiling's head. Well, I know that you have been protecting me all the time. Luo Yiling knew that Luo Yikong was the existence behind the player. Thinking of the powerlessness when facing the Doomsday Spider Emperor of the 1000 level, it was Luo Yikong who took action to protect her at that time. Although there is no death penalty for players dying in the dungeon, it made Luo Yiling feel warm. Boom! At this time, a deafening sound came from outside, and then the entire base was instantly plunged into darkness. This darkness only lasted for a few seconds, and then with the support of the base's backup energy, it resumed its long-distance rotation again. Luo Yikong stuck his head out of the window and looked outside. He saw that the center of the base was billowing with thick smoke, and the fire was still burning. That place is the energy reactor of the fire base, that place is the energy heart of the fire base, and it should be strictly protected. Luo Yikong stared at that direction, frowning slightly, and this kind of accident happened at this time. Brother, what happened just now? Luo Yiling walked to Luo Yikong and looked at the billowing smoke in the distance with some worry. Nothing, the energy reactor of the spark base exploded, but if it is not repaired quickly, the spark base will not last long. Luo Yikong knew very well that if the spark base had no energy, it would be like a person without blood. Everything in the spark base needed energy to operate, whether it was the defense system, the weapons factory, or the crop cultivation center. Although there was backup energy, it would not last long, and it could only supply basic lighting and essential important facilities. But what made Luo Yikong curious was how the energy reactor that had been running for 20 years could suddenly explode. In fact, in addition to the energy crisis, there was one thing Luo Yikong did not tell Luo Yiling. That is radiation. With the explosion of the energy reactor, the radioactive dust had spread everywhere, and it was unknown whether the spark base could handle it well. Although Luo Yiling and Luo Yikong were now virus bodies, Luo Yikong did not know whether the radiation would affect him, but in order not to worry Luo Yiling, Luo Yikong still did not tell her this. Luo Yikong's communicator vibrated, and as Luo Yikong connected the communicator, Lao Hui's voice came from the other side. Did you see that? The energy reactor exploded. I saw it, what was the reason? Luo Yikong asked Lao Hui. The guy was very well informed and might know something. According to the latest news from the Spark base, the energy reactor exploded because of a player. Player? Luo Yikong frowned. Although he did not restrict the players, why did the players risk their lives to blow up the reactor at the Spark base? I'll tell you when I get back. Okay. Luo Yikong nodded and turned off the communicator. It seemed that Lao Hui was afraid that the Spark base had eavesdropped on something from the communicator. Luo Yikong waited quietly in Lao Hui's house. After waiting for a few minutes, Lao Hui rushed over in a hurry. What's going on? Don't you want to know who the player who attacked the energy reactor is? Look for yourself. Lao Hui released a projected photo from the communicator, and the guy in the photo was Luo Yikong himself. Fuck! What the hell is going on? Luo Yikong looked at his photo and was confused for a while. Although it is not clear whether the energy reactor was an accident or intentional, in short, the Spark base found a player to take the blame, and this is very unfavorable for our actions 3 days later. Lao Hui knew that for the Spark base, the players were basically outsiders who were taken in by them, and these outsiders not only destroyed their energy reactor, but also took advantage of the fire to rob. Even if the players successfully controlled the Spark base in the end, I am afraid that more than 90% of the people in the Spark base would not accept it. It seems that those guys still can't forget me, the first player to come to the Spark base, Luo Yikong sighed. When he first came to the Spark base, he was still escorted in by them. So even if you are in my house now, don't show your original face. I'm afraid you will be beaten to death.
Lao Hui warned Luo Yikong. Although he knew that Luo Yikong was framed, the people in the Spark base didn't believe it. Okay, Luo Yikong reluctantly took out the simulation mask that Lao Hui gave him from the system backpack and put it on his face. Is this okay? But will our plan be leaked? Luo Yikong asked with some concern. After all, everything was too coincidental. Bullshit, I haven't had time to act yet, so only you and I know about this plan. It seems that the Spark base can no longer tolerate the increasing number of players, so they want to put the blame on the players. Let the impression of the Spark base and the players completely deteriorate, and the good impression that was finally left will be gone. They want to force all the huge number of players out of the Spark base and go to the surface. If the players are obedient, they will be their cannon fodder. If the players are not obedient, they can also rely on the defense of the Spark base to hold on. No matter what the players are like, when the God City comes, the players will definitely be the first line facing the God City. So the players have only one way, that is to rebuild the surface. Luo Yikong thought about it. In fact, this situation is not very bad, because players can unlock their administrator privileges by rebuilding the surface. It seems that we are not the only ones who are anxious. The old guys in the Spark base are even more anxious. Old Hui, let's rebuild the surface for them to see. Luo Yikong smiled faintly. Now that something like this has happened in the Spark base, the guys in the base will definitely not have a good impression of the players. So Luo Yikong will let the players use their strength to prove who is the savior. In a shelter somewhere on the surface, a group of players are controlling mechas to build their own shelters. Compared with those guys in the Spark base who are eager to return to the surface, the players' enthusiasm is not inferior to them. Luo Yikong has set a rule for all players through the system. As long as all players successfully build a qualified shelter on the surface, they can obtain the ownership of the shelter. This ownership is not given by the Spark base, but by Luo Yikong's administrator authority system. Even if the Spark base does not recognize the player, under the granting of the system, the player has all the control over the shelter. Under the influence of the rules, even if the Spark base wants to seize it, it will find that it cannot control all the facilities in the shelter. After the explosion of the energy reactor at the Spark base responded quickly, dealt with the explosion crisis quickly, and arranged personnel to start building a new energy reactor. As for the players, under the frame-up of the Spark base, all players are prohibited from entering the Spark base without special circumstances. Most of the players were sent to the surface and incorporated into the advance team. The players were completely confused about all this, but for the reputation of the fire base, they had no choice but to accept it. Of course, as long as Luo Yikong was willing, players could occupy the fire base at any time, but where there was oppression, there would be resistance. Players did not need to fight to the death with those people in the fire base. Luo Yikong's target was only those selfish high-level people. Xiaoling, you have to level up well, otherwise you can't protect yourself in this world. After all, there are still many powerful monsters in this world. There are more than 1,000 level monsters and 10,000 level monsters. Luo Yikong looked at the players who were building the base in front of him from a distance, and then glanced at Luo Yiling, who was wearing a dress beside him, and said, "Brother, can't you raise me to the maximum level at once?" Luo Yiling said with a mischievous smile, while Luo Yikong stretched out his finger and tapped Luo Yiling's head gently. "Let's not talk about whether I have unlocked this permission or not. Even if I have it, I can't become a real strong man if I don't get it by my own strength. Xiaoling, I hope you can become a strong man, and I also hope I can become a strong man. Only in this way, I won't lose you." Luo Yikong only has Luo Yiling as his relative. The forced separation when he was a child is still vivid in his mind. Luo Yikong doesn't want that to happen again. "I understand, brother. I will definitely become stronger than everyone else. When the time comes, you will be the first, and I will be the second." Luo Yiling held the other shore in his hand, with a sweet smile on his face. Spark base. At this moment, the place where the energy reactor exploded has been blocked. In order to prevent radiation from affecting the residents of the Spark base, after the explosion subsided, the Spark base began to build a huge sarcophagus and seal it in it.
On the high tower of the Spark base, an old man looked at the sarcophagus under construction with a faint smile on his face. As one of the senior executives of the Spark base, he naturally knew that the explosion of the energy reactor had nothing to do with the players. It just happened that they needed to suppress the players, and the players naturally became the scapegoat. It seems that the thing under our base is getting more and more brutal. This time it even caused the energy reactor to explode. The old man glanced at the young man next to him and said, and the young man was the old man's son. Because he was born in his old age, he loved his son very much. Yes. Fortunately, it was just a small accident, otherwise I'm afraid our entire Spark base would be gone. The young man looked frightened. He knew very well what kind of existence was hidden under this base. Hunger, this thing below is the last trump card for us old guys, and it is also the last trump card to maintain our power. Maybe in the future, when the God City is destroyed, we old guys will not exist, but the things below can make our descendants always high and mighty. Remember, we must not fight among the top leaders, and we must be united against the outside world, otherwise our power will be taken away by the untouchables below. The old man looked at his son beside him and said earnestly. In his son's eyes, it was kindness, but in the eyes of others, it was cruelty. Is the untouchable that father is talking about Luo Hui? The young man couldn't help asking. Luo Hui is just a useless person now. When we took away his goddaughter, he couldn't even resist. The old man smiled coldly, and he was very disdainful of Luo Hui, even though he was so strong. Then why didn't father and uncles kill him? Instead, let him live forever? The young man was a little puzzled. Although the legendary Luo Hui had become a useless person, killing him was the best choice. You don't understand this. Luo Hui had a very high reputation among the civilians back then. We came here secretly to make him a useless person. If we kill him directly, it will cause unrest in the Spark base. If a ruler has no people, is he still a ruler? Moreover, Luo Hui has a relationship with those guys in the black market. If we assassinate him, it will only hurt both sides. It is better to watch him become a useless person who would rather die than live, and then erase his past traces bit by bit. But father, aren't you afraid? What are you afraid of? If he really had the strength he once had, why would he have endured these 10 years? He was terrible in the past, so terrible that he didn't seem like a being that this world should have. The old man's eyes condensed, and he couldn't help but think of that terrible being 20 years ago. Even the city of gods had to retreat. That's right. If he had that strength, he wouldn't have to endure it for so long. The young man nodded. Hunger, the untouchables I asked you to beware of are not just Luo Hui, but also the player who suddenly appeared, and everyone under our rule. As long as we have the identity of the savior and possess strong power, we will naturally be their king, and they will not resist the savior who can keep them alive, but will only be willing to be ruled. But once those untouchables wake up one day, we will have to become demons and use force to make them surrender. Father, I understand. Ha 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 ha. After solving the problem of the holy city, not only this Spark base, but everything on this planet will be controlled by our Spark high level. For thousands of years, we will dominate the lives and deaths of billions of people. The old man stared at the brightly lit Spark base in the distance, his eyes full of the flames of ambition. Space ding. The administrator's rights unlocking progress has reached 20%, and the rights exotic space travel, breath hiding, world technology tree unlocking, the system's prompt sound suddenly came. Hearing this system's prompt sound, Luoikong was also shocked and suddenly sat up from the ground. Now it seems that the Spark base expelled all the players to the surface, but it helped Luoikong, allowing Luoikong to control the world faster. Luoikong couldn't wait to open the world technology tree function, which contained various development routes of world civilizations. At present, the main development route of this apocalyptic world is technology, and there are many small branches in the technology route. One of the small branches is the most prominent, and it says genetic technology. Luoikong looked at it and found that he could only influence the small branches in the technology route. If he wanted to point out the big branch route outside of technology, he had to devour the relative world. However, even if it is a small branch in the technology development route, if you want to point it out, you will spend a lot of energy coins, 1 million. Luo Wukong glanced at his energy coins. As he recruited a large number of players, his energy coins have now reached a terrifying 3 million energy coins. He can still afford this 1 million. Luo Wukong found a branch interstellar colonization in the technology route and spent 1 million energy coins to fill it up directly. In an instant, an invisible force suddenly descended, affecting the thinking of everyone in this world, including Luo Wukong himself. Even the problems that have not been solved for many years have found a solution in that moment. At the same time, in the shipyard of the Spark base, an old man threw a piece of blueprint in front of him on the ground and laughed, because a lot of knowledge about space battleships suddenly appeared in his mind, and those top-secret technologies that were originally the city of God, they only knew a little bit. But at this moment, the top-secret and complex technology gave him a feeling of sudden enlightenment. So the old man stopped hesitating and quickly drew the idea in his head on paper. The moment Luo Wukong filled the small branch of the technology route, it directly affected the whole world, but even if it was filled, this world could not immediately reach the level of interstellar colonization. They still needed time to develop, and this development time started from 100 years. 100 years, Luo Wukong looked at the world technology tree and sighed helplessly. Although the potential for technological development is huge, it requires accumulation from generation to generation, and the accumulation of technology takes at least 100 years. 100 years is nothing to you, Xianyuan Luoying's voice came from his mind, which also made Luo Wukong stunned. What do you mean? From the moment you become a virus body, as long as you keep devouring, you will not age. This is also the power of this god's blood. But there is one thing I didn't expect. You can use the system to give the world rules before you completely control the world. But it's normal to think about it. The virtual god was once a very powerful existence. Xianyuan Luoying could feel the rules that Luo Wukong gave to the world at that moment. Even ordinary gods couldn't do this, because it meant completely merging with the world's Tao. Because there are some side effects, no so-called gods would do this. Is that so? But this god still reminds you that the closer you are to the Tao, the more indifferent you will be to emotions, including the 7 emotions and 6 desires, until they disappear completely. You will completely become the world, or the puppet of the world. Although I don't know whether you have merged with the rules, it's better to remind you. Xianyuan Luoying didn't want Luo Wukong to become an emotionless existence, which would not be of any benefit to her. I know. Thank you for your reminder. Luo Wukong expressed his gratitude to Xianyuan Luoying. Before he became a so-called god and controlled the world, the rules were always invisible to Luo Wukong, and his understanding was naturally not as deep as Xianyuan Luoying's. It seems that the world technology tree can change the power and development system of this world, but it takes a long enough time to make the change. Luo Wukong thought about it and activated his other authority for in space travel. The skill seemed to be able to take him to a designated world. If there is no designated world, then he will arrive at a random world. As Luo Wukong activated his authority, he gently moved his finger forward, and a space crack appeared in front of Luo Wukong, but compared to the transmission crack, this crack seemed more violent. Once the crack opened, the powerful suction began to devour everything around it. The crack was filled with violent space power, turning all the gravel sucked into powder. Luo Wukong was closest to the crack. When the crack opened, Luo Wukong was unable to resist the strong suction and was directly sucked into it. However, Luo Wukong was a half-baked administrator of this world after all. Under the protection of an invisible force, the violent space force could not hurt Luo Wukong at all. Luo Wukong was sucked into the space crack, and the crack closed, and the light outside was completely cut off. Darkness enveloped Luo Wukong. The strange thing was that the darkness seemed to have a shape and kept surging. All worlds are born in darkness, and the surging darkness is called chaos. When you can open up space and chaos and create a world, you can be called the Supreme Creator God. But the worlds I have seen are all born naturally in chaos, and the Creator God is a concept in legend. Xianyuan Luoying explained to Luo Wukong who was in chaos. If Luo Wukong was not protected by the power of the system, the chaos would be enough to instantly turn Luo Wukong into the original state of everything and become a part of the chaos. Luo Wukong was floating in the chaos, and soon he saw a light in front of him, and the light came from a tiny space crack.
Luo Wukong floated over and stretched out his hand to cut the finger-sized space crack. In an instant, the crack expanded. Luo Wukong did not hesitate and plunged into the crack. As Luo Wukong entered the crack closed instantly. Bang! Luo Wukong fell heavily to the ground. The strange red light enveloped everything around him. Luo Wukong looked around and found himself in a ruin. When Luo Wukong looked up at the sky, he saw a blood moon occupying the sky. Is that the moon? Why is it so red? Luo Wukong looked at the blood moon. The blood-red light gave Luo Wukong a cold feeling, and also exuded a vague sense of oppression. This sense of oppression was not directed at Luo Wukong, but at all living things on the surface. Luo Wukong had just arrived in this world when he found that the power of his administrator authority system was greatly suppressed. This suppression gave Luo Wukong a breathless feeling, and Luo Wukong could no longer perceive his original world. Fortunately, the power obtained in the player system can still be inherited. It is indeed the satellite of this planet, but why did it become the blood moon? Hide your breath. Shen Yuan Luoying was also confused, and suddenly she seemed to feel something and shouted to Luo Wukong. Luo Wukong did not hesitate and immediately used the breath of one of his powers to hide, but he was still a step too late. What is that? Instantly, the space above the sky was torn apart, accompanied by the sound of thunder. Luo Wukong looked up and saw countless intertwined red lightnings. Those red lightnings intertwined into a huge blood-red lightning eye, staring at Luo Wukong, who was like an ant underground. Not good. There are gods in this world, and they are going to attack you now. Shen Yuan Luoying shouted in panic, but Luo Wukong could not see Shen Yuan Luoying's expression. At this time, Shen Yuan Luoying's face turned pale with fear. The blood-red lightning eye stared at Luo Wukong with supreme pressure, as if everything on the surface was not worth mentioning in front of the supreme existence in the sky. Luo Wukong's intrusion without concealing his aura was obviously regarded as an intruder from another world by the ruler of this world. Is it useful to explain to the guy in the sky now? Don't even think about it. The other party directly used the rules to kill you. That was the embodiment of the rules. There was no intention to give you a chance to live. Shen Yuan Luoying knew that the one in the sky was not the real body, but even so, Luo Wukong could not resist it now. Boom! With a loud bang, the whole world seemed to be torn apart. A red lightning fell from the sky. In the violent energy, Luo Wukong's body was directly turned into ashes. The heavy rain washed away the traces on the surface. It had been 7 days since Luo Wukong was struck by the devastating lightning. The original city ruins were replaced by a giant pit with a diameter of 1 kilometer and a maximum depth of 400 meters. Under the accumulation of the rain, a puddle formed at the bottom of the giant pit. Run! Little mouse! Hurry up! Faster! If you don't hurry up, you'll be killed. The bloody rainy night under the blood moon looked very strange. In that rainy night, a group of fully armed soldiers were chasing a group of slaves in shackles. However, the physical fitness of those soldiers was obviously beyond that of ordinary people. They were flying over the eaves and walls on the ruins, and they looked as light as a swallow. Facing a group of ragged, thin and weak slaves in shackles, they should have been able to catch up easily, but they chose to play with them slowly, just like a cat playing with its prey. Soon the slaves were forced to the side of the huge pit of the ruins. They had no way out. Fight them! Fight! Everyone looked at the huge pit behind them, showing despair. At this time, they chose to fight to the death and rush towards the soldiers, but the next second the soldiers picked up their guns. As the leading soldier waved his hand, a large amount of energy lasers flew out from the muzzle and penetrated the bodies of the slaves. Aha! Damn monster! Monster, go to hell with me! Child! My child! The dense energy laser penetrated and tore the body of each slave. A mother who was protected by everyone behind and on the edge of the cliff was not spared. In order to protect her child, she was penetrated by the laser and was shot to death along with the child in her arms. The bodies mixed with blood and rain fell into the huge pit behind. Soon the massacre fell silent, and the slaughterers' arrogant laughter ended it all. But the rain continued to fall. This world is called the Blood Moon World. Legend has it that more than 1,000 years ago, the star that illuminated the planet was hidden behind the blood moon. For 1,000 years, humans lived like slaves under the bloodlight. At the bottom of the ruins, the puddle at the bottom was dyed bright red, and many bodies of last night's victims floated on it. As the heavy rain stopped, the bloody smell was difficult to cover up. At the edge of the puddle, a girl covered in blood and mud slowly opened her eyes, but as soon as she moved her body, she felt unbearable pain all over her body. The girl looked down at her legs. Her right leg was twisted to an exaggerated degree. Although she escaped the massacre of those guys, she was seriously injured and dying from rolling down from there. It was a great luck that she didn't die. The girl knew that with her current injuries, it was very difficult for her to move, let alone climb out of the pit. She was now just dying a slow death in pain. The girl looked at the water surface. The muddy water had been dyed red with blood, and many corpses were floating on it. But at this time, the girl noticed that in the center of the puddle, there were some blood-colored tentacles wriggling, swallowing the surrounding corpses like sucking jelly. The seriously injured girl could only watch all this quietly. It was difficult for her to move her fingers now. As the tentacles continued to devour, the number of corpses floating on the water surface became fewer and fewer, and in the embrace of the dense tentacles that devoured everything, a human figure gradually condensed and became complete in the continuous devouring. The girl had never seen such a strange scene before. As the last corpse was devoured, a young man in his 20s without clothes appeared in front of her. And that man was Luoikong, who was blasted into pieces 7 days ago. That attack missed a part of his limbs, which gave him the possibility of devouring and rebirth. Luoikong devoured those corpses, and a large number of memory fragments poured into Luoikong's brain. Although they were only memory fragments, Luoikong could see their pain and emotions, which were their lives of constant torture and oppression. Luoikong closed his eyes and began to digest and process those painful memory fragments. "Are you still alive?" After digesting those memory fragments, Luoikong came to the girl, and the girl looked at Luoikong with fear. "Blood race," the girl stared at Luoikong and said in a weak voice, but because of the serious injury, Luoikong fainted before she could ask anything. "Blood race?" Luoikong frowned slightly. In the memory fragments obtained by swallowing those human corpses, Luoikong also saw a monster similar to humans. "I'm lucky this time. I survived." Just as Luoikong was thinking, Xianyuan Luoying's relieved voice came from his head. She was also grateful for surviving the disaster. She almost disappeared with Luoikong. "Yeah, but the feeling of swallowing the same kind is really disgusting," Luoikong stuck out his tongue. This was the first time Luoikong swallowed humans. Although these humans had not died for a long time, Luoikong could still feel some of their memories and emotions, which made Luoikong feel very resistant. For high-level life, low-level life is simply consumable. You have to overcome this psychological barrier. Xianyuan Luoying said to Luoikong earnestly. In Xianyuan Luoying's opinion, Luoikong's current growth potential can completely get rid of those low-level life and reach a higher level. Losing the feelings for low-level life is beneficial to Luoikong. But consumables cannot have feelings, and cannot have their own lives, but they do, forget it. This time, you must hide your breath well, otherwise you may not survive next time. Xianyuan Luoying also gave up persuading Luoikong. This kind of thing will only be understood when he stands at a higher position to look at the world. Now Xianyuan Luoying only hopes that Luoikong will not expose his breath from another world and be targeted by the existence behind this world again. Don't worry. With the first lesson, Luoikong dare not expose his breath from another world casually. The existence behind this world is much stronger than the current Luoikong. Luoikong opened the administrator authority system and compared the time flow rate of the apocalyptic world where the player was and this world. He found that 2 days in this Blood Moon world was equal to 1 day in the world of the Firebase, and 1 day in Luoikong's real world was equal to 5 days in the Firebase. This means that Luoikong stayed in this Blood Moon time for 10 days, and only 1 day in the real world actually passed. Luoikong glanced at the dying girl. He knew that if he didn't treat her in time, the girl might not last long.
At present, Luo Wukong didn't know much about this world, so he needed the girl to survive. Luo Wukong stretched out his hand to the girl, and a large number of blood-colored tentacles burst out, completely wrapping the girl. Then Luo Wukong's legs began to exert force and rushed out of the pit with the girl. Luo Wukong turned into a black shadow and rushed out of the pit. It only took Luo Wukong a few minutes to rush out of the 400-meter deep pit. Luo Wukong brought the girl to the edge of the pit, turned his head and looked at the pit with a diameter of 1 kilometer behind him, and couldn't help but feel a little scared. Such a big pit seemed to have been bombed by a nuclear bomb. Luo Wukong didn't expect that there was such a power behind this world. What kind of world is this? Luo Wukong looked up at the sky. No matter when, the blood moon that occupied half of the sky always existed, giving people a sense of oppression looking down on all living things. In the memories of those who died, Luo Wukong learned that this world seemed to be not very friendly to humans. Humans in this world were either killed or became slaves. What are you going to do with this little girl? Swallow it directly? Shen Yuan Luoying looked at Luo Wukong putting the girl on the ground and couldn't help asking. Am I that kind of person? Luo Wukong couldn't help but blush. Although for a virus-like existence like Luo Wukong, swallowing everything is the fastest way to become stronger, Luo Wukong has not yet reached the point of swallowing everyone he sees. Luo Wukong took out a biological recovery potion from the spark base from the system backpack and injected it into the girl's body. This biological recovery potion from the spark base is specially used to treat soldiers on the battlefield and has a strong recovery ability. Even some serious injuries that require surgery can be restored to their original state with a simple potion. As the potion was injected into the body, Luo Wukong could see the girl's red blood bar rising continuously, and the original wound began to grow granulation, and the bones at the fractured parts began to automatically correct and repair. The world where the spark base is located has extremely advanced biotechnology. Even if the spark base is not as technologically advanced as the God City, the potion produced can still revive the dead and turn bones into flesh. Looking at the girl's injuries that recovered quickly, Luo Wukong couldn't help but sigh. Every world naturally has its own advantages. The world of the spark base became that way because of the biotechnology they are proud of. Shen Yuan Luoying knew that a large part of the destruction of many civilizations was due to their blind confidence in their own technology, which created a problem that they could not solve. It's a pity. If this world is an ownerless world, it would be great, otherwise I can directly build a plane gate to bring the players here. Luo Wukong sighed deeply. He could indeed build a plane gate to bring the players here by using his special building construction authority, but the existence behind this world would definitely kill the existence that suddenly came. You can try to find the body of the god of this world, maybe you have the possibility of killing it. As long as you kill the god behind this world, you can devour this world. Control the rules and power system of this world. What kind of existence is the god of this world? Luo Wukong was a little curious. Luo Wukong had never seen a god who appeared in the posture of controlling the world. Yo! It seems that there are 2 fish that have slipped through the net. At this time, the playful voice came. Luo Wukong looked up and looked forward, only to see 2 fully armed soldiers walking towards him. Hello? Luo Wukong stretched out his hand to greet the 2 soldiers, but then he thought that he seemed to have no clothes on him, and he was a little embarrassed for a while. Hello? Ha ha ha. Is this kid scared silly? He actually greeted us? Is it the way I say hello that's wrong? Nonsense, you're naked, those 2 guys totally think you're a fool. Shen Yuan Luoying couldn't help complaining. Luo Wukong is like this, anyone would think Luo Wukong is crazy. Luo Wukong quickly took out the spare clothes from the system backpack and quickly put them on. Fortunately, although he was in a strange world, at least the system was not sealed. The 2 soldiers were stunned for a moment when they saw Luo Wukong suddenly taking out clothes out of thin air. Catch him. Originally, the 2 soldiers wanted to kill Luo Wukong, but after seeing Luo Wukong's ability to become a creature out of thin air, they planned to capture Luo Wukong alive for research. Luo Wukong put on his clothes, but at this moment, the 2 soldiers burst out at a speed that was impossible for ordinary humans, and rushed towards Luo Wukong like cheetahs. So fast. At this time, Luo Wukong also realized that the two soldiers were not ordinary people, but Luo Wukong was faster. He stretched out his hands, grabbed a soldier's head with one hand, and pressed it hard on the ground. Boom! There was a loud noise, and after realizing that the other person was not an ordinary human being, Luo Wukong did not hold back. As the two heads hit the ground, there was a loud noise, and the two heads sank deep into the soil. At this time, Luo Wukong lost a system probe, and the information about the soldier appeared in front of Luo Wukong. Ordinary vampire soldier race, vampire, human, level, 25 life, 6731/7000 physical strength, 3000/3000 strength, 21 spirit, 29 agility, 30 resistance, 5 skills, vampire mimicry, vampire and flesh-eating talent, bloodborne virus introduction. The mysterious virus created a group of monsters who call themselves vampires, and these monsters gradually replaced the previous status of humans in this world. They are the lowest beings in the vampire group, but even so, they are monsters that ordinary humans cannot defeat. Vampires? Vampires? No, they should be infected by some kind of virus and become infected similar to vampires. Luo Wukong was stunned when he saw the information feedback from the system, but soon realized that it might be this: there is some kind of virus in the world that is causing all of this. Just as Luo Wukong was thinking, the two vampire soldiers also pulled out their heads from the soil, and immediately distanced themselves from Luo Wukong, looking at Luo Wukong with a vigilant look. It's impossible for humans to have such power. Are you also a vampire? One of the vampire soldiers asked Luo Wukong, changing his previous arrogant attitude. So what if it is? So what if it's not? Luo Wukong smiled coldly. Strictly speaking, Luo Wukong's own existence is a concentration of viruses, and the so-called vampires are human beings who have changed because of the mysterious virus. In the final analysis, it is completely similar to Luo Wukong. No, under the watchful eye of Lord Blood God, it is absolutely impossible for humans to be born strong enough to surpass the vampires. But as a vampire, even if you want to accept this human as a pet, you must report it. Are humans just pets? Then you can just take away their lives and massacre the humans in this world without restraint? I don't know if Luo Wukong is such a person to begin with, or if he is devouring the corpses of dead humans. Affected by those memory fragments and emotions, Luo Wukong was a little angry at the moment. Even 10,000 humans can't replace one vampire. As for humans, those guys who are the most fertile have been killing for 1,000 years, but the number has not decreased. You can kill them if you want, it's no big deal. Look at you, it's probably just a low-level vampire. The two vampire soldiers looked Luo Wukong up and down. In their opinion, Luo Wukong was a low-level vampire. I don't know if the equipment you are wearing can block my attack. Luo Wukong's eyes turned cold and he stared at the two fully armed vampire soldiers. They were all wearing extremely advanced black exoskeleton armor and wore helmets on their heads. All-round combat helmet. When most people see such things, they will think that they are human soldiers, because they are equipment on the human technology tree, but at this moment, standing in front of Luo Wukong are two guys who call themselves Blood Clan. What do you mean? When Luo Wukong said this, the two vampire soldiers were also stunned, and then their faces became a little ugly, although they could not see their expressions wearing all-round combat helmets. It means I'm human. Luo Wukong immediately took out the flesh and blood bow of the flesh-eater from the system backpack. In an instant, the virus tentacles on the flesh-eater penetrated into Luo Wukong's flesh and blood, absorbing Luo Wukong's flesh and blood. 4 arrows and strength. What a glutton! Luo Wukong endured the pain of being swallowed, perhaps because Luo Wukong himself was the body of a virus, so the squirming tentacles of the flesh devourer seemed particularly excited. In order to directly kill the two vampire soldiers and prevent them from calling for foreign aid, Luo Wukong planned to sacrifice more than half of his blood volume to kill them directly. After all, there are gods in this world, and Luo Wukong had to be cautious. What kind of weapon is that? No matter. Kill that guy first. Feeling the pressure of the flesh devourer in Luo Wukong's hands, the two vampire soldiers immediately pulled the triggers of the firearms in their hands. They knew that they were no match for Luo Wukong in close combat, so they planned to use the high-tech firearms in their hands. Deal with Luo Wukong. Luo Yikong also had to admit that the technology in this world was indeed more advanced than that of the firebase. A large amount of energy lasers hit Luo Yikong. At that moment, Luo Yikong also let go of the bowstring of the flesh devourer, and the blood light flew out instantly, killing all the energy lasers flying towards Luo Yikong. Engulf! Boom! There was a loud noise, and a large amount of gravel flew everywhere. A large crater with a diameter of more than 10 meters had been formed where the two vampire soldiers originally stood. As for the two vampire soldiers, they were in front of Luo Yikong's arrow. The body directly exploded into a ball of blood mist, with no resistance at all. Ding! Kill a vampire soldier and gain 3,000 experience points, ding! Kill a vampire soldier and gain 3,000 experience points, puff! Luo Yikong spat out a mouthful of blood, and blood had already seeped out from some places on the surface of his body. Although the flesh and blood bow of the flesh devourer was extremely powerful, it had to pay a relative price. Even if Luo Yikong was a virus, the body is also a little unable to withstand it. It's not that I'm afraid of the existence behind this world, Luo Yikong gritted his teeth. If he wasn't afraid that these soldiers would call for more support and draw out the existence behind this world, how could Luo Yikong pay such a high price to kill him instantly? Where are the two soldiers? Before Luo Yikong completely controlled that world, he did not have the strength to be an enemy of the master of another world. You are a vampire. Luo Yikong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, turned around, and saw that the girl had woken up at some point, and she seemed to have seen Luo Yikong kill the two vampire soldiers. But even so, the girl's fear of Luo Yikong not only did not diminish, but became stronger, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Am I so scary? Luo Yikong couldn't help scratching his head. It seemed that the so-called vampires in this world had left a deep shadow on the humans in this world. However, Luo Yikong now knew that the so-called vampires were just infected with a mysterious virus. This virus would give ordinary people speed and strength beyond ordinary people, and they could still maintain their sanity, or just temporarily maintain their sanity. I am a human, just a more special human. If I were a vampire, there would be no need to save you. Luo Yikong had to hide his origins. After all, Luo Yikong's strength could not change this world. All he could do was to understand this world better so that he could be prepared for the players to come to this world in the future. Don't you vampires like to torture and play with us? If you want to kill me, do it quickly. The girl still distrusted Luo Yikong, her eyes full of vigilance and fear. Okay. I won't kill nameless people, tell me your name. Luo Yikong walked up to the girl and stretched out his hand to pinch the girl's neck. Although he didn't use too much force, otherwise the girl's neck would have been broken long ago. My name is Chen Linlin, you can start now. The girl closed her eyes, as if she had accepted her fate of death. I said I'm human. Luo Yikong let go of Chen Linlin and put the flesh devourer in his hand into the system backpack. Why? Do you want to kill me in a more cruel and desperate way? Chen Linlin's voice was trembling. Although the words she said were very tough, she still couldn't hide her fear. Follow me if you want to survive. Your eyes tell me that you don't want to die. Is there a city in this place? The kind where many people live. Yes, Chen Linlin hesitated for a moment and answered. Just as Luo Yikong said, she wanted to survive, not die. Take me there. But there are many vampires there, including high-level vampires. Didn't you say I'm a vampire? Then maybe I can pretend to be a vampire and blend in. Luo Yikong smiled faintly. Maybe the more powerful vampires are just more powerful virus creatures. He has a virus body, so maybe he can blend in. What do you want to do? Chen Linlin couldn't understand Luo Yikong. She didn't know whether Luo Yikong was playing tricks on her or not. She couldn't understand why Luo Yikong, a blood clan, knew nothing about this world and kept emphasizing that he was a human. You know, in the blood clan, saying that the other party was a human was basically an insult. Don't talk nonsense, lead the way. Luo Yikong didn't want to talk nonsense with Chen Linlin. Seeing that the little girl's injuries had recovered, it shouldn't be a problem to lead the way. For some problems in this world, Luo Yikong still needed Chen Linlin, the guide, to explain to him.
Luo Wukong didn't know that the area where he landed was not far from the city. It was usually a hunting ground for high-level blood clans. But that day, after the existence behind this world used the rules to sanction and a huge explosion comparable to the power of a nuclear bomb occurred, the high-level blood clans rarely hunted here. They only sent some low-level blood clans to investigate here in search for some escaped human slaves. According to the rumors among the high-level blood clans, the red lightning is the blood god's divine punishment. Only when a powerful existence is born among humans, the chief of divine punishment will suddenly descend and kill it. In the past 1,000 years, including this time, the divine punishment has only descended 3 times, and each time it is aimed at the strong people who may exist among humans. In addition, the blood clan regards humans as slaves and prohibits them from learning any knowledge. In the past 1,000 years, no matter how many times humans resist, the blood clan can always maintain its absolute rule for 1,000 years with absolute power and technology. The legendary blood god is the absolute belief of all blood clans. Legend has it that it is the first blood clan born among humans, an existence born because of the wishes of this world. Not long after Luo Wukong and Chen Linlin left the ruins, a large shadow shrouded the ruins, and a super battleship appeared in the sky above the ruins 100 meters above the ruins. After the super battleship that covered the sky and the sun arrived at the ruins, it immediately scanned the super Tianqing formed by the bombardment of the divine punishment and the entire ruins. Although they were confident that no one could survive the divine punishment, they would scan the entire ruins after the divine punishment was completely over, just in case. However, it was not known whether it was because of the trouble in applying for such a large warship to be dispatched, or because of other reasons. It should have arrived within 3 days, but it took 7 days. This also gave Luo Wukong a chance to escape, otherwise Luo Wukong would really die. That's Blood Wing City. Luo Wukong looked from afar and could see the tall wall. The wall was 100 meters high and dark red in color. There were huge mechanical cannons on the wall. The caliber of the cannon was enough to fit an adult. The imagination must be great. According to Chen Linlin, Bloodwing City with such defensive weapons is just a small city. Now there is only one high-level blood clan sitting in it, and above the high-level blood clan is a more powerful prince. What is the current situation of humans? Luo Wukong looked at Chen Linlin beside him and asked her about the situation of humans in this world. In this world, humans are not allowed to have weapons. Without the permission of the Blood Clan Master, they are not allowed to leave the city. If humans dare to resist, all humans related to him will be killed. As for human slaves like me who escaped, they were either killed or captured and used as food. Chen Linlin couldn't help trembling when she said this. The cruelty of the Blood Clan for thousands of years has been deeply rooted in the hearts of humans in this world. Do they eat people? Luo Wukong was suddenly stunned. After hearing what Chen Linlin said, those vampires wouldn't eat people like zombies. Of course they eat people, otherwise they will become irrational monsters. To them, we humans are just livestock. Luo Wukong frowned. It seems that the vampires in this world are just zombies who have not lost their minds. Stop. Luo Wukong and Chen Linlin were stopped as soon as they reached the city gate. After all, Chen Linlin was obviously a human slave at first glance, and although Luo Wukong was not dressed like a slave, he had nothing to prove his identity. I'm sorry, I lost the thing that proves my identity. Can I enter the city in another way? I told you that every time you make an excuse, you should think it over carefully. I will never believe it. Shen Yuan Luoying couldn't help complaining in Luo Wukong's mind. After all, this excuse was too perfunctory. So that's it. You just need to prove your identity as a vampire. You can just get a new identity certificate from us. Of course, you only need to pay a small price. Hey, no. I believe it like that. Can you lower-level creatures be more rigorous? Shen Yuan Luoying covered her head. She did not expect that the vampire soldiers guarding the door would accept Luo Wukong's identity. Proof? Okay. Luo Wukong's arms turned into countless devouring tentacles at that moment, and the characteristics of this virus creature were enough to prove that Luo Wukong was a blood clan and not a human being. It is precisely because of this that Chen Linlin does not believe that Luo Wukong is a human being.
For thousands of years, in this world, human beings have become a symbol of inferiority, and many people even do not want to be human. However, although the vampires have replaced humans and become the masters of this world, with more power and longer lifespan than humans, they are unable to reproduce normally. The so-called reproduction among vampires is nothing more than transferring the virus in their bodies to suitable humans, thereby transforming them into vampires. A vampire like Luo Yikong who has no identity record is usually regarded as a new vampire. It seems that you are indeed a new vampire. First of all, congratulations on getting rid of your lowly human status. Next, let's see which clan of vampire you are. In this way, you may know which adult is the one who transformed you. Before Luo Yikong's transformer was determined, these vampire soldiers were completely respectful to Luo Yikong. After all, if the transformer was a high-level vampire, then Luo Yikong might be a new high-level vampire, with a status comparable to that of ordinary vampires. It is higher and the starting strength is stronger. Put some blood on it. One of the soldiers took out an instrument. Luo Yikong hesitated, bit his finger and dripped blood on it. There is no blood data record in the database. It seems that one of them is an unknown vampire at the bottom. Seeing the results on the instrument, the vampire soldiers immediately put away their respectful posture and looked at Luo Yikong with mocking eyes. Color. This way I can enter. Luo Yikong didn't care whether he was a high-level vampire, as long as he could enter the city. Luo Yikong naturally couldn't see the expressions hidden by the helmets of the vampire soldiers. So where are you from? What's your name? Yangye City. Luo Yikong. Luo Yikong had already known from Chen Linlin that Yangye City was the largest city in the world, so he simply said that he was from Yangye City. Okay. The identity registration was successful. Then we have to ask for some reward. What kind of reward do you want? Luo Yikong thought for a while. The things in his system backpack were either too important, or there was nothing suitable for them, and he didn't know what they wanted. We just want human slaves by your side. The leading vampire soldier pointed at Chen Linlin beside Luo Yikong, which made Luo Yikong frown slightly. Chen Linlin felt the eager eyes of the vampire soldiers and immediately hid behind Luo Yikong. Seeing this scene, the vampire soldiers immediately laughed. No. Brother, you are not interested in humans, so why don't you want to hand it over to us? To think of domestic animals like humans, it's so dirty. Luo Yikong knew that these soldiers were obviously thinking wrongly, but these soldiers also made Luo Yikong very unhappy. After all, Luo Yikong himself was a human being. Luo Yikong controlled his murderous intention. He knew that if he took action, none of the vampire soldiers in front of him would survive, but if he did, he would also be in trouble. She has special meaning to me, can I change the reward? Luo Yikong forced a smile. Although Chen Linlin had just met, he had promised her that he would at least ensure her safety. No. The leading vampire soldier's attitude was particularly tough. At this time, Luo Yikong couldn't bear it anymore, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Boom! The arms turned into a large number of devouring tentacles and shot out, hitting the leading vampire soldier on the chest. With that loud noise, the vampire soldier's body hit the wall hard, and his whole body was shattered and fractured. Luo Yikong completely spared his hand, otherwise he would have taken out the laser sword and cut off the head of the vampire soldier. Luo Yikong rushed over, grabbed the head of the blood soldier, and kept it in his hands as a hostage. The blood soldier was like a rag doll, without any ability to resist, and Luo Yikong allowed him to grab his head. No! You are not a lower vampire. It wasn't until Luo Yikong subdued their captain that these vampire soldiers reacted. Although it was a sudden sneak attack, it instantly destroyed a lower vampire. This kind of combat power was definitely not that of a lower vampire. Maybe it was some high-level vampires. A descendant of the family. Sir, it's our fault for offending you. I hope you don't care about it. But killing him may also cause trouble for you. At this time, the soldiers also panicked. Luo Yikong said before that he was from Yangye City, and there was no such thing in the database. His blood records are so powerful, so it may mean that Luo Yikong's blood authority has reached the point where they cannot check it. He may be a member of the young city family, who is more noble than the members of the general high-level vampire families. I hate troublesome things the most. Can I take my slave in now? Luo Yikong sneered in his heart. As expected, strength and bloodline mean everything in the blood clan, and the so-called people with noble bloodline he is just someone who is more in tune with the mysterious virus in this world. Yes. Of course. Luo Yikong glanced at the guy in his hand and threw it on the ground like garbage. They had just seen Luo Yikong's virus body and strength, so no one thought that Luo Yikong was a human being, nor would they think that Luo Yikong was a human being. Luo Yikong is a low-level vampire. After all, the two are suppressed by the rules set by the being behind the world and cannot grow to that level. As long as a strong person appears in the human race, he will definitely be killed by red lightning. Why do you always say you are a human? After entering the city, Chen Linlin whispered to Luo Yikong. After all, this is no different from calling herself a pig or dog. Because I am a human. Human, Chen Linlin didn't understand Luo Yikong. After all, the burden of human was too heavy in this world. She guessed in her heart that Luo Yikong might be a new and powerful blood clan. He might have been a human, but in this world, humans themselves wanted to abandon their identities. Luo Yikong was already a blood clan, so why didn't he want to let go of the burden of being a human? Originally, Chen Linlin thought that Luo Yikong would play with her in a more cruel way, but at the gate of the city, Luo Yikong did not hesitate to clash with those blood clan soldiers in order to protect her, which made Chen Linlin change her view of Luo Yikong. Luo Yikong and Chen Linlin were walking on the avenue leading to the prosperous district. Suddenly, a stench mixed with a strong smell of blood came to their faces, making people feel suffocated. Luo Yikong suddenly stopped and his face turned ugly. On both sides of the avenue in front of Luo Yikong, there were many sharp stakes, and on each of them was a human corpse. Judging from the painful expressions on the faces of each corpse, those humans were tortured like this when they were alive. The breeze blew, carrying the smell of blood and stench, and the hands and feet also swayed weakly with the breeze, colliding with the sharp stakes, making a sound of knocking on wood. The blood flowed down the sharp stakes, gathered in the ditches on both sides of the avenue, and was transported all the way to the tall blood god statue in the center of the city square. When these people are alive, they will struggle constantly because of pain. In that struggle, their blood will flow faster, and all this blood will be sacrificed to the blood god. When Chen Linlin said this, her expression was a little numb, different from Luo Yikong's shocked and angry expression. She had seen this kind of thing. For thousands of years, humans in this world are just like livestock. Luo Yikong continued to walk forward along the avenue. The number of vampires he saw was not as many as Luo Yikong imagined. After all, the vampires had lost their ability to reproduce naturally, and not every human could withstand that kind of virus. In this world, the ratio of humans to vampires is 1,000 to 1. There are tens of millions of humans in the Bloodwing City where Luo Yikong is now, while there are only more than 10,000 vampires. Because the vampires have power beyond ordinary people and have directly monopolized technology and knowledge, no matter how many humans there are, no matter how much they resist, it is futile. Gradually, humans themselves became numb and stopped resisting. Chen Linlin followed Luo Yikong, and the vampires who passed by regarded Chen Linlin as Luo Yikong's private prey. Otherwise, with Chen Linlin's human identity, she would have died long ago when she came here. Human slaves are not allowed to enter the front. Just as Luo Yikong was preparing to go to the square in front, he was stopped by several Blood Clan soldiers. It seemed that the statue of the so-called blood god did not allow humans to approach. Wait for me here. Yes. After leaving Chen Linlin outside the square, Luo Yikong walked towards the square alone. It must be said that the statue of the blood god was indeed magnificent, with a height of 100 meters. Luo Yikong could probably guess that the so-called blood god was the existence behind this world. It's a girl. Luo Yikong looked up at the blood god statue and found that the statue was a statue of a girl in noble and gorgeous clothes. The girl looked very young, but Luo Yikong knew that the guy was probably at least more than 1,000 years old. Is this the master of this world? It's really extraordinary. Luo Yikong thought of the red lightning that killed him before. The other party's rule incarnation killed him with a casual blow. If it weren't for the virus body, Luo Wukong would probably have died long ago.
Nonsense, that's a god.
The familiar voice of Xin Yuan Luoying came from his head.
Luo Wukong glanced at the statue.
There was a circle of water tanks around the statue, and the blood flowed into the water tanks and was finally absorbed by the blood god statue.
The statue can absorb blood?
Luo Wukong was also stunned. That may be the way the god behind this world gets power. After all, every god gets power in a different way. Shen Yuan Luoying also saw Luo Wukong's confusion and explained to him.
Is that so?
It seems that the way I get power should be from players.
Luo Wukong smiled faintly. He directly has the administrator authority system.
It can be said that he is the absolute controller of the players. If one day Luo Wukong completely controls the Doomsday World, then the players are the source of Luo Wukong's power.
But how long do you plan to play in this world? You still have to deal with the things in that world.
After all, your original world is in danger. There are gods behind this world, and it is obviously much more difficult to control this world. Shen Yuan Luoying knew that the difficulty of saving the human beings in this world is more than 10 times that of the world of the Fireseed base. I know that given the situation in this world, even if I want to save them, I am powerless.
The current flow of time in this world is relatively slow. 2 days here is equivalent to 1 day at the Spark base.
I want to get some information about the existence behind this world and bring back some useful things. After all, every world has the possibility of being invaded by other worlds, and I have to be on guard.
Luo Wukong didn't want to attract too much attention in this world.
If there were no gods in this world, it would be fine.
Now there are gods.
Once the main body is alarmed, Luo Wukong may not even have the chance to open the space and escape. On the other hand, Luo Wukong, who suddenly came to this world, realized that if he could travel through the world, then some powerful civilizations and existences could do the same. If there was a plane invasion one day, Luo Wukong would not be completely ignorant of it. If possible, I want to bring some blood samples back to see what kind of virus it is. Luo Wukong was very curious about the virus existing in the blood clan in this world.
What kind of virus could turn humans into blood clans and not be afraid of losing their minds? Aren't you afraid of leaking it again and then exploding all over the world? Shen Yuan Luoying couldn't help asking.
After all, there was already a precedent of the Genesis virus created by the blood of the gods. To be honest, I feel that the blood clan virus is not as terrible as the Genesis virus. At least there is a limit, otherwise the blood clan would not be divided into low-level blood clan and high-level blood clan.
But the Genesis virus is different. As long as there is enough food, even ordinary zombies can grow to a very powerful level.
Okay. It's up to you then. Of commerce. When Luo Wukong walked out of the square, he saw Chen Linlin waiting for him anxiously. Seeing Luo Wukong coming out, Chen Linlin was relieved. After all, Luo Wukong was her amulet. Those blood clan soldiers did not attack Chen Linlin completely for Luo Wukong's sake. After all, although the status of humans in this world is the same as that of livestock, it still depends on who the master behind them is.
This is the master's new slave.
It is recommended to buy a collar and wear it, and authenticate the owner, otherwise it is easy to be killed by other blood clans by mistake.
A blood clan soldier reminded Luo Wukong.
After all, these blood clan soldiers are the lowest level blood clans.
They don't know what level Luo Wukong is, and they dare not offend Luo Wukong. They simply want to leave a good impression on Luo Wukong.
Okay. I got it. Luo Wukong nodded, then turned to look at Chen Linlin, and Chen Linlin hurriedly trotted and hid behind Luo Wukong. After taking Chen Linlin out of the sight of the blood clan soldiers, Luo Wukong asked his own question. Where did you escape from? According to those guys, every human with an owner should have a collar. I escaped from the group of slaves that were about to be traded in Bloodwing City, so I don't have a collar. And the so-called collar has the function of tracking and killing the wearer. If we had a collar, we wouldn't have escaped, because we couldn't run away at all. Similarly, if we didn't have a collar, we would definitely be regarded as an ownerless human slave and would be killed.
Chen Linlin is an ownerless human slave, so she doesn't have a collar, otherwise Luo Wukong can't save her. Then can you accept the collar for now? But don't worry, you will have a day to take it off and gain true freedom. Luo Yikong promised Chen Linlin. If he was not there and Chen Linlin was killed, Luo Yikong would have to find a new guide. That day is too far away, but in order to survive, I can accept it, Chen Linlin nodded. She already felt that Luo Yikong, the blood clan, was a little different. Perhaps trusting Luo Yikong was the best choice. But first you have to make money. I have some rare things here. Do you know any auction houses or something like that? Luo Yikong thought about it. This world is a civilization built by blood clans, so there must be something like currency. Money? You mean blood crystals, right? They are crystals condensed from human blood. They can be absorbed by blood races and used as food. They are also used by blood races in this world. As for the auction house between blood races, there is one here. The human civilization in this world has been interrupted for 1,000 years. Although Chen Linlin didn't know what money was, she could probably guess something with similar functions from Luo Yikong's words. Okay, you lead the way. Luo Yikong followed behind Chen Linlin. As a human, Chen Linlin was walking in a city ruled by blood races for the first time. Luo Yikong looked at the so-called blood races passing by, and his expression was very calm, because there was not a single one who could fight. From entering the city to now, the highest blood race Luo Yikong had seen was only level 30. For the players who were getting stronger, it was a completely random existence. However, Luo Yikong was still too weak now. He didn't know much about this world and the gods behind it. In addition, the troubles in the city of gods made it impossible for Luo Yikong to fight on multiple fronts. Otherwise, Luo Yikong would have taken action long ago. Luo Yikong plans to find an opportunity to go to the Evernight City to see how powerful the war technology in this world is. From the current situation, because there are a large number of human slaves, the technology tree of this world seems to have developed crookedly. The technology for life is not very developed, but the technology for war is very powerful. According to Chen Linlin, it may be to prevent the lower-level humans from coming into contact with technology. Luo Yikong followed Chen Linlin to a very gorgeous shop, then quickly stepped back a few steps and hid behind Luo Yikong. What's wrong? Luo Yikong frowned. Bloodwing Chamber of Commerce, I escaped from their slave escort. Vehicle before. Chen Linlin whispered. The reason why he was more afraid was because she knew that there was a high-level blood clan in it. Every city ruled by the blood clan is divided into human residential areas. Those humans are like livestock in captivity. They have to pay blood taxes to the Lord regularly and work for the city. Some good human slaves will be selected and sold at a high price to private individuals or other territories. Because the blood race cannot reproduce normally, they can only pass on their bloodline through humans, and those humans must be carefully selected. Not only can they withstand the virus in the corresponding blood race's body and merge, but they must also be brainwashed to be absolutely loyal to the blood race. The group of humans with Chen Linlin were originally sent to other places for trading, and their best result was to become blood race, but now only Chen Linlin survived. The humans in this world today hate and fear the blood race on the one hand, and on the other hand they are eager to become one of them, which is very contradictory. Often those humans who become blood races because of the virus will forget everything about being human because of brainwashing. That is the new blood race. Can they recognize you? Luo Yikong frowned. If the guys inside can recognize Chen Linlin, then things will be a bit troublesome. I'm just a nobody. They can't possibly remember me. Chen Linlin shook her head. She just felt instinctive fear for the place where the Bloodwing Chamber of Commerce existed. That's all. Let's go in. Just follow me. Welcome. Luo Yikong walked towards the inside of the Chamber of Commerce. On both sides of the door stood two gorgeously dressed female vampires. It must be said that they were really pretty. Sir, are you going to buy something, or, I'm here to sell something? Very rare things. The female vampire on the side was interrupted by Luo Yikong before she finished speaking. Well then. Please go to the private room with me. My master will be here soon. No problem. A female vampire led the way for Luo Yikong, and another female vampire went to call her master. After all, the Bloodwing Chamber of Commerce was still very famous, and no one would seek death and come here for fun. After Luo Yikong was taken to the private room, he sent the female vampire away, and then took out the infected alloy knife from the system backpack. The weapon was dropped by Luo Yikong when he killed the flesh abandoned at the 09 missile base. Because knife weapons are not suitable for him, Luo Yikong has never used them. In addition, like the flesh bow of the Flesh Devourer, this is a virus parasitic weapon, and using it requires a certain price. Seeing Luo Yikong take out a weapon out of thin air, Chen Linlin beside him was also stunned. When she saw the flesh and tentacles wriggling on the infected alloy knife, she couldn't help but cover her mouth. So disgusting. Your weapon is indeed special. A young man with red eyes and blonde hair pushed the door open and noticed the infected alloy knife in Luo Yikong's hand at a glance, and immediately became interested. Claude race, blood clan, human, level, 80 life/physical strength/strength, 101 spirit, 69 agility, 98 resistance, 53 skills, blood clan mimicry, bloodsucking and carnivorous, bloodwings, interference waves. Talent, bloodline virus, high bloodline introduction. Bloodline with a higher evolution level virus is called a high bloodline. Compared with ordinary bloodline, high bloodline has more powerful power. Looking at Claude's information, he and Claude are currently in a yellow-neutral relationship. If Claude becomes a red name, his strength may reach the level of a level 80 10-man boss, although his strength may only be below average among the same level 10-man boss. Luo Yikong is now level 50. Luo Yikong calculated the possibility of a battle with him. If he uses all his means, he may have the strength to fight, but whether he can kill Claude is still unknown. After all, Luo Yikong is facing a boss that is 30 levels higher than himself, and it is not a personal level, but a 10-person level. Claude's appearance gave Luo Yikong a sense of oppression, but Luo Yikong has faced a 1,000-person level existence after all, and he still does not change his face in the face of this oppression. Claude was a little surprised to see Luo Yikong's expression without changing his face. After all, the blood race in this world is caused by a mysterious virus, and he has a virus at a higher evolutionary level. He should have a certain suppression power against the existence of low-level viruses, but Luo Yikong is like nothing happened. Claude didn't know that although Luo Yikong was a concentration of viruses, he was not a blood race virus in this world. In terms of evolutionary potential and strength, the Genesis virus in Luo Yikong is much stronger than them. The Genesis virus is so powerful that the only people who can accept this virus and still maintain their sanity are Luo Yikong and Luo Yiling. Take a look at this weapon first. Luo Yikong put the infected alloy knife in front of Claude, and Claude was also fascinated by the wriggling flesh and tentacles on it. The flesh and the weapon are completely fused together, and the flesh is still alive. I have never seen such a weapon. Claude stretched out his hand to grasp the infected alloy knife. When his hand completely grasped the weapon, the tentacles on the alloy knife immediately stabbed at Claude, and Claude was stabbed into his arm before he could let go. What's going on? Claude was shocked. He could feel the flesh on the weapon sucking his flesh, and as the weapon continued to suck, he could clearly feel that the weapon became stronger and stronger. After Claude calmed himself down, he put the weapon in his hand on the table in front of him, then took out a black card from his body and handed it to Luo Yikong. There are 500 million blood crystals in it, which is considered to be paid in advance to this gentleman. This weapon is too special. I am afraid that the small place of Bloodwing City cannot digest it. It must be sent to the auction house in Evernight City to play the true value of this weapon. Claude also saw that Luo Yikong was extraordinary. People who can take out such weapons are naturally the best friends. Although there is some greed in his heart, he still restrained himself and answered truthfully. I need a place to live and a slave collar. The money will be deducted from this weapon. Luo Yikong accepted the black card handed over by Claude. He didn't care how many blood crystals the weapon could be traded for in the end. Luo Yikong just wanted to have a base in this world to hide his tracks. Our Bloodwing family has a manor and 3,000 excellent human slaves near the Bloodwing City. If you don't mind, we will sell them to you, sir. Is my 500 million blood crystals enough? Luo Yikong was stunned.
He didn't expect that any base would be a large manor. Sir, you are joking. Just treat it as making a friend. Our Bloodwing Chamber of Commerce is willing to make friends with valuable people. We will sell this manor to you at the lowest price, and this cost will be deducted from the amount obtained from the weapon auction. I believe that there are many big figures in Evernight City who are very interested in your weapon. Claude now regards Luo Yikong as a mysterious big figure. At least he thinks that Luo Yikong is much more advanced than him in terms of the level of physical virus evolution. I also asked for it. First, you are not allowed to reveal my identity. Second, if I am not in the manor, please ensure the safety of the manor. If these 2 points are achieved, our deal will be considered a deal. Luo Yikong thought about it. The world he mainly attacked was not here, and he had to go back. Of course, there is no problem with this. Claude agreed quickly. After all, these 2 things were not difficult. Then happy trading. Luo Yikong smiled faintly, and the two reached out and shook hands. In this world, the blood race mastered the technology left over from human civilization thousands of years ago. Those offensive war weapons were controlled by the blood race, and even those transportation tools were not allowed to be used by humans. Luo Yikong took Claude's light void ship, opened the space channel, and arrived above the target manor in the blink of an eye. This technology made Luo Yikong very envious. At least in the Spark base, Luo Yikong had never seen such a serious warship. Mr. Claude, is this warship for sale? Luo Yikong was very excited about this warship. If this warship was transported back, it might shorten the time of technological development by at least 100 years. As soon as Luo Yikong said this, Claude immediately looked at Luo Yikong with strange eyes. After all, Luo Yikong asked some common sense questions that everyone knew. Friend, you must know it. Thousands of years ago, after human civilization was destroyed by us, although we inherited everything here, a lot of information and knowledge were destroyed, and we had a large number of human slaves, which made us greedy for pleasure, and there was no threat from foreign enemies, so our civilization has been stagnant. These warships are all related to the top technology of the previous civilization. In order to prevent us from obtaining that technology, the previous civilization had destroyed most of the information and data. We can't manufacture them at all, and can only carry out some simple repairs. These warships survived thousands of years ago, and each one is very precious. Luo Yikong frowned. It seems that under the complete suppression of the Blood Clan by the human race, in the thousands of years without external forces and enemies, the technology mastered by the Blood Clan has been stagnant. This is not surprising. After all, the vampires have unimaginable strength and long lifespans. They have no enemies or dangers, and they have a large number of human slaves to serve them. Living in comfort, no one explores the unknown. Even human civilization has been developing under constant war and pressure of survival. If there is no pressure, human civilization will develop very slowly. The vampires in this world seem to live too well, or they have inherited some of the technology of the previous civilization and have the protection of the gods behind them, so they just give up. Friend, you should know the special characteristics of viruses in our body. Ultraviolet light can kill viruses in our body, so some of our soldiers wear special defensive equipment to prevent targeted attacks by some people. Thousands of years ago, Blood Lord God used a black hole-class flagship to seal the sun in the alien space behind the Blood Moon. This allows us to move without any restrictions. The world's top black hole-class flagship can play a role. Such a function, and the battleships below are the treasures of various families. This ship of mine also belongs to the family, and it is indeed very difficult for you to get one. Luo Yikong was shocked when he heard Claude's words. Originally, the sun in this world was not blocked by the Blood Moon, but was exiled to a different space by a super battleship. Although the light of the sun was lost, the world was replaced by the light of the Blood Moon, but even with the light, most of the places Luo Yikong saw were wilderness and ruins. Because although some plants can survive under the light of the Blood Moon, most plants die due to the loss of the sun. In the eyes of those vampires, the so-called Blood God is a great existence that has never existed before, but in the eyes of many humans, the so-called Blood God is a demon. Each has a different stance. And Luo Yikong is undoubtedly on the side of humans.
The will of the world will promote the birth of gods, so has this world wanted to destroy human civilization thousands of years ago? Luo Yikong asked Xinyuan Luoying in his body. He wanted to know what kind of existence human beings are to the world. To the world, any life that exists in the world is like a parasite on the human body. If the parasite makes the human body uncomfortable, it will naturally have to find a way to deal with it. The same is true for the world. When the old life becomes extinct, there will be new life is born, and although civilization is destroyed, a new civilization will replace it. This is the meaning of all life and all civilization to the world. It is precisely because of this that for me and the world, you cannot give up. Those people are simply dust, insignificant. Xianyuan Luoying has already seen through the nature of the world, just like the planet will not stop rotating because of the dust living on it. Life is really insignificant. Luo Yikong couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The world is a concentrated existence of rules and is inherently ruthless. Friend, come down with me. Okay. Luo Yikong nodded, and walked to the teleportation platform with Claude, and then with a flash of light, they reached the ground in an instant. There are many blood roses planted at the entrance of the manor. They are bright red and have a faint fragrance in the air. The plants are affected by the blood moon. Under the strange red light of the blood moon, they grow more and more. The more robust. Perhaps because Luo Yikong was notified of their upcoming visit in advance, the door of the manor was open, and all the servants lined up on both sides, wearing servants' clothes, to welcome Luo Yikong's arrival. According to your request, there is no vampire in the manor. Yeah. Luo Yikong nodded. The vampires in this world worship their blood god to a fanatical level. Luo Yikong didn't want to leave a vampire in his territory. He had to know that he and their blood god is the enemy. This manor is the size of 30 football fields. There are gardens and mansions in the manor, and all kinds of equipment are complete. Most vampires, even high-level vampires, would not dare to break into this manor casually. After all, vampires also have vampire rules. In this way, as long as they are in this manor, at least the safety of humans like Chen Linlin will not be a problem. In addition, the color marks on those human slaves have been erased. You can make them recognize their masters again. Claude reminded Luo Yikong. I see. Then I won't disturb you, farewell. After Claude and Luo Yikong saluted and said goodbye, they walked into the beam of light behind them and disappeared in front of Luo Yikong. The huge thing in the sky tore open the space, and then with a flash of light, the huge battleship disappeared in front of Luo Yikong. After the battleship left, Luo Yikong cut his finger. The way for the collar to identify its owner was through blood. Although Luo Yikong's blood was full of Genesis virus and very dangerous, as long as he didn't drink it directly or come into contact with the wound, there should be no problem. What's more, Luo Yikong's system backpack also contains disinfectant water, which Luo Yikong specially prepared to prevent some accidents. After all, for most viral organisms, disinfectant water is as irritating as sulfuric acid. Line up! Come here one by one. Luo Yikong's face turned a little pale. Even if only one drop of blood was required to identify the owner, there were more than 3,000 people here. It took more than an hour for Luo Yikong to successfully identify the owner of the entire manor. Under the leadership of the old housekeeper of the manor, Luo Yikong took a brief tour of the manor. The servants in this manor were obviously carefully selected among humans. Their quality was unparalleled, and they were specially trained in etiquette. I have never lived in such a big house, and I am a little uncomfortable with it. Luo Yikong walked in the corridor of the mansion, curiously looking at all the luxury around him. This place is big, but it is easy to get lost when going to the toilet at night. Even ordinary high-level vampires don't have such a luxurious territory and manor. Chen Linlin followed Luo Yikong with an uninhibited look, which surprised the people behind him. After all the vampires they had seen had never been so good-tempered towards humans, and usually killed people if they disagreed. After all, humans were just food for vampires, and if they didn't want to die, they had to work hard. Chen Linlin's unscrupulous look, but she was not killed, was a miracle in their eyes. Luo Yikong turned around and noticed the strange expressions of the people, and smiled faintly. Everyone, don't be nervous. I'm a good person to talk to. Just treat me as a human being. Master, don't. Don't!
In an instant, all the servants knelt down, which made Luoyikon a little embarrassed.
You are just like calling yourself a pig or a dog. What's the difference?
Although I don't know why you always emphasize that you are a human, this will only make them more afraid, thinking that you are a vampire with a problem in your brain. Chen Linlin poked Luoyikon, tiptoed, and whispered in his ear.
Okay. I was impatient, Luoyikon sighed.
It made sense when he thought about it carefully.
After being ruled by the vampires for 1,000 years, how could they change it just like that? I'll just eat this. When it was time for dinner,
Luoyikon looked at the long table full of blood plasma and bloody human limbs, and couldn't help but feel nauseous. Although Luoyikon's virus body had also devoured humans, it was still a little hard for Luoyikon to eat it directly. Luoyikon was originally excited to experience the food of the other world, but Luoyikon forgot one thing, that the blood clan in this world is a cannibal, just like the zombies in the world of the Fireseed base.
Pack all these away. There is no need to prepare these for me in the future.
Luoyikon instructed the old housekeeper beside him, and the latter's eyes were full of confusion.
In his opinion, don't blood clans eat these things? Why is it a little different when it comes to Luoyikon?
The old butler did not dare to ask more questions, so he had to order the servants to remove the things on the table.
Is the master dissatisfied with these? After removing the things, the old butler asked tremblingly, and Luoyikon just sighed deeply. You can leave. I want to be alone.
Yes. Hearing Luoyikon's words, the old butler did not dare to stay any longer, and ordered the servants to leave together.
Only Luoyikon was left in the spacious hall. Luoyikon had already asked the system.
Even if he got a warship, he could not bring the warship of this world to his own world, because the warship was too big. If he wanted to bring the warship back, Luoyikon had to have all the control over the warship, and the warship had the ability to travel through the world, or he could only open the door connecting the two worlds, but this would definitely cause an invasion from this world. From the current situation, Luoyikon could not resist the existence behind the scenes of this world, so he could only put the warship aside for now and get some samples of the blood clan of this world to bring back. The bloody moonlight shone in from the window. That kind of moonlight gave Luoyikon a very uncomfortable feeling. It was not as soft and beautiful as the moonlight in his memory. Luoyikon took out the laser sword from the system backpack, imagining that there was an enemy in front of him who was on par with his swordsmanship. Then, under the bloody moonlight shining in from the window, he competed with him. For players, although the attributes are powerful, the more important thing is the fighting skills. Luoyikon can easily exploit all the power a player gets from the system, which means that one day, someone may be able to take away his administrator privilege system, and then he can only rely on his own strength. Luoyikon knows this very well, so compared to the power gained by players when they upgrade their levels, Luoyikon pays more attention to the cultivation of his own real power. The door was quietly pushed open, but Luoyikon was so absorbed in practicing that he did not notice Chen Linlin who pushed the door in. Chen Linlin saw Luoyikon dancing with a sword under the bloody moonlight, and she was stunned for a while, watching every sword swung by Luoyikon infatuatedly. Each sword seemed ordinary, but it was full of murderous intent, as if he was dueling with an invisible swordsman. Because the vampires restricted the use of weapons in this world, many weapon-using skills were lost. In addition, the vampires already had strong physical combat power and pre-civilization technology equipment, so few vampires specialized in cold weapon skills. Therefore, it was the first time that Chen Linlin saw Luoyikon practicing swordsmanship, and she fell into it unconsciously. There was a weak airflow wrapped around the laser sword, and every swing of the sword brought a breeze. According to Shen Yuan Luoying's words, it was the power of rules on Luoyikon's sword. Chen Linlin stood aside and watched Luoyikon quietly for a long time, until Luoyikon ended the battle with his imaginary enemy, and the sword in his hand stopped. Ha! You're here? Luoyikon was a little surprised to see Chen Linlin quietly watching him. It seemed that he was too engrossed in his practice and didn't notice her. I'm here to bring you food. But I always feel that something is wrong with your practice just now. Chen Linlin frowned and said seriously. What? You also know swordsmanship? Luo Wikong was also a little interested, wanting to see what Chen Linlin thought. I don't understand. This is the first time I've seen someone practice swordsmanship, especially in the era of guns. Even those vampires with strong physical fitness use guns. Your sword gives me a feeling that it is missing half, Chen Linlin said after a little thought. Luo Wikong smiled slightly after hearing what Chen Linlin said. It seems that this little girl Chen Linlin is indeed very talented in swordsmanship. Luo Wikong's swordsmanship was obtained by constantly fighting with the black shadows generated by the 12 sword monuments. He died almost 10,000 times before he realized it. Because the black shadows attack quickly and unpredictably, Luo Wikong often fights with 2 swords to barely parry the attack. Luo Wikong's sword skill is called double sword style, but he has not found a suitable sword, so he fights with 1 sword, and the power is greatly reduced. If he fights with 2 swords, the power of the explosion is definitely greater than the sum of 1 plus 1. The sword I practice is mainly double swords, so you feel that you are missing half. Luo Wikong looked at Chen Linlin in front of him and explained to her. By the way, I came to bring you food. Chen Linlin seemed to think of something and took out an apple from her pocket, but I don't know if it was because of the influence of the blood moon, the apple looked a little shriveled. I heard from the old people that before the sun was replaced by the blood moon, the apples were big, round and sweet. Anyway, I have never seen it. I really want to see the world illuminated by the sun one day. Chen Linlin smiled slightly, but in that smile, Luo Wikong saw the tragedy that lasted for thousands of years in this world. He was an ordinary person who grew up under the sun. He didn't know what life was like without the sun, nor did he understand what kind of despair people in this world were experiencing. Luo Wikong took the apple from Chen Linlin's hand and took a bite. The apples in this world not only looked different from the ones in Luo Wikong's memory, but also tasted extremely bitter and difficult to swallow. In short, this thing is for people to eat? That's right, you are a blood race, how can you accept our food? Chen Linlin was surprised that Luo Wikong took a bite of the apple, but soon saw Luo Wikong's weird expression and knew that he couldn't stand the taste. I said, I am a human, not some blood race. Luo Wikong also got angry. Even though the apple in his hand tasted very bad, Luo Wikong still forced himself to eat it. After eating the deformed apple, Luo Wikong stood up, holding the laser sword in his hand. Aren't you interested in swords? Then how much you can comprehend, then comprehend as much as you can. Luo Wikong looked at Chen Linlin beside him and said. Luo Wikong thought about it, at least this is a reward for Chen Linlin. Can I really do it? Of course, sword holders are not divided into 3, 6, 9, high and low, only between oneself and the opponent. While speaking, Luo Wikong danced the laser sword in his hand again under the light of the blood moon outside the window. Luo Wikong stayed in the manor for 3 days and left the plane coordinates. During these 3 days, Luo Wikong tried his best to teach Chen Linlin. The main purpose is to comprehend the sword intention. After all, the height of a swordsman is determined by his sword intention. Those with strong sword intention wave their sword skills. After all sword skills are just empty shells that carry the sword intention. Chen Linlin's talent is also extremely good. In 3 days, she has already reached the threshold of sword intent. Even Xianyuan Luoying in Luo Wikong's body praised Chen Linlin's talent very much. Luo Wikong handed over the black card containing 500 million blood crystals to Chen Linlin, and left the manor after Chen Linlin took care of it. Luo Wikong changed his appearance through the system, put on a new set of clothes, and started his hunting. Luo Wikong could not stay in this world forever. Before leaving this world, Luo Wikong wanted to kill a high-level vampire and obtain a vampire sample to take back. The vampires in this world are living too comfortably. They would never have thought that there are humans who have the power to kill them. Luo Wikong opened the system map, locked a location, and showed a cold smile on his face. Did you choose this time on purpose? Xianyuan Luoying's voice came from her mind. She and Luo Wikong both knew what day it was through the manor's servants. Thousands of years ago, the blood god overthrew the human civilization of this world and became the supreme god of this world. The day when human civilization was destroyed and the blood race rose up was called the Son of Gods Descending. For Luo Ikon, it was natural to give them a surprise on the God's Day for the vampires. During the God's Day, the higher vampires would dig a pool, slaughter a large number of humans, and fill the pool with human blood as a sacrifice to their supreme blood god. Luo Ikon's target is a slave factory in the suburbs, similar to a place where livestock are raised in the suburbs. After all, the status of human beings in this world is livestock. Luo Ikon had already found out everything. It was a place that provided human blood food to some great lords. The guards were only a dozen ordinary vampires and one high-level vampire, but the human population there was hundreds of thousands. Thousands of years of oppression have made many human beings numb. Even when they outnumbered each other, they never thought of resisting. When Luo Ikon walked to his destination alone, what he saw was a barbed wire fence more than 10 meters high, which was connected with high-voltage electricity. Anyone who wanted to escape would be killed if he came into contact with the grid. It is immediately electrocuted into coke. Luo Ikon looked through the power grid and saw the dense residential areas inside the power grid. Those houses looked very dilapidated, even worse than the slums in the firebase. Luo Ikon took off the laser sword from his waist, swung it forward, and the power grid was easily split open by Luo Ikon. Who are you? When Luo Ikon destroyed the power grid, he immediately attracted the attention of the two soldiers guarding the power grid. When they rushed to the damaged power grid and saw Luo Ikon, they couldn't help but be stunned. Humanity, Luo Ikon coldly told his identity as a human being. After learning Luo Ikon's identity as a human being, the two vampire soldiers immediately picked up their rifles and shot at Luo Ikon. Luo Ikon puts one hand behind his back and immediately triggers the skill dual sword style, Dream Bubble. Even with only one sword, Luo Ikon can forcefully trigger it. In an instant, Luo Ikon's body turned into a stream of light, passing through the dense laser firepower network and locking on one of the vampire soldiers. The vampire soldier felt an inescapable death, and in a daze it was as if he saw himself being born as a human baby, growing up under the care of his parents and the oppression of the vampires. Then he saw his parents being slaughtered as domestic animals, and then he was beaten half to death in revenge. On the verge of death, on this occasion, an adult took a fancy to him and used a virus to transform him into a vampire, but the price was the loss of all the memories of his human days. A lifetime of memories flashed before his eyes like a horse watching a lantern. It was just a blink of an eye, but it was his life for decades. His consciousness returned to reality. At this moment, his life was over. No matter whether life is painful or prosperous, it is just like a dream and a bubble. This sword is a dream and bubble. Blood spurted out, and in an instant the vampire soldier was split into two by Luo Ikon, and he could no longer die. Ding! Kill a vampire soldier and gain 3,000 experience points. After killing a vampire soldier with the double sword style, Dream Bubble, Luo Ikon gained a different life. In the double sword style, Dream Bubble, the skill itself attacks plus 9,863 points of fixed damage, of which the fixed damage is increased. After a little damage, it is now 9864. The first 9,863 points represent the number of deaths of Luo Ikon in the space of the 12 sword monuments, representing the 9,863 lives of Luo Ikon from birth to death. Just now, Luo Ikon used the Dream Bubble to kill the vampire soldier, which was equivalent to harvesting him. A life. As long as you continue to use this skill to kill enemies with life, the damage of this skill can grow infinitely. It's just that this skill has a 5-second cooldown and consumes 200 stamina. Even Luo Ikon doesn't dare to spend it casually. Impossible. You can't be human. Humans can't be that strong. Seeing Luo Ikon kill one of his companions instantly with one strike of his sword, as if teleporting, the vampire soldier also panicked for a moment. After all, even an ordinary high-level vampire cannot achieve an instant kill that just couldn't see the movement clearly. The Blood Clan soldier also knew that he was no match for Luo Ikon, so he turned around and ran away immediately. He knew that Luo Ikon was not someone he could deal with, so he had to let that adult take action. Luo Ikon looked at the fleeing Blood Clan soldier with a calm smile on his face. Although the speed of ordinary Blood Clans was very fast, much faster than ordinary humans, in front of the players, that speed was not enough. Luo Ikon's speed had reached 166 points, while the fleeing Blood Clan's speed was not even 40 points. The result can be imagined. Boom! He stepped heavily on the ground, and then Luo Wukong turned into a black shadow, and instantly came behind the fleeing Blood Clan soldier, stretched out his hand and pressed the Blood Clan soldier's head. Boom! Minus 243. The Blood Clan soldier's face hit the ground heavily, and it rubbed against the ground for several meters before stopping. Luo Wukong lifted the Blood Clan soldier's head. At this time, the face part of the Blood Clan soldier's tactical helmet had been completely broken, and the whole face was completely bloody. Who are you? Human. Impossible, humans can't be so strong. There may not have been such strong humans before, but now there are. After saying that, Luo Wukong swung down the laser sword in his hand. Every vampire is the most ardent believer of the Blood God, and every vampire city has a statue of the Blood God standing there. Even in the slave factories of high-level vampires on the outskirts, statues of the Blood God also stand. Generally, humans are not allowed to approach the Blood God statue, otherwise they will be killed. Only on special days like God's Descendants Day will a large number of humans be escorted to the Blood God statue. He raised the knife and dropped it, and a head rolled to the ground, and then a large amount of blood sprayed out and fell into the blood pool in front. The blood in the blood pool continued to surge, and was blocked by the tall Blood God statue next to the blood pool. Absorbed. The human slaves lined up in a long line, numbly watching the people in front of them being slaughtered, but they could only pray that it would end here. There were only 1,000 human slaves sacrificed, and there were less than 10 vampires responsible for guarding them, but no one thought of resisting. Over the course of thousands of years, generations of ancestors have exterminated the idea of resistance in their hearts, just like domestic animals. Mom, I'm afraid. A boy pulled at the corner of his mother's tattered clothes in front of him. This was the first time he faced death. Although he accepted this fate when he was born, he couldn't help but tremble when death came. Don't be afraid. Just close your eyes and it will be just like sleeping. It will be fine in a moment. The mother comforted her helplessly. Faced with this situation, she could not protect her child at all. All she could do was to make her child less afraid. Just fear. If one day I fail to become a god, will the humans in my world be like this, being slaughtered for generations without anyone resisting? Luo Wukong hid in the dark and watched all this. Race wars within a world are already so cruel. What would happen if a world-to-world war breaks out one day and you fail? Luo Wukong didn't dare to think about it at all, because the result could only be more cruel than what he was seeing. At least in this world, humans are their food, so humans can survive. As long as they are still alive and have not been exterminated, then there must be hope. Shenyuan Luoying could see that although the situation of humans in this world is very tragic, but at least it is not extinct yet, and there is still hope of rebuilding civilization. What is your world like? Luo Wukong suddenly asked Shenyuan Luoying, which made Shenyuan Luoying stunned for a moment. He did not expect Luo Wukong to suddenly ask about her world. My world was once like this, conquered by others, and even a random big shot could destroy our entire universe. At that time, I was just a slave like them. It wasn't until later that a person appeared and we have taken back our own world. In the next 100,000 years, our civilization will develop to an unimaginable level, and we will inevitably plunder the lower worlds. In short, you have become your own enemies, from the guardians who protect your homeland to plunderers. Is that why you were killed by Lao Hui with the 12 divine swords? Luo Wukong interrupted Shenyuan Luoying. If so, it seems that this is the general situation. I just want to make our world stronger so that tragedies will not happen again. Among billions of worlds, there are more low-level worlds than there are grains of sand in this world. We just use the sandstone to build what can be wrong with our house? If we don't understand our suffering and think that we are evil based on our behavior, is that too double standard? I am evil for the sake of the people in my own world, and others are evil for the sake of the people of thousands of worlds. Good, then it's all for the sake of different people. Why do I do evil while others are good? Shenyuan Luoying obviously heard this sentence from Luo Wukong, and Shenyuan Luoying knew that Luo Wukong had always regarded her as an evil being, just because she has always regarded all life in the world as dust. If one day, my world is in trouble, I may sacrifice other worlds. But I still can't stand the idea of treating people as dust. If one day I find the answer, I will tell you. Listen. After hearing Shen Yuan Luoying's words, Luoyikong's heart was shaken for a moment and he felt a little confused. At the same time, Luoyikong also changed some of his views on Shen Yuan Luoying. Perhaps in Shen Yuan Luoying's world, she, Shen Yuan Luoying, might be a hero. The answer, Shen Yuan Luoying just smiled faintly, as if she was laughing at Luoyikong's innocence. Mother! A woman was carried to the side of the blood pool, and the bloody sword was already placed on the woman's neck. However, the boy behind him kept crying and wanted to rush forward, but was held tightly by a vampire soldier. Don't worry. Don't worry. After your mother is gone, it's your turn. A cruel smile appeared under the helmet of the vampire soldier. Their usual pleasure was to torture these humans. Just when the sword in the hand of another vampire soldier was about to be swung down, a black figure suddenly rushed up. Everyone only saw the flash of red light, and the sword-holding arm of the vampire soldier was cut off. The vampire soldier didn't even have time to react before he was kicked by the shadow into the blood pool. The protective equipment of the soldiers who fell into the blood pool were all corroded, and the flesh and blood fell off quickly. Not even the bones were left in the screams. There seems to be some kind of special creature in that blood pool, but it's too small, at least not visible to the human eye. Shen Yuan Luoying suddenly felt something and reminded Luoyikong. Is the so-called blood god the concentration of these special creatures? Or are these special creatures the source of her power, and they have a symbiotic relationship with her, so she uses these blood foods to feed these creatures? Luoyikong guessed in his heart, is the so-called blood god a powerful existence born because of this world, or a terrible existence created by the previous civilization? But one thing is certain, after destroying the human civilization of this world, that existence has been recognized by the world and became the god behind this world. Just like Luoyikong's administrator authority has reached 100%, completely controlling the world. Who are you? Why interrupt the sacred sacrifice of the blood god ritual? Even if you are a high-level blood clan, you must leave an explanation. A voice came, pulling Luoyikong back to reality. At this moment, Luoyikong has changed his appearance through the system, and he looks like a young boy of 16 or 17 years old. There is no need to leave an explanation, because I am a human being. Luoyikong smiled faintly. Before taking action, he had already figured out the information of the blood clan here. The strongest high-level blood clan is only at the level of a level 40 personal boss. Radas, personal level boss, race, vampire, human, level, 40 life / physical strength / strength, 81 spirit, 53 agility, 81 resistance, 14 skills, vampire mimicry, vampire flesh-eating, bloodworm talent, vampire virus, advanced vampire introduction. Among the vampires, those with higher evolutionary level viruses are called advanced vampires. Compared with ordinary vampires, higher vampires have more powerful power. As Luoyikong revealed his identity, a fat man with a big belly sitting on a chair nearby immediately showed his health bar. The name on it turned red and turned into a personal boss. I don't know if I can drop the equipment? Luoyikong is holding a laser sword. Whether it is his administrator authority system or the ordinary player system, he has the ability to convert the combat power of all enemies into data. At this moment, Radisi's combat power data has been presented to Luoyikong in the form of an attribute table. Compared to Claude in Bloodwing City, the Radis in front of him was too weak. Even without any skills, Luoyikong could completely crush him just by relying on his attributes. You are too weak. Can this be considered a high-level vampire? Luoyikong looked at the fat man Radis and couldn't help but mocked. You are looking for death. Radis suddenly got angry when he heard Luoyikong's taunt. As a fat man, his speed was not slow at all. He turned into a black shadow and rushed in front of Luoyikong. Boom! -361. Luoyikong raised his foot and kicked Radis's flesh ball away, hitting the stone pillar of the altar nearby and smashing the stone pillar into pieces. Lord Sama. The ordinary vampire soldiers around were shocked. They thought Luoyikong would be pierced through the chest by Radha's claws, but they didn't expect that it was Radha's who flew out. Ahem, Radha stood up from the rubble and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. In the first round of confrontation, he could see that Luoyikong was far superior to him in terms of strength and speed. You are not human at all. It is impossible for a being as powerful as you to appear among humans. You must be a high-level vampire from a certain family, maybe a new vampire. If you leave now, I can pretend that nothing happened. Radha after she realized Luoyikong's strength, he didn't want to conflict with Luoyikong. Why is it impossible for humans to have a powerful existence like me? In the world under the watchful eye of Lord Blood God, whenever a powerful human being appears, he will be killed by Lord Blood God immediately. In this world, everyone knows this, so regarding the rise of human beings, those blood races have nothing to do with it. Do not worry. I'm sorry, I'm human. Luoyikong's eyes turned cold, and he released the skill double sword style dream bubble. At that moment, a ray of light flashed, and Radha's arms were cut off directly, and 1/3 of his health disappeared instantly. So strong. Radha was shocked. Although the injury of a broken arm was nothing to a high-level vampire, the speed of Luoyikong's sword was so fast that he didn't see it clearly at all. At this time, Radha no longer held back, and very decisively released the vampire's desperate skill, vampire mimicry. You forced me to do this. Radha's big belly suddenly exploded, and a large amount of blood mist was released, wrapping it up. Several human slaves had no time to escape from the blood mist, and soon the screams of the human slaves came from the blood mist. Ho ho ho! Along with the terrifying roar, Luoyikong saw a toad creature, covered in blood and more than 10 meters high, crawling out from the middle. Those so-called vampires are simply virus creatures, or this is what they really look like behind their human appearance. This was also the first time Luoyikong saw a vampire release his own vampire mimicry, transforming his true appearance into a virus creature exposed. Luoyikong checked with the system. This mutation increased Radha's body attributes by about 20%, but the cost was also very obvious, which was losing his mind and becoming a virus creature that only knew how to prey. Luoyikong held the laser sword in his hand. He was very satisfied with this advanced vampire sample. Seeing the changes in Radha, both the humans here and the vampire soldiers have all fled. After all, when a vampire becomes such a being, it means that he has made a great determination, because once he turns into a monster, it's hard to change back. Roar! The flesh and blood toad that Radha turned into opened its bloody mouth and flew toward Luoyikong. In front of that giant creature, Luoyikong was like a candy man. It was easy to swallow Luoyikong in one gulp. Looking at the huge mouth full of fangs, any trypophobia patient will feel uncomfortable all over. Even if Luoyikong falls into it, Luoyikong's virus body will be chewed into pieces in front of the dense fangs. Meat puree. The surrounding airflow seemed to be pulled by the laser sword in Luoyikong's hand, wrapping around Luoyikong's sword. Luoyikong put one hand behind his back and swung out another sword. Dual sword style, dream bubble. Boom! With a swing of the sword, blood sprayed out from the air. The head of the huge flesh and blood toad was cut off directly by Luoyikong and fell heavily to the ground. But even so, the monster was still not dead. The monster was struggling on the ground, trying to hold on to its headless body. The scene was bloody and bizarre, making people feel uncomfortable. Why did humans become so ugly? Luoyikong watched everything calmly. He knew that these vampires were once humans, but because of the mysterious virus, they became like that and eventually stood on the opposite side of humans. Since Luoyikong himself became a concentrated body of the virus, Luoyikong realized that if the virus did not take away his mind, even if he became an inhuman monster, he would still be a human being. Because the definition of a human is not just about the physical appearance, but also about the heart. With a few beads of sweat on his forehead, Luoyikong silently counted the 5-second cooldown countdown of the skill of the dual sword style, Dream Bubble. 3. The headless flesh toad stood up slightly. 2. The headless monster, as if it could share the line of sight with the severed head, locked Luoyikong's position. 1. A large amount of blood flowed from the monster's body. The originally severed head suddenly moved, opened its bloody mouth and pounced on Luoyikong, attacking the head and body from the front and back. Dream Bubble. The skill countdown ended, and Luo Wukong swung his sword again. Unlike the previous swords that could not see anything clearly, in front of this sword that took his life, Radis seemed to see his once-forgotten human life. It was just a blink of an eye. Blood Moon World Ding. Kill Radis, personal level boss, gain experience. The huge body fell to the ground, and a lot of blood dyed the surrounding ground red. A lot of blood flowed into the blood pool in front of the blood god statue, making the whole blood pool boil. Luo Wukong walked to the body of Radis that had turned into a monster, and took out a test tube from the system backpack. Luo Wukong took a little blood and put it into the test tube. In this way, a sample of a high-level vampire was collected. Next to Radis's body, Luo Wukong saw a bottle of red potion, which seemed to be the drop obtained by killing this monster. Alien Blood Potion, item after use, it can stimulate the potential of boiling blood, increase all attributes by 100%, and last for 5 minutes. After the effect ends, the user will enter a seriously injured state. The pre-human civilization of this world has studied the mysterious virus, but they found that not everyone is suitable for this virus, so by extracting the blood of those who perfectly match the virus, they created a potion that can stimulate the potential of soldiers. However, with the destruction of the previous civilization, some medicines were left behind, but the key manufacturing technology was lost. Luo Wukong put the blood medicine into the system backpack, and then his arms turned into a large number of devouring tentacles and began to devour Radis's body. Devour. A large amount of flesh and blood was devoured by Luo Wukong, and the body of the huge monster was shrinking like sucking jelly. Every cell in Luo Wukong's body felt extremely happy. Ding! A powerful creature has been devoured, and the virus in the body has evolved. Ding! The evolutionary roadmap of virus creatures has been opened. Ding! 1 evolution point has been obtained. After devouring Radis's body completely, the system prompt sounded, which made Luo Wukong stunned. Then Luo Wukong opened the evolutionary roadmap of virus creatures, and the 3 major evolutionary routes of virus creatures appeared in front of Luo Wukong. Limb grafting mother, talent as a virus mother, the virus in your body has become extremely powerful. You can perfectly combine the body tissues of all creatures with your own body without rejection, and turn every part of yourself into the most powerful weapon. It takes 1 evolution point to open the evolution route. Virus will, talent become a powerful mother body, you are the absolute master, you have the ability to control all infected people born by your own virus, become the supreme master of the virus group, and control the evolutionary code of all virus creatures under your rule, so as to continuously evolve yourself, but you will become a terrifying source of infection. It takes 1 evolution point to open the evolution route. Devouring planets, talented can improve its own genes by constantly devouring creatures, and even change its own body according to the devoured creatures, and inherit some skills of creatures. When it grows to a certain extent, it can even reach the point of devouring planets, thus giving birth to the most perfect creatures on the planet at the cost of billions of lives. It takes 1 evolution point to open the evolution route. Luo Wukong looked at the 3 major virus mother evolution routes, namely the flesh, infection, and devouring routes, but because Luo Wukong has not unlocked any of the 3 routes, he can't see the evolutionary routes behind. It seems that this should be the genesis virus in Luo Wukong's body that has evolved after matching with himself, thus opening a new evolutionary route. This is similar to the job change among players, and Luo Wukong can be regarded as a job change to become a virus creature. Luo Wukong thought about it. Although the limb grafting mother can make every part of the body become the most powerful weapon by fusing the limbs of other creatures, it is afraid that it will lose its human appearance and become a monster. Although the virus will of another strengthening route is also powerful, it can not only control all virus creatures infected by its own virus, but also continuously evolve through those virus creatures, but its own existence will definitely become an extremely terrible source of infection. That kind of infection source is probably more dangerous than Luo Wukong at this moment. Maybe just getting close to it may be infected. Luo Wukong looked at the last strengthening route. Now it seems that only the last one is suitable for him. At least he can maintain a human appearance and will not accidentally hurt the people around him. Luo Wukong immediately spent that 1 evolution point and started the evolution route of devouring planets. In an instant, a large number of tentacles burst out of Luo Wukong's body uncontrollably, and in the blink of an eye, they spread to a range of hundreds of meters around. Quickly control it! Quick! Shenyuan Luoying was obviously a little panicked, because the virus in Luo Wukong's body suddenly went out of control, and the breath of the originally hidden visitor from another world was completely exposed at this moment. I'm controlling it! Luo Wukong was also sweating profusely. He didn't expect that the virus in his body would have a moth and suddenly become so excited. Come! It's too late, the blood pool behind Luo Wukong was surging. Feeling the threat from behind, Luo Wukong quickly turned his head, but saw that the blood in the blood pool began to condense into a human figure. The oppression of the blood man made Luo Wukong feel like he was facing a mountain with no visible peak, which was suffocating. I understand. Everything in that blood pool is part of the so-called blood god's body. That guy is simply a conscious super virus concentrator. Everything in each blood pool is part of her body, her body. Shenyuan Luoying felt the blood man condensed by the blood. The breath of that existence made Shenyuan Luoying understand everything. It was a kind of existence similar to Luo Wukong, but the evolutionary path was completely different from Luo Wukong. Luo Wukong also understood at this time that the blood sacrifice to the blood god statue was actually just feeding the blood god, and the blood god was spread across every blood clan territory in this world. Luo Wukong, who understood all this, did not hesitate at all and immediately opened the space crack and prepared to escape from this world. After all, now that he knew the secret of the so-called blood god's body, the other party would definitely kill him and would not let him leave. Outsider. Die. A large amount of blood seemed to have life and swallowed Luo Wukong. Luo Wukong immediately controlled a large number of devouring tentacles to form a protective net to resist in front of him. But even the devouring tentacles were corroded and melted in an instant, just like snow encountering red-hot iron. Go! Shenyuan Luoying screamed in Luo Wukong's mind. Luo Wukong endured the pain, cut off all the devouring tentacles, and jumped into the space crack in the way of a gecko cutting off its tail. Don't even think about leaving. As soon as Luo Wukong jumped into the space crack, a huge bloody hand passed through the space crack and grabbed Luo Wukong. He was about to be grabbed back, so Luo Wukong immediately closed the space crack. As the space crack closed, the huge bloody hand was instantly cut off by the closed space. The huge bloody hand lost all connection with the original world, turned into blood, and was swallowed by the surging chaos. In Luo Hui's residence at the fire base, a space crack suddenly opened, setting off a strong wind and rolling up the books and papers in the room. Then a man covered in blood jumped out of the space crack, and the violent space crack followed. That person reaches this world safely and disappears completely. Are you making so much noise when you appear? Lao Hui, who was finishing his meal with bowls and chopsticks, saw Luo Wukong jumping out of the crack in space. He looked at his messy home again and couldn't help but complain. I went to another world and almost died there. Luo Wukong looked very calm on the surface, but he was still frightened. If it weren't for his ability to travel through the world at will, he might have to confess to being in that blood moon world. Then what did you bring back? Lao Hui put down the bowls and chopsticks in his hands and asked Luo Wukong. How did you know I brought something? Nonsense, I almost lost my life when I went to a strange world. You should at least bring something back with you. Lao Hui extended his hand to Luo Wukong unceremoniously, and Luo Wukong took out a batch of test tubes from the system backpack. Those test tubes contained part of the flesh and blood of different vampires. One of the test tubes also contained the senior Rodus. The flesh and blood of the vampires. What's this? Do you have anyone you can trust to study the flesh and blood of viral creatures from another world? You're crazy. The Genesis virus in this world has made us miserable, and now you've brought back another virus. Lao Hui looked at the batch of test tubes in Luo Wukong's hands, wishing he could use a flamethrower to kill these viruses now. Wipe out. Don't worry. During the days I lived in that world, I discovered that this virus may be a controllable virus, which can allow the infected person to gain greater power than ordinary people while also maintaining sanity. But this kind of sanity-keeping virus, the price may be to feed the virus in the body, and the food of the virus is blood and meat. I think if this virus is changed, it may be possible to fight against the Genesis virus and find a way to keep people sane under the virus.
Method.
Even if it doesn't work, it should make the humans in this world stronger. After speaking, Luoyikon put the batch of blood samples on the table, and then took out the blood medicine from the system backpack.
This is a byproduct of the virus.
It allows the user to burst out with super potential, doubling their own strength in 5 minutes, but will be seriously injured after the drug takes effect. Luoyikon handed the potion in his hand to Lao Hui, and Lao Hui took the potion in Luoyikon's hand.
At this time, he also understood what Luoyikon meant.
A highly developed civilization can drive the evolution of the entire population. If the civilization of this world wants to become a high civilization, it will take an unknown amount of time. Luoyikon brought this controllable virus from another world, and he was also constantly trying the feasibility of different evolutionary routes for humans. There is only a thin line between a savior who drives the evolution of the population and a madman who destroys the world. You should know what this means. Once this kind of human-driven evolution fails, it will be another disaster.
Too many civilizations will be destroyed because of this.
Lao Hui said seriously. He had seen too many civilizations. On the way to promote the evolution of the population, it will bring destruction to its own civilization. After all, there will always be unknown existences on the road of evolution.
I know, but humans can't stay in the blue forever, and the human body can never restrain human beliefs and thoughts.
Evolution must come, it's just the difference between me pushing it and it coming naturally. Luoyikon has seen the situation of human beings in other worlds, so he does not want the humans in his own world to reach that ending. Sooner or later, his original world will be connected to the world of this fire base, so Luoyikon must be prepared.
I understand. I have a trusted person in the black market.
In addition, I will not let the fire base know about this matter.
Lao Hui nodded.
He knew that Luoyikon trusted him, so he handed these over to if it is handed over to the firebase in his hands, the firebase will definitely become the enemy of the players in Luoyikon's world in the future.
Ding!
The administrator's permission progress has reached 40%, and he has obtained the permissions of Rule Incarnation, Rule Blessing, Experience Sharing, Shelter Rule Grant, Special Area Rule Rewriting, 40%. Those guys are so fast. Luoyikon was overjoyed in his heart. Because his permissions had been unlocked by 40%, the light coverage of the virtual world tower in the real world expanded for a while, covering 40% of the Yanhuang star in the real world.
Luoyikon took a look at the current number of players.
The number of players has now exploded to 4 billion, of which only 100 million have left the novice area of the God's Forbidden Zone.
What's wrong with you? Lao Hui couldn't help but ask when he saw Luoyikon's expression suddenly changed.
There is a problem, but I can handle it. Luoyikon thought about all those players flooding into the Forbidden Zone, and the 3.9 billion people would not be able to burst the Forbidden Zone. Luoyikon no longer hesitated, opened his system, and saw that the number of energy coins he had was as high as 7 million. Luoyikon did not hesitate and spent 5 million directly to use the newly obtained authority to control the special area of the God's Forbidden Zone.
Make rule changes.
Luoyikon not only separated the Divine Forbidden Zone from this world and set it as an independent space, but also expanded the Divine Forbidden Zone 100 times, and the number of zombies also increased accordingly. At this moment, outside the forbidden area of God, accompanied by the deafening roar, the ground began to shake violently, and then the area where the forbidden area of God was located was completely covered by a black barrier.
No one knew what happened inside.
But this change immediately attracted the attention of all players, the Spark Base, and the three forces of the City of God. The transformation was successful.
Luoyikon was a little unbelievable.
Now he not only has many powers, but also unlocked the power of the Rule Incarnation. Although this power cannot be used in the copy, it can allow Luoyikon to touch the threshold of the so-called God. In the Blood Moon world, Luoyikon was almost directly wiped out by the Rule Incarnation. Luoyikon knew that he might not be very strong in other worlds at this moment, but in this world, Luoyikon has become the existence recognized by the world. At least in this world, Luoyikon feels that he is extremely powerful.
Then let's test its power. Luo Yikong opened the system's virtual map and quickly locked onto the locations of several thousand man-level biological weapons. Those were biological weapons awakened by the Divine City, and they posed a great threat to the players who built shelters. After Luo Yikong set the rules for the surface shelter, many player groups and guilds built their own shelters on the surface. The Firebase wanted to interfere, but found that the sudden surge in the number of players was out of their control. Even if they forcibly requisitioned the players' surface shelters in the name of the Firebase, they found something very embarrassing. For some reason, they suddenly did not have the right to use many important facilities, and there were often some inexplicable minor failures. Anyway, after the players were driven away, various accidents continued to occur, as if the whole world was against them. Even the construction machines that drove to the shelter were not spared. In order to avoid riots among the players who occupied the surface, the current Firebase simply does not interfere with the players' affairs. In short, the Firebase did not expect the number of players to increase to this extent in such a short time. Originally, they wanted to control the players for their own use, but they did not expect to play too much. The current Firebase has been completely closed, and the player group is listed as a threat at the same level as the City of God. At the same time, in the plan of the Spark Base, they intend to consume the players with the doomsday creatures and biological weapons on the surface, and then when the God City descends and the players and the God City are almost done, they will reap the benefits. In a medium-sized shelter 2,400 kilometers away from the Spark Base, hundreds of players are upgrading and building this medium-sized shelter. In today's real world, things about this world can no longer be concealed. Many people regard this world as their second life world to develop. A medium-sized shelter can be sold for 10 million Dashu people's currency in the real world. Boom! 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 The ground began to shake violently. All the players who were building the shelter stopped working and looked to the east at the same time. Only to see a centipede beast carrying a huge steel fortress on its back, and its technologically modified steelhead poking out from the mountain peaks on the horizon. That's the 1,000-man level boss that those people on the forum said. It's dedicated to destroying shelters. It's over. It said that the large shelters in the Spark Base can't be defended, let alone our medium-sized shelters. Damn! We're all going to die now. The hundreds of players at levels 40 or 50 in the shelter all looked ashen. Although they would not face real death, because Luo Yikong's authority was not complete, these players did not have the ability to revive infinitely, and if they died, they would lose the opportunity to come to this world again. Every player knew this very well, so except in the dungeon, they were extremely careful to avoid wasting all their efforts. These players did not expect the Spark Base to protect them. After all, since the Spark Base felt the huge threat from the players and cut off all assistance to the players knew that it was better to rely on themselves than on the Spark Base. Fortunately, the large amount of equipment and technology obtained from the Spark Base before allowed them to build their own shelters on the surface, and these materials were completely open to the players. Fire! The few remaining energy cannons on the walls of the shelter immediately fired at the huge biological weapon. Energy beams as thick as buckets bombarded the steel fortress carried by the giant beast, causing a series of explosions. Those energy cannons seemed to be powerful, but for the 1,000-man biological weapons used in large-scale wars, this power was still not enough. The energy cannon that directly killed the 10-man boss was completely a scratch for the 1,000-man boss. The steel fortress on the back of the centipede beast flashed dense red light, and then hundreds of red lasers instantly covered the entire shelter. Boom! 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 A series of violent explosions occurred where the lasers swept across, and the flames of the explosions engulfed the entire shelter, destroying all the buildings and facilities in the shelter. More than half of the hundreds of players were lost in the blink of an eye. Human power seemed so pale and powerless in front of that powerful war weapon. The shelter that was just thriving has now turned into a sea of ruins and fire. The surviving players all have despair on their faces. In front of the 1,000-level boss, none of them can survive. Beast! Die! A voice exploded in the sky, echoing between the sky and the earth. The originally clear sky is now covered with dark clouds, and those dark clouds seem to be attracted by something above the huge biological weapon, forming a huge vortex.
What is that? Is it a weather weapon? At this time, all the players looked up at the vortex in the sky. Such a sudden phenomenon could not be formed naturally. They could all feel the huge pressure from the center of the vortex in the sky. Boom! Perhaps sensing the huge threat from the sky, the huge 1,000-level biological weapon like a mountain immediately concentrated the most powerful firepower to lock the vortex in the sky. In an instant, countless red lights flashed on the biological weapon's body like a mountain, and then tens of thousands of red lasers burst out, converging into a point in the air, and bombarded the vortex in the sky. In Luo Wukong's real world, the most powerful weapon known to humans on the entire Yenhuang star is only a nuclear bomb, and the most powerful nuclear bomb ever tested on the Yenhuang star is the Emperor Bomb of the Northern Kingdom, which has a power of 50 million TNT equivalent. But at this moment, the biological weapon exploded with the strongest attack, consuming more than 80% of the energy source of the biological weapon, and its power is even closer to the most powerful nuclear bomb ever tested on the Yenhuang star. The red light shot straight into the sky. In front of that light, even the sky, which was dark because of the dark clouds, became extremely dazzling. Boom! The red light pierced through the dark clouds and fell into the center of the vortex. A violent explosion resounded through the world. The shock wave generated by the explosion burst in the center of the vortex, impacting everything between heaven and earth. President! Everyone caught it. The shock wave carried gravel and dust, and hit everything around at a very fast speed. The surviving players held onto the things around them tightly, and some players hid behind the bunkers. However, the debris in the shock wave had become a deadly threat at that fast speed. Many surviving players had no time to react and were taken away. The shock wave lasted for more than a minute before it stopped, and the dark cloud vortex in the sky was not dispersed by the explosion. Even the center of the vortex was still flashing with lightning. A lightning eye composed of countless blue lightning appeared in the center of the vortex. A large number of thunder and lightning gathered at one point, and then the blue thunder and lightning bombarded down with terrifying power. If someone stood far away, they would see that the sky seemed to be torn apart, and a thunder and lightning bolt appeared instantly connecting the sky and the earth. Tree. Boom. Dash. Thunder and lightning struck the biological weapon, immediately exploding an astronomical figure, and then the seemingly indestructible body that had been transformed by the divine city instantly turned into powder. At the same time, all the 1,000-level biological weapons raging around the world were locked by this terrifying power and were killed in an instant. Ding! The Prayer of Despair, 1,000-man level boss, has been killed. Ding! Centipede Fortress, 1,000-man level boss, has been defeated. Ding! The Extinction, 1,000-man level boss, has been killed. Ding! The Emperor of Destruction, 1,000-level boss, has been killed. Ding! The Giant War Beast, 1,000-level boss, has been killed. The information that flooded the screen occupied Luo Wukong's sight at this moment. Just using the power of that authority, he wiped out all the 1,000-level biological weapons that were raging on the surface of the world, clearing the biggest obstacle for players to build shelters. If the number of players hadn't suddenly increased dramatically in a short period of time, the plan of the firebase was to use manual detonation of nuclear bombs to eliminate those 1,000-level biological weapons. Luo Wukong rules that the power of one blow is equivalent to the combined attack power of all players in the world, so he can destroy that extremely powerful 1,000-level biological weapon with one blow. Luo Wukong can even be sure that the power of his blow exceeds the blood that existence in the moon world. It's a pity that this kind of power can only be used in the world of Firebase. If he is in the real world or other worlds, Luo Wukong will be immediately knocked back to his original form. However, after destroying those 1,000-level biological weapons, Luo Wukong frowned. Even if he couldn't get the dropped equipment, he didn't even have any experience. It's a pity that I don't have experience, Luo Wukong sighed deeply, otherwise with all the experience added up, Luo Wukong could directly reach level 100 or above. What's wrong? Lao Hui noticed Luo Wukong's expression changing repeatedly and couldn't help but ask. It's nothing, it's just that I have killed those 1,000-level biological weapons raging on the surface. Luo Wukong said calmly, and filled a cup in front of Lao Hui. Come on. You kid, even though you have that magical system, you can't access high-level power before you completely control the world. Lao Wei obviously didn't believe what Luo Wikong said. After all, Luo Wikong people are still here. Could it be that their thoughts crossed a distance of thousands of miles and killed a 1,000-level being? It sounds like nonsense. Forget it if you don't believe it. Luo Wikong doesn't expect Lao Hui to believe it. Anyway, it won't be long before the news that all the thousands-level biological weapons raging on the surface have been wiped out will spread throughout the world, and even the Divine City will be affected. No. Luo Wikong checked his experience-sharing permission. This permission probably means that the combat memories and skills obtained by players from the battle will be sorted out and directly transmitted to Luo Wikong's mind, and the huge memory will be processed through after being streamlined and organized. Luo Wikong's head will not burst. In other words, with this authority and the combat skills of hundreds of millions of players, even a pig can become a first-class combat genius. In addition, this authority has another effect, that is, every time a player levels up, it will provide Luo Wikong with 1 point of experience. This 1 point of experience may not seem like much, but it can't stand up to the large number of players and the fact that players can continue to upgrade. Luo Wikong's remaining 2 powers are Sanctuary Rule Granting and Rule Blessing. The former ability allows Luo Wikong to make the rules of the sanctuary at will, which is the absolute law of the sanctuary. The latter authority allows Luo Wikong to all of Wikong's attacks will have regular attributes, such as burn and cold. Luo Wikong opened the shelter rules grant and began to modify the basic rules of all player shelters. For example, if players are killed indiscriminately in the shelter, they will be deprived of the system and other rules that are beneficial to the players. However, because these rules affect all player shelters, this kind of rulemaking has to be done slowly. Luo Wikong just wrote in the rules prohibiting indiscriminate killing first. With those authority added, although Luo Wikong in this world does not feel that he is the supreme god, he is at least a demigod. This feeling of dominating the life and death of all things is very intoxicating, and it is easy for people to get lost in it. Luo Wikong himself knows this very well, so he has always considered himself a human being, not a god. Ding! The player has been upgraded. Luo Wikong was suddenly startled when he heard the system prompt. At this time, he noticed that his experience bar was constantly rising, and this experience was growing very fast. It seems that it won't take long. I should be the first player in the whole server to suddenly reach level 100. Luo Wikong sighed helplessly. This way of leveling up without any effort really made Luo Wikong a little uncomfortable. Adopt. There are so many players that if each player upgrades to 1 level and only adds 1 point of experience, Luo Wikong can take off directly. Luo Wikong closed his eyes slightly, as if he could be immersed in the scene, experiencing every battle of the player in the way of a witness, as if Luo Wikong himself had experienced so many battles. How amazing! Is this the monster cultivated with the full strength of all players? Luo Wikong opened his eyes. He could feel that he had made great progress in combat skills at that moment. At the same time, he was also unbelievable about the power of the virtual god. With such a heaven-defying system, would an existence that gathered the fortunes of thousands of virtual worlds in its lifetime be destroyed? It's unbelievable. Xianyuan Luoying also felt a little unbelievable about Luo Wikong's system. Even if she had seen the power of the virtual god before, she knew nothing about the secrets of the virtual god. She had never thought that a system that only unlocked 40% of the permissions could be so powerful. Ding! The player has upgraded. Just when Luo Wikong was a little dazed by the heaven-defying system, the upgrade prompt sound came again. Come on! With the efforts of those players, you can upgrade even if you are idle, and it's faster than my previous efforts. Luo Wikong was also a little helpless. Even if he had leveled up before, or mixed in with the players to get experience, he couldn't upgrade so quickly. Sure enough, sometimes, your efforts are not as fast as an opportunity. At this moment, Luo Wikong also had his own plan in mind. The players completely left the Spark base and occupied the surface. After all, relying on the huge number of players, they no longer needed to rely on the Spark base. In the past, he still wanted to occupy the Spark base, but now the Spark base was completely insignificant to Luo Wikong. At the Dark Moon Outpost, the top leaders of the base gathered in the conference room. In addition to the top leaders of the Dark Moon Outpost, there were several projections in the conference room. Those projections were from the high-level human rulers of the City of God. What happened? How could so many biological weapons of the 1,000-man level be destroyed at the same time? What kind of weapon is that? The projection of a blonde man frowned slightly. He felt a little unbelievable when he heard the news. He couldn't imagine that the Spark base had such strength. They had all seen the scene of the 1,000-man biological weapons being destroyed. On Zhongtian Star covered by the Eye of God, even if the Spark base wanted to launch a nuclear bomb, it would definitely be interfered by them and finally hit the Spark base itself, so it could only be detonated manually. Almost all the people in the City of God believed that the Spark base chose to use nuclear bombs to exchange for victory at the cost of life, but they didn't expect that the biological weapons were actually killed directly by a mysterious weather weapon. The power of that weapon made them feel creepy. Is that the weather weapon of the Spark base? Does the Spark base have such technology? Another man repeatedly watched the scene of the 1,000-man biological weapon being directly killed by lightning, but his heart was full of confusion. It shouldn't be. If the Spark base has such a weapon, why did it take so long to use it? But no matter what, even if they have a more powerful weather weapon, it can't change the outcome of destruction. Let alone the destruction of the God City's water drop, the joint attack mode of the Eye of God alone can destroy the entire Spark base. The leading projection man looked at the lightning that destroyed the 1,000-man biological weapon, but his face was calm. In his opinion, in front of the water drop that destroyed all life on the entire planet, no matter how powerful the weather weapon was, it was just futile. Lord God King's city has accelerated its arrival and is expected to arrive ahead of schedule. It won't be long before everything ends. 20 years ago, we didn't have water droplets, so it was a bit troublesome to clean up the entire planet, but now it's different. We will return to that planet. As far as I know, the City of God is rushing here at full speed, and the energy consumption is also huge. It may consume more than half of the stellar energy extracted from the sun in the past 20 years. What happened to make Lord God King so anxious? A high-level official at the Dark Moon base knew that although the City of God was the most powerful war weapon in the world, its energy consumption was also very terrifying, otherwise it would not have gone to the sun to replenish energy. But the City of God was so anxious to return, which was a bit unusual. After all, Zhongtian Star had been blocked, and those guys on it were all fish in the net. There was no other way except to fight to the death, but how could those guys on Zhongtian Star be the opponent of the City of God? Because of some changes on Zhongtian Star, the God King feels that there is a being that is competing with him for this world. Competing with the God King for the world? Could it be that person? The mysterious guy named Luo Hui from 20 years ago. Hearing this news, many high-level human leaders present looked a little ugly, because they all knew what it meant to compete for the world. Once they failed, all of them would either die or become slaves. Before the God City, we have to take action. In the high-level meeting room of the energy tower of the Spark base, all the high-level leaders gathered together at this time. All the high-level leaders stared at the scene of the 1,000-level biological weapons being destroyed, and their expressions were a little ugly. The 1,000-level biological weapons on the surface were all killed at the same time. If it was before, they would naturally be very happy, but now they are completely unhappy. The lightning that killed all the 1,000-level biological weapons in various parts of the world at the same time could never be naturally generated, and those biological weapons were created by the God City. They are powerful weapons of the God City. Naturally, it is impossible for the forces of the God City to take action. Since it is neither the City of God nor the Firebase, it can only be the third force in this world, the foreign players. The current players are simply foreigners to the Firebase. The number of players is beyond their control. If the technology is beyond their control, then the planet will change hands in the future. That is obviously a weather weapon that we have not fully mastered. Since they have such powerful technology at the beginning, why do they need our assistance? A senior executive of the Firebase was full of confusion, because the players relied on the help of the Firebase in the early stage to build a large number of shelters on the surface. Maybe there was no such thing before, but now there is after the arrival of the large force of players. We must list the players as a threat of the same level as the City of God, but now we have not completely torn our faces with those players, but we can send people to understand their secrets.
Do you mean to reopen the fire base?
A senior executive frowned slightly. Obviously he didn't like players entering the fire base. No, I mean to send our people to the surface to cooperate with those players and get their secrets. Now the number of players is much larger than ours, so we can only pretend to cooperate with them.
Okay, that's the only way.
The biological weapons of thousands of people on the surface were killed at the same time, and the news spread throughout the player group, but most players believed that it was caused by the weather weapons of the Spark base. Luoycom used the Rule Incarnation to kill the 1,000-man biological weapons, which immediately caused panic among the high-level officials of the City of Gods and the Spark base. However, among the civilians and players of the Spark base, this was good news because the biggest threat to humans on the surface was gone. At this moment, Luoycom, the initiator, was still completely unaware of all this. After the 1,000-man biological weapons on the surface were killed, Luoycom did not deal with the remaining 100-man biological weapons, but left them to the players to level up and brush equipment. Luoycom also knew that the City of Gods was about to come, so he began to guide the players to build a surface defense system behind the scenes. After all, those guys in the Spark base were completely unreliable. Luoycom opened the technology tree and found the planetary surface defense on it, and then spent 1.5 million energy coins to point it out. This technology is different from the interstellar colonization that Luoycom had pointed out before, which takes 100 years to develop. After Luoycom pointed out the planetary surface defense, players can find various facilities and weapons related to surface defense in the shelter system menu, and build and upgrade them, which only requires some resources such as steel. These resources are not very scarce for players, after all, there are so many abandoned cities.
Real world, brother.
A familiar voice came from behind. Luoycom turned around and saw a young girl with waist-length black hair, wearing a dress and holding a samurai sword.
Why are you here?
Luoycom was a little surprised by Luo Yiling's appearance. Logically, shouldn't Luo Yiling be leveling up? In the eyes of many players, this is just a game, but Luoycom knows that in the future, levels will be very important.
It seems that there are some accidents in the City X in the real world.
Maybe, it is now a hell on earth. Luo Yiling hesitated and reported to Luoycom.
Shouldn't it be under control?
Luoycom's heart skipped a beat.
He understood what Luo Yiling meant by the hell on earth.
The virus may have broken out on a large scale and reached an uncontrollable point, but Luoycom remembered that the spread of the virus in that city was not under control?
I don't know.
I also heard it from the players. In the real world, you and I have become the most wanted criminals in the Great Shu Empire.
The bounty has reached 500 million Great Shu RMB.
I am a little worried. Luo Yiling's expression was a little worried. Although this world is extremely real, it is not the world she has lived in since she was a child.
She doesn't know if they can live as normal people when they return to the real world after everything is over? Wanted criminals?
Luoycom smiled bitterly and shook his head.
It seems that he can't speak calmly as before.
Brother, Shaoling. Our parents died because of the virus experiments conducted by the Future Foundation, and behind that foundation is the royal family behind the Great Shu Empire.
Do you want revenge?
Luoycom thought about it. He had met Lu Zuiki before. With the ruthless character of the royal family of the Great Shu Empire, they might withstand the pressure of the Great Shu Empire Parliament and destroy the X-City at all costs. After all, there is evidence of their virus experiments hidden there.
I want to.
Of course I want to. Luo Yiling clenched his fists. Luo Yiling hated those guys. That's right, there are players from all over the world in this world. Even if the royal family of the Great Shu Empire wants to suppress the news, it can't. We must first find a way to spread this matter among the players and occupy the highest point of public opinion. Luoycom thought for a while. Now the players are no longer threatened by the 1,000-level biological weapons, and there is also the construction of surface defense technology. Now they just need to wait quietly.
If possible, Luo Wukong would like to deal with the things in the real world first. If he can find evidence of the royal family's guilt, it would be great. His world does not need the royal family above 10,000 people. Whether it is for revenge or for the world of Daton, Luo Wukong must start with them. Xiaoling, do you want to go to the real world with me? Luo Wukong smiled at Luo Yiling beside him. Although Luo Wukong is not as powerful as he was in this world after returning to the original world, and does not have so many powers, but with Luo Wukong's virus body at the moment, Luo Wukong is confident that he will not pose any threat in the real world. Yeah. Luo Yiling nodded. Now she and Luo Wukong have the same virus body. Although they look human, they are no longer brilliant humans. What about Brother's world? Luo Yiling looked at the shelter under construction in front of her, and then looked at Luo Wukong beside her and asked. The threat of biological weapons on the surface has been resolved. The attack to destroy biological weapons is estimated to be regarded by the fire base as some kind of weather weapon. In this way, the fire base will not act rashly against players. After all, the fire base itself does not have such strength. As for the God City, it is too far away from this planet and cannot make any waves for the time being. This period of time may be very peaceful, and this is a peaceful development period for players. At the same time, after I expanded the God Forbidden Zone, about 100 million players came out of it every day, and it was only a matter of time before the players spread to the entire planet. Luo Wukong had already thought of all this. The longer this peaceful development lasts, the more beneficial it will be for players. After all, players can upgrade, build shelters, develop technology, and the number is still increasing by at least 100 million every day. This world only has 30 million people in the Spark base and those guys in the God City. It can't be compared with the billions of players. At least in terms of time and future, it is more advantageous for players. System. If my authority reaches 100%, can I modify my original world? Luo Wukong asked the system in his heart. After all, the virus is still rampant in Luo Wukong's original world. If there is no authority, it is really difficult to completely eliminate those viruses. Authority cannot affect the world outside the rule, unless the other world is also transformed into a virtual world, and this way is to merge the two worlds. At that time, your authority can directly affect the two worlds, or it can be said that it is already one world at that time. The mechanical voice of the system explained to Luo Wukong, and Luo Wukong also fell into deep thought. Maybe when the authority reaches 100%, he can not only eliminate all Genesis viruses, but also rewrite everyone's memory. In this way, he will no longer be the identity of the wanted criminal, and there will be less trouble. Brother, what's wrong with you? Nothing, just thinking about some problems. Let's go. Luo Wukong snapped his fingers, and at that moment a beam of light descended from the sky, covering Luo Wukong and Luo Yiling. Emergency announcement. All citizens stay at home, do not go out, and wait for rescue. The broadcast spread throughout the city, but the pedestrians on the street were shaky and very strange, and gunshots were heard from nowhere from time to time. It was only a few days since Luo Wukong last left the real world, but after obtaining sufficient food, the evolution of the Genesis virus exceeded everyone's imagination. After all, the Genesis virus is also a virus that destroys a civilization, and that civilization was once much stronger than the civilization of this world. Luo Wukong ignored the horror and evolutionary ability of that virus, and the originally prosperous city has almost become a paradise for virus creatures. No signal? Luo Wukong and Luo Yiling landed in their own home. At this moment, their home has become a mess. It is obvious that when they left this world, the Great Shu Empire had sent people to their home and searched it. Luo Wukong took out his mobile phone and found that his mobile phone had no signal for a long time. I thought it would take a long time, but the situation turned out to be more serious than I thought. Luo Wukong walked to the balcony and looked outside. What he saw was that the once prosperous city had become a dead city. Only those staggering figures were wandering on the streets. Black smoke was rising in the distance, and explosions were heard from time to time. General zombie disasters can be easily suppressed by relying on the weapons of humans in this world.
Now, in just a few days, the whole city has fallen into this state, which means that some unknown changes have occurred in the virus organisms. At least it is difficult to resist with ordinary human weapons. Brother, is it because of us? Luo Yiling looked at the miserable state of the city and couldn't help but blame herself. She suspected that it was the time when she was deceived by the future foundation to the third laboratory of the empire that caused such a crisis. These are not your faults. Even if you have to choose a sinner, it should be me. The first time I brought players into that world, an unknown infectious disease appeared in this world. I should have thought of it at that time. Although I don't know how the virus came to this world through the players. Luo Yikong thought of a possibility. If he conquered that world alone, he might have a year in the real world to conquer it, but when he allowed a large number of players to enter that world, the time limit was shortened, which also led to more and more players connecting to that world, and the situation in this world became more and more serious. When the unmanned park was transformed, Luo Yikong was discovered by the Great Shu Empire and had no time to deal with the things he left behind. Luo Yikong guessed that the royal family of the Great Shu Empire must still have a sample of the virus in his body. Brother, you just want to avoid the disaster that will happen in this world in the future. If these should be sins, then I am willing to share the responsibility with you, brother. Luo Yiling walked to Luo Yikong. Perhaps because of the deep feelings since childhood, even after more than 10 years of separation, they still did not forget their past feelings. Luo Yikong was born only half an hour earlier than Luo Yiling, so he has always been the older brother. Even when he was facing his violent drunk father when he was a child, Luo Yikong always stood in front of Luo Yiling. Until his parents separated, Luo Yikong also lost contact with his sister Luo Yiling. Although Luo Yikong also tried to find his sister Luo Yiling, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. After graduation, he lost contact with the father he didn't like, and rushed around for life all day, eating one meal and not the next. Until one day, Luo Yikong returned to his residence after working and saw the girl who was blind but gave him a strange sense of familiarity. Before he knew that Luo Yiling was his sister, Luo Yikong only wanted to train her to be his right-hand man, and after knowing Luo Yiling's identity, Luo Yikong only wanted to protect Luo Yiling well. Luo Yikong took out his cell phone, which contained a text message from an unfamiliar number. When he saw the content of the text message, Luo Yikong frowned. Mr. Luo Yikong, you and your sister Luo Yiling have become the most wanted criminals in the entire Great Shu Empire. We know that the virus in your body is the root cause of all this, but we can give you new opportunities and everything you want, so that you and your sister can get a brand new identity. If you think it through, come to the X City Center building. Brother, this was sent a few days ago, when I was heading to the third laboratory of the Empire. The Great Shu Empire Parliament didn't know about me at that time, so it could only be the royal family of the Great Shu Empire. I had contact with the eldest princess of the Great Shu Empire, Lu Zuiki, before. She planned to use the virus in my body as a weapon for her to seize the imperial power. Luo Yikong thought about it for a while and knew that it was a text message sent by the royal forces. After all, the current royal family of the Great Shu Empire has been retreating behind the scenes, but has always been eager to regain control of the entire country. Brother, are you going to go directly? Luo Yiling was not worried about what would happen to Luo Yikong. After knowing Luo Yikong's secret, Luo Yiling knew that in this world, no one could keep Luo Yikong. No, I plan to stand them up because I don't like them. Luo Yikong didn't like the arrogance and the bones of the royal family of the Great Shu Empire, the arrogance that treated everyone as slaves and servants. Then brother, what are you going to do? Find the reason for the large-scale spread of the virus. If it is a powerful virus creature, I must take action to kill it. On the other hand, collect evidence of the crimes of the royal family of the Great Shu Empire. If the situation of City X is related to them, it is enough to make the royal family of the Great Shu Empire never turn over. Luo Yikong's face was calm. After having the administrator's authority system, he has seen a lot of storms. If he was the ordinary person before, Luo Yikong would never think that he could face all this calmly. But the third laboratory of the Empire must have been destroyed, I know, but what happened in City X has been covered up. Since the royal family of the Great Shu Empire does not want outsiders to know, let's find the survivors in this city first. Luo Yikong could not sit idly by and watch the people in this city. When necessary, Luo Wukong did not mind exchanging the body contract and transferring the survivors' bodies to the world of the Spark base. But this also has side effects, because the body is in that world, although it also has the player's system, it can feel pain and will face real death like the people in that world. Luo Wukong's current authority has not reached the highest level, and he does not have the ability to allow players to revive infinitely. Only when Luo Wukong's authority reaches the highest level can players be called real players. During the peak period of the Supreme Virtual God, he once created the virtual worlds, and countless worlds were connected together through virtuality. As the Supreme Virtual God, he took away the fortune of countless players in the worlds and concentrated the power of thousands of worlds for his own use. That was a powerful existence cultivated by thousands of worlds. Although Luo Wukong did not know how long it would take to grow to that point, once he grew to that point, Luo Wukong would definitely become one of the most powerful beings in the world. Luo Wukong closed his eyes and began to sense everything around him. Now, the virtual world tower has been transferred to this real world by Luo Wukong, and within the lighting range of the virtual world tower, Luo Wukong can sense everything. The real world, Luo Wukong opened his eyes and frowned slightly. At that moment, he sensed the distribution of survivors throughout City X and found that more than 60% of the residents in City X had become infected, and the number of infected people was still increasing. The Genesis virus is not only spread through zombie bites, water and air will become the transmission routes. Most residents are trapped at home without supplies, so they will inevitably venture out and become infected. Of course, there is even worse news. When sensing the entire city, it's just a human-level existence, but I didn't expect that there was a 100-level existence in this city. And this 100-person existence is located near X City Center building. If it were in that world, Luo Wukong would not be afraid even if he faced the legendary 10,000-level existence. But in this world, the only things Luo Wukong can perfectly transfer are the player's attributes and the body of the virus. Most permissions are simply unusable in this world. If faced with a 100-level being, Luo Wukong would have no problem escaping, but it might be difficult to defeat a 100-level being. Luo Wukong looked at Luo Yiling aside. Although Luo Yiling's strength was considered top among players, Luo Wukong also used his authority to let Luo Yiling inherit the player's attributes perfectly. In other words, in any world, Luo Yiling can possess the player's power. But even so, just relying on Luo Wukong and Luo Yiling is not enough to face a 100-level person. After all, Luo Wukong is not the person with the highest authority in this world. Brother, did you see something? Luo Yiling couldn't help but ask after noticing that Luo Wukong had a serious expression after opening his eyes. There is a 100-man level being. Luo Wukong confessed directly to Luo Yiling without any concealment. A 100-person level existence. How could it evolve so fast? Luo Yiling herself felt a little unbelievable. After all, even in that fire world, a 100-person level existence was not a big deal, not to mention the emergence of the Genesis virus in this world. Not long. Under normal circumstances, even the Genesis virus cannot give birth to hundreds of people so quickly, but what about man-made ones? Luo Wukong knew that if the Genesis virus organisms want to achieve this kind of evolutionary speed, they must have sufficient nutrients and food. And this kind of nutrients and food can be zombies or humans. Brother, are you saying that someone cultivated the Genesis virus creature to give birth to a 100-person existence? Luo Yiling was also shocked. If someone really did this, he would be really crazy. With the strength of the two of us, I'm afraid it will be difficult to win against that 100-person existence. Unless I have the ability to bring that existence to the world of fire, but this kind of authority is only valid for players, and it is obviously impossible for virus organisms to do so. But it is not impossible. All the survivors in this city are players. Although those players have not been unlocked by me, their abilities cannot be used in this world, but if they are to deal with hundreds of people, but it can unlock their permissions. As Luo Wukong's authority continues to increase, his control over players becomes more and more powerful. Although Luo Wukong can completely unlock the player's abilities, he is afraid that players who suddenly have powerful power in the real world will do something bad, causing confusion, so Luo Wukong did not unlock it. But even if Luoycombe unlocks the player restrictions for all the players and city players who even have strong strength and flee will allow the Genesis virus to spread to the entire world as quickly as possible. Although Luoycombe has a way to directly take the player's life, he is actually just killing the player's consciousness in the world of fire, thus causing the death of the world itself. If this is the real world, Luoycombe can only deprive the system, so Luoycombe cannot be restrained by death, and the players will not fight desperately against the 100-man level. In their opinion, it is only the loss of a system. Life is more precious. Luoycombe had to go through a selection process when it came to those who were completely unlocked by the system. At least they couldn't be just some random people, otherwise it would be counterproductive. Xiaoling, let's go. Where to go? Go to a gathering place for survivors. Luoycombe picked up Luo Yiling, a princess, and jumped off the balcony. Boom! Luoycombe landed heavily on the ground, and the concrete floor exploded. The movement here immediately attracted the surrounding zombies, and they all rushed towards Luoycombe and Luo Yiling. The faces of those zombies were familiar to Luoycombe. Luoycombe had seen them every day when he went downstairs, even though it might just be a glimpse in his life. Xiaoling! Kill them! Luoycombe's eyes were cold. At that moment, Luo Yiling's arms suddenly burst out with a large number of devouring tentacles like Luoycombe's, which penetrated the bodies of those zombies and quickly devoured them. After Luo Yiling's player system is fully unlocked, she can gain experience even if she kills enemies in the real world. Virtual World not only virtualizes the world, but also everything in the world. In just a few seconds, the dozens of zombies that rushed out were all wiped out, and no one survived. Luoycombe and Luo Yiling walked on the streets of the city. All the zombies that approached were either killed directly by Luoycombe or swallowed directly by Luo Yiling. Through perception, Luoycombe has determined that the shopping mall building on Xingye Street has been occupied by a group of survivors, and those survivors are all players. Their player attribute information is all fed back to Luoycombe. The highest player is level 50, and the lowest player is level 30. Level 50 is also quite high among players, but Luo Yiling, the level brushing maniac, is already a level 70 player, and Luoycombe is already level 90 with the experience sharing permission. Among the 4 billion players, there are no more than 10,000 players who have reached level 70, and as for the level of 90, there is only Luoycombe. What's even more outrageous is that Luoycombe can not only gain experience from players, but also absorb players' combat skills. In other words, whether it is level or combat skills, Luoycombe is invincible among players. I really envy you, brother. You don't need to level up. Seeing the golden light flashing on Luoycombe's body and he leveled up again, Luo Yiling was full of envy. After the zombie crisis broke out in the city, the owner of the Starry Night department store organized employees to take in a large number of survivors. The owner of that building is a level 60 player, and his employees are all players, and their levels are not low. There is a medium-sized shelter in the world of Tinder. Or maybe it was because as a player, I had experienced the zombie crisis in that Tinder world in advance, so when the zombie crisis broke out in City X, the boss of Xingye Baima responded very skillfully and quickly. Now the entire X city can maintain a survival rate of more than 30%, which can be said to be inseparable from the player's experience in the Tinder world. In the office of Xingye Baimao building, a middle-aged man was lying on the sofa, as if sleeping. He didn't know how long he had been sleeping like this. The man opened his eyes and sighed helplessly. The man is the owner of the Xingye Baimao building, his name is Zhongqi, and he belongs to the third batch of helmet players. However, after a mysterious tower appeared in the world, players no longer need helmets to log in. Zhongqi's level is level 60, and he is among the top players in the Tinder world. But now Zhongqi can only sigh. On the one hand, it is because the player's powerful strength cannot be used in the real world, and on the other hand, because the entire city of X was blocked from all sides. Even if Zhongqi communicates what is happening in City X to the outside world through the Tinder world, few people believe it. It is obvious that the Shu Empire has blocked information on City X, and this information blockade makes Zhongqi feel uneasy. Although the supplies in the entire Xingye department store are enough for all of them to live for half a year, no one knows what will happen in the middle of the night, and half a year is enough for the Genesis virus to evolve to a very terrifying level. Boss! Boss! At this time, an employee hurried into the office, disrupting Zhongqi's thoughts. What's wrong? Boss, there is a helicopter coming from the roof of the building. It may be from the rescue team. The employee looked very excited. He thought that after so many days, there was no chance of rescue, but now he has rekindled hope. Take me to see it quickly. Zhongqi did not hesitate and immediately rushed out of the office and started running towards the rooftop on the top floor. The platform was already crowded with many survivors, and those survivors surrounded a helicopter. In their eyes, this helicopter was hope. They believed in their hearts that this was the vanguard of the rescue and that the larger force would surely arrive from behind. A 6-person fully armed team clenched the rifles in their hands vigilantly at this moment, with eyes full of distrust for the survivors around them. They protected the helicopter to prevent these survivors from taking it away. Only 2 people from the team were sent to compare faces among the survivors one by one, as if they were looking for someone. Hello? I am the person in charge of this place. I would like to ask, when will the rescue team arrive? Zhongqi squeezed through the crowd and ran over panting, but a few people responded to Zhongqi. The black muzzle. Back off. Back off. Zhongqi's approach made the soldiers very excited, and Zhongqi was so frightened that he quickly backed away. Calm down. Calm down. Zhongqi raised his hands. If he had the strength of a level 60 player, he would naturally not be afraid of such powerful firearms, but now in this world he is just an ordinary person. Have you seen these 2 people? A leading soldier took out 2 photos, and those were the photos of Luo Yikong and Luo Yiling. Aren't these 2 wanted criminals in the Shu Empire a few days ago? How could there be such people here? Zhongqi looked at the people in the photo and shook his head. How could an ordinary person like him do this? Are you connected to these wanted criminals? Forget it if you haven't seen it before. You need to activate this thing tomorrow. There are activation instructions on it. When the rescue team arrives tomorrow, they will rely on this device to determine the location. The leading soldier waved his hand, and a soldier took it out from the helicopter. An iron can was placed in front of Zhongqi. Zhongqi looked at the tin can and frowned slightly. Why is this positioning device so strange, so big, and so heavy? It doesn't look like it's for positioning, but rather like there's something inside. Why tomorrow? Now that the whole city has become like this, isn't the sooner the better? Zhongqi didn't understand. After all, the whole city has become a dead city. One more day means one more day of danger. Because we also need to prepare, so since there are those 2 people here, let's leave first. The leading soldier waved his hand, as if he didn't want to stay here for a moment, and quickly jumped on the helicopter. After the helicopter left, most people were talking and laughing. In their opinion, the rescue situation was stable. Only a few people such as Zhongqi realized that something was wrong. If they need to prepare, then why not ask them carefully how many people are here so that enough rescue helicopters can be dispatched? Even the most basic number of people is not asked, which shows that the other party most likely does not want to rescue them. Zhongqi looked at the tin can in his hand. He was sure that it was definitely not just a positioning device. What else was in it? Everyone, please go back now. It's cold up here. Rescue will arrive tomorrow. An employee shouted to the people gathered on the rooftop. At this time, everyone started to go downstairs. The sky gradually darkened, and the roar of zombies in the city was more violent and clear than during the day. What was worse was that the power was cut off tonight, and people could only light candles for lighting. If it was in normal times, the power would have been cut off suddenly, and the place would have been in chaos, but tonight everyone's face was full of smiles, because most of them believed that the rescue team would come tomorrow to lead them away from this nightmare-like place. At night, Zhongqi sat at his desk, staring at the candle in front of him, and what happened during the day reappeared in his mind over and over again. He didn't understand why the other party would leave this strange thing if they had deceived him. What on earth did those guys want to do? As a player, Zhongqi had experienced many things in that world, heard many stories, and had been in the end of the world, so he had to be vigilant. I advise you not to use that thing tomorrow, otherwise all of you will die. A voice came from the window, and Zhongqi turned his head in fear. Under the weak candlelight, Zhongqi saw a man and a woman sitting by the window. Looking closely, they were the wanted criminals Luo Yikong and Luo Yiling. You are the most wanted criminals in the Shu Empire. Zhongqi immediately became vigilant. He had also seen photos of Luo Yikong and Luo Yiling, but now the two most wanted criminals in the empire came here unnoticed at night. You must know that this is the 7th floor. How did they get up? Wanted criminal? There is no reason to accuse me. Whether you believe me or not, my words have been brought to you, and the decision is in your hands. In addition, there is a 100-person existence in this city, and he will be able to prove everything tomorrow. If you believe me, please work with me to kill that 100-level guy. Luo Yikong needs a group of guys who trust him, so that when fighting, Luo Yikong can trust them with his back, instead of looking at himself as a wanted person. A criminal, a guy who wants to take himself down in exchange for a bounty. As for the location of the other survivors, Luo Yikong also informed them. As for whether they believe it tomorrow or not, that is their choice. Eliminate a 100-level being? You really think you are in that world? And how can there be a 100-level being in this world? Zhongqi shook his head. He obviously did not believe that there was a 100-level being hidden in this city. But zombies that shouldn't exist in this world have also appeared, haven't they? Luo Yikong smiled faintly. After having the administrator authority system, Luo Yikong looked at the world differently. Zhongqi fell into deep thought. Indeed, even zombies have appeared, and the existence of hundreds of people is not impossible. Okay, if what you said is true, I am willing to fight with you against that 100-man level existence. Zhongqi nodded, and finally made up his mind. Then I'll see you tomorrow, Luo Yikong waved, then picked up Luo Yiling and jumped directly out of the window. Fuck! This startled Zhongqi and he quickly ran to the window. Soon there was a heavy muffled sound in the darkness below. You're not going to die. There is not a single zombie on the deserted streets at night. The hundreds of zombies that originally wandered here have been cleared away, and not even the corpses were left. After losing the zombies, this street fell into complete silence. Looking up at the night sky, you can see the sky full of stars. After losing human activities and the city became a dead city, the starry sky that was difficult to see in the past is now available. So beautiful and brilliant. I have already said that for the world, human civilization is a parasite in the world. When human civilization develops to a certain level, the world will launch a cleanup on mankind. Civilizations that do not survive will either perish or start over. The civilization that survives will lead to the evolution of the population and the rapid development of civilization. Shenyuan Luoying sighed in Luo Yikong's mind, even those who control the rules in the world must act according to the basic rules of the world. The rise and fall of civilizations is like the cycle of life and death of all things, even the Supreme Being cannot change it. All of this is like the foundation of a house, the foundation of everything. There is no possibility of change. Even if it can be changed, it means that the entire house is in danger. Then will your civilization and the higher-level human species you belong to also become extinct? Luo Yikong asked Shenyuan Luoying through his consciousness. As long as I am alive, my civilization will not perish, and I will not allow my world to perish, Shenyuan Luoying said this with a very firm tone. It seemed that her civilization was as important to her as the world was to Luo Yikong. But Luo Yikong knows that everything has an end, even gods are no exception. All they can do is let their respective civilizations persist for a while longer. The seasons are divided into 4 seasons, and everything rises and falls. This is the way of heaven. With these simple words, Luo Yikong responded to the answer that he and Shenyuan Luoying already knew. Many people are like this. They know the answer but are unwilling to accept it. Luo Yikong looked down at Luo Yiling, who was sleeping soundly in his arms, with a smile on his face. It is precisely because time is limited and there is no eternity that people can experience the feeling of being alive and cherish their time. For Luo Yi, spiritually speaking, Luo Yiling is the most important person to him.
Luo Yikong knows all the information about all the survivor players in this city. Because of this, Luo Yikong is also very selective in hunting hundreds of people, putting character first, and then visiting one by one. Today's errands alone made Luo Yikong very tired. After all, these people Luo Yikong want to completely unlock their player system, so they have to be cautious. However, Luo Yikong did not expect that the guys sent by the royal family of the Great Shu Empire to blockade the city would be so ruthless and wanted to kill all the survivors. Luo Yikong knew that the iron can actually contain a high concentration of viruses. Now the whole world's attention has been attracted by the Tinder world and players, as well as the virtual world tree. Things in X City have been specially blocked, so there is almost no news outside, and no one will pay attention to this small city. According to the worst-case scenario, if those guys don't find themselves in Luo Yiling here in the next few days, or the cultivation of the 100-man level being has been completed, then what is left is a nuclear bomb to completely clean everything here and eliminate all possible evidence. Even if someone investigates it in the future, it can be faked to cause an accident. Now is the time when the world's attention is attracted to players and another world, and it is also the best time for them to take action. This time is only a few days, not too long. Luo Yikong didn't want to go directly to the central building to find those guys, because there was a 100 level being hidden there. Presumably those guys must have used some means to control that 100 level person. Maybe that existence was prepared for Luo Yikong and Luo Yiling. Although Luo Yikong could easily escape with Luo Yiling, now is not the time for him to show up. Elder brother, hearing Luo Yiling's murmur, Luo Yikong came back from his thoughts and saw Luo Yiling curled up, with tears hanging from the corners of his eyes, sobbing in his dream. What on earth did this little girl dream about? Luo Yikong sighed helplessly, reaching out and gently wiping away the tears from the corners of Luo Yiling's eyes. Maybe she dreamed that your kid died? Xian Yuan Luo Ying's inappropriate voice came, which immediately made Luo Yikong a little unhappy. If I hang up, you have to hang up too. Let's see if I will dream about your strange memories tonight. How dare you? Shen Yuan Luo Ying shouted, her old face turned red, and in an instant a stone flew up out of the air and hit Luo Yikong's head,